Good morning, Sister T. How you doing this morning? All right. Snap, crackle, pop. My knees are doing all kinds of popping. You get old? Oh, I don't know if that'll happen. Maybe it will now since I stopped drinking. I mean, I'm still having that weird feeling on my left lung, man. It's getting worse. Hopefully it's just like always gonna feel weird. I did something that's just gonna feel weird forever. I have some growth going on. Oh man, every time I open that back door, I yearn to hear Tux's meow. I daydream about it right before I open the door. Just hearing him go, meow, give me a nice big stretch. But at the same time, it's so cold outside right now. I really hope you found a warm place to be. I really do. It's frigid out there. Like, it hurts a little bit. I think it was 45 when I got up. 47 now. Yeah, the temperature's not going up very much. Yesterday at the same time, it was like 58. Yeah. So, it's too cold out there for him. 45 extended periods of time, that's chilly. I mean, 24 degrees Fahrenheit, that's enough to kill him. But 45, if he's wet, that could kill him. But that's just super uncomfortable. Like, even Simon sleeps with me at night. He comes into my room. I lock her in here. I have to. It sucks, but he's alright. But Simon usually comes, he sees that I'm going to bed. He sees it, like, he knows. And he'll come in there and he'll lay next to me, and then I'll have to move him to right next to my head. That's where he sleeps. And 9 times out of 10, he'll try to get under the blankets with me, even. So it just goes to show me, like, Huck's probably wanted to be warm like that too, and he didn't have any of that. So hopefully he does now. I couldn't give him that, man. If we'd have just met in a different life, Tux. I put a flyer up for him yesterday. I saw one of my neighbors looking at it. The old man was looking at it. The Mexican dude that used to cut my grass. The oldest guy in the neighborhood. And he was looking at me. I actually walked up while he was looking at it, and we greeted each other. And I didn't say I was looking for the cat, though. I don't know. Wouldn't have made any difference. That was you. I can't believe YouTube is starting to crack down on restreaming live streams like that. I wonder. Again, they won't. I'll still be able to stream government stuff. You can always stream government stuff. That's all public domain. Government and public. I mean, government and like anything government's public domain unless it's like confidential. So like anytime Trump does a speech or something, I'll be able to go live with that because the White House goes live with it. Yeah, I don't know, man. They picked a really weird time to care, didn't they? It's a bad look, I think, for them. Like, they were so greedy about capitalizing off of the fires. They didn't even want small streamers to like take any of their viewers away. What is that, dude? They had like tens of thousands of people watching. Yes, you can, Savagely. I've been doing this for a long time. I used to leave news up all night long for Gaza and stuff when it was going on. I used to leave Reuters on all night long or other ones. I know what I'm doing, dude. It's YouTube changed their rules. They got more strict all of a sudden. That's Sister T, man. I used to leave shit on without being in here a lot. I used to go to the store with shit on. I used to like it, I had no worries about restreaming news at all before this. That's why I know that I used to do it. And even last night, I was putting commentary over it, and that still didn't work. I stayed in here the whole time, and that still didn't work. So it has nothing to do with me not being here. I even changed it last night to smaller screens and kept changing who I was broadcasting, and I was talking over it. Oh, I appreciate you, Savage. I appreciate you. You don't have to do that, though. You know, I don't expect any of y'all to shill my show. That's why I don't ever ask anybody to share it. Just because I'm an idiot. I do and say really dumb shit sometimes, and I would hate for you to invite someone here and then I end up going off on them and they're like, hey man, what the heck, dude? You invited me to that guy's show. He's an asshole. Because I do that and I don't know if I can help it. You'll notice I never ask people to share. I only ask people to like that are already here. Sharing's super intimate and I don't I mean, I appreciate it. I'm very appreciative of it. It intimidates me a little bit. You know, marginally better. So it's a progress, I guess. Have some of this cheap weed that I got. Man, I went in so cheap yesterday because yo, Mama was under the house. Oh man, she doesn't like that one. She only likes the new one I've been getting. Better eat that. That's regular Fancy Feast pate. She really doesn't like that anymore? Come on, Mama. Alright, we're good. She's licking the gravy first, though. Dude, Trident's definitely pregnant. She finished up the bowl yesterday. I got a little video of it. Dude. Simon, move the fuck out of the... What are you doing, man? Why do you do this? This is fucking... false, okay? Oh, damn, he came in fighting. Holy shit. Oh. You told people that it was on the front lines. Savage. I don't know. Maybe you are the reason why I got striked. What did you do? Where'd you say that at? That was false advertising. I wasn't on the fucking front lines. What are you doing? You probably did get a Lookner mod to come in here. Where were you? Were you fucking in Lookner's chat saying that shit? Dude. Is that what you were doing? You were in Look... Well, that would explain a hell of a lot, dude. Actually. Because I just said last night, if anybody reported me, it was Lookner mods. Because they do that shit. Because they get mad because they can't see the video. Was it? What do you mean? Dude, whose chat were you saying that in? I'm within 30 miles of it, dude. But still, that's not the front lines. Front lines is looking right at it with my camera, IRL. You were in Lookner's chat, weren't you? I need to know, dude. I'm not going to be any more mad at you because I'm pretty sure it was one of the chats you were in. Because it was, dude, what did you do to me yesterday? Did you do it both streams? Did you do it in both streams? Because why else was I getting in trouble for this shit all of a sudden? Dude, you not answering me is making things worse right now. It's a simple yes or no fucking question. You did that. Okay, so you did that. So it is your fault that I got banned. Or that I got slapped on the wrist from YouTube. Oh, it's okay, dude. You just can't fucking do that. You didn't say anything until after the stream is... It doesn't even make sense. Why would you tell people I'm on the front lines and try to get people to the channel after the stream is cut? Because I'm no longer here. Now I don't know if it's a YouTube thing or if it's a you reporting me to Lookner Mods thing. What chat was it? Because I remember y'all talking about Lookner yesterday. Savage Lee, you're a fucking bullshitter, dude. You can't just say I know a guy and help people come to this channel. You have to say the channel name. Bro, dude, I think you're a fucking troll at this point, man. Stop fucking with me. You don't make sense half the time, dude, and it gets fucking kind of annoying. Holy shit, dude, Sister T. Am I the only one here that is like, what the fuck? Just happened yesterday? What did you do, Savage? You instantly blamed it on yourself, and now you start talking about what you did for me, and then you start saying you didn't actually do anything for me. Which is it? Bye, bitch! Get out the way! What are you fucking talking about? You fucking me up over here. I ain't never had a problem with that shit until yesterday. And Portland Annie didn't get taken down either. What the fuck are you? You fucking cunt. You're here hate watching me, you fucking cunt. God damn it. Tired of fucking trying to decipher what the fuck they're saying anyway. Jesus Christ. Random shit they be talking about all the time. Like, what are we even talking about now? All of a sudden, Savage Lee's talking about... She wants us to talk about... She, by the way, wants us to talk about her whole fucking farm life all of a sudden, even though I know nothing about what's going on. Bye. They definitely did something. Sussest one here. Susser than the bridge bitch. Susser than the I'm on this side of the bridge bitch, actually. I don't give a fuck anymore, dude. I don't want you fucking weirdos in here. I need people that actually seem halfway normal. You know why? Because other people, when they see fucking weirdos in here, they don't want to stay. They're like, man, what the fuck is this person talking about? Why are they so weird? Okay, I gotta go cut the grass. Why is this person unloading their whole life story and they just fucking got here for the second time today? Like, this is their second time here. No, I know Northwest Media has 2 accounts. I've seen that other account that they use. Trout. They accidentally sign in under Trout sometimes. Yeah, I noticed that. I notice everything. These motherfuckers think they're slick. Oh, Mama's scratching. She looks like she needs flea medication again. I just don't say anything, dude. I'll notice shit and I'll log it. I said something the first time. The first time she came in as Trout, it said the bridge thing. I was like, oh, did you sign in under the wrong account? Northwest, what's going on? They didn't say anything else. Every time they do it now, I just let it. I was like, okay, whatever. They're under that account this time. But they said the bridge thing one time on accident under Trout. I think Trout is possibly Savage Lee. You know who I fucking think Savage Lee might actually be? A lion-ass outlaw. A lion-ass outlaw. How do you know about the one with its tail isn't missing, its tail is broken. And its paw is broken. How do you know about that? And this is Trident from yesterday. Where so you watch her hobble off right now. This is the pregnant one. You really tell when she walks off. Yo, I lost a Twitch sub yesterday. It says 9 now. See, look at that. Look, see how big she is now? Partly missing. No, none of it's missing. Just the end of it's skinny and it's broken at the base, so it droops. And her left paw is broken. I'm just emptying some recycling real fast so I make some room. There. Pregnant? No, no, not the pregnant one. No, it looks like the pregnant one. For a long time, we thought they were the same cat, but no, that wasn't. That one that we just saw was Trident. Crossback is the one with the broken paw. The Trident, it doesn't swoop down across the back. It goes across and looks like a cross. Same type of lines though on her back. Oh, you did? What'd you do that for? Bill in the building, baby. I'm sorry, man, y'all, but there are some people that come through here. I mean, I don't know if they're like mentally challenged or just have super bad social skills because they grew up out in the middle of nowhere or something, but they'll just start talking about something out of nowhere or not really make sense with their answers repetitively. And that shit is aggravating. I don't know. I don't want it around me, dude. I feel like people that do that must be doing it on purpose, because how could you be that fucking stupid? I just think people are gonna want to hear your life story first thing in the morning. We like, savagely, you should start live streaming. Maybe just live stream your farm with your animals and talk to people about it and stuff. Like, if you're still here, do something. It's like, if you build it, they will come. They seem like they want to be a live streamer. Like, some people do that. They use live streamer streams to like halfway be a live streamer. They're the live streamers without the video, because people will still come to see them every day, hopefully, in the chat, but they don't have to do the actual stream. I don't know. Oh, I'm going first. Nope. Nope. Lots and lots of stupid people everywhere. Stupid people. Stupid people. As far as I can see. I mean, I'm not saying Savage Lee is stupid. I'm not saying that, but they're coming off like they're not taking a second, stepping back and thinking about shit. Like they were lying a little bit. I don't know, man. If I ever think that you're Mr. Nine, that's a sign that you're doing something wrong. You don't want me to start thinking you're Mr. Nine. That means you're saying a bunch of random shit in chat that's not connected to the conversation. You're trying to derail conversations all the time with your own life stories and odd advice, unsolicited advice. Miss Bungle. Like he'd always be telling people to eat healthy and shit. Like we knew anything about him. Like he's posting pictures to Discord with his meal plan or meals that he's making or anything like that. You know, like it was weird. Remember to eat your vegetables and your. He'd be like, I just had a nice, and he would lay out every ingredient in his meal, and everybody's just like, okay. And then he would say some other off the wall shit though that was totally unrelated. Like, what's an example of? He would go into how, oh god, dude, and Nazis and aliens or something, and like, yeah, I don't even know. It got so weird I can't even remember it anymore. I pushed it out. I gotta pick Simon's food up. Oh, God, he's oh, got it. Baby. He's very lonely? No, dude, I mean, well, if he's lonely, he was always in other chat rooms doing the same thing. No, wait, no. Scratch that. He would act normal in other chat rooms. Somebody else even had him modded, from what I understand. People would see him around. Other viewers would see him. I never would see him in other chats. But they see him. But the thing, dude, if you're very lonely, start a stream. Start streaming. Start turning the camera on and talking to random people like I do. That's what I did when I was lonely. Like, I wanted to kick it with people while I was playing some Call of Duty Blackout. I turned on the PlayStation streaming capabilities. Had a little bitty circle on the screen. Bitty thing. I was talking to myself. I do that though. I talk to myself. I've always been a talker. Talk to the cats. Sometimes I'll talk to myself. So, like people that do that type of thing, that's why I say they should be a streamer, because I'm not just saying it because I think it. I'm saying it because I know it. Those people can stream. Most people are really uncomfortable with talking about random shit like Mr. Nine would, and putting their their words out there for people to judge. You have that. Capitalize on it. Not just go into people's chats with it. That seems like kind of a waste. Plus, it never gets fulfilled. That feeling of loneliness probably never really truly gets fulfilled because no one really knows who Mr. Nine is still. I've taken this stream to the VA hospital before and like had it in the doctor's office with me. I've done sleep streams. I've done shower streams. I've done like back in the day, man. I've done a ton of IRL streams. Talked to other people in public with it. I've had an old friend hang out on stream before. I allowed random looky lures to come inside of my life and get to know me. But the people that just go to other chats don't really do that. They're gonna always stay lonely. Kinda, right? People are not socialized like we are. I was like, oh, yeah, yeah, maybe he's just not socialized. No, I mean that's true, dude. But the only people that I see that aren't really socialized are mentally challenged or like, yeah, they're usually mentally challenged. And Mr. Nine seems extremely smart. But I mean, that can do it too, though. Yeah. Like, I would love to get to know him, dude. I'd love to get to know Savage Lee. Is who they really are. You know, I like that's the thing with this. That in the beginning there was more of that for me. I would do podcasts on stuff like StreamYards or what's that other one? I used the other one more actually. I forget the name of it, but you could have like up to 100 different people on stream at the same time with their microphone and or video, and viewers would get on and hang out with us. I mean, I think we even did that not even too long ago, like 3 years ago, because I remember we had Rowdy on. I think Lou came on. Uh, or Geno Fest came on or not. I know a female came on, but I think it might have been a different one. I can't remember her name now. She's been gone for so long. I convinced her to try to do pull-ups, but I told her how to get to do one. I remember she finally was able to do one. She was so proud of herself. That was cool. I can't remember her name. I mean, it was a screen name, but still, that sucks. Oh wait. Oh, it was. I almost had it. Y'all remember? Had a boyfriend. I'd probably remember. No, not Pink. I've never seen Pink before. Pink hasn't really been around that long. Oh, maybe not as long as that person had. That was like I don't know. Maybe it wasn't before Pink's time. I can't remember now. Which almost had it. Start with a CH. I can tell by looking at the bot. There's so many people on here. Looking at this is semi-depressing. I recognize some of the names that I haven't seen in so long. Oh, I guess it wasn't CH. She could have also changed her name, and if they change their name, then it changes on the bot too, and I can never find them. Oh, I know I can find her. She had an event. She had a sound when she came in, right? Maybe not. There was a Christy though. Her name is now Cece though. Leonard82 8.2's name is now Clarky. I didn't know that was Clarky. I see that person come through and I didn't change their name too. See, this is how I can tell when some of y'all change your name, but you have to have had a sound command in here. If I go to this screen on the bot, these are the people that used to have sound commands. So it'll show me their original username, and then it'll show me the name that they have now because I put in their message their original username. So anybody else change? Oh, Burnt changed his to his real name apparently. This is Burnt Sandwich. And of course, Night Owl changed his to Angry NWA. That was the first member. His girlfriend was the second. This is, I think, 2019. Who else changed? Just in case I ever see them in chat. Chris Peanuts changed to Jackknife. Gino Fast changed to Blue. Well, that's something to keep note of. Quackback was Ruby Ocean's first name. I forgot about that. Christy to CC, Leonard to Clarky. That's it. And if you're curious how many people have said something on this bot, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 3, 4, 7, 9, 32, 3, 4, 5, 3. And I don't know how many. I have to count these one at a time and then add and multiply. I'm kind of curious though. $31, $32, $35, $35, $39. Flat back. Okay, so there's 100 on each page, so that's easy enough. There's 227 pages, but I think there's actually a 0 page too. Eric Valdez, welcome. There's a 0 page. So 228 times 100. That's how many people have commented in the my different channels. Two eight times 100. 22,800 people. That's not too bad. And that's since I had the bot. I had it like 3 or 4 months into streaming. I mean, some of those are going to be bots, though. Some of those are going to be people's troll accounts. The same person. At least probably 10,000 people have come through and said something. That's underestimating, I think. 3 channels, too many. Oh my goodness, we got a bird. Dude, I don't know, man. Mama's gonna come out and be swooping in a second. That's a first. I've never seen a bird at the food bowls. Oh, my links button doesn't work. Well, the camera, no, I only need to blur the camera for the dabbing. They've only ever screwed with me for smoking dabs for some reason. That's why I did it last night on the other channel. I was like, for some reason, YouTube thinks this is a crack pipe. I like the concentrates. You're allowed to smoke cigarettes. They can't prove that this isn't tobacco, I guess. Like when I'm using this, they know this isn't a tobacco product. Probably, maybe. But thank you for heads out. My links though. Let me get my link so you can see for yourself the other channels. Actually, you can just type in links show into Google, but there's the links. Oh wait, I need to make him a mod so post links with him too. Hold on. It's legal here too, but YouTube doesn't care. There. But I go live on 7 channels if I go live at night. Yeah, no, pot's illegal here, legal, medically, and recreationally. YouTube's like been on my ass all of a sudden lately. Savage Lee is new here, and all of a sudden all hell started breaking loose. Wondering. How did you find the channel anyway? Was it through Savage Lee? Very Savage Lee. Maybe Savage Lee's rule patrol is to say in a chat that they've promoted the stream, but they haven't. And then they come in with their alts and act like that they're people that Savage Lee promoted the stream to. You never know what's going on out here, man. People do weird shit for entertainment. Yes, you, dude. You're... No, not... Forget about it, dude. Everybody. You're all Savage Lee. Until proven otherwise, you gotta get you on camera. Oh shit, I think we lost Savage Lee as a sub though, actually. There's one less sub right now. There was 96, now there's 95. See? I warned them. I warned them right before it happened, actually. They got they got a first-hand experience. I get freaked out when y'all tell me you share me. I don't, especially when a bunch of shit starts going wrong right around the time when you're supposedly sharing me. You know what I'm saying? You share me to one wrong place and I'm fucked, actually. That's how this world works. It sucks, dude, but it's how it is. That's why when she said that, I was like, did you share a Lookner stream? But there's certain streamers, when they catch wind that there's somebody else that's streaming the same content or restreaming their golden child that they watch all the time, or getting away with something that they can't get away with, like watching videos because he wasn't letting them see videos of the fire. All of a sudden, they'll start reporting for shit, dude, in mass. And YouTube can see that they're a mod for a bigger streamer. Like their words hold more weight, possibly. I don't know. They see everything. YouTube sees everything. They know who we are. You know, they don't even need you to tell them how old you are to get a pretty close idea as to how old you are just from what you watch. They can tell who the pedos are even because they can see what they're going back and forth with watching. They can see them going maybe to watching little girls play soccer to then going to watching gun videos, shit like that. They know what the fuck they have, dude. They have a gold mine of information on the preds out there and they should be handing it over to somebody. This is real. They know the underage kids that are on here. They're allowing them to be here. They can tell. How can they tell? Because of what they watch. 13-year-olds don't watch the same shit as 16-year-olds and 18-year-olds because kids change so rapidly. These algorithms, the AI, they know, but they allow it to happen because this shit's sick. While at the same time, they're kicking me off of here for restreaming Wildfires and putting commentary over it. YouTube is the sickest of all of them, dude. You know another reason why they're so sick? Because they don't ban people. They don't really truly ban anybody because you can just make another fucking account. You can get another IP address with another phone. Boom, you're right back on YouTube again, doing your thing. Twitch, on the other hand, you can't get the same screen name again. There's only one of each screen name, and they're much more tracking of people, but I feel like there's less predatory shit going on there. For instance, how many of these videos about catching a predator do you see on Twitch? They don't even allow that on there. They do allow some fucking titty streamers on there, but I guess they figure that titty streamers aren't doing any harm because kids can look at titties all they want anyway. And these titty streamers probably aren't going to be trying to meet any of these kids in real life. They're just hanging out in a hot tub with their titties. Now, you start having some dudes that are hanging out with their dick and elephant thongs. Their trunk is where the penis is at and shit on Twitch. They're probably going to knock that out. Most preds are males, so they're and Twitch also gives free speech still, man, unlike YouTube. Like, look at how YouTube erases all of y'all's comments all the damn time. You gotta redo them, and you wouldn't even know if they weren't popping up on the screen. YouTube would just be completely screwing you over. You're thinking that I'm ignoring you at that point. YouTube hates me and you so much that they want for you to think that I'm ignoring what you're talking about all the time. Because I wouldn't see the comments, and you think that they're going through. They want us to hate each other. Like, because you would assume that I'm ignoring you, and then you would eventually be like, hey, why are you always ignoring me, man? Like, what are you talking about? I'm not ignoring you, but neither one of us would know what you were talking about. I don't see any of that. Like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You're ignoring me. Thankfully, it's on the screen. We all can see whether or not it goes through. It is the worst. And it's not just content creators deleting people's comments now, it's actual YouTube. I remember one of the first ones I noticed that happened in my chat was you could not say Hamas. Can you guys say Hamas now in my live stream? Well, this is a different channel though. Maybe in this one you can. See if I can. Nope. You still can't say Hamas by itself. Or in a sentence, I believe. If you say something about Hamas in a sentence, it'll get deleted. I made a short about it, and when it happened. I don't know, see, you would see it pop up on the screen if I could see it, Bill. This is a totally different channel. I mean, in no live streams can you say the word Hamas. That's the most singular one I found that isn't vulgar or isn't any kind of dangerous type of word. It's just talking about it's talking about something that exists. It might want to be talked about. YouTube's really going downhill. They're turning into corporate media. They're letting corporate media run them now. And all the governments, like a lot of these channels are government ran that are on YouTube. It'll say it in the small print below, like this government, or this is a Yemen funded, this is a American funded, different countries. There's like one for almost every. There's a Germany, there's a France. I haven't seen a Mexico one, but there's an Indian, there's a Chinese one. All those being on YouTube now. Like it started off with just us acting goofy, man, uploading videos that might not be scientifically right, and like doing my little experiment with extracting the wax out of my old wax jars. I think I've taken that one down because it was bad information, because the plastic that they were made out of apparently could leach out into the alcohol. I didn't know that at the time, but I found out through some of the comments. Like stuff like that. But now it's turned into mainstream media being their main bread and butter. And like, yeah, clips that are from mainstream media. Because those fire streams were popping off. Those are some of the most heavily watched streams on YouTube at the time. It's not even comfortable being a YouTuber anymore. You gotta watch everything you say. I don't, and that's why I'm where I'm at. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the old school people are doing really well, like PewDiePie and like Mr. Beast. All them dudes are really popped off. But if you're not already making YouTube money, you have to walk on eggshells. Oh, you got to be making them like Dr. Disrespect money or Tim the Tap Man money. What? You can't say terrorists. The word terrorist, I don't know. By itself, you can't say it. You can't say Hamas. That's all I know. There's a few others. Right. But the Hamas thing started, man, it started shortly after the war started. What was that short? Was that on it's right here. There it is. Can't pop it. Do you wanna be a tranny? Hey. As that video hasn't got taken down yet. Hold up. Remember that hit, that blast, 11, the 4th of November last year? Oh, that was a big one. It's a 10. Okay, can't see. I see, can't see. I got you. Who's here for this blast? Oh, it's so massive. It's hard to tell from this perspective, though. It's just so far away, though. You can tell because this is zoomed in dramatically. The Gaza. And you can hear the gunfire. That was a different time, wasn't it? I would leave these things on all night long. These are news channels. Join the military. Get your dick chopped off. Do you wanna be a tranny tonight? Join the Navy. See the world. See the world. Join the military. Get your dick chopped off. Do you wanna be a tranny tonight? Join the Navy. See the world. See the world. By the way, I was in the Navy, so I'm allowed to say I'm allowed to have this song. Do you wanna be a tranny tonight? It's actually a good song. Join the Navy. I got banned from the Navy subreddit for it, though. See the world. See the world. Should be proud of it. Was that a drone? Bird or drone? Bird or drone? Oh man. Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. YouTube no longer lets you type the word Hamas in chat. Breaking news. This was breaking news. September 3rd. Breaking news. Breaking news. YouTube no longer lets you type the word Hamas in chat. Breaking news. The people are so stupid. They're like, how did you type Hamas in your chat? So he thinks that this is it, but this isn't chat. This is comments. Hamas, Hamas, Hamas. In live stream chat, it'll get deleted, not in comments. Sorry for the confusion. It says YouTube translated this to ham, ham, ham. Hamas must be the new woke word. I said Hamas is the militant group in Gaza that is possibly about to start World War III. 1 year ago. Interesting. Oh, this is one of my shorts? Wow. Dude, this is from freaking... This is from 2011? 10 or 11. I think. Somewhere around there. Listen to the background audio, though. It's the best part if you haven't.
The bar. You won't be beating nobody's ass. Rangers, that's some help. Do I have a with tumor, or did it get dark in here? Because that's some hell of a psychology, right? To make you go get a switch to beat your own ass with. Right? My grandma said, boy, go give me something to beat your ass with.
Dude, the thing is, my mom has made me do that too, though. She would say, make sure it's a green one, because she didn't want to break. If it broke and it was a bad one, she would get mad. She'd go get her own. Like, that actually happened to me too. But I guess it happened to Richard Pryor. And I didn't mean to have that playing in the background for this video. I still wasn't even going to upload this. I just was taking a video back in the day. Like, how old is this? Does it say? Oh, wait, no, I did upload a long time ago. I didn't mean for that to be in the background, though. I just was watching that. Watching some Richard Pryor while taking a bong ramp. That's hilarious, dude. Of all the things I could have had that played. It's not like I, like, paused that, went to take it, pressed play, and took the rip. It just happened to... That was it. $2012, man. Plain bong, though. I bought some dude who used to be the roommate of my old roommate here. They lived down the hall. He came by with this thing, and I ended up getting it for like $30. He was in need of money. Black dude. That's all I remember. I think he was a veteran too. It was fun to hit that. I still have it. It's a little broke though down here, but still, I can still put a slide in it. Dirty. Oh, time to get on it.
When Los Angeles was hit with the fires, the flood.
Regarding evacuation, the DA, who was our deputy sheriff.
I want to thank every single incident on 10% containment.
Thank you for always being
Malibu from
My colleagues at the homes.
Oh, apparently did fucking stream live fire news. Tonight, join the Navy. See the world. See the world. Oh, it was nice to leave a whole plate there for somebody else. Oh shit.
You decided not to leave.
I know I'm not supposed to be here, but this is my parents' home.
I know the feeling.
And they just lost, they got canceled from their fire insurance. So they're dealing with this. They're 90 years old. And through the state of California.
Dude, Sister T, if the stream ever goes down and you're here, please do A13. Let me know, because I can't tell when it goes down, and I need to know ASAP, otherwise I'll get a strike. I do appreciate you. That goes for anybody that has the hours to do that. So check right now if you have the hours to do it. Only do it in an emergency though, please. That could have saved me yesterday from getting a warning. But I'm not really, because I didn't have the headphones on, but possibly if I would have had them on. I usually have them on when I go to the kitchen. I got lucky yesterday, dude, with
Houston, we have a problem.
With Joe Show. And I just happened to look when somebody said "uh-oh" in chat. I was like, "uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh," and then I went and looked, and it was sure enough down. If I wouldn't have seen that, I would have kept streaming. I would have gotten a strike.
They're 90 years old. That they've had.
Yeah, this one's pregnant.
Living in this house for 75 years, and they've had the same insurance. And these insurance people decided to cancel their fire. And we're going through this, and it just happened, and they have no fire insurance. So thank you, California insurance companies, supporting residents who pay taxes and love California. And they wonder why people leave California.
First and foremost, you did get your parents out safely.
I live in Sierra Madre, and my parents are in Sierra Madre, but...
Dude, how can they do that? Why don't they just charge more for it? What do you mean they wouldn't let them have fire insurance? Couldn't they have shopped around or something and gotten insurance where they could get fire insurance? Wouldn't that have been the best thing to do at that point, possibly? It's like, instead of just being like, supposedly you're supposed to shop around for insurance once a year. That's what is old knowledge. I don't know if it's still the thing or not, probably, because like usually after you've been with someone for a while, another company will give you a better deal, but you gotta be careful. You don't want to shoot yourself in the foot and get with a company that doesn't have a good reputation just for a good deal, because then the first accident you get, they cancel your ass, and it's hard to get another insurance company if you get canceled. That's what I heard. It's never happened to me.
And now you know that it is under evacuation as well, north of Sierra Madre Boulevard.
Yeah, I snuck here. You know, there's a will, there's a way. Probably shouldn't do it, but you know what? Under the circumstances, send me to jail. That's fine.
It is unbelievable what's happening here to the neighbors. Your parents' house is still standing. You had a hose. You're doing what you can.
I mean, I have a hose. It doesn't compare to these beloved neighbors that I've known. I was born and raised in this house, and I live in Sierra Madre, and I'm now 62 years old.
Oh.
And this is the house I was born and raised in, and I've never moved out of Pasadena, Sierra Madre, Hastings Ranch.
I know people are dipping in and out of our coverage as we speak to you. Let's have my photographer Romeo pan right over there to where we were and what's happening across the street. When you see that of your neighbors' houses, what are you thinking?
There's no words to even describe how heartbreaking.
CalGov, why?
Life. That's your entire life.
Why do the California government did it?
You don't get that back. The memories are gone. I hope they're alive.
I wonder if they were. Look at how big she's getting. Oh no. Oh. She is annoying, dude. Y'all think she's actually pregnant, or just like got some medical issue going on that's making her balloon up and eat like crazy? I think she's pregnant. Out here out front right now, hobbling around. That actually could be Sweet Pea's mom. Oh, for sure. If Sweet Pea was even born under the house. I know if she was in my front yard one morning and I put her under the house, her just going up in there like she did, I guess she would, because it's a hole and it seems safer than being near me. Maybe she smelled cats, and it's a mystery though. She was born from Mama Cat. Mama Cat could be your dad. Tux could be your dad. It'd have been cool to get Tux's DNA and send it off with hers, just to know. How much that would have costed.
And new tonight, President-elect Donald Trump's push for deportations wins support from a surprising place. Arizona's top 3 elected Democrats.
12 News journalist Bram Resnick has more on the fast-changing politics of immigration in our home state. Bram?
Now, Mark, the state's first Latino senator, Democrat Ruben Gallego, announced today he's co-sponsoring a bill that would expose more undocumented immigrants to deportation. Senator Mark Kelly and Governor Katie Hobbs also got on board. You could say elections have consequences, but Democratic allies are outraged. Ray Ibarra Maldonado aimed his disgust at the state's top 3 Democratic leaders.
It's a giant kick in the gut.
The longtime Phoenix immigration attorney reserved most of his scorn for the state's first Latino senator.
Like, what have we been fighting for all these years to get more people of color in positions of power when the first move they make is to stab our community in the back?
In office less than a week, Gallego is now co-sponsoring his first bill. The Republican-backed and Trump-approved Laken-Riley Act would expose more undocumented immigrants to deportation for misdemeanor crimes like shoplifting.
He was an illegal migrant, and he shouldn't have been in our country, and he never would have been under the Trump policy.
Laken-Riley was a 22-year-old nursing student in Georgia who was killed last year by a 26-year-old undocumented immigrant previously arrested for theft.
It's a big victory for the private prison industry. They're going to get more beds filled up. They're going to get more people that they can get a profit.
Motherfucker, if you come here and break our laws, we got to get rid of you. That's a precursor to breaking worse laws. Like, what are you doing coming here? Who the fuck does that? Dude, the only law I broke in Vienna was as a tourist was smoking weed, and I smoked weed in a public place with some people too, but Vienna's a very art forward city. Like, weed's really not a big deal there. And I smuggled Suica, which is Romanian plum moonshine, through multiple countries and into America. Okay, that's what I did. I wasn't stealing from anybody. I wasn't doing anything towards anybody else. I wouldn't have done that, dude. Like, I can't imagine going to another country and stealing and risking going to jail. Like, I was doing things that I knew others had done. Like, it was like a family tradition to bring Suica back from Romania back to Austria, and so that they could have some from the motherland. You know, I was doing something for them. It wasn't like out of greed that I was bringing that back. You know, and the weed was like, bro, come on, bro. I'm back. Weed, bro, come on, man. I wasn't trying to live there. I wasn't trying to become a citizen of their country. I was just visiting and spending a lot of money in their economy. I wasn't asking for handouts. I wasn't getting a free place to stay, food. Nothing was free. Everything I was paying for, and I was like, I was doing a lot of, like, I was tipping people at the bar, you know. I'm like, they're not coming here doing any of that. They're coming here asking for handouts and stealing from us, and worse. So yeah, if you come here stealing, you gotta fucking go back. What are you doing, man? You gotta be on good behavior if you're expecting us to take care of you like a little baby.
Off of
Gallego, fellow Senator Mark Kelly, and Governor Katie Hobbs.
I had to think about that for a second, because yeah, sure, I was breaking laws in another country. I broke laws in another country, but I was also putting a lot of money into their economy. I was paying to be there. It's different. If you come here as a tourist and you're paying to have fun here, and you steal something from a store, that's still like, I wasn't doing that type of shit, dude. If you like smoke weed, that's not a big deal to me. But stealing, yeah, I wouldn't have done that, dude. That's just stupid. So even as a tourist, I'd be stupid.
Gallego, fellow Senator Mark Kelly, and Governor Katie Hobbs said the bill would keep communities safe and fix a broken border.
And it makes perfect sense for Democrat leaders to get on board and support it. It's where the voters are on this issue, frankly.
Republican consultant Chad Haywood recalled that former Democratic Governor Janet Napolitano also got tough on border security.
This is a common sense, no-brainer for a politician from a border state.
The Laken-Riley Act was passed by the House Tuesday in a bipartisan vote. The bill heads to the Republican-controlled Senate on Friday, where Democrats are needed to advance the bill to a full vote. And this could be the first piece of legislation signed into law by Donald Trump when he takes office on January 20th.
Okay.
Bram Resnick, 12 News.
Bram, thanks.
When is the Senate? What did he say?
Democrats are needed to advance the bill to a full vote. Heads to the Republican-controlled Senate on Friday, where Democrats are...
Tomorrow, that's going to be content. Carter service, yeah. I don't know, that's why I'm not trying to do that. It's been like over 4 days, been in a lying in wake or whatever. It took him a day just to get him down the street with the horse buggy.
Proud woman will spend more than 2 decades in prison for her role in a massive international drug operation that involved a Mexican drug cartel bringing narcotics into Minnesota. Jessica Hart joins us with more on the case. Jessica?
Julie, we all know how hard it's been to stop the flow of fentanyl and other drugs into Minnesota and surrounding states. And the people bringing it in don't always stand out. Sometimes they blend right into the crowd.
When you look at the Facebook photos of Michaela Knott, you might not think she is tied to a Mexican drug cartel.
Look at her. She's going to be getting
in a federal courthouse in Fargo last week, this 32-year-old St. Cloud woman was sentenced to 26 years in federal.
That's that's false advertising. Is this her freaking dating picture? It's just like, that's actually cute. That is looking like she needs to get on the treadmill a little bit.
Sentenced to 26
Maybe it's
years
because she's
in
been
federal
locked
prison
up for so
for her
long.
role in funneling meth, cocaine, and fentanyl into the Midwest. Her supplier, the Sinaloa cartel, the same one once led by El Chapo. The indictment describes Knott as the principal administrator. Documents say the group used violence and threats to hide their activities and ensure payment. Her mother says she moved to Mexico in 2020 and is someone everyone loves.
So if this woman was running it from down in Mexico, that would be an interesting thing to DEA.
Doug Kelly is a former federal prosecutor who used to go after cartels.
From the cartel's perspective, what's the significance of getting someone from Minnesota involved?
You have to have an outlet for the drugs that you get in here, and so you get them across the border, and then how do you get them up? White Minnesota women would be wonderful. Nobody thinks of them as drug dealers.
The investigation into Knott's ring led to seizures of over 100 pounds of meth, 9 pounds of fentanyl powder, and 120,000 fentanyl pills. It also led to 18 other people being charged, including Jeffrey Knott, her father.
How does this case speak to the larger problem of just fentanyl finding its way into the country?
You know, you still feel like you're just putting your finger in a hole in the dike.
The father-daughter duo were both charged with witness intimidation. Documents claim Jeffrey told a witness not to speak with law enforcement while Michaela tried to get someone to hurt a witness. Her mother tells me her daughter would never hurt a fly.
Wish she would hurt a witness. Or maybe she would get somebody else to do it. Dude, why is Mayor Adams talking so much lately? He's got another stream about to start. Mayor Adams is talking every day lately. State of the city address. What is this? Panic
the Mexican
button.
government is looking to roll out a new panic button for Mexican migrants who are in danger of being deported from the U.S. The announcement comes just weeks before President-elect Donald Trump is set to be inaugurated after promising mass deportations of undocumented immigrants when he takes office for his second term. Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum and her administration say they've developed a mobile app that's currently in the testing phase. Mexico's Secretary of Foreign Affairs, Juan Ramon de la Fuente, announced a major rollout is expected this year. In case you find yourself in a situation where detention is imminent, you push the alert button and that sends a signal to the nearest consulate, de la Fuente said. The panic button alerts the nearest Mexican consulate and close family members of the person who's being targeted. It's meant to be used by someone who is facing imminent detention, according to Mexican government officials. They also say a legal aid program for Mexicans in the U.S. now has more than 300 advisors at 53 consulates, with additional support from consultants and law firms. Mexican officials estimate 11.5 million Mexicans have legal U.S. residency, while 4.8 million lack legal status or documentation.
What?
The Mexican president tells reporters vulnerable Mexican citizens need to know that they have rights. You can't just deport a person, detain them, and take them to the border. There are a series of legal procedures that need to be followed, Sheinbaum said. De La Fuente says the app is still in the testing phase, and it's unclear when it will be fully rolled out. For Shade Arrow News,
like literally everybody else died. Like hundreds of people died in the Mexican elections, and that one, a female. Dude, check this out. If you know anything about Mexican culture, you know they're extremely sexist, dude. Like their language, it starts with their language. Feminine, masculine words, and very sexist culture. So for them to have a female president, man, she's a fucking figurehead with puppet strings attached. Definitely.
There is now the biggest blaze, burning over 17,000 acres and still at 0% containment. But firefighters were reportedly running out of water from hydrants as they fought those flames yesterday.
Dr. Houman Hamadi escaped with his family as fire approached his home. He joins us now. Dr. Hamadi, obviously you're living this horror right now, but building off of Brooks' report, where do you lay the blame? Who's accountable for this tragedy?
Oh, wait, is that why?
Todd. It's pretty obvious who's...
Is that why? Because he just got indicted again, like this morning? He's going to talk about it? Interesting. Well, Trump will probably pardon him.
For this tragedy.
Thank you, Todd. It's pretty obvious who's at blame for this, and it's Governor Gavin Newsom, it's Mayor Karen Bass, and on a county level, it's the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, 5 women whose job it is to try to guide all of public safety and infrastructure for the Los Angeles County. These people have one main job, and that main job is public safety. It is not climate change, it's not DEI, it's not high-speed rail that's going to cost $200 billion and take 50 years to build. It is one thing, and it's public safety, and that is the one thing they have not been focused on. Karen Bass went off to Ghana on a political junket. Gavin Newsom called a special session of the California State Legislature to spend $25 million to Trump-proof California before Trump even takes office, and then 3 days ago has a press conference bragging about this disaster of a high-speed rail. They've done everything possible.
I got something really, really good to show after this that I haven't seen. Just remind me. I was going to start watching it today. this morning. It's short too, but I wanted to watch it with you guys. It's one of those DC short ones. It's hilarious. It looks hilarious. Like, yeah, it has to do with the fires.
Aside from focus on this, and you look at Karen Bass, she spent billions of dollars building places to put homeless people and illegal immigrants, putting them up in expensive hotels at a few $100s a night, while cutting the budget of the fire department by close to $20 million at a time when we need it most.
Yeah.
The fire department is understaffed. They're short on air resources, short on individuals, short on trucks, short on water, of all things. This is something that we predicted, something we knew would happen. I took my family up to a mountain in the Palisades overlooking the whole community and actually showed them. And I said these words about 6 months ago: this place will all burn. Why? Because it was obvious to anyone that this is dry and it's ready to go up, and we have no resources to prevent it. And unfortunately, what I predicted came true. This should never have happened, and had they done the right things in advance to prevent it and to attack it as soon as it began, this never would have gotten to this point.
And you mentioned, Doctor, that the fire department is understaffed. We got to know you during the COVID-19 pandemic, and during that time, there were firefighters who were let go because they didn't get vaccinated. And boy, does the city need those firefighters now.
This was one of the biggest tragedies of COVID, is they got rid of so many firefighters who were young, healthy people who were never at risk of COVID to begin with, people who work outdoors for the most part anyway, never exposed in a meaningful way.
The mayor of Los Angeles
and told them, unless you get this vaccine that you don't necessarily need, you're out. And guess what happened? They either fired them, or worse, they left and went to other fire departments, abandoning Los Angeles, leaving LA with a major shortage that lasts to this day. Even on top of that, again, with the budget cuts, even if they wanted those people, they don't have the money for them anymore. This is an absolute disaster, completely preventable, and I think it's criminal negligence on their part.
Speaking of money, insurers reportedly dropping fire coverage for hundreds of California homes months ago in the Pacific Palisades area. Doctor, what happens to your friends, your family, your neighbors who want to rebuild but now don't have that insurance coverage and maybe aren't Hollywood celebrities with basically self-insurance where they can just write another check and build their home in a few months?
Yeah, this is the part of the story no one's talking enough about. They assume because of the words Malibu and Pacific Palisades, these are all very wealthy people. I'm a treasurer of the beach club, La Costa Beach Club in Malibu. I know many of the 300 people who all lost their homes over there, who are members of that club, who live in that surrounding community.
That one was the wildest.
And guess what? There are firefighters, teachers, retired elderly people. There are people who are blue collar, low income, who've lived in that community for decades before Malibu got expensive. We're not talking about wealthy people, people who really do not have the resources. And with that lack of insurance and the impossibility of getting insurance in the future after what we just saw, guess what's going to happen? Reconstruction is going to become next to impossible. Add to that all of the administrative headaches from the California Coastal Commission, as well as Malibu and LA cities that are going to have to watch over this, and the lack of construction resources and how they're going to jack up the cost. This is going to take decades to rebuild, not weeks, not years, decades, mark my words. And they're going to be people who have lost everything and will never be able to return. They're going to have to move far away and lose all of their community, their families, and everything they spent so much time building.
Insurance.
Yeah, that's right. If you lost your home and you don't have insurance to help you get a new one, then your life is altered forever.
Even if
Dr. Hamadi, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We're so glad that you're safe. Thank you for your time and insight.
Thank you so much.
So
you're very welcome.
It could happen again tomorrow. Who wants to do that? That's such a risk. Yeah, man, this is going to change the demographics of LA dramatically. I feel maybe even the geography of it. Houses might turn into apartment complexes in Malibu. Fucking California's going downhill, dude. It's turned into a shithole. Just gradually. Just let it happen.
The mayor of Los Angeles is in Ghana as her city burns, but not to worry. Governor Gavin Newsom is on the scene. I'm sure he's wondering where it all went wrong.
I think we're all in the same path. We do have to do management, maintenance, and we'll be working also with environmental groups. They've really, I think everybody's seen the light. And
And I don't think we'll have this again to this extent. We're going to have to work quickly. We've got to take care of the floors, the floors of the forests. Very important. You look at other countries where they do it differently. It's a whole different story. I was with the president of Finland, and he said, we have a much different, we're a forest nation. He called it a forest nation. And they spend a lot of time on raking and cleaning and doing things, and they don't have any problem. And when it is, it's a very small problem. We have the management factory that I know Jerry's really been up on and very well. And Gavin is we're going to be looking at it together. And right now that seems to be a very big problem, and we're going to get that problem solved. In the Farm Bill, we're putting quite a bit of money, about $500 million in the Farm Bill for management and maintenance of the forests. We can't go through this every year. We go through this, and we're going to have safe forests.
Trump later tweeted the following. The governor of California, Gavin Newsom, has done a terrible job of forest management. I told him from the first day we met that he must clean his forest floors regardless of what his bosses, the environmentalists, demand of him. Must also do burns and cut fire stoppers. Every year as the fires rage and California burns, it's the same thing, and then he comes to the federal government for money help. No more. Get your act together, Governor. You don't see close to the level of burn in other states. In 2024, Trump talked about this issue with Joe Rogan.
Your forests are dry as a bone.
Yeah.
Okay?
Dangerous.
Billions of dollars a year they spend on forest fires. And, there's a case with the environment. They're not allowed to rake their forests because you're not allowed to touch it. When a tree falls down, after 18 months, it becomes very dry. It's like, like real firewood. It's bad. When they fall, they're like, it's like lighting a match.
Yeah.
And you got to be able to clean. They call it maintain your forest. So I was with the head of Austria. He said, it's a shame. I see all those forest fires in California, and all they have to do is clean their forest, meaning rake it up, get rid of the leaves, get rid of, leaves that are sitting there for 5 years. And
we'll certainly get rid of the deadfall. I don't think you could rake the whole forest. I think you can get rid of the deadfall, but raking all the leaves.
You could certainly get rid of the dead, okay?
Yeah, I think that's the real issue.
Environmentally, they don't want to do that. They said, it's got to be nature and all this stuff.
The guy that Los Angeles voted not to be mayor, who was defeated by the current mayor in Ghana, explained that the problems go even deeper.
Our first responders and our firefighters who are trying to battle this, there's no water in the Palisades. There's no water coming out of the fire hydrants. This is an absolute mismanagement by the city. It's not the firefighters' fault, but it's by the city. And I'm going to be very honest. We've got a mayor that's out of the country, and we've got a city that's burning, and there's no resources to put out fires. So if you look at your pictures, you don't see the firefighters there because there's nothing they can do. And it looks like we're in a third world country here. The brush up in these hills that are controlled by the city and the county, I would bet you that if they haven't been handled, mitigated, pruned, removed for probably 30 or 40 years. This was a disaster waiting to happen.
I have a pretty good guess as to what politicians will point their fingers to for these fires, though. Let's see what they said in 2020.
There is something so fundamental that also cannot be denied, and that is climate change. If you do not believe in science, I hope you believe in observed evidence. The debate is over around climate change. Just come to the state of California. Observe it with your own eyes. It's not an intellectual debate. It's not even debatable.
Climate change. And those who do not believe it do so at their own peril.
Mother Earth is angry. She's telling us, whether she's telling us with hurricanes on the Gulf Coast, or fires in the West, whatever it is, that the climate crisis is real and has an impact.
The president has blamed the American West, and California in particular, for its own wildfires, saying that really they should sweep the forests. Literally, his idea is A, that climate change is a hoax. This is all a hoax. And B, the only places that get wildfires are places that deserve it because they don't do a good enough job sweeping the ground in the forest, like with brooms.
This is a disaster waiting to happen. I have a pretty good guess as to what politicians will point their fingers to for these fires, though. Let's see what they said in 2020.
There is something so fundamental that also cannot be denied, and that is climate change. If you do not believe in science, I hope you believe in observed evidence. The debate is over around climate change. And
Yeah, they took him.
An internal memo from the Veterans Administration.
I want to see this too.
Unusual
this is interesting.
Support for the upcoming presidential
See, I'm losing viewers without them saying bye. Fuck them.
The Department of Veterans Affairs has disclosed a memo
Fucking
from
assholes.
the Executive Director, Office of the Emergency Management within Veterans
Even
Affairs.
say hi.
The source inside the VA said the source deployment request did not occur for the last 2 inaugurations. We spoke to the source inside the VA to ask if this is something that's typical. So, can you just talk a minute about?
So I'm just going to tell you what they did. They want a bunch of nurses there, and it's never been asked from the VA for the last 2 things. They want to have medical personnel at the inauguration.
Typical or not typical within the VA, them doing these sorts of things for the past few inaugurations?
What concerned me was that this has never been requested before, especially not from HHS. What we have, what I saw to me was a little bit unnerving. I've been in the VA for several inaugurations, and this was the first time they have ever asked for DEMS personnel.
First time they've ever asked for personnel.
For an inauguration, yes.
Why do you think that is?
I have no idea. That's why I decided to send that memo to you, because I believe that there's something unnerving about it. I'm not 100% sure, but my gut says this is not normal, and it's not.
The memo details a formal request from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Administration for Strategic Preparedness and Response, or ASPR. It calls upon the Veterans Administration to provide critical medical support for the event. Specifically, they sought the deployment of paramedics, registered nurses with expertise in emergency and medical surgical care, and licensed medical practitioners, including MDs, DOs, NPs, PAs, specializing in emergency medicine. The memo is signed by Derek Justad,
Maybe in case there's a terrorist
the Executive
event.
Director for the VHA Office of Emergency Management. We ask, is this request part of a standard protocol for inaugurations, or is there a specific reason for the heightened medical readiness? We sent an email to the email address provided on the memo, and we have not yet heard back. We also gave a call to the Executive Director himself, Justad.
This is Derek.
Hi, Derek Justad?
Yes.
Hi there. You wrote a memo dated December 10th, distributed internally, and it was said urgent, and you were talking about preparations for the inauguration. I'd like to ask you a few questions about the memo.
How can I help?
A source within the VA has told us that it's quite unusual. Is it typical that you guys out of the Office of Emergency Management deploy these resources for a presidential inauguration?
I can't speak to every, but 2 out of at least the last 3, I want to say 3 out of the last 4.
Well, the source inside the VA is saying that this has not been done for previous inaugurations.
I can't help what the source within the VA has chimed or has claimed, but that is not the case. And indeed, we have supported presidential inaugurations previously. And I would refer you to the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response at the Department of Health and Human Services to attest to that fact.
Can you send me the previous memos?
I would refer you to the FOIA office, Freedom of Information, as I do not have access to materials going back that far.
We filed a FOIA request last week.
Okay, great.
But that's going to take months, if not a year, to receive. We also submitted a Freedom of Information Act request to the Department of Health and Human Services to confirm whether this level of medical support is standard procedure. We have not heard back. So what I'm trying to ascertain is if, and I know this is something that you don't know, is whether or not this is something that happens for each inauguration. Do you know who could help me answer that question?
Yes, VHA Communications.
So you guys have done this during the last inauguration with Joe Biden, the first inauguration of President Trump in 2017. Obama before that. You guys have done this in the past several inaugurations, you're saying?
I personally can't speak to previous inaugurations.
So why is this specific presidential inauguration generating a request for such a significant deployment of medical personnel? Does the Department of Health and Human Services have information regarding a potential event or risk on that day? What is the purpose behind all of this? Now, if you're a source inside the federal government, the time to provide information or come forward is now. The American public deserves clarity on matters such as these. Transparency builds trust, which is vital to the democratic process. Reach out to us on our Signal account at 914-491-9395 or tips at o'keefemediagroup.com, and stay tuned.
After experiencing 4 years of...
What if they, man, is he supposed to do it like he did on the, is he gonna have some, oh yeah, that's right, it's a big old ceremony, but it's super blocked off. How would anybody infiltrate that thing? Just having a gun in DC is illegal.
We may never know who or what started the massive, devastating fires in Los Angeles. But at the very top of the suspect list sits a group known simply as the homeless. Of course, in Los Angeles, this actually means degenerate druggie who can commit just about any crime and get away with it. The reason this group is suspected is because they've been starting fires for years. Sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor and understand why every time a fire breaks out, the finger is immediately pointed at this group of people that city leaders refuse to do anything about.
But there were two huge explosions, and then there was a pop, pop, pop.
Gene Rice lives just around the corner.
Wonder.
Fire destroyed the tent where it started.
Dude, remember the overpass fire that was underneath the 10? That was crazy. I think they had to check to make sure the concrete was still good because it was so hot. They wouldn't let people drive over the 10 going to Santa Monica for like days. Almost people did that.
Destroyed everything around it. Just one of numerous tent fires recently in this same neighborhood.
We're all in danger.
The number of fires related to homeless people has been going up every year, nearly double the number last year compared to 2020.
They're actually
evacuating. Those fires often damage apartments and other buildings.
This dude's car is about to blow up, bro. What the? Oh wait, he just set it on fire? He set it? He set it on fire. He's got a gasoline tank. He's checking out his own crime scene. He's like, how good did I do right there? Do I do a good job right there?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Chinatown residents at 877 Bunker Hill woke up to an orange glow, shattered windows, and flames around 3:40 this morning. According to LAPD, the vacant apartment building next door has become a site for homeless encampments.
The police chase the homeless out, but they keep coming back. So this time they said it good.
This is the construction building that went on fire right around 3:30 a.m. That fire quickly spreading to the building right next to it. You can see some of the firefighters there on the roof. At this hour, we know that over 1,000 people are currently without power in this entire neighborhood.
That's where several Los Angeles firefighters were injured, including one with severe injuries after an explosion at a homeless encampment.
They're looking for one suspect, a man who they believe is unhoused, who purposely set these 5 vehicles on fire.
Firefighters are continuing to pour water on
Dude,
a
what
stubborn
if a freaking
fire
homeless
that's been
person
burning in
set
West
this on
LA for more than
purpose?
10 hours. Officials say a homeless person managed to escape the building without injuries.
Some homeless people are apparently diverting electricity meant to power streetlights to run power to their tents.
This is a huge problem, Joel. This is crazy.
The very busy Interstate 10 caught fire early Saturday.
A
massive blaze destroyed several vehicles, including a fire truck. The city says engineers are assessing the structural damage, but have no timeline for reopening the 10.
Homeless living underneath, pushed out by the heat, ran for their lives as flames engulfed a 2-block stretch.
And it was just like completely darkness and smoke.
Upon arrival, firefighters found a well-established fire inside of a 2-story commercial building just under 7,000 square feet. Simultaneously leading those around the building to safety, firefighters developed hose lines to make an interior attack. Within 26 minutes, firefighters had to transition to a defensive posture due to the structural compromise and partial roof collapse.
We are here live and direct, Venice Beach, California. Unreal.
Oh,
Look at this
the
mega fire
bathroom?
right here. Hopefully nobody's in there. Hey, is anybody in there, man? Oh, shit, man. Somebody call police. Oh, the police are already there, man. Unreal. Don't even open that shit, bro.
Yeah, like, really, just let it shit burn, dude.
It's a bomb in there or something.
It's called a controlled burn.
I don't know if they know about this because they're on a different call over there, but I don't know what the hell is on fire in there, but something is on fire. Mega fire.
This is the one that started it.
Cameras were rolling as flames engulfed multiple properties in the Venice canals.
Rather than rebuild, I'm actually thinking of tearing it down, selling the lot, and moving away from all these homeless people, because it could happen again.
Neighbors in the Venice canals say people living in a massive homeless encampment on Venice Boulevard have been wreaking havoc on their community. This weekend saw several transients coming and going from the property next door, which was under construction. He didn't witness the fire being lit, but saw it burning in the garage area around 10:30 Sunday night.
They know they're not supposed to start fires in people's houses. They know that, and yet they do it.
Her dog died. She lost her home and she lost everything. When is it going to be enough?
An overnight fire at a Venice bungalow, the latest in a string of dangerous incidents that is quickly making parts of Venice unlivable.
The chaos on the street
Venice isn't that far from Pacific Palisades.
It's unbearable.
This photo shows the owner weeping beneath the body of her beloved dog Togo wrapped in a sheet. The fire may have been arson. Firefighters telling local reporters they think someone threw something over the fence. Residents believe it was payback for recent incidents involving the homeless. There's a large tent encampment outside just across the street from Westminster Avenue Elementary.
We live with feces all around our house.
There's been 20 fires in this general vicinity of the 105-110 area since last Thursday.
4 or more homeless fires a day, all within 1 mile of this 105-110 interchange. Community advocate David Matthews says they're all arson, and most often in the middle of the night. The homeless fires are in campers, tents, grassy encampments, and along the railroad tracks.
One of the biggest challenges we have in the gateway is we have all these overlapping jurisdictions. It actually happened on state property, so now you have to get Caltrans and CHP involved to let them know that, hey, you had a fire, and then it was the city fire department that responded.
So in a way, this is actually kind of a perfect place for a homeless person to live.
It's the perfect black hole.
I am so tired of the absolute inaction of our politicians here.
Well, keep voting for them. Associated Press stream up. They're not moving around though. Go in the church. I don't think Associated Press will strike me, even if it was big screen. Hello. Oh, this is interesting.
There's a moment right there. Barack Obama sitting next to President Trump. Suffice it to say, something you just don't see.
It is not a common occurrence, that
so
is
much
for
history.
Sure. Barack Obama campaigning for the Vice President Kamala Harris. Obviously, she did not.
Oh, they have to sit next to each other.
Trump, exchanging a smile.
Because they're sitting in order of when they were president last. Interesting. But he was having small talk and not. But Obama's always been a cordial person, though. So he probably still disagrees with Trump.
Former President George W. Bush, former First Lady Laura Bush, shaking the hands, and this, as Jimmy Carter probably would have liked, is somewhat cathartic for a country that the vast majority of people truly hunger for some sort of, connection and way forward to try to erase some of these dividing
Bush is always
lines.
laughing, isn't he?
The Bushes,
Jolly
Barack
person.
Obama, Donald and Melania Trump. Here we see former President Bill Clinton, former First Lady Hillary Clinton, former
Oh wait,
Secretary of
Clinton
State,
was
obviously.
president after Bush, though, wasn't he? So he should be switching seats with Bush.
On the far left in that back row, Dan Quayle shaking the hand of Bill
Bush
Clinton
just
a
wanted
moment
to sit
ago.
next to Obama.
Al Gore, who was obviously Bill Clinton's vice president.
Oh, Bush gets to sit next to Hillary in between two ladies. A ladies' man, huh?
So many chapters of history, if you will. Obviously, Hillary Clinton having run against Donald Trump in 2016.
That'd be a weird threesome, wouldn't it?
Losing that election in the Electoral College in a very close election, winning the popular vote. Returning here with her husband, sitting next to George W. Bush, where she has been
He
seated
looks
many
the same
times
age as
before.
Clinton.
And wouldn't be fascinating to be able to hear the conversation
They're
right
talking a
now,
lot,
Terry
though.
Moran, between Barack Obama
Oh,
and
he
Donald
just
Trump.
laughed, dude.
It sure would. I mean, you're looking at generations of presidential history, but that in particular, Donald Trump there and Barack Obama, two men who have fought as fiercely and as personally, as vituperatively as any people
Looked like a
in
genuine laugh.
American history, any presidents in American history. They're chatting away. And it occurs to me that it could be this re-election of Donald Trump, who will pursue an agenda that Barack Obama will no doubt totally oppose. But this re-election settles things in the country a bit. It's almost as if Trump felt, with not winning the popular vote in 2016, that he would, in some ways, not have been legitimate, or was refused legitimacy by many people in the United States. Now, there's no doubt he's the major politician of this era, and maybe there's more to talk about, more to share. And they're just two politicians who are able to get along with people they despise. Not that they do, but they're practiced at it. But it is fascinating.
Everybody else is probably like, why are they talking? Show some respect. It's interesting, no one else is talking, but they're talking away, though. They're not listening to the music. They're not respecting the ceremony. Some people might look down on that. Dems are probably going to be like looking down on Obama for that too. For the both things, talking to Trump and laughing, and not giving the respect to the singers. Who knows? That's what the fire looks like right now.
It starts burning back a little too fast when the winds drop, because then now it's gonna flip from a wind-driven to a fuel-driven, and it's just gonna follow wherever path has more fuels to burn.
Was that the Getty? Did the Getty actually get burned? Like, why does Mayor Adams have a choir singing? Oh, it's a city address singing. Venezuela's protesting. I need to put some of these little egg things in the air fryer real fast. I'll be right back.
Vamos.
That everything has to do with I gotta have my vegetables, man. What are you talking about? Oatmeal's going, eggs are cooking. So these people are protesting ahead of Maduro inauguration, and Maduro is like Trump, right? He's a right winger, right? See that? Oh, they're rivals. Oh, they're rivals, actually. The leftist. Okay, so yeah. Final answer. He's a Democratist. So he's the one that's emptying his prisons and dumping them into our country. Is this him? He's walking down the street. Can't fix it, probably. You just had to come take over Venezuela. Top reviews of burned down stuff. Apartment complex looks like. What else we've seen? I can't find it. Unfortunate. Ready. Those used to be houses. Oh my god, that used to be a neighborhood. That must be Eaton. Or Pacific Palisades. Oh my god, that whole neighborhood's missing. Yeah. Almost. That house is still there. A couple houses are still there, but not many. How weird it would feel going back to one of the only houses still left. Being surrounded by that. Man. Wow, it's so easy for that to happen. I feel like, yeah, maybe. Who knows? These people can't get fire insurance again. A lot of them might just still. I might buy it all up. There'll be some holdouts, so there'll always be some holdouts. You won't be able to get it. Jeez, man. A river or just water buildup from all the firefighting? It's just blurry.
Only thing standing is a chimney.
It's almost like they should have made their whole house with brick. I don't know if that would have helped. That's what the 3 little piggies did. Hopping and popping into the wind. Learn anything from the piggy? Granted, I get a weed.
You have what?
Let's read about it. Super Jack.
Okay.
Right here. Jack hair mix.
All right.
The sativa. 4.5 stars out of 5. Also known as Super Jack hair and Super Silver Jack. We'll have a preempted breakfast bowl here, huh? I'm about to do Simon's medicine in a few minutes. For his wee little heart, just to keep it pumping. Just keep it pumping one more day. Bumpity bump. Bump. We investigate the homeless people, man. You started this shit. And homeless people probably started it, dude. Maybe there was this disgruntled homeless person that was mad that he didn't have shit. Never know. They've been intentional. Because they knew it was going to be so windy. They knew it wouldn't be able to be tracked to them very easily. This is the second largest metropolitan in the country. There's more than enough crazy people for there to have been one to do that. All it takes is one. Imagine being the person that started this and being able to sit back and watch as this happened. If you're a fucking crazy person that gets off on this type of thing, they're in heaven right now. They're like, I fucking did that shit. Like, there are people out there like that, definitely, that would find joy in this because they don't have anything in life. They took from people. If I can't have it, they can't have it. So, yeah, hopefully, dude. Hopefully, they find out where, how. Probably not, though. I'm not holding my breath. That's on that one. I feel like it happened in a pretty remote spot that doesn't have many cameras. The Super Jack, also known as Super Jack hair and Super Silver Jack, is a sativa marijuana strain. Super Jack mixes Super Silver Haze with the illustrious Jack hair to create a sweet, spiced blend with a rich, buttery aroma. The potent effects spark creativity, provide an uplifting boost of energy. Super Jack is a great daytime strain that will calm any anxieties and propel you through the day. I don't smell the butter. I just smell like what smells like mid-grade weed. Because this is locally grown here by the clinic, and I got it a quarter of it for $42 or something. But if it gets rid of my mouth sores, that's all that matters. I'm starting to flare up. I had to go out and get some. I still had hash, but I had to go get some flour to help get rid of the flare up. Hash flares me up somehow. Weed balances it out. Apparently, from what I understand, it happened in an area that is more MAGA-ish, whatever. Like the people that live up there are more likely to be MAGA than like the people that are in the inner city. Dude, my headset, yeah, I got it funny. There it is. There it is. I knew something was up. That's what someone else said online. So that there was that area was known for being more MAGA than like LA in general. The higher concentration of MAGA supporters in that area than most of LA. Everybody's flying around.
Skyvon, pretty much wherever it just spirals. It works in this area right here. If you lived in like off of Sunset near Temescal Canyon or in that neighborhood that was really kind of behind or near the downtown area, I would venture to say that you really need to make the trip and come out and see it for yourself, because this whole area, every home, not every home, but pretty much every home has just been destroyed by the Palisades fire.
Wait, that's not Hollywood though, is it? Wait, that's right. Sunset Boulevard. Is that Hollywood? Man, where are all these people staying right now? The hotels must be crazy in LA right now. Dude, hotels are already crazy expensive in LA. And I did hear Airbnb is giving people a week free if they're displaced by the fires. Y'all see that? Airbnb.org offers temporary housing to people impacted by Los Angeles wildfires.
Yeah.
It's real. Free temporary housing, people.
It is difficult, and you know, my heart does go out to any of these people who lost a home, because now it is, where do you go now?
Completely free.
You know, I get it.
Funded
you might
by
have
Airbnb.
Insurance, you might have money in the bank. You might be, but still, it's where are you going to put a roof over your head? How long are you going to be able to have that roof over your head? How long is it going to take to rebuild? Are you going to rebuild? Can you? It just goes and goes and goes. But so many lives have been affected by this fire.
I don't know how long they get to stay.
and I really kind of wonder if these type of numbers have been in the past, like we've been talking about, 40 years ago, and we've had brush fires in the Malibu area where we have seen devastation. People have lost their homes, but I don't think I have personally ever seen something at this magnitude with these type of numbers right here. It really, even as I'm watching it, my mind is still like, oh my gosh, that's an entire neighborhood. And it's not a small neighborhood. It's not like a little hamlet up in the hills somewhere where everybody knows everybody. This is like a good portion of any small town in the city of Los Angeles, and everything is pretty much gone.
Medicine.
And even some of the apartment buildings are by the downtown area are gone as well. The high school is still standing out here. That probably is going to be, but damaged. Definitely damaged. I'm just seeing that right now. So this fire just ripped through this area, and it just leveled everything that was in its path. And this is not the type of destruction that we see in California at any kind of ever. And in just right. It. Right.
I'm missing time. Come on.
Yeah. 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 Oh.
Oh.
Right. It. Copy all. Just give me 1 second. I wish it was better because I really have no words. This is just shocking. 4 miles. Fernando, if you're looking, oh, you can't see the dot. I don't know what side of the road he's on or they are on, but one side of the road the houses are gone, the other side that's still there. Maybe you can grab a screenshot and let him see. All right, let's go get fuel. I don't really. Oh, sorry. I'm going to try to, oh, okay, I was going to say I'll try to show you all the smoke.
Hey, what are you doing, my son? What are you doing? I see.
Skybox 2. K-Couts TOC, like to knock it down. Copy, copy.
Just in time.
And this is going to be that Pacific Palisades neighborhood that we've been talking about all morning and basically since yesterday. When you hear those numbers, when they say 1,000, maybe more structures have burned, and a lot of them homes, this is the neighborhood that is probably going to be the biggest chunk of that number. Just by doing basic math, you come up with almost 500 homes just here in that shot, and they mar the majority, probably 99 whatever percent have been flattened by that fire. You can just go up and down the streets out here. We can pick up just any one.
People had
and
servants.
You can just go back and forth from block to block to block, and every home has been destroyed. This
I heard they were like
burning.
famous TikTokers and stuff living in Pacific Palisades.
Because
it's like
the winds were too high
the
for
real
us to
rich
be here.
people live in Beverly Hills, but these
there
are
was
like
just too much smoke. You could not really get a picture of the homes that were
that's what
destroyed
Rizzle
and
said
the
yesterday.
destruction that's out here. As we make our way over to the downtown area, which is very close by, that's Sunset Boulevard that you're looking at right there. You can actually see a lot of that destruction over here as well. All those small businesses destroyed. A couple of apartment buildings also gone. And it just goes and goes and goes. Every time you just move the camera, you're going to run into a building or a home that has been flattened by the fire. Now, we did hear Gigi talking about, sadly, that they did have a confirmation of at least one other fatality down there. Those numbers may rise, because could you imagine just how this must have looked if to be there on the ground when that fire was just going through that entire neighborhood? It was, even if there were fire trucks there, what could they do to stop that type of destruction, to stop those types of flames? This is just jaw-dropping, and apocalyptic is a word that we use, and sometimes we use these words just to be a little bit exaggerative.
They shouldn't have made it this far is the point.
I can't find the words to describe the destruction of the Palisades fire. So many homes, so many lives have been affected by this, and a lot of folks really, honestly, still don't know. They might be seeing this right now, don't want to shock or hurt anybody's feelings or feel it, but this is really what happened out here in the Palisades area when that fire ripped through there. There are plenty of other homes up in the hills, but this is more of the flatland area, and these are actual neighborhoods. You can just see block by block by block out here. Pretty much wherever you move the camera, you're going to find some kind of destruction, and it just goes from home to home. Again, if you do live out here and this is the first time you're seeing it, really, truly, my condolences. I couldn't even imagine losing everything like that. And, and this is the thing. You have your life, and everybody says other things can be replaced. But everybody knows the things in your homes, they are held dear to you. And to lose an entire home, and now also, where do you go now? There's so much happening out here, and the personal part of it, it just goes, it just becomes, it just spirals. It just spirals. And I just feel for everybody. I really, really do. I think that's one of the churches that Gigi was talking about down there earlier today. Again, some of the parishioners, this might be the first time they actually see it. The school portion still standing out there. But anywhere you look over here in the Pacific Palisades area,
I wonder if some of the churches were done on purpose.
It is just destruction upon destruction. And words, really, I can't describe it.
Wow, the wide shot really Wow, that shot right there. It's unbelievable. This
definitely. And you know, and I'm getting requests for, you know, can you look up this address? Can you look up that address? And for the most part, I have to say, a lot of them, it's been positive. It's like, you know, oh no, that home is standing, that home is standing. But in this area right here, if you lived in like off of Sunset near Temescal Canyon, or in that neighborhood that was really kind of behind or near the downtown area, I would venture to say that you really need to make the trip and come out and see it for yourself, because this whole area, every home, not every home, but pretty much every home is just been destroyed by the Palisades fire.
Yeah, oftentimes just working in this business, a lot of people ask us, right, can you check on this address and this home, as you were mentioning, Stu, and that was the case in the
live, motherfuckers, live. I was watching a live one. I said that a minute ago. Said it was live.
Hugging a firefighter here, so we've been wondering, you know, where is the
live.
firefight concentrated?
Says it's live.
Where are they taking action right now? It appears to be along this stretch of Pacific Coast Highway, just south of Tuning Canyon Road.
Julia, have you been able to see any additional water drops in the last 10 minutes or so?
No, we have not seen water drops. We have not seen firefighting helicopters. Just these spot firefighting attempts here on the ground, and mostly again concentrated along Pacific Coast Highway. And we do need to fly out of here very quickly. We need to get fuel, and this smoke is just untenable for us. But we're live in News Dropper 4. Back to you.
All right, our Julia Dang overhead in News Dropper 4. Continue being safe out there. Just a quick note for our viewers, the block that
you should have seen the smoke I had to fly through in
PCH. We believe that house that was still standing was
through the burn pits of Saudi Arabia.
Right now, we want to go over to our meteorologist, Shauna Mendiola, standing by with more on those winds that we're expecting to see increase once again, Shauna.
Yeah, and they're already picking up right now. So I've been monitoring them. In the last 20 minutes, we have seen it pick up in the LA County region. So as Julia mentioned, she saw a little bit of an uptick and a little flare up. It's because those winds are starting up again. If you take a look at the Inland Empire, we are starting to see winds pick up for you anywhere between 20 and 30 miles per hour at this time. And then into Ventura and LA County, we've already got some winds in the higher peaks coming in at 40 to 50 miles per hour in terms of the gusts. So this is the beginning of what is going to be the next round of wind. But the difference this time is it is our typical Santa Ana wind. And what we mean is that those wind sheltered areas near Altadena in the San Gabriel Valley that typically
I was watching the chopper. They always get me.
Understand how your house was spared while others weren't. You know, I talked with another neighbor out here in this community who was saying,
Christ, Cat.
you know, he's grateful for that.
But he
feels
food.
like the community likely could never be the same because so much has been destroyed.
No, I was just hanging out by Franklin Elementary and just taking pictures, and some neighbor that I've never met before came and we just hugged and cried. Never met each other before, but we just shared that same pain and just the question mark of what's coming next. We have no idea. We're going moment to moment right now. It's complete chaos. You look to your left, you look to your right, and houses that have been there for years, decades are gone. And complete neighborhoods wiped out, lost.
Yeah, one of the things I was noticing is, you know, the shops, the restaurants, the businesses, dental offices, it's what makes the community, and it's not just homes or just a strip mall lost.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I used to come here and get my hats shaped, and now it's gone. You know, the stores, they're all small shops, mom and pop shops, very, very intimate. You get to know the people.
Let me get this hat shaped, but he doesn't know how to shave.
And you come here often, and it's just gone. It's all gone.
Did the barber get burned up too?
I would go to for breakfast, places that I would go to meet with friends and family. It's all gone.
Burned up last month, apparently.
It's on a massive scale. You know, it's not like one or two houses and it's just a sad situation. It's a massive scale. We don't know how to rebuild this.
we don't even know how the insurance companies are going to give a damn, to be honest with you, about this, because the destruction is on such a massive scale.
And so, do you feel like you even, like it's even hit you yet, or that you're still processing?
I'm still definitely in shock. I'm definitely in shock, and I'm exploring, and I'm just realizing that there's more to be shocked about. So I'm in this perpetual state of shock right now.
Right, it's every corner you turn, you see more and more and more.
Yeah, and the quality of the air. Last night was horrible.
Too bad.
Last night we were up until 2, 3 in the morning, just making sure no one is breaking into our houses, because there's a whole other level of chaos, a whole other nightmare at night. People that come here to prey on the suffering that's been going on.
Which is awful. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Yeah, it's Vaco.
Vaco, thank you so much for talking with us. I appreciate it. We wish you the best in such a horrible time, but thank you so much. We really do appreciate it. So Chris and Amy, you heard his words here. I mean, it's hard to really describe, but it's difficult out here.
Yes, and they will hopefully come together just inch by inch to try to rebuild. That's all they can do.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rick. We are just continuing to bring you the latest information that we can on the fires.
Yeah, we want to check in with Assignment Manager Mark Blue. He's at the desk. He's ready to give us a rundown of where we stand with the fires. Mark.
Yeah.
I don't know. I only want to watch interviews for shit, all that. Interviews and chopper cams, those are safer. Get in the studio with them. That's where they get you. This is something. These things are very cheesy, so that makes them kind of good.
Less than 24 hours after finding 2 bodies in the wheel well of one of its planes that landed in South Florida, another incident involving JetBlue. This time a man who fellow passengers say appeared to be extremely irritated opened the emergency door on a flight that was taxiing for takeoff at Logan International Airport in Boston. Airport officials called the Massachusetts State Police at around 7:30 Tuesday night as the flight got ready to depart from Boston to San Juan, Puerto Rico. Other passengers restrained the man until troopers arrived and arrested him. In a statement to CNN, JetBlue said a customer, for unknown reasons, opened an overwing exit while the aircraft was taxiing at Logan, causing the deployment of an emergency slide. The passenger, later identified as 23-year-old Angel Luis Morales Torres, appeared in East Boston District Court on Wednesday. He's charged with interfering with aircraft operation. The judge released him to his parents after they posted the $500 bail. This man, Fred Wynn, was on the flight. He told Boston CBS affiliate WBZ that Morales Torres appeared to be involved in an argument with the young woman sitting next to him on the flight.
He was so agitated. I guess his girl was looking at something on a cell phone, and he wanted to see what she was looking at. She wouldn't give him the phone to look at, and that's what set him off.
An off-duty FBI agent was able to handcuff Morales Torres until state police arrived. His attorney says Torres has no recollection of the incident, and this was more of a medical issue than a criminal one.
He basically he went through a fog and just was not aware of what was happening until he came to.
The judge is allowing Morales Torres to go home to Puerto Rico to be with his parents. Meantime, the Tuesday night flight to San Juan with all the passengers on board was eventually able to make it there safely. I'm Craig DeGrelli. For more unbiased updates, download the Straight Arrow News.
That's how that should work out. Stay your ass in Puerto Rico. Never again continental United States for you. I couldn't see that. It's okay. There wasn't anything to see. People talking. There's more to see in LA. It's Quishay? Is that what it is? Quishay.
is a huge tech and media company yielding to Donald Trump's demands, ousting fact checkers, crediting Trump's election victory, and taking an unusual step of adding a Trump loyalist to its board. Now, I'm going to get into this right now. It's a striking development for information, politics, and democracy, and it would be true if this were just news about a single outlet, like a newspaper or a single news channel, but it's actually far broader. This is about Facebook's parent company, Meta, which is one of the 10 largest companies on Earth, over $1 trillion company. It reaches about 3 billion people with a B. It is, of course, run by Mark Zuckerberg, who is the third richest person on Earth. He recently met with President-elect Trump in Mar-a-Lago. This news is breaking today with a Zuckerberg video and a rollout on Fox News.
We're going to get rid of fact checkers. The recent elections also feel like a cultural tipping point.
There's an opportunity here with a new president taking office.
We're going to work with President Trump.
The message is clear. Get rid of the fact checkers that Trump doesn't like. Reflect the tipping point of the win, as Zuckerberg called it. And remember, most voters use Facebook or Instagram. So these changes will shape the information, and whether it's fact-checked or not, that most people get in this coming era. It is telling and should be noted when powerful companies proclaim they are ditching fact-checking pursuant to a political agenda. Now, studies had shown the fact-checking that is being ditched, that I just showed you, and I'm going to show you more of what Zuckerberg says, it did work. It cut down on belief in falsehoods. Zuckerberg cites Elon Musk's X in his announcement, and he cites Trump. So this isn't one of those times where we have to sort of wonder, is it a coincidence and the timing? No, Zuckerberg is making it very clear what this is for. He had previously also turned down the volume on political and civic content. If you hear people talk about algorithms and things like that, well, there are various ways that these companies basically can include more or less of something. Now, and this is important, heading towards the second Trump term, Zuckerberg says suddenly right now is the time to bring back civic posts for this new Trump era.
First, we're going to get rid of fact checkers and replace them with community notes similar to X, starting in the US. The recent elections also feel like a cultural tipping point towards once again prioritizing speech. We're bringing back civic content. For a while, the community asked to see less politics because it was making people stressed. So we stopped recommending these posts. But it feels like we're in a new era now, and we're starting to get feedback that people want to see this content again. So we're going to start phasing this back into Facebook, Instagram, and Threads.
Mark Zuckerberg is part of a company, and a company can generally run its business how they choose within the law. But this is very clearly a shift from the fact-checking Zuckerberg used to tout.
In 2016, we began to face new kinds of threats, and after years of preparation,
he looks like a fucking robot right there.
We've built sophisticated systems to protect against election interference, and we introduced new policies to combat voter suppression and misinformation. Still, the pandemic created new challenges. How to handle misinformation about COVID and voting by mail, how to prepare people for the reality that results would take time. We worked with the local election officials to remove false claims about polling conditions that might lead to voter suppression. We partnered with Reuters and the National Election Pool to provide reliable information about results. We attached voting information.
And on he went. And that was just 4 years ago. And if you, again, listen to the substance of what he's saying, the point here is not whether he's the most perfect video presenter ever. That doesn't matter. It's not how he's built his power or his very effective company. What he was saying there was we're working with elections officials, not just people posting made-up stuff. And we're working with Reuters and other reliable press outlets. That was just 4 years ago. So what's changed? It's our job here to be as fair and open-minded as possible. We don't have a brain scan or a lie detector of what moved Zuckerberg, although I've shown you there are business pressures. I've shown you there were threats from the incoming president-elect. We've heard a lot of debate about whether to take Donald Trump literally or figuratively, and what we do when we have an incoming leader who speaks so openly about abusing power, which would be unconstitutional, whatever the Supreme Court has said, if you are still an officer of the United States and you are asked to, say, use federal powers or weapons against, say, a peaceful opposition, that's not unlawful order. You're not supposed to carry it out. But we have someone who's been talking about that. Jailing opponents, jailing Liz Cheney, jailing Mark Zuckerberg. Has that affected Zuckerberg? Is that why we're seeing this big change of heart? Is it the other business pressures I mentioned? Is it a reaction to the threats? Well, we have an update on this today. The president-elect was asked, I should say, and then he answered on this very question during the press conference on his View today.
Do you think he's directly responding?
Wish I had more food out there for.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, probably. That's the sitting incoming president saying probably with regard to the question about Zuckerberg. And so tonight I have to say, if that is incorrect, it is up to Mark Zuckerberg to respond. He just shared his video today. The president-elect just spoke. And even if Facebook is giving up on certain fact-checking, Mr. Zuckerberg has a duty as a business leader with a fiduciary duty to the company and the users, and as a citizen, really, to just be honest about what's going on. So in addition to my reporting tonight, I have to say, Mark, is the president-elect right?
Dude, why'd she run off?
Did you do this over his threats or not? There are many people facing pressures far more severe than Mr. Zuckerberg, with far less Capitol bodyguards, lawyers, and the rest. From the Capitol Police, who fought off Trump's violent fans 4 years ago in a day, to Liz Cheney or other public servants who I mentioned. Mark Zuckerberg is the third richest person in the world. He ought to be able to speak about the basic facts here rather than being stunned or scared into silence. And to leave this unaddressed is to basically close the circle and leave the impression that the president-elect is right and he was threatened into this. And again, there are a lot of people in a lot more vulnerable positions or more difficult positions who've shown plenty of courage. All Mr. Zuckerberg has to do is tell the truth. Were you threatened into this or not? Facebook has this enormous power or information. It shapes what people see, whether they're looking to discuss democracy, politics, or not. And they've had other problems that have nothing to do with partisanship. We've covered this repeatedly. We did a multi-part series on Facebook on this show, if you saw that back in the day. Zuckerberg apologized at a Senate hearing about their failures on children's online safety. Amnesty found that poor moderation, basically erring on the side of allowing things to go up immediately, contributed to hate crimes, to mass violence. And again, this isn't just about red, blue America. This is a huge issue all over the world, as we have covered. When you go back to 2016, which first sparked many of these debates, Facebook acknowledged that when it came to misinformation going into 2016, it wasn't a million or two people. It was over 100 million Americans who were exposed to foreign election propaganda, which we should be concerned about as Americans, not red or blue, but just that we ought to make these decisions with our own facts among our own citizens and not allow our companies and the seeking profits to let foreign governments hijack our minds, our information, our phones, or our elections. Well, Zuckerberg did, I want to note, ultimately apologize for all that. He had initially said that he opposed the criticism that it was crazy to say they had any election problem, but then he said after the election, I made that comment. I thought the idea that misinformation on Facebook changed the outcome of the election was a, quote, crazy idea. Calling that, quote, crazy was dismissive, and I regret it. He said, this was 2017, quote, this is too important an issue to be dismissive. And the Senate, in its own way, has brought him and other tech executives forward, where he also spoke on this.
It's clear now that we didn't do enough to prevent these tools from being used for harm as well. And that goes for fake news, for foreign interference in elections and hate speech, as well as developers and data privacy. We didn't take a broad enough view of our responsibility, and that was a big mistake. And it was my mistake, and I'm sorry. I started Facebook, I run it, and I'm responsible for what happens here.
Yes, you are. That was 2018. So one strand of this story might just be the typical business thing And one of the reasons why we've covered how so many Americans across the spectrum are fed up and done with the profiteering, greed, hypocrisy, and lies of so many leaders in business. Because I've just shown you, took a couple minutes.
That's actually an unneutered
I showed
male.
you through a couple minutes the zigging and the zagging,
Pretty
and the back
sure.
and forth, and none of these things are internally
Because
consistent. So maybe
I'm fairly certain I just saw balls. It hobbled all the way across the street, by the way. I'm pretty sure those are balls, bro. But it's a 3-colored male, which is unusual.
maybe it's just a business version of how people who make their priority just building the biggest business possible, if that's their priority, everything else comes second, and they will say and do all sorts of things to just keep it moving. And that's a business thing, and that's something we have to cover. But the other piece of this, the unanswered question from Mr. Zuckerberg tonight after the president-elect called him out and said, yep, I control that guy. I threatened him into this. Are you going to respond to that? Are you going to speak up for that? Are you going to be one of the richest, most powerful people in the world and not even be able to use your voice through your lawyer or your spokesperson or another video to address whether you have the ability and the fortitude to stand up during a time where there are people, including apparently the president-elect, announcing that their threats and their abuse of power, their threats to do it, are going to change the way millions and hundreds of millions of people get information and facts at a time when you're ditching fact-checking and our democracy, in a very real way, could be the victim.
Thanks for reminding me, Kat, that I had to close this fucking door to do anything. There. Fixed. She waits till I'm at the very back, and then she reminds me right when I get to. I'll be putting on the shoes to go into the back, through the back door, and she'll be like, meow, meow, meow. And I know she's about to jump. As soon as she hears me open the door and go outside, she'll jump it. She knows that's her time. Hey, what are you hacking my crotch? Stop smelling me. Go away. Paranoid. I got cat scent on me. We got anything, we got anything, we got. The rascal. Let's get into something else.
Welcome back. At least five wildfires are burning across Los Angeles. 5 people are dead. More than 130,000 residents are under evacuation orders. My next guest's Malibu home on Carbon Beach was one of the homes in danger.
Baby.
Take a look at this video on your screen of that neighborhood. Joining me now is Cardone Capital and Cardone Training Technology CEO and private equity fund manager, real estate investor as well, Grant Cardone.
35
Grant,
calories
good to
only.
see you. Our support goes out to you. What can you tell us? Has there been severe damage to your home?
Yeah, there's been severe damage. We were one of the last homes standing. That's right there on Carbon Beach, is some of the most prestigious beaches in the country. And for years, Maria, the government, the local government and the state government, with the help of the oppression of the Coastal Commission, has disallowed and
Hey, sorry, y'all ever watch this guy? He's got like things online, like self-help, motivational things. You seen him before? I think he does seminars where he's like a Tony Robbins kind of at the same time as being a real estate mogul. Interesting. Some of them seem kind of scammy though.
Maria, the government, the local government and the state government.
I used to watch a lot of self-help guys like Tony Robbins, Earl Nightingale, is Zig Ziglar one? I can't remember. There's a... Oh man, I'm forgetting all of them now. It's been so long. But I used to have a whole list that I would rattle off. I listened to different ones. Dale Carnegie.
The oppression of the Coastal Commission has disallowed and prevented, because of regulations, development along that coast. And this has been a tinderbox for years. I've lived there 35 years in that area, and for years I've said this is a tinderbox. It's waiting to go off. The night before the fires broke out, I stated in a public audience here in Miami that if the fires jumped the road, literally the entire beach front would be burned up. There's hundreds of billions of dollars of damage across California that could have been prevented if California actually had its priorities correct. Newsom should resign himself, or the California people should evict him from office immediately.
Tell me, what specific policies did he put in place that you say could have prevented this?
Well, number one,
protecting the wildlife.
This is a corrupted government that depends on the federal government under emergency situations. They make more money in emergencies than they do by just budgeting, just planning out their budgets.
And they cared more about protecting wildlife than they did about protecting people.
Number one, they should deforest. Okay, they don't want to because they don't want to displace rodents. Number two, the water issue, the high pressure that they're going to defend and say we had plenty of water, we didn't have pressure. Well, if they didn't spend $12 billion on high-speed rails going to Vegas or basically nowhere, you would have that money to, one, bury electrical and provide pressure to all the hydrants. This is just, and it happens at our national level too. It's a mismanagement of priorities. The state of California for the last 25 years is more interested in freak fringe groups' agendas than they are the population of California. And at some point, the people of California, maybe this is going to be it, Maria, where the people of California have had enough.
Yeah.
And start voting conservative, common sense politicians or business people.
No, that's not what's happening though, because these people aren't going to stay. Why would they? If they can't get fire insurance, would you stay if you couldn't get fire insurance and your house just got burnt down? You can sell the lot. You can sell the lot for a pretty penny, and that will go really far in other states, comparatively. You can get some pretty nice beachfront property in Florida, probably, just for the property, the dirt value that you'd sell in Malibu. So, they're just going to get replaced by people that approve of this bullshit. Those, just like I said earlier, there are going to be a lot more apartment complexes in Malibu, I bet. You wouldn't sell. Why not? If you can't get fire insurance anymore, what are you going to do? Apartment complexes, dude. Dude, you know how much money apartment complexes would be able to make off of Malibu beachfront property? And the chance of it happen again are low, but I don't know, man. I bet it happens. I bet there's some cells
into government to manage their budgets.
And people that live in apartments usually aren't MAGA, are they?
I mean, look, this is exactly what President Trump said yesterday. He's blasting Gavin Newsom for his handling of these apocalyptic wildfires. He wrote this on Truth Social. Newsom refused to sign the water restoration declaration put before him that would have allowed millions of gallons of water from excess rain and snow melt from the north to flow daily into many parts of California. He wanted to protect an essentially worthless fish called a smelt fish by giving it less water. It didn't work, but didn't care about the people of California. Newsom's press office is denying the existence of any water restoration declaration document, though. They're claiming that it's pure fiction. Fox Business
Maria,
has
they
confirmed.
cut the budget this year. They cut the budget this year. In July of 2024, Gavin Newsom had a news conference bragging about that they were ready. This is July this past year, that they were ready. And number two, they cut the budget. They cut the budget to the fire department. You can't tell me that Elon Musk is attempting to go to Mars and we can't get pressure and water to a hydrant. We have plentiful water. We're on the Pacific. There's endless amounts of water right there available, and they cut the budgets on the fire department. This is not a new problem, by the way. They're going to try to make this out to be a climate warming agenda. For 35 years, you have Santa Ana winds, low humidity, and fires in California, hundreds of them. This was just mismanagement, a lack of priorities, the government trying to handle fringe group and support these weird agendas rather than the things that really concern me.
All the wasted money
Fox Business has
on the homeless agenda, and homeless are probably who started this damn thing. And it could have even been like the fact that the homeless fires have doubled from like 8,000 to 16,000 over the past 4 years. Like in 2020 to 2024, they're double now. That shows me there are a lot more homeless people that came from out of state here, probably from out of country. Who knows how many terrorists are infiltrated into these homeless groups? This could easily have been a terrorist act by a homeless person. They knew the perfect time for it. Because they're warning. They're all warning is all not to do what just happened. This could have been planned by Iranian government. Like they could have did a lot, put a ton of thought into how to do this so that they don't get caught. And they knew that was the day. They could see how windy it was going to be.
Confirmed that Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass and the majority of the LA City Council did cut more than $17 million from the LA Fire Department in 2024. And they
knew we were ill-prepared as well, probably.
Why would they cut the fire budget?
Hey.
Look, they bring in $220 billion a year in revenue, and they spend less than $2 billion on the fire budget. So you tell me why. Okay, if that's not where my intentions or my agendas, my priority is not this. They will spend the entire revenue of the state of California will be spent on this one fire, but they're going to go tap the federal government. And all I could say is if I had a leader that was doing this in one of my companies, I would say he's either incompetent or he intentionally wants to hurt the state. Either one are terrible. The incompetence is terrible. The intention to damage is terrible.
Yeah.
But this is why we left California as permanent residents over 13 years ago and moved to Florida, because the priorities are always
I didn't even know.
It's like the Coastal Commission stops.
Earlier, when I said sell property in Malibu and move to Florida and buy some great property just for the land that you sold, I had no idea that he lived in Florida.
Any kind of development, most oppressive group for regulation and development along the whole coastline from Cabo San Lucas all the way up to Seattle.
Yeah. Well, look, the LA fire chief warned the mayor apparently last month that the $17 million in cuts would severely limit the department's capacity to prepare for, train for, and respond to large-scale emergencies, including wildfires. Just extraordinary. Grant, you're now in Florida. You're watching what's happening with your home, and I know you're continuing trying to have business as usual as much as you can, given the circumstances. You just launched the first ever Bitcoin real estate fund on Florida's Space Coast. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so what we did was,
no thanks. That's why he's actually there to sell his product. I don't want to hear about it. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes it feels scammy when he's talking, because it's like he's trying to sell me something all of a sudden. I'm good on that. I don't want to be sold anything, Grant.
Of the devastating loss of life and livelihood in Los Angeles and the surrounding areas. Some of the early estimates have the wildfires costing well over $50 billion.
That's kind of expensive.
About $10 billion of that is expected to be insured. That's according to J.P. Morgan. But with many insurers previously dropping coverage for those locations.
Homeowners, you are being such a little bugger this morning. Oh my god. Oh my god. Come here. Oh, like, I'm bored. I'm bored though. Huh. Bored. Okay, ready? Okay, ready? Go! Pew, pew, pew. I don't have any food. So, people are. You see how she rubbed her head on me as she was leaving? That was sweet. I miss Tugs. Tugs like his head rubs. Tux always felt like there was scabs on his head, like from getting in fights and stuff, though. I remember, I didn't really ever talk about it, but it always felt like there was something kind of crunchy going on. I just always figured it was from getting whopped in the head all the time, from getting in fights, because he was a scrapper. He liked his rubs, though. He liked his belly rubs. Had to be careful, though. You could turn them murder mittens on, and they look sharp. So $40 billion people are going to lose, she's saying, because only $10 billion of that's covered by insurance. $40 billion in wealth was lost by wealthy people. How is that even possible?
In recent months and years, the effort and cost to rebuild will only climb. So let's bring in investigative correspondent Rich McHugh, who is covering that part of the story. Rich, what are you hearing from residents about this?
Hi, Nicole. Well, this is certainly a troubling situation. I think we're going to hear a lot more about this in the coming days and weeks as homeowners try to recoup their losses. Homeowners in California are having a difficult time even.
I'm sorry, Sister. I'm just bringing up stories of Tux, so we always remember. We always remember Tux. So he comes back maybe one day.
Getting homeowners insurance or facing their insurance from being canceled. Now, in 70% of State Farm's customers just last summer in Pacific Palisades, that's like where the fire began. That's about 1,600 homeowners. They lost their coverage when State Farm dropped policies in and around Santa Monica Mountains. There are 9,000 households in Palisades alone, and more than 100,000 Californians have lost coverage since 2019. That's per the San Francisco Chronicle. I spoke with a resident in Pacific Palisades, forced to evacuate. She just doesn't know the fate of her home. She received this letter in March from State Farm. Quote, "Thank you for allowing us to provide your insurance under this policy. We are sorry that we cannot continue this insurance. Therefore, your policy will not be renewed." It goes on. Personal lines, homeowners, and dwelling fire insurance policies that present the most substantial wildfire or fire following earthquake hazards or that are in areas of significant concentration are no longer eligible. Now, homeowners have largely replaced their fire coverage with a state plan of last resort called the California Fair Plan. That's an insurance pool, basically covers up to $3 million in damages for residential properties and $20 million for commercial ones.
Is a CEO really trying to get like what's really going on? You know what I mean? Like, homie, do they not see what happens to CEOs when they get too greedy? And this says insurers paid 2 times as much in claims as they received in premiums. So the insurance companies made a grip off of people, and then we're like, they left them right before it really mattered. Man.
A plan of last resort called the California Fair Plan. That's an insurance pool, basically covers up to $3 million in damages for residential properties and $20 million for commercial ones. But here's the why, Nicole. It goes back to 2017 and 2018, back-to-back wildfires in California. The losses totaled $23 billion, and the insurers paid out 2 times as much in claims as they received in premiums. So major insurers, they're reluctant to do business in California. Allstate dropped their business entirely in California in 2023. They said they would come back, but regulatory changes would be needed to be made so they can essentially protect their bottom line. Nicole, this is the first major test, and it's going to be a major test of this FAIR system, this emergency backup system. And we're likely facing a scenario where we're going to have between Florida and California, 2 of the most populous states in our country, where it's almost impossible for homeowners to get insurance in the future.
Yeah, we'll see if there ends up ultimately being some pretty significant population shifts. All right, Rich McHugh, thank you. We'll be right back. Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen. And don't forget to...
So they lost money, so then they were like, nope, I see. They lost money, they didn't make money.
This camera is showing Live pictures of the flames from the northern flank of the Eaton fire are rapidly approaching Mount Wilson. This is the closest that we have seen them. And I'll tell you, there are not really any water dropping or Phos-Chek dropping helicopters or fixed-wing aircraft in sight. Now, the camera that you're looking at right now, these live pictures are being remotely operated from our transmission center here in the studio. There aren't any human beings that we are aware of up on Mount Wilson. This is a remotely operated camera. The man behind it right now is actually a guy named Fernando Burris. He is in our transmission department about 300 feet away. I'll send it back. Infrared image to be standing of
hard to watch and
amazing fire on the side of a mountain. I can copyright over a fire on the side of the mountain.
On one, but the neighbors too below, and every house on the street is gone. And
we should say that your mom got out okay. Your family got out okay. Can you take us through that evacuation time?
Yeah, everybody was safe. Luckily, my aunt was watching the news. She actually owns the Rio Inn in Malibu, which unfortunately was lost to the fire as well. And my mom, she called my mom, and my mom was a bit unaware, right? But luckily, we got her out quickly, and so there wasn't any imminent danger. No mad dash at the end. She was one of the first people, I think, to get out. And yeah, luckily nobody that I know has had any kind of physical danger or anything like that. Just total grief-stricken with the losses of homes and.
Okay. Oh, I wanted to watch this.
Shopping spree. He's got his eye on a country, an island, and a canal. If you look at Greenland, for example, if the people there are being treated horribly, I would bet the people would probably vote for an alliance with the U.S. Canada does seem ripe for the picking.
His argument about the Panama Canal is long overdue.
You better bet we are absolutely going to change the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America.
The fact that they don't want to become part of America makes me want to make them.
Jesse Waters never took no for an answer. With less than 2 weeks until he is sworn in, Donald Trump isn't talking about balancing the budget or lowering the price of eggs anymore. Remember that? He's going to lower the price of groceries. He won because groceries were high.
What are you
now he's going to make them lower,
silly?
Right? No, he's talking about annexing overseas territories, and then MAGA is scurrying to praise Trump's latest social media rambles about buying Greenland and taking back the Panama Canal, as well as making Canada the 51st state, maybe adding Mexico, or renaming the Gulf of Mexico to imply U.S. ownership. The latest installment of this genuinely weird drama came yesterday as Donald Trump Jr. flew to Greenland as a PR stunt. The Republican-run House Foreign Affairs Committee tweeted, then deleted a post celebrating Trump's territorial ambitions with a headline from Rupert Murdoch's paper. Quote, President Trump has the biggest dreams for America, and it's un-American to be afraid of big dreams. And I'm going to be honest with you, I don't quite sure know what to make of this. At one level, it's an obvious troll. At another level, it's like another weird loyalty test for his faithful. Like he says a thing and then they all are, yes, Sean Hannity, I'm the expert on public opinion in Greenland. So they have to sort of adopt his rantings. I also think there's something serious here. In his first term, Trump floated the Greenland balloon repeatedly. Like it was a real thing. It wasn't like a thing he publicized. It clearly gnaws at him. Second of all, if he finishes out this upcoming term, he'll be 82 years old. The guy's the oldest man ever elected to be president. I think he's thinking about his legacy in whatever strange way he thinks of that. He's a property speculator. And then there's also the third aspect. Like, this doesn't come out of nowhere. Ronald Reagan rose to prominence in national right-wing politics on demagoguing about the Panama Canal. And right-wing authoritarian movements and leaders are all, as a rule, obsessed with conquest and territorial expansion everywhere. You could, for instance, read a single book about the long centuries of constant bloodshed and mayhem between European powers over their territories, or about World War I, or read a single book about World War II. This is what autocratic leaders and demagogues do. They need external enemies. They need conquest. It was out of all that bloodshed, tens of millions of people, that an international norm evolved, a norm still too often violated, yet important nonetheless, that says you don't just take over other people's land. Lydia Polgreen is an opinion columnist at the New York Times and the co-host of the Matter of Opinion podcast. She recently participated in a conversation with some of her more conservative colleagues on Trump in crisis mode on the world stage, and she joins me now. And you've also served as a journalist in a bunch of places around the world.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, what do you make of all this?
I mean, I think that on one level, it is a lot of trolling, right? And it's also some sort of prime distraction. It's a way to, I think, essentially act on the world stage in the way his apparent heroes, Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin, these autocratic rulers that he has, admired and talked about. He sees them, going after bits of territory, trying to reshape the map of the world. But I think, when you talk about making America great again, it's really a backward-looking exercise. It's this idea of going back to some legendary time when things were so wonderful and great. And in this case, we talk about tariffs, we talk about other things, and we're really talking about the 19th century, right? And we're talking about going back to a period where...
Peak McKinley, basically.
Exactly. And so we're talking about going back to a period where it was a kind of smash and grab, and everybody was trying to kind of find as much territory as they could in the world. And that was the way that you got to security. How did all of that end? It ended in World War II and the Holocaust, right? I mean, it ended in just astonishing human suffering. And that gave birth to an international system that allowed us to find ways to resolve these kinds of disputes and talk to one another. We don't need Greenland. I mean, we are in a NATO alliance with Denmark.
Yes. All of it, everything makes sense if you're like, let me put on my 1893 cap about how I would think about this issue.
Yeah.
You actually is a very clarifying, like tariffs and imperial conquest. I mean, this thing about the UN, I want to just read part of the UN Charter. And one of my unified theories for why everything is so messed up in the world is that literally losing the actual generation that remembered the horrors of World War II.
Yep.
And some of the lessons that gave about fascism and great power conflict.
Yep.
The United Nations Charter Preamble, we the peoples of the United Nations, determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, which twice in our lifetime have brought untold sorrow to mankind, and to practice tolerance and live together in peace with one another as good neighbors, have resolved to combine our efforts to accomplish these aims. Grabbing other people's land. And the way, that's the other thing about this troll. The Greenland thing is, he talks about it a little the way that Putin talked about Crimea.
Totally.
Like, oh, well, if you ask them, they really kind of want to join us. Yeah. And I'm sure maybe if had a little plebiscite over there, maybe they'd vote for us. Like, it's the same thing.
No, absolutely. And I think, we don't actually have to go that far back, right? I mean, my mother's from Ethiopia, right? And Ethiopia and Eritrea have had this kind of ongoing border conflict.
Yep.
Ethiopia wants to have an access to the sea on the Red Sea and so on and so forth. Two of my uncles died fighting in those in those wars between Ethiopia and Eritrea, and for what? This is why we have these
conquest and territory.
This is why we have these international agreements, these ways to work out these problems. I mean, look, if we put tariffs on Denmark over this Greenland fantasy, the only thing that's going to happen is that Ozempic's going to become more expensive. I mean, this is
which is an actual thing. Yes.
No, absolutely, they're the ones who make it.
The idea of if you give a sort of genuinely psychologically damaged and broken person the biggest bully stick in the world, that's sort of what you get. And I think a lot of people are like, he's bullying. But again, that point you made about Xi and Putin, the kind of liberal internationalism that is so often honored in the breach and is so hypocritical and leads to horrible atrocities and, that people look the other way. It's still better than what came before. And I think what Trump wants is what came before, where no one's pretending, and maybe we take our piece of the pie, Russia takes its, China does it, and we'll see what happens.
Well, and that's the thing, right? I mean, that's a whole way of viewing the world, and it's a very old way, but it's also a way that I think there are a lot of players who would prefer to be operating in that world, right?
Yes.
I mean, you're talking about a world that is purely transactional, where there's no sort of agreed upon standards about how anybody is going to act. And, I spend a lot of time focused on the developing world and the global south, because that's, my passion and where I've spent most of my time as a reporter. And, you talk to officials from these countries and they're like, you know what, we're tired of lectures about human rights from the Americans. And, you talk about your principles, but then you ignore them in Gaza and things like that, right? So, I do think that there is an audience for what Trump is selling. And,
absolutely.
China is in those parts of the world. Russia's in those parts of the world. And they're doing these, these deals. And you've got other players, whether it's,
rip up the
Turkey.
charter and the poetics
Absolutely.
and just get what's yours.
Let's just do deals.
Lydia Polgreen, thank you very much.
It's a pleasure.
Man, I forgot to do the class action lawsuit thing. I forgot to fill it out for the gas thing. The deadline was yesterday. Did you do it, Sister? I just wonder how much people are going to get from it. Or if it's really only going to be like $1. Did you hear about it? I got a thing in the mail for it a while back, but I just never did it. Sat on the couch. California versus Vitol. Legal settlement. Antitrust lawsuit on behalf of California residents. Everybody should have gotten one. Wanna play with that? That's your... I guess it... Maybe... No, it was only for certain... actually. For certain counties. Maybe you weren't in the right county. There's Los Angeles, San Diego, Orange, Riverside, San Bernardino, Kern, Ventura, Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo, and Imperial. Are you in one of those? Sorry, I should have told you about it yesterday. It's over now. Dang. You dude, stop. Just go sleep or something. You almost got punched in the face on accident. I was doing this to the chair and she just was like, all of a sudden her face was right there next to my hand, like she was attacking my hand.
From our shot here, the amount.
$87. Yeah, I don't think it was an $87 one. Maybe. I should have done it. Well. Oh. Oh. Put those toenails right now. Hey. See? Oh. Alright, no. But that one was close, I know. Okay. Good. Okay, got four. That's all they have right there.
40, 50 mile per hour winds is very dangerous for water drops up in that area. So I would only be speculating to even answer that right now, but wind would be the biggest factor that comes to my mind.
Oh, she can't climb as good when I do that. I learned new climbing techniques. Jump, don't climb. Wonder if the D-Live bot's working yet. It was down. Down. Like the website's down. He fixed it for a day. Fixed it for a day. Or giving another update. Oh. A house? Right here. It is Thirsty Thursday. This fire looks like it's thirsty. That's why it's moving so fast. It wants some water. Oh, is it, Bill? Is it close to our house right now? Has it gotten a lot closer, I mean, than it was yesterday? If it jumps that road, it's probably going to be OB for those houses.
As we have been reporting all night, historic fires decimating parts of our nation's most populous county tonight. And unlike the train derailment in East Palestine and the Hurricane Helene and, people in North Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee, and elsewhere, Biden actually showed up for the disaster in L.A. with Gavin Newsom, but only because he was already in L.A. And his remarks did not exactly inspire any confidence at all whatsoever in his leadership ability. Take a look.
It's astounding what's happening. You know, I want this good news. My son lives out here in the way. They got this notification yesterday. Their home is all burned down. Today, there's a lady still standing. I'm not sure. But the good news is, I'm a great grandfather as of today.
Okay, thousands of people lost their homes, but you're a great-grandfather. Congrats, Joe. Anyway, the president-elect, Donald Trump, he slammed Biden on Truth Social, saying, no water in the fire hydrants, no money in FEMA. This is what Joe Biden is leaving me? Thanks, Joe. Here now, Texas Governor Greg Abbott. Well, also, they're leaving wide-open borders, Governor, and you've been dealing with that now for 4 years.
Well, that's exactly right. And so this is being missing in action once again for Joe Biden. Remember that Joe Biden has a habit of doing this at disaster sites. Remember when he was at the Maui fires in Hawaii, talking about some rinky-dink fire that he had on his property. He always tries to inject himself into the disaster that somebody else is dealing with, and to raise his great-grandchildren at a time when you see these homes burning down and lives being lost is just outrageous. What is needed,
along with all the laughing that I was bringing up, Newsom laughing right as he arrived on scene, right before they went to press conference. Carol Bassett laughing during the press conference. I don't know why she was laughing right after someone got off. After someone stopped talking, she thought something was really hilarious. Like, nothing should be funny at that time for them. If the people, their constituents want to laugh, that's different. They want to laugh about some shit that's happening, that's totally different. They're in the public eye on international television laughing while this is happening. That's such a bad look. I can't even imagine Trump doing that. I can't imagine Trump showing up to it because he's much more self-aware. He's been on TV all his life, you know? So he's aware of his image to people and how he'll look if he shows up laughing like that. We're fucking clueless. Politicians are clueless, apparently.
Is exactly what President Trump delivers. You know, what is needed is for Joe Biden to stop giving money to the Ukraine and start providing it to North Carolina and, in this case, California, and helping out our fellow Americans and securing our border instead of sacrificing America just for the well-being of some other countries across the globe. And when President Trump gets back into office, he's going to do what Joe Biden has failed to do, and that's to secure the border. The biggest disaster we have in the entire country is the more than 11 million illegal immigrants who cross our border, many of whom are criminals allowed in by the Joe Biden administration. And when the deportations begin in about 2 weeks, there's going to be a rapid change. We're finally going to have a restoration of security on the United States border.
Terrorists, murderers, rapists, cartel members, gang members, and we don't know how many, and we don't know where they are. How do we find them, Governor?
So we root them out. The reality is it's very easy to track down those with a criminal record. The Biden administration is just failing to do so. We know that Tom Homan, the border czar, working with President Trump, they'll go through entire jail systems across the United States. We in Texas have identified thousands of people in our jails who are ready for deportation, and we'll be working with the Trump administration to get that done. That said, you know, one thing we can expect is that increased activity by dangerous gangs like Tren de Aragua trying to cross our border. It's going to take ongoing efforts by Texas as well as the Trump administration to make sure we arrest those criminals and prevent them from entering our country.
Governor, you've been fighting this battle alone. I have good news. Help is on the way, and it can't get there soon enough. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest.
Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum takes a swipe at U.S. President-elect Donald Trump one day after he said we should call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. During a news conference Wednesday with an old global map behind her, Sheinbaum sarcastically said North America should be renamed America Mexicana or Mexican America. Sounds nice, doesn't it? She added.
Doesn't even make sense, dude. Mexican America?
That's what the United States used to be called, according to a founding document dating to 1814.
Oh, no.
She also reiterated that the Gulf of Mexico has had its name since 1607. When a reporter asked Sheinbaum about the incoming Trump administration, she assured that Mexico will have good relations with the United States and President Trump because she said Trump had good relations with former Mexican President López Obrador. While Obrador was in office, he built a relationship with Trump. And under U.S. pressure, his government started blocking migrants from heading north. Trump wants the Mexican government to do more to stop the flow of migrants to the U.S. southern border. After Trump made the Gulf of America comment, he said Mexico has to stop allowing millions of people to pour into our country. He also said Mexico is run by drug cartels and in recent weeks threatened Sheinbaum with tariffs on Mexican imports if her administration doesn't do more to halt migrants and drugs from coming across the U.S.-Mexico border. Weeks ago, Sheinbaum initially said Mexico would not accept deportees from other countries. However, she changed her stance, stating that Mexico would accept those deportees from other countries within limits. For Straight Arrow News, I'm Lauren Taylor. For more on this story, download the Straight Arrow News app or visit san.com.
I still want him to do it, though. I still want him to change it. The Gulf of America. Hope he does it. I want us to have our own goal. You know, we deserve our own goal. Exchange things, Mexico.
If you are a homeowner and you've tried to purchase homeowners insurance, fire insurance specifically in the past year, you know it has been a challenge, and now these devastating wildfires are expected to make that even harder.
Yeah, KTLA's David Lazarus is here now with more on that. I think many of our viewers have a lot of questions in regards to insurance.
And they should, because this is really a moving target at the moment. Now, what's interesting is the damage estimates, which are starting to come out. They are all over the place. I've seen estimates out this morning ranging from $8 billion in damages to more than $50 billion in damages. I'm leaning towards the high side on this, especially as we know more about the commercial losses and their inventories. This is the kind of thing that just keeps insurance agents up at night. So we still don't know the scope of what's coming for the insurance industry, but here's something really interesting that you probably don't even know about, and that's a couple of weeks ago, California Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara cut a deal with the insurance industry. We're talking about State Farm, Allstate Farmers, to try to get them to write more policies in fire-prone areas. And to do that, the quid pro quo was two key concessions to the industry. One of them is they no longer have to rely simply on historical data in setting premiums. Now they can bring in future risk, and that brings in climate change, and that brings in all sorts of variables. The other thing is, unlike most other states, California prevented home insurers from passing along their reinsurance costs. And if you don't know what reinsurance is, that's insurance for insurers. Now, this is a routine thing, especially for large stake things. Now, the insurers offering policies here in California can pass along their own reinsurance costs to homeowners. So what does that mean in terms of rates? Well, consumer advocates say that could cause rates to go up by as much as 50%. I'm not sure if that is a decent number, but that's certainly something. It's definitely going to be in the double digits, because obviously these risks are now going to be passed along to you and me, and that's going to change the equation entirely. Now, if it gets more insurance out there, more coverage, well, that's on the plus side. But at what cost is the question. At the moment, we have our California FAIR Plan, which is the insurer of last resort. They're not designed to carry as much policies as they are now. This is bare bones coverage. It's very expensive, and according to estimates I've seen out there, they are now exposed to home values of as much as $500 billion. And that's something that they simply could not handle, even though the FAIR Plan says they will be able to cover all claims that are out there, but we're not sure about that yet.
So your point is that whether you're in a fire-prone area or not, chances are your premiums are going to go up.
Unless they're able to parse this down a little bit and find some way of having specifically high claims in high-risk areas, chances are, though, it's going to be all homeowners. Everyone in California is going to feel the pinch from that, and that's obviously going to be a big concern for a lot of people, even if you're not in a high-risk area, and that's something as well. Now, we're going to talk later today about the simple fact that insurance is simply the art of risk management, and that means you need need to spread the risk as far as you can. Having lots of for-profit insurers having their own little nuggets of risk doesn't accomplish that. How do we address that?
Okay, well, we'll look forward to hearing more from you later, David. Thank you so much.
What are you doing? Now you're stuck there. What are you gonna do about it? Oh, you're gonna bite me. Oh, you're gonna bite me. Oh, yeah. Ow! Ooh! Follow me! No! Dude, she bit me like right here. Get back! Fuck, man. Why did she jump in my lap? If she, like, I didn't bring her up here. Fuckhead, you're a fuckhead. She gets hungry and she starts acting out. Simon didn't used to do that because I free-fed him when he was a kitten dry food. He could eat whenever he wanted. I don't know if he would have done that anyway, though. Normal for cats to bite you when they're hungry? Feral cats, maybe. Dude, that actually hurt. I think she punctured. Start pain when I rub the skin there now. I think she actually punctured my webbing. No, it's not bleeding. Get a nerve. Kamala Harris huffs after seeing Obama chatting with Trump. With the music. It's probably like, I mean, a lot of them are probably pissed that he's talking during this. Like, his wife's just sitting there. Everyone is just sitting. No one is talking at all. And they're the only two people talking in the whole thing. Might be... Well, oh, Obama is actually the starter of it, though. They were both just sitting there, and Obama's like... Up. Oh, and she noticed. He talked first right there. Because she could hear him talking. Oh yeah. Oh, she's like, he's interrupted to talk to Trump right now? Oh, I didn't realize he initiated. I don't know if that was the first initiation of talking though, but you definitely saw that neither one of them were talking, and then Obama was the one that initiated. That's it. Yeah, she did look pretty pissed. And she's gonna come back here now. Yeah, you notice how Milena didn't even look over to eavesdrop in any way? Just straightforward.
Tesla CEO Elon Musk, who seemingly has become President-elect Trump's right-hand man and one of the leaders of the new advisory body called the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, now says making $2 trillion in federal spending cuts is the best-case scenario, or in his words, the best-case outcome. But he appears to suggest that number is unrealistic. Musk, who owns the social media platform X, told political strategist Mark Penn, quote, "I think if we try for $2 trillion, we've got a good shot at $1 trillion," end quote. Musk had previously called for $2 trillion in cuts from a federal budget of almost $7 trillion, which drew critics who did not think that was possible. Musk also remarked on inflation, which was a leading issue in the 2024 presidential election, saying if the federal government can cut the federal budget deficit in half, quote, such that the output of goods and services keeps pace with the increase in the money supply, there will be no inflation, end quote. The billionaire reiterated that he believes there is an abundance of government waste, calling it a target-rich environment when it comes to saving money. Skeptics, such as the far-left magazine The New Republic, are already saying that Musk is backtracking on his biggest promise about DOGE. President-elect Donald Trump will be sworn in on January 20th. I'm Craig DeGrelli. For more unbiased updates, download the Straight Arrow News app or go to SAN.com.
Hey, where you gonna be? Hopefully you're gonna be here with us. Oh, kitty cat. I don't know. I should probably do that one on all the channels, especially since Facebook is loosening up on politics. Dude, did you see how many people were coming through last night on Facebook? Hold up. I need to look at something. Did we get a ton of follows or something last night? I remember. Man. Alright. How many views did yesterday's stream get? 5 hours and 30. Like 166 impressions, 7 interactions. What does that mean? 135 3-second people stayed for at least a minute. Five likes. I think we really popped off, huh? Huh? We got a new follow, at least one new follow. Why can't you just sit down? News, helicopters. Am I the only one? I don't see this news helicopter you're talking about. You're talking about the one looking at the observatory right now?
As 4 staff in the
Must be talking about this one. They like to copyright me. 7. We'll have them on the little screen with no audio. Maybe that'll keep them off my back. I don't want to put anything else up my ass today. If you know what I'm saying. Is that not the fire bill? Did I not do a great job for you? Why aren't you saying anything? What? That's not good enough. Damn it, Bill. You see a flame? There's a flame right there. Look closer. There's a flame for you. Dude, what happens if those towers, like, electrical gets melted on those towers? How they... Look how green those mountains are too. How are they even? Wow, this thing is massive. They are TV and radio towers. Oh, we don't need those anymore though. Well, we got smoke signals. Smoke signals. Take that shit back to the old school. They have commercials, so that's interesting. Like, I never watch regular TV. Like, people go out and buy 55-inch TVs and they watch. I know why they do it, because it's family friendly entertainment. Like, you don't have to be worried that they're gonna say something crazy or do anything crazy on TV. Normally, if you have kids around, bringing kids. The internet, you know, it's a wild, wild west. Like at any point, I could whip my dick out all of a sudden. Just me talking about whipping my dick out right now, you know, like boom, whoa, son. I'm sorry, I didn't. You know what I mean? You gotta talk about dicks now. I didn't know he was, sir. Somebody recommended this channel to me, son. I'm sorry, I didn't know he was gonna whip his dick out and decide to get banned today. It doesn't happen on regular TV, so people, the people with parents still watch it. Like, that's parents sell TVs more than anybody. Parents, parenting. Because I don't need a TV. I got my monitors. I mean, that monitor's 32 inches big though, so it's like a TV. Why are you trying to bite me? Huh? You think you're gonna get away with biting me like that? Just because you're hungry? He said, as I was dropping her. Right before I dropped her. No. Not time yet. It's because I'm not feeding her as much as I was, so she's a little hangry over it. Kitty diet. No. Stop it. No. Wants to bite me more.
Well, I'll let him speak for himself.
How long did you live here?
14 years. Yeah, it's pretty much all our stuff. I mean, you know, there was a fire like a number of years ago we could see up on the hills from like our living room window, and I thought this one would be similar, it would just pass, but the high winds, just too much.
Is this the first time you've seen it?
Yeah. And we just wanted to make sure we got out safely. So it's like everything. It's everything.
Look at amazing how chimneys just stay up. Why don't we just build houses like that out of like little castles? If we build houses out of complete stone like that, not bricks, but like a fireplace, this wouldn't happen.
Have been allowed into the neighborhood to pack a bag or a suitcase. That's it. So we have seen people with roller bags making their way down Santa Anita Avenue and others to the checkpoint where they can then take some belongings. But right now they're still assessing the damage. They're the active fire, other than the gas lines that we see up and down the streets, and I'm sure you see it in the Palisades as well. They haven't turned off the gas, in part because that impacts all sorts of other establishments that need it. I can assume that's the reason why, but there's no active flame in the neighborhood, thank God. No active wind development, which is...
That was just too expensive, probably. All right, so what else we got? Now you, buddy? Now you weird. Sweet pea. Hey, sweet pea. She's acting weird right now, bro. Come on, get up here where it's safe. Come on. I know. There you go. I can tell you want to come up here. I know you. Alright. Weird, both of them are acting weird. Oh. They want to play. What else? Oh, it's pretty smoky at the beach. Whoa. And she's weird looking. CNN gets slammed for allegedly lying by Navy vet's attorney. I don't know what that's all about. Anybody know what it is? It's 30-something minutes long. I'm not trying to... 39 minutes. Adam Carello evacuated from the Palisades. So James Woods evacuated apparently too. I read. Was he picking up them jelly beans along the way? Oh, piece of candy. Oh, piece of candy. Oh, piece of candy. Oh, she got away from you. See, that's what happens. Harrowing details after evacuating his home from James Woods. Does he get Morgan Freeman to narrate it? DEI has caused extreme discrimination against Asian American students and workers, says Tim Pool. Because they're too smart. They're too freaking smart. That's why black people don't like them. That's what I thought. Dock workers reached tentative agreement with ports shippers. I didn't know.
That allows the ports to modernize shipyards with new equipment as long as jobs are added alongside that technology. The agreement finalizes a 6-year deal, part of which was negotiated after the union went on strike briefly last fall. The port operators agreeing to a $24 an hour top pay rate bump over 6 years. Had a deal not been reached, ports could have closed as early as next week, potentially costing the economy hundreds of millions of dollars per day.
If all the East Coast and the Gulf Coast ports are closed, businesses will be bringing things in from the West Coast. Ultimately, what that means is higher costs for consumers.
The Longshoremen's Union still has to vote on the deal, but approval is expected. Christiane Cordero, ABC News, Washington.
I was coughing up something. I gave him a little. Sleepy really wants some. Here, you want to taste it? Sleepy, come here. Sleepy. I gave her the little remnants that were left on my finger. It's what flavor is it? Fish flavor. It's expired, but just barely. I think it's alright. Not really food. It's just for hairballs. Gave him just a little bit. Help try to get his throat cleansed a little bit. I need to clip your toenails time. Dang it.
Dream for iconic landmark and our critical infrastructure. We are ready for this. This is going to be okay. I felt reassured listening to that, even though this is the live picture we are now seeing. We had to reposition a couple minutes before you came to me because another fixed-wing plane tried to fly through this area. I think they were attempting to do another fire retardant drop. They couldn't make it through. It is just too turbulent for those planes. So I'm keeping an eye on the flight radar right now. It looks like there's a helicopter now. There is a Sikorsky Sea King in the area. Flew out of Lancaster, circling a peak right next to Mount Wilson. So we're standing by. It's coming in from the west. They might be getting ready to do a water drop, but you can see here, smoke is getting darker. Flames are now visible from our vantage point. We are shooting this from the south, looking north.
That's what we've been waiting on.
He's been really fucking weird about me clipping things lately. Way worse than her. He didn't used to be like this.
One fire retardant drop, but the flames we're seeing now on our screen already jumped that fire retardant. This is an extraordinarily difficult area to fly in because of the height of those towers, simply because of the sheer height of the mountain itself, and making it very difficult to attack this from the air, which is truly what they need to do. Our engineer at our NBC tower up there, Dennis Dottie, has been letting us know that he understands it to be that the case is that they're letting this fuel, this very lush vegetation, just burn and kind of burn itself out, especially that the winds are favorable for firefighters right now. There are fire crews there staged just feet away from where the flames are there in that parking lot. This is just down the hill from the Mount Wilson Observatory, a critical site for space observation and also a historic site and a tourist destination as well. And so it's just incredible to see this flare up this morning. We heard from the different fire officials, LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney. We heard from one of the fire chiefs of the Angeles National Forest talk about how the forest is closed and how they had made significant progress in the Eaton fire. And we've shown you plenty of live shots where we had reporters on the ground at neighborhoods that have been decimated and devastated by these fires. But this just shows you, Camilla, that the fires are still very active. The threat is still very real, as we assume that fire engine may be working to put out that hot spot right in front of it. But a lot of white smoke right now. But yeah, the flames continuing to burn there very close to these towers. There's just a small smidge of defensible space, but so far things are going the way that Dennis kind of told us they would. A lot of that green brush has burned. Those flames are decreasing in size, but still creeping slowly up the hill, which we know, fire moves fastest up against.
Yes, and exactly. You can just see how close those flames are to those towers, and what Chief Sam was saying earlier, just due to these conditions. I
haven't been able to clip them in months because he's been like this.
We can't let our guard down.
But they're getting long, and I can tell they're hurting when he walks on the tile floor because he'll bite at them and shit.
Eaton fire flaring up here that has reached Mount Wilson.
Maybe
as we
his right
continue
foot.
our coverage here on NBC
deal
monitoring conditions there at this hour.
So it is just almost noon here. We are continuing our coverage of the Southern California wildfire emergency. We've been live on the air since the Palisades fire broke out nonstop Tuesday morning at 11 o'clock. That is when we came on the air. We have not stopped covering these fires since. Right now, we are monitoring these flames from the Eaton fire burning dangerously close to Mount Wilson. It has reached the Mount Wilson summit, but so far we've not seen any structures burning. But this is the situation right now. Of course, Mount Wilson, home to many communication towers and equipment for all of Los Angeles and truly Southern California. We're talking about TV towers for all the local stations, as well as radio towers and important infrastructure for law enforcement and first responders. And of course, the historic home to the beautiful Mount Wilson Observatory, a vital and critical and historic site for space observation that is still very active to this day. And right now, winds are light in this area, but the steep slopes are covered in that heavy brush we've been showing you, which we know, unfortunately, is the perfect fuel for flames, even without those winds. And this location, really a challenge for fire crews, given the topography, such steep slopes. Right now, the roads going up to the summit are twisty and narrow, though they are closed to the public, which will help firefighters get up there. But this area makes it very difficult in general for fire trucks to gain access to these flames. We know that the Eaton fire first started in Altadena Tuesday evening. It has burned more than 10,600 acres officially, but we know that number will only continue to rise now, especially with this huge flare-up. In the Eaton fire, 5 people have died. More than 1,000 buildings have burned, including homes and businesses, and evacuation orders remain still very in effect.
And the other big fire that we continue to follow at this hour is the Palisades fire, burning more than 17,000 acres, more than 1,000 buildings burned, including a lot of homes and businesses that we've been seeing across all of our live shot from our reporters and hearing some of those heartbreaking stories from homeowners returning back to see if their homes are still standing. And right now we're getting a bird's eye view of the damage along PCH in Malibu. Evacuation orders are still in effect at this hour. And as we mentioned earlier, the Lakers game scheduled for tonight has also been postponed as we continue to monitor these conditions of multiple wildfires that continue to burn across Southern California today.
And joining us live now is LA Fire Chief Kristen Crowley. Thank you so much, Chief, for being with us right now. We can only imagine how busy you are, and a kudos to all of your firefighters and the first responders. They're doing such a wonderful job doing, the best that they can right now. Can you give us an update on the Palisades fire, specifically whether it's still burning? We did see some homes still burning on kind of the western flank of the fire.
Yes, absolutely. And thank you so much for having me. The Palisades fire, I heard you just say it just a few moments ago. Do not let your guard down. Just because the winds have subsided just a little bit, it is still an active fire fight. So please, if you hear my words, do not let your guard down. This is a very dynamic situation at our Pacific Palisades fire. And I tell you, firefighters doing everything in their capability to first and foremost make sure that we're protecting lives and property.
And Chief Crowley, talk about that ongoing firefight there in Palisades, because we're covering the Eaton fire right now, which is unfortunately flaring up. But like you said, we're not out of the woods here. What kind of challenges are you facing in the Palisades fire, and are you able to fly that fire?
A little bit shorter is better than not
within
at
the last
all.
few hours, but we didn't see any specific water drops.
He feels how good it feels now that
It's
he's running
still
out
very, very
there.
dynamic, and even with the winds, remember at the gusts at the peak, we're up to 90-mile-per-hour gusts. We're still having very high gusts, but the good news is, as you just said, we do have air assets in the air, which is very, very helpful in something as significant of a fire like we have in the Palisades. Still very, very dynamic. Our firefighters are out there actively still engaged in firefighting. And I tell you, again, we keep going back to it, but our firefighters are doing everything we can to protect life and property.
Right now, looking ahead at the afternoon hours, are there any additional concerns that you have right now when you think of the wind and how that could change?
Right. Yeah, absolutely. The wind, and we keep talking about it, but that's purposeful. The reality is it's so erratic. We think that at one point the wind will move in one direction, and then in moments it'll change, and then strategies and tactics also have to change and adjust and adapt to whatever is happening before us. So yes, the winds are still very, very dynamic and are impacting our abilities, but there is a positive thing here, and that is that our air resources are out there and they're coordinating with our ground resources as well.
Chief Crowley, what kind of obstacles are your firefighters facing right now on the ground? We know initially we heard about the hydrant issue and water pressure was a significant issue, but right now, what are some of the challenges that your firefighters are facing? And what is your message to those who are trying to get back to see if their properties are there or still standing? Is it a matter of just you still have to wait because firefighters, they need to get into that space?
Right. Again, I can't overstress this enough. This is still an active firefight. So our firefighters are up against a lot, from the winds to, this is day 3, mind you. We're rotating firefighters in and out. With that, yes, there's been some challenges in regard to our water supply, but also I want to stress that our firefighters, normally in a day 3, we're always looking for our backup plans in regard to, if the water is limited, we're going to draft water out of pools, we're going to find some type of a water source, utilize water tenders, whatever our firefighters, they're coming up with a plan, I can tell you that. So they are up against the winds, and there are still multiple structures burning. So it's very, very, very challenging at this point. In regard to the community, thank you for bringing that up, because a lot of people, as we are well aware, want to know what's happening. They want to know if their homes, property are damaged, destroyed. But with that, patience, and that's a very hard thing to talk about right now, but there's very, very, very unsafe for the community to come up unless they're allowed to do so. So with that, we want the community to understand that it is active, and there's a lot happening within the Palisades as well as the other active brush fires that we have in the city. So please pay attention to the information that we are putting out real time. Forefront of our mind is always we want to repopulate and bring the community back in so we can start the rebuilding phases and recovery phase. But with that, we're still actively engaged in firefighting.
And when it's safe to do so, of course. And Chief Crowley, how do you reassure other members of, and other residents of the city of Los Angeles? Because, we've been on the air over 48 straight hours. We've been covering active firefights for most of those 48 hours. And yet we're talking about a windstorm that brought down power poles, that brought down trees in people's neighborhoods. It caused a lot of damage elsewhere that now we're just not able to really focus on right now. So how do you reassure the residents of Los Angeles that there is coverage in the rest of the city wherever they may need as you guys continue this really dangerous firefight?
Right. So the community needs to understand that we've also brought in our firefighters from the LAFD. We've brought in firefighters from the region, our local partners, the state, and even on the federal side. So as these days go on, as we are again in day 3, more resources are coming, and they're actually even coming from out of state. As we continue to do this firefight, again, we're moving into 72 hours worth of active firefighting. We're starting to replenish those other fire resources to come in, and now we have our people who are rested, and we can also utilize these extra resources in case, as we've already seen, even yesterday, we've had additional brush fires break out within our region. So that's where we are. So the community members, we hope and pray that they understand that this is where we are. The additional resources are coming in, and we're doing everything we can to, again, protect them and their property.
And Chief Crowley, can you talk more about the importance of heeding to those evacuation orders? We've been hearing that from a number of fire officials, that when you get that alert, make that time to go, don't wait. Can you talk to us more about that?
Absolutely, and that's such an important point. So I'm really, really grateful we're talking about this, because as we see what's happening real time, to prepare, ready, set, go should already be happening. So my hopes are that the community is already leaning forward, whether you haven't been impacted yet. Look at what is all around us, right? So with that, we need our entire community who live in a very high fire hazard severity zone in these wildland areas to make sure that they are ready. They are ready to evacuate. When the evacuation warnings come, be ready to go. And when the orders come, we need you to go. And mind you also, you do not have to wait. You can take a proactive approach if the members and the community members feel so compelled. So with that, just our message here is just to make sure the community understands, be ready, and when the evacuation orders come, we really need you to go. And it's in step with, as our community members are evacuating. Remember, we've got our apparatus that are trying to get up that street to protect those properties the best that we can. So with that, that's where we really need the community to understand that. Leave early, be ready to go and evacuate, and let us go and do our jobs.
Absolutely, and you guys do that job so well. I've covered so many fires now in Southern California. I can say firsthand, we have the best firefighters in the world, and among them, your LA City firefighters and all of the mutual aid. We have LA Fire Chief Kristen Crowley. We want to thank you so much for taking a little bit of time to speak with us and help guide our viewers through what's going on. And we'll continue to pray for your firefighters, and thank you for all that they do.
Thank you so much.
All right. We want to switch gears now. We want to check back in on the Palisades fire that we were just talking about with
Audio.
Specifically Big Rock Drive, the intersection. And you can see here, look at this right over here. I mean, this is what you're seeing all over. Telephone poles down. And as you walk along here, as we walk carefully, because it's still so dangerous, you can see just these exposed wires. You can see nails on the ground. Now, keep in mind that this entire section of Malibu was houses, and you can see what we've been showing you.
Is that where their 2.5 Men was?
Just left. Everything.
Is the 2.5 Men house gone? That's all I care about.
It is so dangerous here right now, and you can also still
I used to watch that.
smoldering. Let me talk to you a little bit about what we've been seeing also up in some
alright.
of the canyons,
It was one of the
as well as we have been
better
here all
guy
morning. One of the concerns is those
shows
embers still
that
flying
came on at
around, and what we
night,
just
evening.
saw a short time ago at one of these canyons is a house
He was a
just
man's
on its
man,
own,
Charlie
out of the
Sheen.
blue, just burning up, and the houses around it completely unscathed. Again, we've been talking about the capriciousness of these fires. You know, you'll see one house fine, and then around it just destruction. So, you know, listen, but Chief has been telling us and stay out of these areas unless you're allowed back, because it is still so dangerous. The first responders obviously still coming by. Look, I mean, we're seeing trucks coming because areas, hotspots are just popping up again.
I'm gonna go make her lunch real fast because
trying
she
to repair
is
some of the
bugging,
damage,
baby.
but it's going to take a long time. Back to you.
Our Sarah Wallace there helping us out with our coverage on the ground there along PCH. Camilla, it's so devastating to see the scene behind her. These are people who've built their homes, an entire community, right along one of the most beautiful stretches of water anywhere in the world. And to see the neighborhoods gone like that, it's just alarming.
Now, we'll never forget the images of driving through there Tuesday night, returning from covering the Pacific Palisades fire there. And it's just your heart just breaks.
Yeah.
It was just one home after home, one building after building on fire. So just heartbreaking.
It's on a magnitude we've truly never seen. Right now, we want to go back to our news chopper 4, Julia Dang, overhead following this latest flare-up in the Eaton fire. You know, Julia, we have a vantage point from up above our tower, and it's kind of playing out like Dennis Dottie had predicted. You know, had he been told, you know, that kind of fire, it's putting itself out, but we know they're still not out of the woods yet.
Exactly. This is just like he said. You can see the smoke subsiding now. It's lightening up, moving over to the left, and you can clearly see these towers now on Mount Wilson. Last time I talked to you, they were completely obscured by smoke. What is concerning, though, is not so much what we're seeing on Mount Wilson. It's what we're hearing over the scanners in the helicopter. I'm listening to firefighters talk right now. They have attempted 2 water drops with helicopters, but they can't do it because of the turbulent conditions here. Just after 11 a.m., the LA City Fire Department grounded all fixed-wing aircraft in this area because they cannot fly due to turbulence. So far, no water drops here, and we have not had a fire retardant drop since that last one that we saw live on air. So this really is going to come down to a ground firefight.
We've been covering this all morning long, seeing the development here. What would you say is just the biggest difference compared to earlier this morning, compared to now when you think about the visibility and the smoke?
Camilla, I would say the biggest difference is how fast this is moving, how quickly this is developing. I'm sure you've seen the clips on social media where people put these fire live cams on time lapse. They speed it up. That's what this looks like, but this is in real time. We were over the Eaton fire yesterday. We flew right here yesterday, and we were watching flames climb uphill toward Mount Wilson. And we were alarmed then because we thought it was moving quickly. But this smoke, this is blowing even faster. And this situation has just unfolded within the last hour. Every time I talk to you, conditions change. Fortunately, this time it looks like conditions have changed for the better, just like our engineer laid out. And I just want to underscore again how reassuring it was to hear from Dennis and the LA City Fire Chief. You know, when they tell us they have a plan, they know what they're doing, they are prepared for this, and they knew because of the conditions in the forecast, it was going to be bad this week. I think we all feel better knowing our officials are prepared.
And despite those conditions, you know, the winds are light here. That is good news. This is a, you know, topography and kind of brush-driven fire here, but the good news is the winds are light compared to what they were even just a few hours ago there atop Mount Wilson. I do want to, as we hold your shot, Julia, give our viewers an update. LAUSD schools, per a statement from the school district and the superintendent, Alberto Carvalho, LAUSD schools and offices will be closed for Friday, January 10th. Again, all LAUSD schools and offices will remain closed tomorrow, Friday, January 10th. Students will continue to have digital access to academic resources as part of the district's learning efforts there. And for any students and families who need printed materials, they're being asked to go to their regional offices from 8 to 11 a.m. tomorrow. But as of right now, LAUSD schools and offices
going to take?
will
Starting
remain
now.
closed
Boom.
through tomorrow,
20
Friday,
after.
January
20 seconds
10th,
after.
with no sign of reopening as of
Seconds
yet.
after
I'm
16.
assuming we'll get another update tomorrow or the weekend about you know, openings. And remember to scan that QR code there on your screen where you can get the very latest information, like updates to school districts, evacuations, and of course the weather conditions as we continue our coverage here.
And right now we have NBC reporters from across the country helping us with our coverage. Dana Williams from NBC San Diego is live for us covering the Eaton fire in Altadena, and you are on Marengo and Calavera Street, I understand.
We don't believe. We may have the wrong live shot up here.
Ugly motherfucker. It's very cosmopolitan.
Arriving this morning, it's incredibly somber. As they're arriving, they are wondering in their heads, is my home going to be there? At the end of the street, there is a CHP officer who isn't letting traffic through, but we actually just met a man. His name is Harry, and he just arrived. He is going to walk up to his house, and he agreed to let us walk with him. He does know some things. He knows that his home more than likely isn't going to be there. Harry, thanks for talking with us. We'll head over to your house now, if that's all right with you. Harry, tell me, how long have you lived here?
I've been here since 79. My mom has had the house since 72.
72, and when this fire first broke out, I mean, what was going through your head?
Dina, another black person.
Well, when I first saw it, or I talked to somebody, they were saying it was way over by Eaton Canyon. And I was like, well, the news report said that the wind is going to die down. There shouldn't be any problem. So the lights went out. Me and my wife went to sleep. They came back on maybe around 10 or 11. I got up, went into the living room. I'm going to turn everything off. They went back out. I had to go to work that day, so let's say around 5 o'clock I started 5:30 I started getting dressed. I saw just a little cinder out by the back. I thought, okay, I could get the hose and put that out. Nothing. But the inner gate was locked, so I had to come back inside, get the keys, come back outside. By that time, it was coming up the back of the building. And I said, hey, we got to go. Come on. My wife couldn't find the keys to her car. And she said, can you go get your key, which is through to the bathroom.
She's happy.
The smoke and everything was too thick. I couldn't breathe. So I said, no, we got to go. Try use 911 to call. We went outside. Fire was running down. One of the wires coming off the telephone pole to the house next door to us. I saw the fire coming up, starting to get over one of the rooms in the back. So we had to get out. We just drove down to the bottom of the driveway and headed towards Fair Oaks.
And Harry, now I believe this is close to your first glimpse of your home since the fires. We could take a few more steps further if you're comfortable. Sure. I mean, what at this point, can you even believe it? And we are going to be careful right here. There are some down power lines. This is something people need to be really careful about if they are trying to come back into their neighborhood. So we're just going to take a gentle step over these. Harry, what do you see right now?
Well, this house here is gone. And he just redid a lot of the front of his property here. Put up all this wrought iron fencing and the steps and the pillars. And it's completely, well, the fireplace is still there, but.
And which one of these lots, Harry, is yours? Is it this far one with the green grass?
I'm the next one where the 3 mailboxes are, or the 2 mailboxes. So not the one with the green grass, but the next one over. The guy with the green grass, he just 2 weeks ago put in a sprinkling system. Because it gets so hot up here, or so cold, that you can't keep the grass green. So he put in a sprinkling system, and yeah.
And Harry, so
grass is there, house is gone.
Your home.
Not this one, but the one where the white Mercedes is over there. Is my home.
Your first glimpse, can you even describe it? Does it feel real?
Why aren't they showing his property? It's fucking weird.
Cars are gone. I had the Mercedes, a Jeep, and my Harley. I couldn't take out of there, so all I have is my little Chevy Colorado. So looking at this, maybe the Mercedes is in halfway decent condition and I can get it out of there.
Oh.
But I don't know. I'll have to take a look. That's why I was here today, to see what exactly I could muster up after all the disaster.
And Harry, I can tell you have a lot of family and friends here helping you. You're really close with a lot of people in this community. How will rebuilding be?
It'll be tough. I have to consult and see if we can rebuild. I've been here for a long time, so I would imagine that it shouldn't be a problem. It's just going to be time consuming. First with the cleanup, demolition and everything, and getting all the old cars and all that out of here, and then having to find all the water mains and gas and all that to even dig and start rebuilding.
Harry, do you mind if we take a few more steps closer here? And be careful, there
Why
are
rebuild
power lines
if you
right
can't
behind
get
you
fire
there.
insurance?
Again, guys, we are on Calaveras Street here in Altadena. We are taking a look at some of the destruction as people are just starting to arrive to look at their homes for the very first time. So many people are describing it as something that they truly have just never seen before. You hear it time and time again, people never expected to be in their neighborhoods, but here it is in the destruction. It's difficult to even truly show you what it's like through video. Smell it, there's ash falling like it's snow. Harry, where are we now? Where was your front door? This is your driveway?
The door was right across from the Mercedes. So just to the left of where the Mercedes is where the front door. Okay.
All right. So the Mercedes, is that a miracle? Did that Mercedes miraculously survive being right there?
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Because there was trees on both sides of it, as you see. I have what they call a flag property. So I have two pieces of property. Well, they're not mine, but there's two houses in the back behind all these trees and stuff.
Okay. Look at that, Harry. This Mercedes, this is really fascinating and something we're seeing throughout the neighborhood. This Mercedes.
All right, we're
maybe
losing
the one
connection
thing
there to Dana
that is
Williams'
salvageable.
shot. We believe we want to go to Alex Rozier next in Malibu along PCH. And Alex, we understand you have some breaking new information. Our first confirmed death from the Palisades fire.
Yeah, guys, we are live right now just to the south of Dukes. I think that's probably the landmark that a lot of people would know. I want to give you a live look. Human remains have been confirmed found inside this home last night by the Sheriff's Department. Looking at this scene right now, the LASD deputies are on scene, and so is the medical examiner's office, and they tell me that the medical examiner's office will work to make the identification of the person who died here in the Palisades fire. So here's what happened. It was a missing persons report initially, and they tell me that that turned into a welfare check. So the LASD Lost Hills Station conducted the welfare check last night, and they discovered those remains. So their investigation is ongoing right now, but again, the medical examiner will make that positive identification. One thing that the detective with the LASD just told me is that what happened here, again, this is a residential home just off Pacific Coast Highway, and apparently one person left and one person stayed behind, and they don't know why they stayed behind. He said potentially to fight the fire. We don't know that at this point, but it turned into a missing persons report at some point. Then that welfare check, and the welfare check led to the discovery of the human remains. So that is what this scene is all about right now on Pacific Coast Highway. Detectives are here. The medical examiner's office is here as they work to make that identification of the person that was discovered after the Palisades fire. Jonathan, we'll send it back to you.
All right, our Alex Rozier in Malibu on Pacific Coast Highway in Los Flores Canyon Road. Jonathan reporting on the first death confirmed in
I've driven right past that area.
Alex, just an absolute tragic update at this hour that we're now learning. Jonathan.
Yeah, as we stay with Alex's shot here, you see the sheriff's deputies out there.
He was in the house when I drove past one.
Sheriff Robert Luna, LA County Sheriff, who said today that his sheriff's deputies will be conducting all death investigations. We know there had been at least 5 confirmed deaths in the Eaton fire burning in Altadena.
This is super fresh. They haven't even gotten the body out yet.
Anticipates that number to likely be higher when all things are said and done. But now this first confirmed death in the Palisades fire. And to reiterate, we don't know the circumstances about what happened in this particular case. As we
He
see
was
those first responders
murdered,
bringing in a
and it
stretcher,
was their perfect
to that
opportunity.
scene. But one thing that the
He could
sheriff
have a bullet in
mentioned
him.
today was he was tired of hearing his
That's telling,
deputies
dude.
having to make rescues, that every rescue that his deputies were making were people who refused to leave their homes under mandatory evacuation orders. In most cases, there aren't enough personnel to
They're going to do a
physically
whole
drag someone out of
investigation
their
to make
home.
sure
It
that
has
he
to
wasn't
be on the
murdered.
people who live there. And sadly, we heard there from Alex that what he was hearing on the ground was that one person chose to leave and that one person stayed behind. And so, we still have a lot of information to confirm before we can make that call, but that is something the sheriff pointed out.
Doctors had to look at his
Yeah, and it's
entire
investigation we'll
body.
continue to follow for
Make
more
sure he wasn't murdered.
updates throughout the day. It's 12:30 p.m. and we're continuing our coverage of Southern California's wildfire emergency live on the air nonstop since Tuesday morning.
Much easier for the
And
morgue
right now,
when
the flames
we're not
from the Eaton fire burning
mysteriously
dangerously close to Mount Wilson.
killed.
Mount Wilson is home to many communications towers and equipment for Los Angeles, including the way that we're broadcasting to you right now. It's also home to the historic Mount Wilson Observatory and roads going up there to the summit. We know they are twisty, they are narrow. It makes it very difficult for access to fire trucks and fire crews.
And
Well,
right now,
are up against a
that's a good
lot,
point.
from the winds
This
to this
instance,
is
I
day
guess it would
3,
be his
mind you.
bone.
We're rotating firefighters
Then you
in
have to
and
look
out.
over the bone, though,
With
to
that,
see
yes,
if
there's been some challenges in regard to
bullets
our water
could hit,
supply, but
any were
also I want to
broken.
stress that our firefighters, normally in a day 3, we're
We'll have to
always looking
sift through
for
the
our
bone.
backup
I
plans in
wonder-
regard to if the
there
water
must be
is
a body.
limited,
They
we're going to
brought in
draft
the
water out of pools.
stretcher.
We're going to find some type of a water source, utilize water tenders, whatever our firefighters, they're coming up with a plan. I can tell you that.
The Eaton fire first started in Altadena on Tuesday and has burned more than 10,000 acres. 5 people have died. More than 1,000 buildings have burned, including homes and businesses. And right now, evacuation orders remain in effect. And effective immediately, the fire danger level has increased to critical at the Angeles National Forest. They had put out an update just a few minutes ago, and the closure there now extended through Wednesday, January 15th. So that's the latest update there. And we've just learned the Palisades fire has turned deadly. The first death confirmed minutes ago after human remains were found on Pacific Coast Highway and Las Flores Canyon Road. So far, the Palisades fire has burned more than 17,000 acres and more than 1,000 buildings burned, including a number of homes and businesses. And we're getting a bird's eye view here of the damage along PCH in Malibu. Evacuation orders are still in effect, and the Lakers game scheduled for tonight has been postponed. And as Jonathan, you mentioned earlier, many schools are closed today, including every school in LA Unified School District, Pasadena, Monrovia, also among those closures. And there are several others that we have a full list for you. Make sure to go to our website, NBCLA.com, for all those updates.
And we know we're bringing you a ton of information all at once. We want to remind you that the QR code right here on your screen, you can use your phone camera to scan that QR code. It'll take you to our website and our NBC4LA app, where you can get access to all of the information that we're trying to convey in real time. Also, an update to that LAUSD closure today. It has been extended through at least tomorrow. All LAUSD schools and offices will be closed Friday as well, in addition to today. Right now, we want to get over to our meteorologist, Shauna Mendiola, tracking the current conditions, because Shauna, especially
Trump drops hint of talking to someone that doesn't have any audio.
That he put eyes on, he said about a half dozen of them were completely destroyed. People are just starting to realize the damage. We encountered one family who was seeing their home for the first time, spent the last 24 to 48 hours not knowing what to expect. They didn't know the condition of their home, and they pulled up just a little bit ago to see it completely destroyed. So people just beginning now to get the full scope of the damage. And this, as firefighters are still out there. They are still battling. There are still fires going on. And, you know, we're hearing countless stories, especially here in Altadena, of folks over the last few days who took matters into their own hands. As firefighters were stretched so thin, a lot of folks, while their homes and neighborhoods were being threatened, some while they were literally on fire, were grabbing garden hoses and trying to put out the flames, grabbing buckets, coolers, pots, pans, filling them up with water, trying to put out the flames that they were encountering, doing anything they possibly could, because these fires are so widespread and firefighters have been stretched so thin. Kira?
Mola, thank you. Well, our next guests recently moved into a new home in Altadena, but were forced to evacuate this week because of the Eaton fire. They are now safely in San Diego, but their house has completely burned to the ground. These are the before and after pictures. Laura Begley and even Evan Dresman join me now. First of all, to both of you, I'm so sorry about your home. I can't even imagine, you know, what you're going through. The worst I've been through is a flood and lost everything inside, but never my home from the top to bottom. And I don't think any of us could really imagine what Angelinos are feeling right now across the entire area. But I do have to ask you, you did make it to San Diego. You are safe. You have each other. How are you doing?
Okay.
Yeah, considering, right?
We're safe. Yeah, I think we're a little bit in shock of what has happened. We have our 2 dogs. We're, you know, our neighbors, everyone we've talked to, thankfully, is in a safe place, which...
Bruh, you looking as bad as me right now. That's scruffier than me, I think, actually. This dude hasn't shaved this since he shaved this. Homie, you're on national TV, international, possibly. I mean, really? Yo, she thinks she's embarrassed. I would be embarrassed. Like, dude, you better believe, if I doubt that millions of people might see me on TV with some shit, I'm gonna shave. I'm definitely going to shave on that day, dude. I'm not going to look... I would at least get this and this in my head. I would definitely do that. There's no question. Even if I was in this situation and I just lost my house. I don't know. Maybe they're trying to look like destitute so that people send them GoFundMe money. Possible. Look as sad as possible. Don't even wash your hair. That's perfect. Perfect. Bad for you when you look dirty.
Was
maybe.
one of my greatest concerns when we left.
He looks like a wolf man right now. This dude hasn't shaved in a really long time. I thought I was looking bad. I am looking kind of bad.
Fortunately, we have friends. We were able to, when we left, we were able to stay with friends in LA. But once we realized that our house was gone and our other house was gone, we actually had just moved and we're putting our other house on the market next week.
Wait, they have 2 houses?
They're both gone. So
I'm sorry. Now I don't feel sorry for you. You had 2 houses? They both burned up? Welp. Holy shit. Was one of them an Airbnb, you fuckhead? Making money off of it? Keeping it off the market? Huh?
Somewhere to stay.
How many of these were Airbnbs? That's a good... Ooh, I'd like to know. You know, did a bunch of Airbnbs get wiped out?
So just to put this in perspective so folks understand, you were already living in the
prime real estate
Altadena
for
area.
'em.
You were excited about moving into your new home. So your original home's on the market.
Oh,
You're
I
getting
see.
ready to move into
Oh,
this home that
shit.
we're looking at
Never
now,
mind.
which
Okay,
and
that's
we're seeing the
different.
after pictures. It's gone.
How did
Give
they
us a
still have
reality
the
check
other
here.
one if the other one
Did you
was
have
their new one?
insurance in a situation like yours where you've lost the house you were trying to sell and the home that you were just about to move into?
They still
Are you
had a
explain
house
to me how the
while they had the
insurance
other house. Well,
works
so they did have two
and
houses.
how you move forward here?
Yeah.
We'll figure that out.
This scruffy
We had
motherfucker
actually
had
just
two
moved
houses in
into
the
our home in
Palisades?
Highview, a couple weeks ago. So everything was at our new house, and we were about to stage our other house to be sold. But yes, thankfully, we have insurance on both properties. I don't really know what
Well, there you go.
any of it means at this point. But, you know, we're really grateful to live in a community where everyone has just really been helping each other out. I think that we're all really devastated just for Altadena and all of its residents and our neighbors. And even with all of this going on,
Hard to feel sorry for
everyone
them,
is
dude.
helping each other.
$1 million
There's
houses.
so many things that you can do. Follow local businesses on
two of
Instagram.
them.
There's mutual aid. Her friends actually set us up a GoFundMe, and there are many other people that really
there it is.
need your help.
There it is. That's why he hasn't shaved in
and
months.
It's really just sad for us
It
to
was
see
to get ready
everyone,
just in case there was fires
all
this
our
year.
neighbors, everyone on Highview who's been there forever, just watch everything dissipate. So.
And you know what I think?
Why do you have a
times
GoFundMe
people
if you
don't
had
realize,
insurance?
as
Stop
we
being
sit
so
here and we
fucking
cover this
greedy.
story, we talk to folks like you, and we're talking about homes burning down, but inside
The people
those
that didn't have
homes,
insurance get some help.
your other house, old memories, your new house, new memories, and your things, your pictures, your
And they
scrapbooks,
can't afford two
your
houses.
personal belongings, your things that have been passed down to you from family members. That's got to be even tougher when you think of certain things that were special to you, things that were irreplaceable. And I hope it's okay if I ask, you know, as the two of you have been sort of dealing with this and the shock and realizing what you've lost, what do you think it is that you're going to miss the most? Have you guys even had time to talk about that?
I bet she had a lucky dildo. Like she's like, I can't talk about it. Gotta pick something else real fast.
I think for me, I wish I'd grabbed any of the photographs that I had, any like physical photographs.
Yeah, it was hard. We never got an evacuation notice. We weren't sure what was happening. We lost power on our block, I mean our whole area at about 6:30.
Water. I'll be right back down.
At night. And when we lost power, we lost cell service too, so we had no information. We couldn't get any info. And I just looked out the back window and saw orange, and I thought it was maybe a fire. And then I could see flames, but we didn't know how close it was. So we just grabbed wallet, passport, phone chargers, our dogs, and thought we were going to drive into Pasadena and get reception and see what was going on. And by the time we were driving out, you know, that's when we learned that there was a fire, how close it was. There was evacuation zones spreading, but we still never got notice. So we weren't able to grab anything really. And now, you know, everything in there it's sentimental, and that's important. Right now, the loss that I'm dealing with more is Altadena is a beautiful community, and it's the place that we felt like we'd finally found a home in Los Angeles. And just knowing the amount that's gone now, it's really devastating.
You know, the home is right there in that room where you are, between the two of you and your dogs. That's your home. That is your home, and you've got that. Thank goodness. What about?
Wait a second.
Tell me
So
why
does that
San
mean
Diego?
that
Do you have
homeless
friends there,
people aren't really
family there?
homeless?
How did you find a safe place to go to, guys?
Oh, that's right. They're
My
houseless.
sister lives in San Diego, so we're thankfully.
You should have
staying
said
with
that.
her. We had been staying.
No, you're not homeless. You're houseless. You still have a home. It's where you're at. You're just a houseless person now.
With our
Times 2.
good friends in Silver Lake initially when we evacuated.
They have insurance. I don't know.
And then yesterday when we saw that both houses.
There are some religions who are believe highly in starting over, erasing everything, starting afresh. This isn't bad for people. God, nothing happens without reason, right? So, like, this was supposed to happen to these people that it happened to, possibly, so that they could start something fresh. This is their life's journey. It was meant to happen. Their fate, right? Just like shit that's happened to me was my fate. Pituitary tumor and shit. Autoimmune disorder. Anything else? I set a GoFundMe up, huh?
We're just entirely gone.
What do you think?
We decided to go to my sister's house for a little bit more.
No, because I can't afford two houses. Only people that can afford two houses get fucking Oprah-type donations.
But temporarily in Silver Lake, we became a little...
Gotta keep them in those two houses.
Because we went there at night, and about 5 in the morning...
Wouldn't want them to only have one house for a little while.
And then the next morning, our friends from...
You know the motherfuckers weren't selling that other house. They were going to turn it into an Airbnb and make money off of it forever.
Power in South Pass, so
greedy fucks.
So we were all there together.
I bet. Until proven otherwise, I bet that's what they're doing.
We were with friends. We were able to support each other.
They never said they were selling it. I didn't hear that.
From everyone in Altadena, friends, neighbors, going on next door. Everyone's super helpful, and there's a lot of mutual aid going on, and that's really important.
And that's got to give you peace of mind when you know that you have that. Yeah, Laura?
I would have felt better if they would have gotten a black person from Altadena on here.
Just hoping that...
Why do white people even live in that? That's like a white person living in Compton.
Had before, but I think that it's
taking advantage of the community at this point.
Seeing all the footage
their
of
cheap
the downtown
rent,
area,
their cheap property values.
Everything just pretty much gone.
You know, it's a black community.
Thinking about all the people that are currently displaced, and I hope that everyone who lost a place in Altadena can, for the time being.
Yeah, dude, it's mostly black people from what I've seen so far.
Stay in Altadena because I think that that's one of the best things about it is the people there, and I really.
That's why I'm saying this.
Appreciate being
and it goes back to the 70s.
I would like it to still remain full of those wonderful people.
And the good thing is you're in touch
with
Muslims?
Well, there you go. Like you said, see, there's something about that city. I didn't even know that part.
Dealing with the same type of loss, but you have.
What are they even doing there?
And you've got your dog. Where are your dogs, by the way? Are they with you right now?
They are. Here, do you want to ask her?
Yeah, introduce us. Let's meet them, Laura.
2 rescue dogs.
They're hipsters, I guess. They're hippies.
Not a fan of people, so.
And now they've rescued your hearts. Okay, tell me who they introduce us.
So this is Aster. We adopted her in 2019. She's about 9 years old. And this is Tansy, and we adopted her in 2020.
You've had 4 years to get these dogs to like people, and they still won't?
They look like twins.
I know. We're just Chihuahua mutts.
Dogs suck then.
Well, and, look, unless you have an animal, you do not understand how they can make you feel so much better, especially at the end of the day, right? Wherever you're coming home to, the first people to greet you are those loving pets.
Like, holy shit, I got to do the litter box now.
See, Laura?
I got to walk the dog, and I just want to sit down.
Exactly what's going
on. So it just depends on the day there, lady.
She does.
Oh, everything's so happy.
Yeah, and I know there are animal shelters set up around the area too. I know the Pasadena Humane Society has been taking in animals from people who are affected. So if people want to donate or help out in any way,
your little dog,
reach out to them.
And local rescues are also helping too, so they could always
tell us about that. Yes, do tell us what you do
right
know. So you said the Altadena. Yeah, go ahead, guys, plug it.
Yeah, the Pasadena Humane Society is a small animal shelter.
Why you go to Pasadena?
Small animals, but I know that they're probably coordinating aid.
Oh, they're holding them.
There was a large animal shelter
White Town
at the Rose Bowl
Yeah.
in other areas. Altadena is, it's semi-urban, but there's also semi-agricultural area around there. So I know there are horses in the area.
Also, if you can donate to local rescues, they're also always needing fosters, especially in times like this.
Yeah.
So if anyone can foster, that always helps because then it gives the rescue space to accept more animals from the shelters.
Yeah. And a Mayday rescue in
Silver Lake
Los
area.
Angeles, they're helping out. So those are there's a
Well,
lot.
Aim for May Purposeful Rescue.
Yeah. There's a lot of
You know what? You just gave us another great idea for an interview. We will work to get one of these rescues for sure. That should not be difficult. Matter of fact, if you guys have names or numbers, when I let you go, hold on the line for a second, and we will work to get a live shot up with all those animals at one of those rescues, because I know there are a lot of animals that have been stranded, and there's a lot of people that don't know what to do with their animals right now. Laura, Evan, it was so nice to meet you guys and the pups, and we're glad you're safe. And I know you're going to push forward. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
You bet, I have a bag.
All right, let's bring in Melissa Griffin, our meteorologist. She's been busy as well, tracking all the gusty winds that are now returning to Southern California. Melissa, you probably saw the interview with our KABC helicopter reporter and pilot and his crew talking about how the winds have been a bit erratic. You know, they slow down, they speed up, and they're concerned about how they're going to amplify.
That's exactly right, Kira, and that's the problem, is we do get a little bit of a release in those winds, so they do die down, but then the problem is not long after, they peak back up. And it's because we have different weather systems that are moving in and out of the Southern California region. We had the low pressure system that moved out, that has ejected east, the one that brought the extremely destructive Santa Ana winds that we saw Tuesday into Wednesday. But now we have another system, a high pressure moving in from the north, and that's going to bring another round of those gusty winds, really peaking tonight into early Friday. So we're going to show you that here. That's why we still have these high wind warnings still in effect for parts of Southern California all the way down to the Mexico border. That includes San Diego County. And then when you look over here in the LA and Ventura counties, those are under red flag warnings.
Oh, it skips
so
Long
timing
Beach,
out
though.
those winds, we're going to see them die down a little bit through this evening, but then they peak right back up as we head into late tonight through the early hours of Friday. So we're looking at gusts anywhere from 20 to 40 miles per hour in the lower elevations, but in the upper elevations, we could see 50 to 70 mile per hour winds yet again. The humidity still low, not quite as low, but it will rise a bit, but still in that 5 to 20% range. So we still have the critical fire danger.
Multiple generations of a family lost,
from Santa Clarita, where gusts could reach 40 miles per hour later today, through LA and all the way down to Anaheim, again, all the way down to San Diego County and those critical.
They always trick me into watching them every time. They're so good at just sneaking the weather person in.
Caitlin Doran, whose entire family lost their homes in the Palisades fire. She is currently housing her grandparents, her parents, her aunt, her uncle, cousins, brother, cats, dogs, turtle, and her boyfriend. Caitlin, thank you so much for giving us some of your time here. Certainly so much devastation. Kind of talk about what the situation is like right now for you and your family.
So we are all in my house in Marina Del Rey. We have 11 adults. We have 6 dogs. We have a cat. We have a 175-pound, 23-year-old African sulcata tortoise. And the Palisades to us is just, it's so much more than a home. I'm the 5th generation Palisadian from my family. We moved there in the 1930s, one of the first families in the Palisades. I was there all day yesterday. My dad did not leave until midnight. My 84-year-old grandfather, that's a photo of our house right now, or last night, that my father took. They tried to stay as long as they could to help fight the fires because we had no services from 10:30 until midnight. When our family was there, we didn't see one fire truck in the neighborhood. I mean, this is the house that my mom raised her family in, and across the street is the house that she grew up in the Palisades. We're neighbors with my grandparents. My aunt and uncle live 3 streets down with their 2 kids and dog, and we've lived here our whole life. My grandparents met at Palisades Elementary, and it's gone. So we're all at the house in the marina. We're all safe. We're all happy to be here.
I never even heard of the Palisades until yesterday or the day before.
The Lazy Susan that my
I didn't know where it
grandfather
was.
built that was in their backyard. My
I heard
brother
of it.
was
I
able
didn't
to
know
run in
where
and
it
grab
was.
that. So at least we have our Sunday night dinner
probably
tradition
heard
still
it,
going. But I mean, it's beyond devastation.
Yeah, so many memories. Caitlin, how difficult was it for them to leave? I mean, you said your dad didn't leave
I've
till
probably
10
even
o'clock last
driven
night.
around there before, but didn't know where I was.
Yeah.
It was like pulling teeth. I evacuated my grandparents in Tortoise at about 3:30 down to the 800 block of Hartselle, and then I got tiptoe over to the marina. And it took me 5 minutes from being out of the Palisades before my grandparents and mom and dad returned to their houses. It was not an easy way to get them out. I mean, we didn't get my 84-year-old grandfather out of there until about 8:30, and he was on his front lawn with a hose in hand. You'll see it right here, but he had a hose in hand. He's trying to save his home, trying to save their family memories. I mean, they didn't take anything from the house because it's not about what's inside. It was just, they did what they could. And, you know, you got guys that are just, they're trying to save their community and, you know, putting fires out of the neighbors' houses, utilizing everybody's,
Democrats don't fly
just
American
trying,
flags.
but the water turned off. And
That's fact.
like I said, we had no support from any fire truck or anything, which they're just,
Democrats
there
fly
were
rainbow
too many
flags.
fires to
Training
allocate
flags.
resources. But
Yeah, there
we
really
were.
were. What does the neighborhood
Ukrainian
look like? What did it look
flags.
like, Caitlin, when you last saw it? I mean, is anything left?
Or
When
Palestinian
we last
flags.
saw it, we were driving out during the flames. I've gotten a few photos from friends and videos, and I mean, there's nothing there. There one house, the house on Bashford and Iliff on the top of the 900 block, it already has a notice of demolition because they were going to tear it down anyways, but that house is there. So one house in the Alphabet Streets at least. I'm going to head up there this afternoon to take a look at it. But for the most part, I mean, we're all going to be starting from scratch. But the Palisades is such a strong community. I mean, we're a small town in a big city, and we really are a close-knit community. So, you know, what are we going to do? But everything's gone. We don't have a school, grocery stores, but you know, I've gotten such powerful messages from friends, family, people out of the state that I haven't talked to in years that are ready to head to the Palisades with a shovel. So
I want to talk about that, Caitlin. I mean, you mentioned your tortoise there, and I mentioned the tortoise out of, you know, all of the family members, because you and your tortoise also have a big following on social media. What has been the reaction online?
Well, yeah, Tiptoe, I got him when I was 7 from Santa Claus. I started making videos of him on TikTok during the COVID time. Everybody just needed a little bit of a smile on their face, and I really can't find anything that's going to make you smile more than a 175-pound happy tortoise. So
I remember something about some
he
turtle.
has 4.5 million followers on TikTok, and it's beyond words to see the amount of support that's been shown.
Wow,
this video that's being shown right now, we spent the last 3 months constructing Tiptoe a new house, his forever home. It was my last big project with my 84-year-old grandfather. I mean, he's getting old. He loves to do construction, but, you know, this was our last project. We unfortunately lost that new Tiptoe house.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your
God
screen.
didn't like something about your family. It seems to have fucked everything up for everybody. Very interesting. Maybe they wanted them to experience something different. Higher power.
Seeing all my
For
friends'
you to
places,
experience something not so
the memories we
pleasant.
had there.
You live up there in the Palisades.
You know, friends, when I get service, friends are texting me, like, can you check on my house?
I know that's what a homeless person that lit
Trying
this
to,
fire
but
up was
it's,
probably
you know, there's
thinking.
a lot of damage around, so it's hard to get around.
Could the homeless
But
person be
it's,
God?
It's just
Be
really
Jesus.
gut-wrenching.
What was Jesus?
Feels like the world is stopping right now.
He was a homeless person, wasn't he?
And that gentleman I just spoke with there, he said that his family's home was under construction. So fortunately for them, they had moved all of their possessions into storage, and that part was burned down, but they had an ADU in the back which survived the fire. So he's grateful for that. But again, he's going through the neighborhood and seeing his friend's home, his childhood friend's home, burned to the ground, sending back those pictures to his friend. And he just said it's just devastating. There's a loss of words here. And what I can tell you is that we have seen a lot of law enforcement today patrolling the area. Yesterday I did speak with the LA County District Attorney Nathan Hochman. He was here because his sister's house burned down. He told me that there is going to be law enforcement here from outside of our area. Patrol is being beefed up to prevent looters, burglars,
Mama's
and
here
scammers.
now, I guess, now that
Earlier
Tux is
today,
in
city
here.
and county leaders gave an update. Take a listen.
I don't know, man. I think they saw Tux as being my cat. That's how it was. This was Tux's
In the midst
territory.
of the emergency, we've all seen individuals who are targeting vulnerable communities by burglarizing and looting homes. This is simply unacceptable. Shame on those who are preying on our residents during this time of crisis.
This interpreter,
The
Jesus,
emergency order
fat
will be strictly
bags.
enforced by the Sheriff's
Holy
Department,
shit.
who are proactively
Can't
patrolling
they get
to
one that
protect
looks a
these
little better?
communities from looting and
This is
any
LA.
criminal activity.
Should be a law against that.
Loot, if you want to
This guy's
commit
better.
burglary, if
There
you
you
want
go.
to engage in grand
Ladies.
theft, if you want to engage in these
Ladies. I like looking
internet
at that one, huh?
scams where you're going to take advantage of people who are going to be seeking insurance and government
difference there?
benefits, you will be arrested.
Why the fuck would we have that
you
fat
will be
fuck on TV
prosecuted,
doing sign language?
And you will be
Let
punished
him
to
do
the full
kids
extent
shows
of the
or
law.
something. They don't care if someone's
And
fat.
they were
They
saying
love
at
it.
that news conference that already 20 people have been arrested for crimes. Again, they are saying for people to avoid this area and that they will prosecute to the fullest extent of the law for anyone who's committing crimes here. Again, back here live,
for sure.
you can just see behind us what we've been showing you throughout the day, just the devastation
she started hanging
here.
out much
We took
less
a drive
once
around
he
since
started hanging out
yesterday.
much more.
This is not too far from the
Much,
village.
much
We did
less.
notice that a lot of
It's
the
not even
retail
coming by.
stores, I noticed the Ralphs, what looked like the Gelsons, the Chase Bank there
Now she moved
had
back
been
in.
destroyed. Reporting live here in Pacific Palisades, I'm Kimberly Chang. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you, Kimberly. That, of course, the same neighborhood that Pat Ashby lived in and his family.
The Alphabet.
The Alphabet Streets,
Yes.
and he was talking about the devastation, and then Kimberly in the same neighborhood, so you could actually see firsthand what he was talking about.
Yeah. And
go ahead.
No, I was just going to remark really quickly. First, you can see the smoke, not just here in the Santa Monica Palisades area, but all across Southern California.
There have been some bizarre moments.
Please be careful today. There is, of course, an air quality alert for all of Southern California.
In the coverage of the Los Angeles fire. Let's go through some. Mayor Karen Bass finally arrived to Los Angeles and suddenly forgot how to speak.
Do you owe citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning? Do you regret cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor? Have you nothing to say today? Have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today? Elon Musk says that you're utterly incompetent. Are you considering your position? Madam Mayor, have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today who are dealing with this disaster?
See what about
no
Mama?
apology for them? Do you think you should have been visiting Ghana while this was unfolding back home?
This is the mayor of a city where thousands are losing everything. She is in no position to plead the fifth with a reporter and stand there like a mute. This is utterly insulting to anyone with a brain. But not to worry, the mayor eventually did speak, offering some guidance on where to find help.
Right now, if you need help, emergency information, resources, and shelter is available. All of this can be found at URL. Los Angeles, together is how we will get through this.
You got that? Just head on over to URL. Gee, I wonder why there's no water in the fire hydrants. This guy found himself fact-checked by his own coworker.
Former LA mayoral candidate and real estate developer Rick Caruso criticizing the city's response to the windstorm and fires. He says officials should have been more prepared.
We got to have water, and my understanding is the reservoir was not refilled in time and in a timely manner to keep the hydrants going. So that's a failure, whether on DWP's part or another city agency. But this is basic stuff.
Despite what you have heard from Caruso, no firefighters have told us that they are running out of water.
And let's go out to Gigi Graciette. She is live in Pacific Palisades. I know your signal's not the best, but Gigi, what can you tell us?
Well, firefighters have told me they have no water on this block.
Imagine being so concerned about running cover for local authorities that you resort to such a moronic fact check. Have you been paying attention at all?
I asked the captain, out of every 10 hydrants you attach to today, on average, how many are you getting full water from? He says little to none.
See this hose, this garden hose? This is connected to the fire truck, and this homeowner is filling up the fire truck tank with their hose so that they can fight these fires.
And while we're on the topic of excuses for incredible failure, here's Anderson Cooper providing one to the dozens of people watching CNN.
Part of the problem is a lot of people are using hoses, trying to understandably hose down their lawns, hoping that will stop the fire. A lot of firefighters will say that's not going to stop a fire like this from burning down your house. You may keep your lawn, but it's not going to keep your house.
Anderson, what the f*** are you talking about? Everyone's favorite Rothschild also talked to Gavin Newsom, who seemed quick to pass the blame.
The situation with the water, obviously, in Palisades, it ran out last night in the hydrants. I was talking to the firefighter on this block. They left because there was no water in the hydrant here.
The local folks are trying to figure that out. I mean, just...
Yeah, it's the local folks. They'll figure it out. Don't look at me. Newsman David
Muir
was given a hard time for wearing clothespins in his ABC News branded fire outfit. But come on, do you really want David to go on TV without looking as beautiful as he can? And lastly, amidst all this misery, Joe Biden took the opportunity to announce that he's a great-grandfather.
Good news is, I'm a great-grandfather as of today. I have a granddaughter, a baby girl, a baby boy. So I remember this day for about a long recess.
Yeah. Maybe that's why they didn't give him a mic. They're hoping that nobody heard it.
Or has some sort of damage to it. This neighborhood essentially is just going to be uninhabitable for a long time, and we'll keep doing a tour here through the city. There's the high school. That's going to be Pacific the Palisades Charter High School. We didn't see a whole lot of damage to the high school itself. I know that was something that people were concerned about while the fire was making its way through here. That section seems to be okay. We'll make our way over towards the downtown area where a lot of the commerce is here.
I gotta put another bowl of food out, bro.
And Via de la Paz, and the gas station there has been destroyed. Some homes up above the gas station. Of course, the Gelson's, as we had mentioned, is right here. That is completely gutted. You just see about 3/4 of the wall that is that remains. Other than that, it has been completely destroyed. And this is just in the central portion of Pacific Palisades. Sunset Boulevard, as many of us know, run right down the center. It's where a lot of the shops are, but there's also homes, and that's what we're seeing here, and just both sides of Sunset Boulevard completely destroyed. Everywhere you look here, essentially between, let's see, Temescal Canyon, all the way towards Palisades Road. I mean, majority of that is seeing damaged home or just completely destroyed homes. There's more homes that we can't even see because of the flight restriction and the smoke. So what we're seeing here is just the majority of what has been destroyed, but there's still more we still have not seen. We still haven't seen what has happened up along Palisades Road, other sections of PCH. There's sections of there's structures over by the Getty Villa that have been completely destroyed. So both sides of Palisades Road, which is where that fire originally started, have been destroyed. But overall, everything you're seeing here is in the flatlands of Pacific Palisades below the hill. So when that fire started up above, all the amber cast, everything just started pouring down into the city, and there was really nothing you could do with those high winds. Unfortunately, this is a live view of Pacific Palisades. We'll stay overhead. We'll continue to give you these live images. But for now, I'm Rich Prickett in the Sky 5, and I'll send it back to you in Hollywood.
Thank you, Rich. Again, quite a contrast from the Palisades going down to the lower part of the picture where Santa Monica starts, where there was an evacuation in Santa Monica, but I guess fortunately they dodged a bullet.
Yeah, from Chautauqua, also West Channel, to the west of there is Santa Monica, and that's pretty much the line of demarcation, if you will. Everything off to the west of there, or to the east rather, of those streets that I just named, that's safe into Santa Monica, but then to the west, and that's what we're looking at. It's just devastation. And what's terrible too is some of the structures of the homes that are still standing, their gas is off, their water's been shut down. It's probably very dangerous. There's lots of chemicals in the atmosphere. The water has been compromised. Even in my neighborhood in the San Gabriel Valley in Pasadena, they've told us to not drink the water because a lot of the filtration systems in these areas have been compromised. So the water is not safe to drink. That's something we haven't heard here in the Pacific Palisades, but that could be happening because of, again, the devastation. Everything turned off. Water, you can see some of the electric companies, some of the service folks that are out there trying to make sure that the lines are safe now and maybe de-energized. Because there's still winds out there, and if those power lines are swaying or swinging, and if they hold that energy, there's still opportunities for more disaster to happen. So of course we're hoping that they're de-energizing those lines, and you could still see hot spots down there in some of the bowls, some of the canyons. There's some smoke right there in the center of your screen, so there's still a lot of hot spots. It's just so dangerous, and with all that debris, again, this is another reason to stay out of these areas, folks, because there's nails, there's sharp objects everywhere.
Down power lines.
There's down power lines, there's concrete, things that are still falling, things that are not propped up properly that could fall on you and kill you in a second. So these are just very dangerous neighborhoods to be in. Only experts, only officials should be in these areas, and even if you are or a resident of these areas, please call ahead, try and speak to somebody who can give you information on how to safely navigate through a lot of these neighborhoods.
Yeah, I know another big problem is like natural gas still burning in a lot of these houses, and you've got to somehow get in there and turn that off.
Yeah,
I mean, it's got to be, I think the gas company at some point they could maybe turn off a major central valve and
they can
cut it down.
Yeah, and also yesterday, I mean, Glenn Lou, we heard how many propane tanks did we hear explode
on
yesterday?
live TV.
On live TV. There are everybody's got a barbecue in their backyard, and whether the propane tanks have popped off already or whether they're still there and have not popped off, that's a dangerous thing to be around as well.
Kai, you had talked about these winds and the gusts, and we saw them destroy so many lives and homes. It's also happening in the San Bernardino Mountains apparently now. And so those winds can happen there as well.
Well, yeah, that's what Henry spoke about this morning. I've been talking to everybody. The fact that the energy is shifting a little bit more to Riverside, San Bernardino, and Orange County, and I think we can have Shelby explain that a little bit.
Yeah, Shelby Nelson is actually up there experiencing those winds. Shelby?
Hi there. Yeah, and you know, as you both said, or as all three of you said, we're diverting our coverage from the west just for a second because we want to kind of show you what it looks like up here in the San Bernardino Mountains. Remember, parts of these areas are still under a red flag warning and a high wind warning. And the reason that we're at this gas station right here in Twin Peaks, this Shell, I mean, you could see how many cars are coming out here. Apparently, a lot of the mountain areas do not have power right now. Wind gusts are pretty strong. Right now, it seems a little bit calm, but on the way up here, those winds were pretty strong. I mean, you had to have a firm grip on the steering wheel in order to, you know, drive safely up here. But you see this group of people. I think this is the first time I'm seeing that there's not a line out there of people waiting to get gas, but that's been the case all morning. Greg, I wanted to come over to you. This is your dad, right, Keish? Hi, you guys. So you guys are the owners of this gas station. I mean, tell me about what's going on this morning, because you guys have had so many customers up here, and it's because of the power outages, because of the wind. Tell me a little bit about that.
Well, we started our morning off very, very weird. We started off no power in the store. We didn't realize anything until we came in for our morning shift. And we had our employee check some of the inside equipment. We went into the back and started our diesel generator to get our pumps going at least. And we found out later on that most of the rest of the mountain didn't have fuel. So we sent out a notice on Instagram, Facebook to let people know. And we've been busy nonstop since 7 in the morning. Nonstop.
Eating Simon's
so
food.
A lot of, I mean, most of the gas stations you're saying don't have gas right now because there's hardly any power?
They don't have the power. They don't either have generators. Some of the generators today, from what I've been hearing, have been faulty. They haven't been working. So people are just having a hard time today.
And this has really been a coordinated effort with you guys, because I see you guys kind of mitigating traffic out here. There's been so many people lining up. I mean, it was backed up along that street when we were arriving here. And people have been posting it on social media too, saying that this is the only location where they can get gas right now. And this is where they're coming. I mean, for you guys, what has that effort looked like?
It's just helping the community, get them moving so nobody, you know.
I mean, we're a tight-knit community. We don't have a lot of space. So if we're not out here directing traffic or helping people out, there's a lot more trouble that comes out of it. So right now people are happy that we're out here trying to help everybody out. So it's been
when I left,
since the morning.
Before I was putting the food up, before I was, you saw me
Thank
out
you guys
there.
so much. We appreciate it. And I'm sure a lot of the community members up here appreciate that too. I'm going to head past you guys and see if maybe there's someone who might want to talk to us who's filling up on gas. Hi, sir. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. I see that you're getting gas right now. I mean, what has this morning/afternoon looked like for you? What prompted you to come here?
Right as I was outside.
I just normal every day. I needed some fuel.
Dude,
so.
she was at the plate
And
for a
you live up
while
here in the
then.
mountains?
Yeah, I've been here since 1990.
And did you know that this was probably the only gas station that had gas?
Keep her from eating too much.
Yeah. We just deal with it. We live in the mountains and the power goes out. So for me, it's not that big of a deal. It's just kind of part of living up here. I've been through it before.
And I assume that you don't have power at your own home?
No, we have a generator to run.
I'm not putting
essentials,
medication
but I
in
haven't
Simon's
been
food, or
fired
that
up
would be
because
really bad.
Sometimes it's just nice to not have your electronics.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of mountain folks kind of know how to deal with this because you guys had Snowmageddon just a couple years ago, and then power outages don't seem that crazy. However, we do have a red flag warning right now, high wind warning. Is there any way you
just lets her do it too
when we've
What
got
the
these
heck?
crazy winds?
Yeah, we have diesel for my work trucks and gas for my wife's cars. We have fire hoses and stuff at our house that we can string out through the property to make sure that we can do stuff on our own if we need to. Food, we always have food and water. We're just trying
I guess that's it. I gotta remember.
Stress out about it, and I think the more that you can be prepared, the less stress you'll be. Because anything can happen. And right now, there might be a lot of people complaining that the power is shut off. One of the things people don't think about a lot is there's a lot of resources being used up right now west of here. So to me, it's good to take the extra precaution to shut the power off, because if something starts on the north side of the mountain right now with the wind blowing south, we may or may not have the resources we would have if those other fires weren't already going. So it could be frustrating for some people that aren't used to it or not prepared, but I think it's the right decision, you know.
Sir, what's your name?
Wesley.
Wesley, thank you so much. We appreciate it, and good luck with getting your gas. And it seems like you've got everything handled. So,
thank you.
All right, thanks, Wesley. Appreciate it. You too. All right, guys. So, yeah, you're seeing the situation out here. Several vehicles. So there's one backing into here. So we'll get out of their way. But if we come over here, I just want to show you. So for a second, we saw a lull in the line, and then here again, we've got another line of cars waiting to get their gas. I have reached out to SoCal Edison. I'm waiting to get a response from them. What they did say right now is that in Lake Arrowhead, they don't have power, and that's not because of a public safety power shutoff, but it's because of wind damage to some of their equipment. So if people don't have power up here, it could be a number of things. It could be wind damage to equipment, or it could be because of a public safety power shutoff. And you know, as
runs away from the bowl whenever I'm coming,
some people
and she
are kind of
hides
understanding
right here.
Why those public safety power shutoffs are so important, because if there were
when I went to the restroom, she must have ran back to the bowl.
Guys, I'll send it
started
back to
eating
you.
some more,
Shelby,
and then when I was coming out of the restroom, she saw me and started running to hide again.
Joining us out via Zoom is Annette Ramirez. She's the interim general manager of LA Animal Services. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
So what is the status right now of the shelters since these fires started at the beginning of the week?
So we've actually, the largest impact that we've had has been with equines. So we've taken horses in between both Hampton Dam and LA Equestrian Center. We have taken a number of animals, small pets, dogs and cats, at our other shelters, and then we are support to evacuation centers so that evacuees can be co-housed with their pets.
I just saw a post a little while ago that you guys are in desperate need of adoptees and fosters.
Yes, we absolutely need Angelinos who are not in the evacuation zones, who are able to foster, to come in and foster. And if anyone has been considering adoption, right now is the perfect time to adopt. We absolutely need to make sure that we have the space in our facilities for the incoming animals as we continue to see this event unfolding over the next few days. We don't think that it's going to end, anytime soon. So we want to make sure that we are ready and prepared to take on those animals that need to be in the shelter.
All right. Fortunately, not everybody's going to have to take their animals to a shelter. So what are some of the emergency preparedness tips you can give people to keep their pets safe at home?
Yeah, so especially right now with the air quality, if you could bring your pet indoors, you absolutely should, especially with the winds. You need to make sure that any fencing is secure if you're letting a dog outside. We're seeing a lot of fences being
Gotta let it hive-like things down there.
Wearing,
I got some salmon oil that's going to be here today, though.
If you have a dog, that you have a license tag
special
on your dog.
Icelandic
and for dogs,
unflavored
cats,
salmon
rabbits,
oil.
and even horses, make sure that
Put
they
his
are
food
microchipped
tomorrow.
and that you update
That'll
your contact information with the microchip company to ensure that they have your current name, address, phone number, and email address. You should also prepare an emergency kit or a go bag for your pet, just like you would for your family members. Make sure you have a crate, litter, food, water, bowls, toys, medication, and especially vet records, and have a plan for your pet. So if you can think of a friend or a neighbor, not within the immediate area that may be able to take you in with your pet, make sure that you have that lined up ahead of the any evacuation orders that are issued.
Annette, those are great tips. I have a large dog, and what I've noticed in the last couple of days, they feel our anxiety, and mine's terrified of the winds. Also, he seems to be drinking more water, so it's just be attuned to their stress as well, and maybe keep them in a separate room or quieted down, almost like when fireworks are happening during July 4th, I would assume. But more importantly, let's talk about the evacuation centers that are accepting pets and those large animals.
Yeah, so the evacuation centers that are accepting pets right now are the Westwood Rec Center, which is servicing the Palisades Fire, and the Richie Valens Recreation Center, which is servicing the Hearst Fire evacuation area. And then for large animals, we have actually maxed out the number of horses that we can take at the LA Equestrian Center. So all large animals are now being diverted to Hansen Dam.
All right, of course, you are LA Animal Service. You're providing supplies like bowls, pet food, blankets. Obviously, you need some help with that. If somebody wants to make a donation, what should they do?
Yeah, so donations can be made at any of our 6 shelters. We are accepting blankets, crates, food, bowls. Food, we do ask that they are unopened packages of food. And then people can also donate online via our website. Mailing in a check to LA Animal Services, and you could actually earmark your donation to be for emergency operations. So it's to provide supplies in the event of an emergency.
And that website is laanimalservices.com, and also they have great information on their social media channels as well. But laanimalservices.com has the locations of all 6 city shelters and also places that you can donate, foster, and adopt. I know you guys are overwhelmed aside from a natural disaster like this, so I can't imagine how overwhelming it is right now for you.
Maybe next time.
And just pleading to folks, if you have space in your home and you're not in the affected areas, fostering an animal 100% will save lives.
I thought it was going to be Simon
Thank you so
salmon
much
oil,
for
so I can
joining
give him
us.
some.
We appreciate it, and when we get back to normal life, we of course have our segment every Thursday at 1 o'clock for our Pet of the Week. Thank you
Also,
for what you
there's
do.
some sardines in there.
Thank you.
Okay, while we were conducting the interview, I just couldn't believe, we kept from Sky 5 showing the coast here. This is that famous area where you've got all of these beach houses that are on PCH. They straddle that strip of land between PCH and the ocean.
House got burned
That is
down.
Topanga Canyon.
That's unbelievable.
At the top of your screen, we all know this area quite well. And we all know the Real Inn that was right there. That is gone. And once you head to the beach side, well, Glenn and Lou, we can see what happened. I actually saw a video that a couple of young kids posted last night. They drove north from Topanga into Malibu during the fire. And it looks to me like what happened is right around this area. The fire hit one of the homes,
Why did that
and then
Art
the
Deco house stay
windstorm
up, though?
took that fire and just drove it all the way to Malibu.
That's very interesting.
And you see that one structure. That house is still there, and
it's concrete.
The ones all around are gone.
Well, those are all very old. Most of these houses, they're bungalows, they're little beach cabanas and houses, and they were built in the 50s and 60s, and they were built of wood. And these were just
concrete
sanctuaries for so many people who would go out to the coast. It started as that, where you'd go to the beach on the weekend, and you'd have your little beach house. And then the further up you go, you get closer into Malibu, you get to Moon Shadows, that's gone.
Thanks so much.
You get up towards Dukes. Fortunately, Dukes a little bit further to the south, but Dukes is there.
Coming.
We've heard reports that it might have been damaged, but it's still standing.
Mastro's still standing.
Yep, and then you keep going north, and you get in towards Billionaires Beach. That's the area where there's huge properties. Some of those were destroyed as well. So this fire does not pick and choose. There's no way.
And I'm hoping that everyone who are in these homes, I hope that they had evacuated in time.
And one quick last point, a lot of the water that they used to try to get these houses put out, these flames put out, and a lot of the materials are now in the ocean.
Yeah, I was thinking that because, there's so many surfers, including you, that are going to want to get in the water eventually. But
my friends who surf and who love to go in the ocean, please do not do that right now. There's a lot of debris.
Y'all just know she's not paying for her mod. I begged her to be mod
right now, and a lot of the water is making its way towards Santa Monica proper. It's a little bit of a small west swell, but the current will take a lot of the debris towards Santa Monica, towards Will Rogers Beach, some of those areas, and just in general, just please be careful. The logs, the debris in the water, it's just very, very dangerous.
All right now let's check in with Corrine Winter. She is at one of the evacuation centers set up in Westwood. Corrine?
And it's been extremely busy here at the Westwood Recreation Center all day long. This is where those who've been displaced by the Pacific Palisades fire, those who've lost absolutely everything, have been coming. More than 250 individuals now inside. Let's show you some video to capture the scene, what's going on here. It's not just those in need of assistance who've been arriving here, but community members who've been so generous, and they're bringing anything that they can, everything from food to water to clothing. They say they want to do their part to help. The American Red Cross and the Salvation Army also here on scene, and they've just been doing tremendous work. And what's important, they wanted us to point out, I know you heard from representatives earlier, it's not just items that are being donated, it's not just beds that are being provided to those in need, but also emotional support. We've seen people in the parking lot here consoling each other, others crying, the whole community, not just those impacted. They're trying to make sense of it all. How can this just happen in really an instant? You know, the fires broke out, and the next thing you know, it's ravaging communities. People are displaced. We see homes on fire. So it's been absolutely traumatic for those who are involved. And what's amazing in all this, you know, because there are multiple fires, it's not just the Pacific Palisades fire, but for example, the fire in the Hollywood Hills last night, we had a family come out, and they were so close to losing their home, and you would think that, you know, they would be inside their property or with loved ones. No, they drove out here. They had a wagon full of food. You're going to hear from them in a second, but they said this is what they need to really get through what they're experiencing, being kind and generous and helping others who are in such a worse situation than they are. Take a listen to what this family told us. This is coming from the Beverly Hills community. If we can just show everyone, I mean, you packed everything you could.
Over 200 bottles of water. Yeah, we're doing great so far.
And food.
Food, bagels, cream cheese, coffee. We're trying to do as much as we can. We evacuated last night also from our home. So amidst all of this chaos, we're just trying to give back and do whatever we can. We're lucky that our home is still standing, but...
And which community is that?
We're up in Truesdale in the Hollywood Hills. Beverly Hills, Hollywood Hills.
So surreal for those impacted, for those who are watching, for those who have friends and family who've lost everything.
It's absolutely devastating to see what's happening to our town, to see our friends that have lost their homes and lost everything, that ran out with just, I mean, thank God they're okay, which is the most important thing. The loss of life is very low, so that's the most important thing, but losing your home and your spirit is just, but we will come together as a community, and we will make sure that we rebuild and come out of this stronger than before. I have no doubt in my mind.
And the ability to see beyond what's going on in your own world. I mean, you came so close to losing everything, but yet you showed up today, a wagon full of food and water.
Well, it's these two girls that inspired me, honestly. They are like, Mom, we have to do something. We can't just sit here and watch our community go down in flames.
I can see how emotional it is for you.
Yes, I'm so moved by them, and I'm just so inspired by everyone coming together. But to watch everyone lose their homes, it's just devastating. It really is. So we'll do whatever we can.
You girls okay?
Yeah, we're okay. Just if anyone needs help, we're here. The Beverly Hills community is here to help everyone. We're all coming together to pick everyone else up and just hopefully do things for the better. There's the pain and the loss is unimaginable right now.
I thought this was 666 right here.
So amazing. I think Mom needs a hug.
The box. Like it.
And we can't thank families like the one you just heard from enough, who are doing their part in such a big way in helping. So thank you. I want to bring in now, this is another
they didn't lose a
big
house,
component to
but
what's
they were
happening
really
here. It
upset
really shows the
about other
magnitude
people
of what
losing
people
a
are
house.
dealing with. You have assembly members who arrived here at this recreation center earlier today. This center is in your district. It's in your adjacent district. Give me your names, please, and tell me what you've been hearing from your constituents.
So my name is Rick Chavez-Zabur. I represent the 51st District, which runs roughly from Griffith Park and picks up the Hollywood Hills and runs all the way out to Santa Monica. So this is the main evacuation center that is in my district, but serving not only the folks that are in Pacific Palisades, but folks that were displaced in the Hollywood Hills, and then predominantly folks that are displaced in Santa Monica. A big chunk of the city was evacuated yesterday, was subject to mandatory evacuations, and so many of those folks didn't have places to go. They couldn't either couldn't find hotels or couldn't afford them. We actually have people that were living in facilities that needed services, and a lot of those people are actually being housed here and being provided with services now that they actually don't have a place to go. Some of the folks from Santa Monica, hopefully over the course of the next day, the weather patterns are going to be such that their homes won't be at risk. But today they're still subject to potential risk, and so they have been evacuated and they need a place to go. We're hoping that many of the folks actually, when the evacuation orders are lifted, can go back home. But it's it's tens of thousands of people. I think there were 88,000 people as of last night that had been displaced from the Palisades fire, and that doesn't include the displacement from the Runyon Canyon fire from yesterday. But that 88,000 people have all been displaced from their houses, and this is only 250 beds. So there's a big need, and obviously it's just heartening to see the community come together. The Red Cross is doing an amazing job. We've been inundated with offers of both of our offices with offers of support.
And Isaac Bryan, Assembly Member, what have you been hearing from state and local officials regarding funding? This is what people are really impacted by, those who have nothing to go back to. We've been talking a lot about insurance. How will you help the community get back on their feet?
Well, absolutely. Speaker Rivas of the California State Assembly mentioned today that we're going to introduce legislation to expedite insurance claims. There was over $4 billion in the governor's budget that he introduced just a week ago. There was a $1.5 billion climate bond, Proposition 4 on voters' ballots, that Assemblymember Zebur and I worked tirelessly last year to get before the voters. All of that money is what we need, but this is an unprecedented climate emergency. I chair the Assembly Natural Resources Committee. There was no way to prepare for something like this that was so unprecedented. So we all have to show up. My constituents want to support. My constituents want to step up to the plate. Angelinos want to make this all of our problem. We are all impacted by this. That's why there's 8,000 frontline responders. That's why the largest firefighting air force in the country is in the air. That's why there's 50 dozers on the ground and so much more at stake. We're turning that corner. We're going to make this change, and then we're going to rebuild.
We're not just focusing on Pacific Palisades because there's so many communities impacted by fires, but Pacific Palisades, where you have a majority of the community just gone, wiped out. How do you begin to pick up the pieces? And that's what people are thinking about. What's the future going to be like in that community with so much gone?
Well, obviously, luckily the president has declared an emergency. The governor has as well. This is something that the community is going to need federal and state help on. Speaker Rivas has been very focused, as Assemblymember Bryan has mentioned, on making sure that we are actually standing up for all these communities impacted. And this is sort of just the first step. Both Assemblymember Bryan and I were just talking to the folks from the Red Cross about the plans they have for the folks that are permanently displaced from this fire. And so, today this is providing temporary housing, but they're going to need support in terms of where they go next. It may be staying in hotels for a number of months, but they're going to need help rebuilding. And obviously, there are lots of other support in place. Insurance Commissioner Lotta, who is the state insurance commissioner, is going to be coming out on site in the next few days trying to help people with insurance claims and expediting those. But it really is sort of all hands on deck. And I think the thing I can say is, as Assemblymember Bryan has said, is that the state government is committed to helping folks. This is an unprecedented disaster. It's one that I have not seen in the 30 years I've lived in Los Angeles, and it's something that we need to sort of step up for all members of our community to make sure that people are able to get back on their feet.
And we hope this is something that never happens again for a long time, if so, but residents are frustrated. They are looking and they're saying our firefighters don't have the resources or aren't enough boots on the ground, our water supply. There's so many questions that if you didn't hear inside, you're going to be hearing from the community. They're not happy. What happened here?
In terms of the
not enough resources for something like this, preparing.
So I don't know that you can ever prepare for something of this magnitude, but I've got to say that the state government, the governor and the state government stepped up immediately with almost hourly briefings with the Office of Emergency Services. We actually have teams coming in from Oregon and Washington and Nevada. There are trucks that are sort of on their way and are sort of getting here today. They're ramping up the response for the Palisades fire and the others in the other parts of the state. So I think the governor has done an incredibly good job responding to this.
All right. We thank you so much for your time. We know you're headed to a meeting. Thank you. We appreciate it. And you're hearing from some state leaders here just about the work that's currently underway and what residents and impacted communities can expect. So we're going to keep on top of that. There is so much need here and a lot of answers, a lot of questions still unanswered. So a snapshot of what's going on here behind the scenes as those assembly members talk to constituents and those impacted by the fire inside this recreation center. Lou and Glenn.
Corrine, thank you for that important information. And right now, the Red Cross has all the physical items needed to support those displaced by the fires. The first priority of the Red Cross is to provide shelter and immediate support to those affected, and financial donations, of course, the quickest and best way to help those in need. It's mainly those financial donations. They can be used right away to directly help those affected, such as replacing lost items like prescription medications or reading glasses. You can help people affected in our area by supporting our KTLA Cares campaign and donating to the Red Cross Disaster Relief. All you need to really do is scan that QR code on your screen, and it's got all your information. Also, there's the 1-800 number. It's really easy, 1-800-RED-CROSS or redcross.org/donate.
All right, let's get back up to Rich Prickett. He is in Sky 5.
Glenn and Lou, another look here of Pacific Palisades. Right there is Via de la Paz and Sunset Boulevard, so right in the center of the Palisades Village area, and you can just see just how much damage was sustained here during the fire.
Wow, that's beautiful,
we have
isn't
a lot
it?
of
The sky is,
shops
at least.
and supermarkets and other businesses right here in this area that were destroyed, but just countless homes as well right in this area. And as we slowly kind of widen out here, and it's just about every building you see here has some sort of damage or has been completely destroyed. Now we'll also go over towards the east here and up above the village and show you some of those areas that have been completely destroyed as well. I believe we call this the Alphabet neighborhood. And
what does that mean?
All these streets
the
here,
Alphabet
just
neighborhood.
every block, every home, with the exception of a few, has been leveled, has been completely destroyed there. You can see that looks like to be a fire department right there in the
all
middle.
The streets
so
letters.
just to kind of give you an idea as to where we are looking here, and we'll just continue to pan
all
east
the street names might
along
be
Sunset
letters
Boulevard
in
and north of Sunset. It's awful to see.
No, I don't think
how
it's
many
a gay
buildings
thing.
And
They
homes
wouldn't
have
call
been
it that.
damaged here, have been destroyed. We're still seeing some active hot spots that are burning in this area, so there's the potential for some more buildings to be lost here in the Pacific Palisades. We're going to make a pan over here to the left, and which would be to the west, and here's another section that was destroyed. Temescal Canyon and Pacific Coast Highway, that entire community has been taken out. Now, moments ago, we took a ride up Pacific Coast Highway, and we were looking at the beachfront homes, essentially from Topanga Canyon all the way to Los Flores. That's where we were able to make it as far as to the north. And every single beachfront home, with the exception of a couple, were completely destroyed. So the coastline was no exception here as far as the beachfront homes. That fire, the Palisades fire, burned all the way to the ocean and taken out nearly everything in its path.
Street.
For now, I'm live over.
You think everybody who lives on Friend Street knows each other?
Okay, boy, what a disaster.
You got to meet all your neighbors if you move into Friend Street, buddy.
A lot of this because we weren't able to fly it.
Dude,
because
what
of
if there's like one really weird one
and,
like me? Likes to
when
fuck
we were
with the
talking
new
with the
people
LA
that move
Animal
in.
Services woman, I think
As soon as they start looking at the place,
when we saw all of those
hello,
homes
little neighbor.
PCH and Malibu, and now we're seeing this destruction.
Welcome to Friend Street,
we knew it was
where
bad,
everybody's a friend.
But to see this and just the trees, they're like
Jeff
little
did
twigs.
tonight. Yeah. Want to come over?
And it's, you'll see a home.
We're all just friendly
that's
here.
Not completely.
You got to really screen the new people out by being ultra, like, ridiculously friendly.
Around them. obviously
they still want to live there.
These folks
if they
here,
do,
fire insurance,
you know they're going to be all
a
right.
lot of these people who lost property.
And a lot of times, David, and David Lazarus is here. You know, a lot of people
you don't treat them like that the whole time.
If you have a home like
Once
this
they
or a
move in,
large
you just
home,
act
then
normal.
of course you can afford fire
Like,
coverage.
hey, man,
but
I thought
that's
you guys
not necessarily the case, or
don't
it's
like us
not
anymore.
given.
Indeed, moreover,
Like,
if you
no,
own
that was a
coastal
test,
property like
dude.
that,
You passed.
beach
You
erosion is the
neighbor,
thing
bro.
that you
You-
mostly think about. You don't think about
How do you know,
things
little
going
neighbor?
up in flames because you're right there on the water. This is a great example, as Kai's been talking about, how the embers travel great distances, and you just never know. They can even jump a fire break like the PCH, and there you go. In fact, my father, who used to live in the Malibu colony, was telling me about how when there was big fires up in Malibu once upon a time, the fire was burning down towards their houses, and he asked the fire department, what are you going to do about this? And they said, we're just going to let it burn. We're just going to let it go. And there's nowhere to go. You've got the ocean behind you, you've got the fire in front of you, and you are stuck. Now, for tens of thousands of SoCal property owners, they have seen their insurance either not renewed by the private insurers like State Farm and Allstate and Farmers, or they simply have been unable to get coverage because they've been deemed to be in a high-risk zone, and as a result, they've gone into the California Fair Plan. And if you don't know what that is so-called insurance of last resort. In other words, if you can't get insured by anybody else, you can go into this state-run program, and it's not funded by taxpayers. It is funded, in fact, by the insurance industry. To be honest, they don't mind a lot of people getting into it because it's bare bones coverage at a very high price, and so for them, well, it's more bang for their bucks. Now, the problem here is, can the Fair Plan, again, insurance of last resort, handle this much demand? The Fair Plan says they will be able to handle all claims that come their way, but it seems like it's an open question unless the insurance industry ponies up more cash. I've seen one estimate that says the Fair Plan might be looking at $6 billion in claims as a result of these fires, but keep in mind as well, because we've had so much coverage denied to so many homeowners, there is an estimate out there that all of the homes now covered by the Fair Plan have a combined value of nearly $500 billion. Again, this plan was not designed for that, so it's an open question now whether all of those claims can be filled. It also speaks to the fact that when you have a number of for-profit insurers all carving up the market and taking on risk only unto themselves, well, their first instinct is going to be to protect themselves and to protect their bottom line. Well, the reality is the art of insurance is the art of risk management, and unless you can spread risk as far and wide as possible, like say a single payer healthcare plan, well, then you're going to have a lot of individual providers who are going to have their own specific needs. Clearly, what we've seen, as with healthcare, is that when it comes to property coverage, we don't have a plan right now that's going to be able to handle this level of risk.
David, you're a homeowner. You diligently and on time pay your premium each and every month for the last 30 years.
Indeed.
You make that call to your agent this morning, unfortunately. What's the timeline? What happens after this?
Processing a claim in this situation hopefully would handle expeditiously, but obviously with a caseload like this, your insurance agent and the company that employs that person is completely swamped at this point. So it can take a long, long time, and that's another problem for homeowners, because when it comes to rebuilding, well, California's price gouging laws will only go up to about 6 months. In other words, the law in California protects you from a more than 10% increase in the value of whatever you're purchasing, and when it comes to rebuilding, you have a 6-month window. Nobody is going to be rebuilding within 6 months. In other words, the price gouging protections will be expired by then, and now let's look at simple Econ 101. Supply and demand dictates that when there's a ton of demand and very little supply, prices go up. Well, you can be sure contractors are going to be in short supply, lumbers will be in short supply, concrete will be in short supply, and just simply the logistics of getting a lot of these materials to many of these neighborhoods is going to be an enormous challenge. This is going to push prices ever higher. A lot of coverage out there is not going to be able to accommodate those overages. Now, here's a good tip for people. Ask your broker about a rider that you can have attached to your policy that will accommodate increases in commodity costs. That is available. It will cost you a little more, but at the moment, obviously, that would be a godsend for a lot of these people, because there's going to be a lot of people who thought that they were covered to rebuild and then will discover, we can't cover that anymore. Our insurance policy will only get us so far, and suddenly you're on the hook for tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of additional expenditures.
When you say a long time, are you talking 3 months or a year or?
That knows his shit, man. You better listen.
To get their attention and get the money that you
need. To process the
claim. Your hot pocket, be quiet.
In some cases, it could take weeks because obviously the insurance companies will try to staff up now to handle a situation like this. That
pizza
said,
rolls?
There's going to be a lot of claims that are going to have question marks attached to them. Is this TV really worth
I saw somebody buy
was
some
your
of those.
Home really remodeled, or was it not? There's going to be a lot of back and forth, and I think that's going to run into the months. Also, one other thing: most homeowner policies will cover at least a portion of your evacuation costs, such as if you go to a hotel, meals you have to get. Keep your receipts.
That's
yes, you need to be able to document all of those expenses, especially if you're going to be out of your home for possibly weeks, if not months.
That's a great point, and we've talked about that a little bit with some other disasters. Of when the disaster happens, keep those receipts of the evacuation plan. But it's on my list of things to do at my house is to take video of everything in my house, specifically when I get a new TV or if I get whatever, and I haven't done it. But that is really important
every morning,
to do,
just in case.
to have that. So when you do talk to the insurance company and they're like, well, that TV, blah, 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 you can say, no, here's the TV, here's the warranty, and be able to give them those papers.
We've talked about that, and it only takes you 10 minutes to take your phone, walk around the house from room to room, and record all of your things from your appliances to your electronics to what have you.
You know what I forgot about this Christmas season?
And the value of your home has changed. Make sure you have those documents.
That Christmas shirt that had Simon on it that Jay Wright gave me with him with the Santa hat. I told you it was. I saw it this morning. I'm like, dang, I forgot to wear that this year.
Documents around as well. Great. Those are things that should be in your go bag.
And once you get past the insurance process, then you got to deal with building permits, building inspectors. I had some friends of mine in Malibu that lost their home, I guess, about 5 years ago in a fire. It took them 3.5 years, about 3.5 years to get a rebuild. Beautiful house now, probably worth 3 times what they had before. But
frozen stuff so cheap.
The pain they went through to get that thing built was unbelievable.
I was thinking as well that there's going to be a number of homes that have variances where they've been able to get exemptions from zoning laws for one reason or another. One wonders whether in rebuilding those variances will still apply. Can they be grandfathered in, or are you starting from scratch, which would change, of course, the whole equation.
All right, we're going to go to President Biden, who was given a briefing on fires out here in Southern California at the White House.
That's also why I call this group of folks around this table of all relevant federal departments and agencies together to discuss what more we can do, and some of the folks around the screen as well. Before we begin things, here's an update on where things stand right now. First, we're focused on helping contain these fires. Over the last 24 hours, the United States Forest Service, working with state and local responders, has suppressed over 50 fire starts. And the fire in the Hollywood Hills has been contained by brave firefighters risking their lives. Right now, 3 major fires are still burning in the Pacific Palisades, in Pasadena, and in Sylmar. I want to be clear. What I know from talking to the governor, that there are concerns out there that there's also been a water shortage. The fact is, the utilities understandably shut off power because they're worried the lines that they carried energy were going to be blown down and spark additional fires. But the Cal Fire, and when they did that, it cut off the ability to generate pumping the water. That's what caused the lack of water in these hydrants. And so Cal Fire is bringing in generators to get these pumps up and working again so that there's no longer a shortage of water coming out of these hydrants. I'm also surging all federal resources possible to Southern California, including 400 additional federal firefighters, over 30 firefighting helicopters and planes, federally supplied, firefighting planes and helicopters, and 8 Department of Defense C-130s that are equipped to suppress wildfires. Today, the Secretary of Defense also authorized 500 wildfire ground clearing personnel from the Defense Department. and I've directed the department to continue working with Governor Newsom to identify additional resources that can be provided for public safety and security. And we've secured additional firefighters and firefighting aircraft from our ally in Canada as well. I also want everyone in Southern California to know we're going to keep at it. We're sticking with this. We expect there may be a temporary break in the winds, but in some areas the winds are likely to continue well into next week. And so we're going to continue to sending everything, literally, every resource we can find that's appropriate to help the governor and the first responders. Second, we're focused on helping people who have been displaced or in many cases lost everything. You reported on, you've seen the homes just burned to the ground, whole areas burned to the ground, large areas. They've been displaced and they've lost everything. As I said, since the fire started, FEMA has been working with the state to help residents get shelter, groceries, prescriptions, and other critical goods like baby formula. We're also sent FEMA Director Criswell to Los Angeles to manage our response on the ground. She was supposed to be on this call, but we have the deputy here because she is out in the field with the governor right now, surveying what's going on. Let me close with a message to the people of Southern California. We are with you. We're not going anywhere. To the firefighters and first responders, you are heroes. Many of these firefighters are out there risking their lives, and some, well, I won't go beyond that, but risking their lives, and while their own homes are in danger, their families are in danger. To the firefighters and first responders, you really are, it's not hyperbole, you're heroes. You're genuinely heroes. And the worst, this is the most widespread, devastating fire in California's history. It's amazing. And there's nobody understands it better than the press. Have been covering this on a minute-to-minute basis. And you literally have to run into the flames, these firefighters. You know, that old expression, God made man, then he made a few firefighters. Who runs into flames? You know, in doing so, you're leaving your own families and who may be in harm's way as well. So we owe you. And we're going to make sure that you get every resource you need, every possible resource you need. You know, to the families who have been impacted by this disaster, you're living through a nightmare, I know. And I promise you, we're going to help you get through this and eventually recover and rebuild. I want to turn it over now to the Vice President before we go on to the folks in the various cabinet positions as well as agencies that control these issues. Madam Vice President, I know you're directly affected, so you fire away. No pun intended.
Indeed. Thank you, Mr. President, and also for the work that everyone around this table has been doing with the appropriate sense of urgency, because this is an urgent matter. What we have seen in California, and in particular in Southern California, is apocalyptic in terms of the nature of it and the unprecedented nature of it as well. And what we are seeing is a situation that is extremely dynamic. It is very much in play, and to some degree unpredictable, because we are literally waiting to see which way the wind blows. And I cannot praise enough the local leaders, most of whom I have talked with, and in particular our firefighters, who, as the President has said, they are working around the clock. They are working 12-hour, even longer shifts, and they are doing it with a sense of optimism, but also with an understanding of how serious this moment is and how important their work is to real lives and real people. Thousands of families have been displaced. Many of those families with young children with nowhere to go. And what we know is that this is a matter of current urgency, but this is also something that is going to have an impact for months and years to come. And on that point, I will also make note of the fact that, sadly, many insurance companies have canceled insurance for a lot of the families who have been affected and will be affected, which is only going to delay or place an added burden on their ability to recover. And I think that is an important point that must be raised, and hopefully there can be some way to address that issue, because these families, so many of them, otherwise will not have the resources to recover in any meaningful way. And many of them have lost everything. In the midst, however, of all of the trauma that has occurred, we have seen extraordinary acts of heroism. I am hearing countless stories of strangers helping strangers. People who are opening their homes where they are intact and have not had to evacuate, opening their homes to neighbors, to friends of neighbors, feeding them and providing shelter for them. And I do think that it speaks to the best of who we are as a country, which is in times of crisis, we find the heroes among us who we may not have known before, but act out of a sense of courage, but also a sense of community. And I applaud all those who are approaching this crisis with that spirit. And the bottom line is this: there are incredible heroes every day who are working right now in California on the front lines of this fire. And in particular, I want to thank the firefighters for all they are doing. They are, as the President said, putting themselves in harm's way. And they are doing the work that is about helping people who are perfect strangers to them, and doing it in some of the highest moments of need that anyone could face. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Liz Sherwood-Randall.
Turn it back to me.
Okay, back to the President.
Look, I've had a chance to speak with a lot of elected officials, including the senators, some of the congresspersons in the region, as well as the vice president as well. And I want to be clear that one of the reasons I've asked this larger group to get together is because they control the very agencies that are needed from the federal level to get things done. And, we're in a situation where the U.S. Forest Service Chief, Randy Moore, is here. And he's going to provide an update in the fire situation in Los Angeles and discuss how the U.S. Fire Service, the U.S. Forest Service, is assisting Los Angeles and the state of California with fighting the wildfire, including the action his team has taken to suppress new fire starts. So, Chief, why don't you fire away?
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President. It's great to see you. I, too, consider California my home.
Yes.
And so it's great to be here to talk about this dramatic situation that we have. So the Forest Service and the Department of Interior are actively engaged in supporting the response to the wildfires in Southern California. And there are 4 major fires that we currently have going on. The Forest Service is in unified command with the LA County as well as other local city agencies. We're looking at the Eaton, the Hearst, and the Lydia. And if you look at that area there, that's the northernmost part of that area where the fires are taking place. The Palisades Fire, which CAL FIRE is in control of. And then we have a new start, which is this Sundown Fire that just started last night. And it also has potential to expand quite significantly just based on the location it's at, but also the winds that are expected to continue. Right now, when I look at the mutual aid system in California, I want you to know that it's second to none in terms of how that system works and how it really moves to activate the federal firefighting community and how it is activated and engaged. You know, every year we prepare for these Santa Ana winds. It's just that what is happening now is happening sooner. It's happening at a time now where we normally are at our lowest point in the fire year. And the fact that these fires are taking place now, it says that there are things that are going on in our climate that is creating truly year-round fire situations, and it's something that we all need to be mindful of, and this is a good indication of that. To give you an example, that if a fire starts from any ignition source during these Santa Ana winds, it has the potential for explosive growth and spread. And when that happens under these wind-driven conditions, it's very difficult to control. Now, in addition to this, when these winds are high, the aviation resources cannot fly, so it limits a lot of the potential area of support. As of this morning, there were over 4,000 firefighters that were assigned to these large fires. 600 or so were currently federal work, which means Forest Service and Department of Interior. And that doesn't include many who are assigned to their home units to provide initial attack. To give you an idea of the unsung heroes in these fire attack conditions, in the last 24 hours, we've had 50 starts, and the initial attack success has been wonderful. So we've stopped a potential for 50 additional fires to be added to these 4 significant fires that we currently have. And that's what I mean by having initial attack crews stay put or pre-positioned across the state based on intelligence that we're gathering. And so I wanted to mention that because we talk about the active fire suppression, but there's so much that takes place behind the scenes that limits the amount of fires that our firefighters are having to respond to. The President did an excellent job of mentioning all of the resources that's available and that are assigned to the fire. I won't go over those, but we have a number of equipment that's out there that when the winds allow us, we'll be in the air fighting those fires. We also have a number of private contract crews that we're working with. We're working wonderfully with the state, county, and other federal firefighters, also the tribal firefighters as well in the communities. And we're looking at these MAFs, which we call the Modular Area Firefighting System Air Tankers. There's 8 of them. And there were, like I said, this time of the year, we're not ready for that. But within the next 24 to 48 hours, we'll have all 8 that's available for assistance. These aircrafts require lead planes to lead them into these fires. And so we're having to go through that whole process and ramp up really quick to get the inspections in, the check rides, so that these are qualified and are able to go. We're also working with our Canadian partners to mobilize 2 CL-415. These are water scoopers. They were cleared customs on Monday, and they will be available after they clear federal inspections and the check rides. An important thing to know is that these aviation resources require a lot of support in the form of mechanics, airport space, helicopter managers, area supervisions. And so we're working with our state and local and federal agencies to identify these aviation support resources to be sure that we can respond effectively. Now, I had mentioned the amount of fires that we've responded to in the last 48 hours, and I mentioned the 50 fires in the last 24 hours. We continue to have new starts. We're continuing to monitor the types of activities. We have about 8,000 firefighters on standby to add to this if need be. Right now, we are going to monitor the number of aircraft and firefighters we have in that small space. Because as you can imagine, there's only so much you can put in a space before you create other challenges there. The airspace in that area is pretty tight. You have commercial airports and others in that area. You also, unfortunately, have drones in the air, which is a concern to our pilots and to the safety of the aircraft, and so we have to be mindful of that. I only bring it up to let you know that this is not a very easy environment to operate within. Our firefighters, both federal, state, and local, and tribal, are doing just an outstanding job and what I consider to be some significant challenges in a significant environment. I think, as I look at some of the questions that you may tend to ask, it's typical that the fire isn't known immediately because resources are really focused on response. However, all the fire causes are investigated, and I want to be upfront with that. Each one of these fires will be investigated to see what the cause and origins of them are. And what we know now is that it would be unusual for there to be lightning-caused fires in Southern California at this time of the year. Fire investigations are the responsibility of the jurisdiction of where the fire starts, and we're ready to assist with this if and when needed. Thank you all.
Somebody who's reading, he did that awful lot.
Tell me about the conditions that we're dealing with on the ground. What's most concerning to you?
Most concerning right now is the wind. because the wind is limiting our ability to put aircraft in the air. Aircraft will not put that fire out, but it gives our firefighters, our boots on the ground, a really good opportunity to put the fire out with a little help from retardant and water drops. With these Santa Ana winds, you know, what's interesting about this part of California, these Santa Ana winds comes off the ocean usually in the mornings, and then you have the sundowner winds in the afternoon pushing the wind back the other way. And so while you're fighting to stop the fire this way in the morning, you're also fighting to stop the fire from coming back at you in the afternoon. The sundowner winds are not significant as we speak, but those are the challenges we have in that part of California. And so again, our firefighters are doing just an outstanding job of working in that type of environment, which their lives are really at risk pretty significantly under these conditions.
Thank you. I told you Administrator Griswold is off with the governor, and I'm inspecting some of these areas. So we have Bob Fenton. Bob, can you hear me? Hello, Bob.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, I hear you.
Fire away.
Can you hear me, sir? I'm there. So the administrator is with right now the governor, the mayor of LA, county, local officials, getting a briefing on the fire to really understand what the needs are as we move forward, not only with regard to the firefight, which Chief Moore was talking about, but also to regard to supporting the population displaced. Over 360,000 under mandatory evacuations, hundreds of thousands more with warnings. And so what we're doing now is ensuring that that we're able to provide any support to provide mass care to individuals, any assistance for the sheltering, any assistance for feeding, and then through the programs that we provide through our individual assistance that you authorized through the declaration, we're able to assist individuals with funding to offset their hotel costs. So applying to FEMA on the 1-800-621-3362 number is important, or disasterassistance.gov. We're sending teams out to the shelters.
The rest of America should pay for that.
There'll be a huge need after fires for mental health specialists.
Pay for the rich people to stay in hotels now.
On providing that. As the Vice President talked about, insurance is problematic in California, especially with the fires. And so not only do some of the changes in our authorities help now with those that are underinsured, which we see more and more, but we want those that are insured to start seeking assistance to their insurance companies. Our programs can help individuals, especially displaced and who have lost their homes, with rental assistance until they can rebuild, and ultimately provide temporary housing. So we're in discussions with state and local governments on how we will meet those housing needs, both in the interim by using available stockage here, but how can we help rebuild? And then lastly, I would just say that we're
responsible
really
rich people, and the rest of America has to pay for it.
All the hazardous waste that comes from fire and how to remove that safely between local, state, and federal government. We'll rely on federal partners, U.S. EPA, the Corps of Engineers, and others to be part of that technical assistance help to support the safe removal so that ultimately we could rebuild. And one of the things that we will start doing in the next couple of days is starting that discussion on how do we rebuild, and not only rebuild, but rebuild more resilient and bring together state and local federal agencies to start that discussion in the weeks to months ahead. And so right now we're focused on meeting the
might as well, we're going to rebuild Gaza.
Those displaced, but already starting to work on recovery and rebuild, and bringing all our authorities and the full weight of the federal government and all the resources that you've authorized to help California in that endeavor.
That's crazy looking.
Bob, what do you think the biggest challenge is?
That's what I got.
Yeah, all the way to the water.
Go ahead.
I think the biggest challenge is going to be the mental health stress that is put on individuals that have lost everything. Fires are, so drastic. They destroy everything very quickly. Individuals don't have a lot of notice to leave, and so I think there's going to be a significant mental health strain, followed by a need to help individuals recover and rebuild. And the Vice President is exactly right. Why I suspect that many have insurance, many are underinsured. And insurance is difficult to get, and some might have lost their insurance or been canceled by insurance companies.
It's when it was time to sell. It's not America's fault that they stayed there.
As a government at all levels, but something where there will be gaps in assistance that we will live there without insurance. Not only federal agencies, but nonprofits, private sector to help meet those needs.
I think we're going to have to do that. In addition, the fact is that the 2 declarations I signed, provide for example, the rebuilding of churches and schools and certain, but not businesses, not business centers. And so that's going to be a gigantic cost as well. But the debris removal is a big deal. And that's going to take a long time, isn't it?
Yeah, it will take some time to remove the debris. In California, unfortunately, we've had a lot of experience with fighting fires and removing debris, and so it will take months to a year. This is a very widespread with significant damage to infrastructure, and we want to not only immediately remove the hazards, things like propane tanks, some of the power cells that are there, and other contaminants that may be in households, and make sure that they're safe to re-enter, and we look for personal effects. But then the second part is removing that ash, and what we've done before is help people with the removal so that we could get down the grade and then immediately start rebuilding.
All right, I appreciate what you're doing, and like you said, 360,000 people have been evacuated so far.
Sure, appreciate.
Go ahead. What were you going to say?
Yes, sir. I just want to let you know I'm on also with the fire administrator from FEMA, who's been working with the local fire chiefs, and I didn't know if you had any questions or she wanted to add anything to this discussion. Chief Lori Moore is on.
Well, I've been talking to them, so Chief, you want to add anything to this?
I will, sir. Thank you very much. And as you might know, I've been here, got here last night. It was important to get here on the ground with the fire chiefs and the firefighters that are here. So I've been with LA County, LA City Fire Chief since last night. We're at the Palisades EOC right now, as Regional Administrator Fenton just said, with the governor, with the FEMA administrator getting the brief. The coordination of resources, it helps for us to be here, U.S. Fire Administration, as part of the response, because we're on the ground. We're able to explain ground truth and coordinate resources, streamline the communication between federal. We're also here checking on the firefighters on the front lines, and I really appreciate what you and the Vice President both said about the boots on the ground, because these are their communities, and nobody wants to fight the fire and save these communities more than these firefighters who are boots on the ground from the very moment the ignition began. So we're checking on them, and I will tell you they're exhausted. Obviously, many of them have been more than 6 hours on this now. They are able to take a quick nap sometimes in the truck, but they are on the job. And they keep fighting, and so they need to know that they matter. And so it's important that I show up with them, to see them, to say thank you, and to let them know that we are watching, that we know what they're doing. We want to make sure that we're here when injuries happen. And so we did have an injured firefighter in LA County, fell through a 3-story roof just about 2 hours ago. So several major injuries, but in the hospital. I'll be going to check on him shortly. And it's about the response too, because often while they're in the midst of the response, these chiefs can't explain everything that is happening, and there's a lot of questions, as you might imagine, and are addressing. And so it's important that we're here to help explain why the fire's moving the way it is, the fire dynamics, helping people understand. And when there's questions, as you know, about the response or about the water, to help people understand that it's not over if there's not water in the hydrants. We have tenders, we have tankers, they're doing rescue. So there's a lot of work to be done, and controlling these perimeters, there's so much work. that these firefighters are doing beyond the direct suppression on these fires. And so that's why we're here, and to continue to learn, because every one of these tragedies, unfortunately, is a lesson to how to prevent the next. And so it's important that we do that as well.
Trump
so we're
told
going to
him
remain
years
on the
ago how to
ground here,
prevent it.
sir, on your behalf for a couple other days to make sure that we are part of this conversation.
Well, you are part of the conversation. That's why I went out to California yesterday and met with those firefighters and met with those police officers, because there's also worry about looting and a number of other things. So they are really incredible people. They're making such sacrifice. But I think you're right, that we have to provide them all that is humanly possible for them to be able to do their job. And there's going to be a need. I want to say it again. And we all know it around this table. There's a need for some help in terms of the psyche of these folks. There's going to be real problems regarding to the mental health issues. And we got to make sure we're prepared to deal with it. All right. Now, Deputy Secretary of Defense, Kate Hicks. Secretary, why don't you tell us what you and I and others have been talking about the Defense Department doing and what they're prepared to do now.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President. I'm right here.
The screen,
no worries. Yeah, I surprised you.
Yeah.
We are very much leaning in here at the Defense Department. We, of course, are always looking for how we can support state and local partners, and of course our interagency partners in the federal sector that you've already heard from. And that includes every tool that we believe we can leverage that causes us to always lean forward to make sure our partners understand what we could bring and be responsive to requests that they're coming forward with. And we have been in receipt of some requests. I will turn, with your permission in a moment, to Chairman Brown, and then we also have on the screen with us the NORTHCOM Commander, General Guillot, who is our focal point for responses here in the United States homeland. Secretary Austin this morning out in Germany already in his opening remarks for the final Ukraine Defense Contact Group spoke explicitly to our intent and efforts underway now to provide surge support, and so I just want to emphasize it's so important to us that he's put that front and center even while he's concluding this important work overseas. You had mentioned some of the efforts we already have underway. We are ready, as I said, to engage with our partners on further efforts. With your permission, I'll turn to Chairman Brown.
Please. Chairman.
Mr. President, Madam Vice President, as you highlighted, we do have 500 personnel already identified to be able to support. Not so much in firefighting, because that takes some 10 days of training that would be required, and we don't want to pull firefighters away from that, but they can also support with rock clearance capabilities, commodity distribution. We talked about the airlift with their helicopters. There's 10 U.S. Navy helicopters as well as 10 Guard helicopters. The winds have been challenging to get them airborne. They can also help with the ground search and rescue, incident response, awareness, and the medical support. Those Marines will be in place in the next 24 to 48 hours. The California National Guard also has, by tomorrow, they'll have about 1,000 service members that will be available to be able to support as well. About 250 of those actually have some firefighting capability, and they can be trained in the next 24 to 48 hours to also support firefighting. As was mentioned, the C-130s with the modular aerial firefighting system, 2 of those are already at Channel Island.
What that means to the average listener.
Yeah, so what it is, it's a C-130 that's modified. It has a system that's put in a modular system that's put into the back of the C-130, and so it's able to push out either water or the slurry retardant associated with it. And as was highlighted, they are usually prepared to do this during the firefighting season. This is several months prior to when they would typically do this, and so there's 2 C-130s that are already at Channel Island. They're in just northwest of Los Angeles. The other 6 will be there within the next 24 hours or so. The first flight will start tomorrow, and then they will continue to be prepared to be able to support. We're also looking at surrounding bases that may have ability to bed down any displaced personnel or families. We got about 1,000 beds that have been identified at either Edwards, March, or Fort Irwin there in California. In addition, we're using March Reserve Base as a incident response area and getting that set up. Mr. President, last thing I would say is what and before I turn to General Guillo, what we really try to do is identify things that we know we can move forward on before there's even an ask. We want to make sure we cut down the timeline to get provided capability. And we also want to make sure, and I know that General Guillo is communicating that with Ms. Griswold from FEMA, so that we want to make sure we, as I say, provide an a la carte menu of all the things we have available. So even if they don't have time to think about it, we're already looking ahead. Last thing I would say is when I met this afternoon with my staff, the thing we also talked about is there's an immediate response, but there's also, as was highlighted, the longer term response of things that we'd have to be able to look at in recovery. And so we're already thinking ahead of what options DOD may be able to provide to support. Any of your questions, and then I can turn
you guys have been immediately responsive. Thank you. I mean, you're right on top of things. But let's turn to General.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, and thank you, Chairman. Northcom, on behalf of the Department of Defense, is aggressively taking action to deliver capabilities to California as soon as they are requested. So in addition to the aircraft and ground forces and the installation support that President Biden and Chairman Brown mentioned, we've identified other capabilities such as helicopter support, search and rescue, both from the ground or from the air, commodity distribution, route clearance, and medical capabilities that we've postured and have leaned forward to make sure that they're able to deploy to California and operate just as quickly as they are requested. And to do that, we're cooperating very closely with FEMA, with the state of California, and the National Guard Bureau to deliver the right capabilities at the right time for the women and men of California.
Well, the Defense Department, I got to say, stepped up immediately. I didn't even, matter of fact, I got a call what you need before I even asked. So thank you all. And you have incredible capacity and capabilities. It's just getting them in place as quickly as possible is the most important thing. You're doing that right now. So I think you're going to see an awful lot of help coming based on what you want to do, what you can do, and the entire department is surging capacities, in my understanding, including the aerial equipment to fight these fires. So thank you very much. Now I'd like to speak to our Department of Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm. She will brief us on power outages and initial assessments of impacts on the power grid in Los Angeles area. And Madam Secretary, it's all yours, wherever you are.
We're looking to see if she's still on the screen. She had to board a plane, so if she has had to board, the Deputy Secretary, Dave Turk, is sitting at the end of the table.
It looks like she is on her plane, so
It's all you now. Fire away.
I'll give the update, Mr. President. And she's on the way, Mr. President, to Puerto Rico again on official visit, given the island-wide blackout there, and doing everything we can to help on that front per your guidance and the Vice President's direction as well. And of course, again, per your guidance, we're doing everything we can to help, working with partners, including our utility partners, but also other federal partners as well. As of just coming into this meeting, there's about a little over 4,000 customer outages in California. Important to note that these are both actual outages, power that's actually been disrupted because of the fire, but also proactive shut-offs, just as you mentioned as well, to prevent fire ignition and the spread of fire. We've got two main utilities out there, Southern Cal Edison and the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, and we're in close and continuing contact, including with their CEOs, Pedro and Janice, as well, including calls with them just a few hours ago, just to make sure we're doing everything we can to help. We're coordinating with those utilities and with utilities literally across the country to make sure that we've got all the capabilities that we have in the federal government, that our utility partners to provide that. I want to thank you, Mr. Mr. President, you joined a call just a couple months ago with Liz and our secretary to thank all of these utility CEOs. We've got this phenomenal partnership with utilities all across the country. It's called mutual assistance. And if any utility in any one region needs help, all the other utilities, and we last unleashed this phenomenal partnership to bring 40,000 utility workers to Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, the affected regions with the 2 hurricanes back to back. And everybody
continue to talk to me. I've been deployed so many places.
Well, having been with the utilities out, we were all in Colorado for this meeting. They just appreciated you taking the time to thank them for their personal leadership. And it's the utility CEOs themselves who make the time for these calls going forward. We're working closely with all the utilities. We're also in continuing contact with the transmission operators.
Anybody that doesn't know the person, that was a totally different person than the utility person from California that just so happens to be from Puerto Rico. That's weird. That's kind of weird, actually. What's going on here?
Disruption has really been at the distribution level, at the local level, but we want to make sure
Water
there's
lady.
not broader outages and broader concerns. As of now, we're not seeing any issues with stability of the broader transmission
Who's in charge of the water
system, either in the region or across California or more broadly.
Probably in charge of shutting those pumps off.
Good news part of where we're at now, of course. We're working with the utilities trying to restore power to customers as quickly as we're able, but full restoration, of course, is going to take some time here. In particular, the comprehensive damage assessment will take time and can't begin until it's safe for crews to get in there and actually do the assessments and do the work. So we're working, Madam Vice President, as you said at the outset, with a real sense of urgency here, but also with a sense of we'll do whatever we can over the long haul to do right by our responsibilities.
David, one of the
Did you
things
say
that
Madam President?
everybody's mentioned so far is the mental stress it's going to cause for average Americans that are caught in the middle of all this. And one of the things that, it's not, these aren't everyday, no matter how well educated one is, they're not always certain how power is transmitted, why it's transmitted the way it is, and so on. Could you explain to the folks here, the public is listening, what the impact on some of the utilities have had on the ability to generate the pumping of water? And because there's a lot of accusations going around that it's because that the local leadership didn't care. I mean, explain how this works
had to
and why
do
it makes sense.
We had to do it.
So this
it
is
was
an
going to
issue.
burn.
Actually, Secretary Granholm was on the phone with the CEO of Southern Cal Edison to talk exactly about this and make sure we were doing everything we can on that front. And it's both the power issue, and you mentioned generators and other ways that we can try to help solve the problem there, but it's also the pressure and making sure that we're thinking of these things holistically. And certainly my experience over the last 4 years under your leadership is it's not one department, it's not one slice of your federal government that is responsible. Energy and water issues overlap in a lot of different ways. So we work with our EPA colleagues and others to make sure that we're bringing all of our expertise and explaining it to our fellow Americans. It's important that we give transparent information and information they can rely upon.
Well, I think it's just people don't know how.
All right, we've been listening to a meeting at the White House with President Biden and his staff. Vice President Kamala Harris, obviously a resident here in Southern California, she described what we've witnessed in the last 4 days. He's
completely talking over it. Like, no way you can hear what he's saying.
The insurance companies and the fact that a lot of people's fire insurance has been canceled leading up to what we've seen in the last 4 days. The president, a lot of the conversation here about the infrastructure and trying to get that rebuilt. President talked about a declaration he signed to help rebuild churches and schools.
Why do they do this? Why does the news feel the need to recap during
the water
live
lines, that power
presidential?
lines? All of that's going to have to be rebuilt. And then you're going to have to do this before you even start trying to rebuild homes.
And he talked about assets.
And they wonder why people are getting tired of watching them, and they're moving to watching shit on the internet.
Federal firefighters.
I bet I could have the White House streaming this on, and it would have it.
Desperately.
Our firefighters, imagine how tired they are. Wow. County and city and Santa Monica and everyone who's just been working, Altadena. They've been working around the clock. So bringing in those strike teams from all around the country, including Arizona, Arizona, and now President Biden issuing where federal firefighters can now come in and help out.
I'm fucking rewinding it, dude. Shut up, lady. Fucking idiots.
Diminished is because of
what was that about?
Of your federal government.
Oh, look, we can even see more on this one.
Water issues overlap in a lot of different ways. So we work with our EPA colleagues and
cool.
others to make sure that we're bringing all of our expertise
you can't see
and
right now.
explaining it to our fellow Americans. It's important that we give transparent information and information they can rely upon.
Well, I think it's just people don't know how it functions. And for example, since I've been president,
you can even see Harris in this one.
Flying over more territory.
Did we see her a second ago? I don't remember that.
From Arizona all the way up to Idaho and beyond, and that make up an area larger than the entire state of Maryland, burned to the ground. And one of the problems has been that people don't understand that when these high winds occur, what happens is, or when these storms occur, these utility poles, these whole, those big lines you see where all the lines are on, they fall to the ground in the middle of the forest. It's not just about raking the leaves under the trees. It's about the fires that causes. And so utilities have to shut down the ability to continue to transmit on those lines. And the consequence of that, I don't think most people think, no matter how well educated they are, unless they're in the area, that there's a direct correlation between the utility company and the ability to pump water out of a hydrant. And so it allows for...
Dude, we have the capability to go to Mars, as someone else has said previously today. And they couldn't have some sort of underground cable system going to those precise pumps that we need, very much so for emergency purposes. Are you kidding right now, dude? They want to make us think that this is okay, that it's not a big deal.
For a lot of uninformed people to make assertions or concerns or accusations about the local officials not caring or not working. So
they didn't care
as
fast
I understand
enough.
It, the vast majority
now they're
of the
going to care and build something
where the water resource has been diminished is because of the utility company not being able to maintain the electric transmission because they're getting knocked down or shutting down so they don't cause more fires.
Fires, exactly.
Right. But now what is happening is, are we getting cooperation with utility companies to bring in generators and others to bring in generators to generate the energy to allow that fire hydrant to function? Explain that a little bit.
So this is the pragmatic can-do attitude, and folks who've been literally doing this are civil servants and others for their careers, and making sure that we're solutions-oriented. We sometimes call our department the solutions department, as Liz knows from having been deputy secretary of the Department of Energy. And so whatever gets the power on to allow the water, whatever gets the job done, a lot of times it's working with our defense colleagues who have terrific assets that can be brought in quite quickly. The other point I'd like to make, Mr. President, to thank you and the Vice President's leadership and our folks in Congress, your bipartisan infrastructure legislation.
My wife
actually provided
loves
$10 billion
the size of my penis. What are you
to
talking
GRID
about?
program for grid resiliency to improve the resilience of our grids so that when the grids do go down, they come back on quicker. That's $10 billion that we've already gotten out the door and is being invested in communities all across the country. We need more of that. We need continued and focus on infrastructure, but infrastructure matters.
It matters a great deal because, for example, one of the things that I knew, but I didn't know that I didn't put a number on it. It'd be a lot easier if these electric lines are running underground in contained vessels, so in the middle of forests.
So now they care. Now this just like they didn't care soon enough. Now all of a sudden they care about some underground cables. It all makes sense now that those should be protected somehow since they're important and a lot of people could die. A lot of loss. $500 billion worth of loss could happen. Well, golly, how can that? Look, they're spending money on that rail system to Vegas. Apparently, they're going nowhere. And all the wasted money that they use for homeless people, which is only inviting more homeless people to come here, and they didn't even do it correctly. A bunch of money was wasted. Billions of dollars was wasted. That shit. It's insane what's happening in our country.
So there's nothing that, I mean, but it costs what, 6 times more?
It can cost 6 times more, and we're doing a lot more undergrounding thanks to your leadership on the infrastructure funding. It's not cost effective everywhere.
Why can't California pay for their own damn
It's
cable?
absolutely necessary, and we need to have the funding and support to do that as quickly as we can.
Well, I think we're moving in the right direction. I know it, look,
Unreal.
this is really, really, really difficult for families to have to deal with it. I mean, you know, I have a family member who lives out there, and the area where he lives, I'm not getting into detail where he lives, I think there's something like 240 or 260 homes that burned to the ground, all but 14 or 15 of them. And everybody has to evacuate. And people are going, when do I get back? When will I ever find that picture album? Will I ever find the jewelry that my grandmom gave me? Will I ever, I mean, there's so much anxiety that's generated. And I think that we've been through this once before in Hawaii where the fires occurred. And
he touched her. Well, maybe they're not upset with each other anymore.
And we're trying to build back up the community so they could open up and things be running. But it's really, really, really hard. So I'm going to make an appeal right now to the United States Congress.
Dude, what do you think she just thinks he's thinking right now about that? Like, I don't know. He's been kind of cold-shouldered to her, and then he touched her. You think she's thinking about that more than any of this right now? Like, he just touched me. What's he trying to do with the cameras here?
They're going to have to step up when we ask for more help. More help to get these people the kind of shelter they need, to get the kind of help they need, because it really does matter.
Fucking microphones,
and you guys
bro.
I'm not being solicitous. You all do a hell of a job. And we've learned, unfortunately, so much. And there is, in case you haven't noticed, there is global warming. It does change weather patterns. And as you explained, Randy, winds going in and winds coming out.
They always
you
had
get the one
this.
going in, but you don't want the one coming back out. And so my point is that I think
it's a yearly thing.
The more we can explain to the American people in plain, straightforward, honest English or whatever language of us understand what exactly is happening, the more likely we're likely to get the kind of support and not make a political deal out of this. I'm leaving this office very shortly, but it's not about the politics. It's about giving people some sense of security that we're going to be able to get this under control.
It does feel weird going out of office.
And it's going to take time. And like I said, in the next little bit, we're going to be going back to Congress asking for some more help on some of this stuff. And I hope they're ready to step up because we can afford it. And like I said, we have a little infrastructure bill that's over $1 trillion. It's going to be able to help a little bit. We have done a lot in terms of what we're going to do in terms of providing for this rebuilding of communities. And so I think the most important thing we have to do, those of us sitting around this table and on the screen, is explain in simple, straightforward language what the capacity we have is, how we're using that capacity, and what capacity we don't have that we need. And in order to keep things from just all these, in crisis, rumors and fear spread very quickly. And the most important thing is to let's just bring this down in an area, be honest with people, what's at stake, but be straightforward with them. What can be done and how we're going to get it done. So I thank you all very much. I'm proud of the job you're all doing. And I'm, quite frankly, proud of the job the local officials in California are doing. I've spent a lot of time with the governor and the mayor of Los Angeles and others. You know, they're doing everything that we ask of them and beyond. And so we're stepping up as best way we can. Any of my colleagues around the table or on the screen want to add anything before we close this out?
Well, as the Californian at the table.
She would.
Thank you for all of the leadership that everyone here has provided, starting with our president. We're beyond the point of calling it fire season.
Yeah, that's right.
We really, and we're seeing this around the country, that whereas years before we would talk about a particular season of extreme weather, we are seeing that it doesn't matter what month of the year, we should be ready. The work that our administration has done in particular on the issue of infrastructure, together with the Inflation Reduction Act and the attention we are paying to the climate crisis, is so important because we have got to invest as a country in adaptation, and we have to invest in resilience. And that is about homeowners, that is about families, that is about cities and local governments, state governments, and we have to adapt to this changing climate. For example, fire hydrants are pretty much built to deal with an individual house fire, not with a wildfire that is taking on entire residential communities.
Shouldn't have gotten that far though, dude. They should have just cleaned the forest up.
To grow.
Dude.
We have to put more resources into our fire departments.
No, clean the fucking forest up.
Understanding that we
Trump
are asking a lot of them that traditionally they never had to do. And because of their commitment to their profession, they're attempting to rise to the moment of crisis. But we need to put more resources into those individual professionals and into the departments that sustain that work with the mission that is such an important mission in times like this. So, Mr. President, I thank you for your leadership, your foresight to understand what over these last 4 years we could do to leapfrog in front of what we know to be a changing climate to meet these types of moments. And God bless all of the people who are on the ground right now in California doing that work.
I thank you for your comments. I think I totally agree with you, which will not surprise anybody. Look, there's an expression from a famous Irish poet. He said, all's changed utterly. A terrible beauty has been born. All has changed in the weather. Climate change is real, fundamentally altering, not just here, but around the world. Around the world, what's going on. And we've got to adjust to it. We got to adjust to it, and we can. It's within our power to do it, but we got to acknowledge it to begin with. Just acknowledge that there's a change taking place, that we're not going to be able to legislate away. It's real. There is global warming. It's real. It's having a profound impact, and where it goes from here, I don't know, but I know one thing. We have the capacity to respond to it if we, in fact, exercise our good judgment. Well, thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Is there a black guy in uniform there?
Do you trust that California will get the aid they need in the next administration?
I'm not in a position to answer that question. I pray God they will.
Do you have
Mr. President, do you have a sense of how much this is going to cost in the end?
No, the truth of the matter is no one can tell you that. For example, just clearing the debris. You saw what happened when we were dealing with the hurricanes that occurred from North Carolina to Florida. The cost of the debris cleanup is gigantic, gigantic. The cost of replacing the housing is almost exponential. I mean, we don't know what it is, but we know one thing we have to do. We have to stay with it. We have the capacity to do it, but we don't know that. Anybody gives you a number now, they have no idea what the hell they're talking about. It's a big, big, big number.
Mr. President,
Whoa, wait a minute.
Mr. President, can you update us, please, on the Hamas hostages and what you think of the incoming administration's efforts and ultimatum?
I can, but I'm not sure it's appropriate for now. We're making some real progress. I met with negotiators today. I think there's what's going on right now in Lebanon, and we finally have a president. He's a first-rate guy. I spent time on the phone with him today, about 20 minutes to half an hour, what they have planned. They're also working very hard with the Lebanese military, accountable to the Lebanese people, not Hamas, not Hezbollah, not any other group. And so I think we're seeing some progress. And I know hope springs eternal, but I'm still hopeful that we'll be able to have a prisoner exchange. Hamas is the one getting in the way of that exchange right now, but I think we may be able to get that done. We need to get it done. Thank you all very much.
With his daughter, referring to his daughter, he was here.
Thank you.
Do we get to stay? Where with him? Where with the official man? I know him.
He said that he was going to gather up his stuff, but he said he was going to stay here too. He said that he felt this was going to pass over and that he would be here, and he did position himself, but he didn't want to leave.
82 years old. And, tell us a little bit about him.
82 years old. He bought this house in 1968, and he put $5 down on the house, is what he told me. And he came right back with his paperwork from Lockheed Martin, which is where he retired from in Palmdale. He'd been there for 45 plus years. And he's been an Altadenian as long as I've been living my whole life. I came here home as a child. I was born at Kaiser Permanente in Sunset, and they brought me here to this house, and I've been here my whole life with him.
I had no idea there's like a black community right next to Hollywood.
So Rodney Nickerson was 82 years old. Here's a look at some more homes here on this street that were lost during this fire. As far as number of homes lost, number of businesses lost, we expect updates on that. They've been able to but everywhere you go around Altadena, streets like this, homes on both sides of the street gone, and even on Lake Avenue, one of the main thoroughfares where all the businesses are, businesses on both sides of the street gone, including the U.S. Post Office here. So a lot to rebuild here in Altadena. For now, reporting live in Altadena, I'm Chip Yost, KTLA 5 News.
All right, Chip, thank you so much for some of that information. We do have a couple of updates. Gil is over a new fire here. Gil, where are you?
Well, Lou and Glenn, you're looking at this brush fire. It's actually a grass fire that just broke out. This is close to Victory Boulevard and Valley Circle, just west of that area. As I come out wide, you saw one helicopter dropping. They have a couple of water-dropping helicopters out here. You see the homes there on the edge of the hillside there. And as I come out wide, you can see the area it's burning in right now. Mostly light grasses, maybe a little bit of a heavy grass, but the smoke is blowing into this area here. As I zoom in, I'll give you a couple of streets here. In fact, I'll bring in our map system so you can see that Shady Grove Place would be one of the first streets that may encounter some of that fire, but it is pushing that direction right now. This is happening north of the 101 freeway. This is close to Bell Canyon, if not in it, but let me come back in and zoom in to show you the flame lengths. It is, like I said, mostly a grass fire, but wind-driven through this area. It's unclear how it broke out. It just started, though. My pilot, Anton, spotted and we flew over here real quick to see what's going on. But you can see several acres, at least for now, on fire and continuing to spread out of control. And at this point, it's an aerial attack only. They have units that are responding to it as we speak. But at this point, the fire is burning unchecked, other than those aircraft that are dropping water on it.
Well, the great thing is there is water being dropped on it, because in the last few days we have not been able to see that, and I think that's why a lot of these fires were out of control, because the gusts were so strong. The helicopters and air operations weren't able to fly it, but hopefully they'll be able to get over there and drop some phos-check and prevent this fire from spreading.
Yeah, also, Gil, is this that one of those areas where when we get the Santa Ana winds, we've seen fires in the past that have gone through here into Calabasas and all the way down to the ocean?
Yes, in fact, Glenn and Lou, this was the area that burned in that fire. I'm trying to remember the name of it. Started up near Sylmar, I believe. It made its way across Ode Mountain and then burned down the hills here all the way into Malibu. But that explains some of the terrain here and some of the light grasses. It's been a while since that fire, but at this point it looks like mostly grass that's burning here. As I zoom in, you can get a better look. I did see a tanker just out of our shot. It should be coming in to drop some fire retardant as you speak. There goes the lead plane dropping a line of smoke. That's for the tanker to hone in on that line of smoke, and it should be
be coming right behind that lead plane here. There's the tanker. So it took a look at that smoke line. It's going to come back around and be targeting that side of the fire.
Couldn't even see that line of smoke really.
Back around.
It's amazing.
But at this point, you see all the homes there on the top of the screen. That is east of the fire, and in the hills here as it continues to grow.
In with all
Several
the
acres
smoke.
and growing at this point.
Yeah, Gil, looking across the San Fernando Valley, can you see anything else going on? Because I'm getting messages from people, maybe some other smaller fires or spot fires, and I'm specifically looking not to the north but to the east, like maybe along Ventura Boulevard or around.
Yeah, this is. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is up near Big Tonga Canyon. We heard of a possible fire breaking out there. Here's a look towards the 101 freeway and Ventura Boulevard. Whereabouts did you say it was? In Encino?
Maybe Encino area, possibly. Maybe at the top where the mountain.
Encino, man.
That's okay. Yeah, that's the Encino Reservoir there. Don't see any smoke there, although if I pan to the right, that's the Palisades fire that's burning up there. Maybe that's what people are seeing. Again, it's not really, it's making a slow approach to the valley.
They're
We looked
really
at it yesterday,
far from there.
and it looks like it's burning basically in the same area. They have fire retardant drops going on that northern flank of the fire. So that's probably what people are seeing in the valley near Encino. In the meantime, back to this fire, I did see the tanker coming around. We should see that drops in if it hasn't dropped already.
All that pollution though, it sucks though.
To the south, and if I tilt up here, that's
break with the
looking out
pollution
towards,
lately.
I believe that's Las Virgenes there, that goes through the mountains there.
It's going up towards
again,
you, ain't it?
At this point,
it's going
several
north
acres
from
of
there.
grass burning here, and the wind is definitely driving that fire.
Yeah.
You see the tanker?
It doesn't say where they're
Gil,
at.
Hi, this is Kai. You know, you've talked a lot about Topanga Canyon, and we know that they're seeing some flames down there in some of the residential areas near Fernwood. But as you put up the map, you showed, and of course, let's take a look at the tanker drop before we talk about that any further. But here we go,
baby.
Gil, I'll let you describe this.
Yeah, right now we got a tanker coming in with the ice and the water and the slushy mix, the mocha. They had a bunch of expired mocha mixed with 7-Eleven, and we use that. Boom. See, that's why it's pink.
Great drop.
That's
Again,
rotten.
the fire retardant doesn't necessarily put out the fire, but it will slow the fire enough for the helicopters to come in and drop water on the line of fire there. So it does suppress it. It does slow the rate of spread down.
Baby, they really needed that other plane to
once the tankers are
puff
done,
those three little dots of smoke out there to see where the fire was, I guess.
And dousing it. So it's a great 1-2 punch on the fire itself.
I think I could do it without the other plane.
And then the water dropping helicopters to come in and douse the flames.
And Gil, if you wouldn't mind, if you could pan back up towards the Malibu Canyon, Las Virgenes.
I'd have the Top Gun song playing.
At the top of the mountain, there's some smoke right there. Some smoke coming up over that mountaintop right there. Could you talk about how close that might be towards the Malibu Canyon area?
Yeah, it's fairly close, although I think one of the areas that we are really concerned about is over here. If I'm going to pan the camera over to this area here, and that's Topanga State Park.
I didn't want to be a jumbo jet
right
pilot,
in this area. We were just looking at that when we saw the fire break out over here north of the 101 freeway. So you can see all the homes kind of peppered there in the hillside. A lot of brush around those homes. It doesn't look like there's a lot of brush clearance around those properties, but quite a few there. This is off of Topanga Canyon Boulevard, and one of the streets is Green Bluff. So they're definitely, Kai, there's definitely an urgency there to protect those homes.
Yeah, and that Topanga Canyon Park area is beautiful. You've got Eagle Rock up there, Gil, and then you make your way down the other side and towards the Pacific Palisades. But it's, Gil, describe to folks, that's a difficult area for fixed-wing aircraft to fight a fire like that, isn't it? It's just rugged.
It's very rugged. You're not going to see a lot of camp crews up there, although in those homes they're going to send some strike teams definitely, and they'll definitely have structure protection, fire trucks up there in those neighborhoods to protect.
Man,
the concern,
everything's
as
on
I was saying, the brush clearance in that neighborhood is not very good. There's a lot of brush there around those homes. As I zoom in here, you can see
is that a new
those homes right there on the line of fire, and hopefully they're able to protect them. Doesn't look like we've seen any fire retardant drops there yet, but we might in the coming moments.
All right, just to reiterate, where exactly is this? Because you zoom from what was going on in the West Hills.
How did this one start?
You know, are we looking at the hills above the south end of the San Fernando Valley, or beyond that?
What's fucking happening right now?
So
this is an entirely different fire.
Topanga State Park area. This is south of the 101 freeway.
Are we being attacked, bro?
It's basically south of Calabasas. And very close to Topanga Canyon. Yeah, so it's, in fact, I'll pull out wide and bring it back in the map here to show you. There's Topanga Canyon there on the right-hand side of the smoke. We pulled away from the other fire north of the 101 freeway to show you this, but a lot of fire, active fire up here in the hills. And if I may swing back to the other fire, Anton, make a right turn, please. All the way across, you see the fire line out into Malibu on some Palisades, and then the new fire breaking out here just just west of Valley Boulevard and Victory Boulevard and Valley Circle.
Yeah, and Gil, talk to our viewers at home watching, and Glenn alluded to this. This is an area where, of course,
new wildfire
know it well.
Calabasas. It's breaking news everywhere right now.
These northeasterly.
It's more than just that field,
come
though.
Out of the high deserts, they go up over the Santa
wooded
Clarita Valley.
area
They
too.
hit this area, and then they just sort of take off.
Man, I'm getting a little weirded out, man.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, the Newhall Pass is
Glad
nearby.
I didn't crack any of my MREs yet.
You have a heavy
stock up
wind
on water or something,
events through there all the time when we get the Santa Ana winds. And
man, everybody's gonna start panicking out here, dude.
And hit the west end of the valley here, the San Fernando Valley, and so that's where we're getting. You can see the smoke just laying down across the ground there. So that's a sign of some heavier
I don't know
winds,
if y'all heard or not, but the VA has been ordered to be at the inauguration with nurses, emergency triage, all kinds of assistance just in case people's limbs get chopped off and shit. Like they've heard something might happen or something. I don't know, man. And then like all this is starting to happen all of a sudden right before he goes in office. All the two other dudes that just happened, to do with the ISIS flag though. New Orleans. The other guy out
through the rest of the day today. In this
it's
area,
just that other guy had connections with the first guy though, like multiple connections.
About 20
shit's so weird. There's a lot of weird shit going on lately,
so
dude. Really weird. Weird for even nowadays.
A few gusts, but this is not that consistent and widespread wind event like we saw taking place from late Monday into Tuesday and Wednesday. This is a little bit more isolated to strictly these funnel areas and not just coming out of the Newhall Pass, as Gil just mentioned, but also out into the Cajon Pass as you head into San Bernardino, Riverside County. And the high wind warning, Lou, to answer your question, yeah, it's going to continue in these areas through the night tonight, should expire by tomorrow morning during the 8 o'clock hour. But I say should because we're still looking at the dangerous conditions and the Santa Anas. There will be bursts here and there. And as you look at that smoke, well, that's what's giving us, of course, this hazardous air quality here in Southern California. And again, the high wind warning until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. The red flag warning continues until tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock. And that's because of the extremely dry air that's all over Southern California. What we're seeing is that quick ignition. And even this is a little bit of a low grass fire. It's so dry out there. And Gil, I'll let him actually describe this a little bit more in a moment, but that's how the fire spreads so rapidly. And Gil, if you could talk to that, talk about just how dry this grass is, talk about how dry the air is.
Yeah, it's very dry out here. It's been that way for quite a while. You can see the rolling hills here, the trails that lead up in through this area, and just absolutely dry. Of course, the Chatsworth Reservoir, nothing in it right now. So locally, any kind of reservoir it's lacking water in this area. It's unknown where the LA City Fire is getting their water for their helicopters. They likely set up a helibase in the foothills here close by, and that's where they're going to get water from a water tender that will fill up the aircraft, and then they'll take off again. So we're just trying to get the lay of the land out here for the people that live in this area. With the map in, you can see the different streets. I drove fast out here, and a lot of it.
Right. And then Gil, also, if you could talk to the viewers at home about the ember spread. I know that we've seen a lot of these fires popping off from embers that fly up to 2, 3, and 5 miles in distance. Can you kind of talk to that subject?
Yeah, absolutely, Kai. There's the 101 freeway there. It's
Oh, Billy.
What the fuck? They both went down.
Dude, the choppers just crashed into each other.
There, Glenn and Lou, and yes, some of the fires that we are looking at and what Gil is describing, when you go
both
from
using the same
Pacific
chopper
Palisades all the way to Topanga Canyon, the fire just didn't race that far. This is amber spread.
And the thing is, the direction this fire is going, there's a neighborhood, so it means the embers are blowing toward that neighborhood.
Their own choppers.
That side of the 101, but as we've seen before, these could jump the 101. It can actually end up connecting to the Palisades fire down the road here.
Yeah, and of course not even jumping the 101, but look at the neighborhood right there at the bottom of your screen. It's getting closer and closer to that neighborhood.
Even if you haven't been told to evacuate, if you're in the immediate area, you should, right?
Oh,
so we're working on that information right now.
They in
Let me grab this call really quick. I'm going to send it back to you.
Yeah, and what we were hearing from our meteorologist, Marina Jerica, is that the winds in this area here are about 35 to 39 miles per hour, which, we see the firefight going on. We see the aircraft making those drops, but there is still a significant amount of wind fueling this fire. Clearly, it's not the 80 and 90 mile per hour winds that we saw when the fire broke out in Palisades. However, it is still a decent amount of wind. And right now, resources are spread thin, and we're just hoping that they have enough support out there to get this fire knocked out.
The great thing is that the resources are now here. You see this plane now just flying over the freeway there. It's going to be dropping some fire retardant in the area, flying over these homes. And I'm guessing these homeowners here very grateful to see that the resources are in their area. But in just a minute or so, once Mike can get back to us, apparently they're going to...
Okay, we're going to get to a news conference right now that is taking place. Let's listen into that.
We're going to start off with 30 minutes of speakers, and then we're going to open up for a few questions at the end, so please hold all your questions and comments until the end. We're going to start with the LA County Board of Supervisors Chair, Catherine Barger. Here she is.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us for this very important update regarding the Eaton fire and the needed support for our residents. Over the last 2 days, I've talked to countless residents, friends, and town council members who have all expressed concerns over the criminal activity in the fire-impacted areas. The sheriff announced this morning that 20 people have been arrested by deputies for looting. We cannot, and let me make it clear, we will not allow this to continue to happen. Those who have evacuated have faced imaginable devastation, displacement, and loss. We must stand up against opportunists who want to prey on these victims. I will not stand by and allow an already traumatic experience to be further compounded. I stand here today with the sheriff as he makes an important announcement that will amplify our ability to protect our vulnerable communities in their time of need. My deepest thanks to our first responders who have been battling this blaze, and to the law enforcement officers who have been standing up against criminal activity to the best of their ability. I am confident that these steps we are taking today will give us extra leverage and support needed to really crack down on this important issue. To our residents, we stand with you and will continue to stand up for you. It's frustrating to me when we ask people to evacuate. Their greatest fear is, am I going to come back not only to a home that's standing, but if it is standing, have people come in and burglarize my home. They shouldn't have to make that choice. So with that, I would like to introduce our Los Angeles County Sheriff, Robert Luna.
Thank you, Supervisor. Just so all of you know,
I went the wrong direction.
Her leadership's amazing, and we've been on the phone consistently with a lot of the challenges that we're facing, but we remind each other we're facing them together, and we have a lot of good things going on. So as we're working through this, I want everyone to know that the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department has officially requested the support of the California National Guard for both fires, at least in LA County, both the Palisades and Eaton fire. We are in the process and will coordinate deployments for any additional requests through the county. And just so everybody's aware, in order to request mutual aid, at least for law enforcement, in Los Angeles County, I'm the primary regional coordinator for that. So the request was made through our department, but we are working in collaboration with the Los Angeles Police Department, Chief Jim McDonald, Chief Gene Harris, who joined here to the left, and then the Chief
I'm out. I made it back out.
From the Santa Monica Police Department,
and
then any other chiefs of police who may need additional resources as a result of these fires, we'll make sure that we do that.
Don't recommend it.
So for the last 24 hours or so, we have had approximately 400 National Guard members throughout the state ready to support us, and as I just stated, they will be coming in. We expect that they may be on site as soon as tonight. That may change a little bit, but they will be assisting us with traffic control and critical infrastructure protection. They will be staged throughout the Los Angeles region, and our Emergency Operations Bureau is currently working on specific missions that they will fulfill both in these affected county fire areas, the city of Pasadena, the city of Santa Monica, and the city of Los Angeles. This wouldn't be possible without the assistance of Governor Newsom, who approved this request. He's been consistently on the phone with our leadership asking what that we need, and we're very grateful for that. This effort will allow law enforcement to free up our resources and move personnel to other critical areas throughout the county, in a sense becoming a force multiplier. I'm going to switch gears a little bit now. Earlier, there was a lot of questions, as there should be, about the death toll here in Los Angeles County as it specifically relates to the fire. Anytime I talk about numbers, whether they are fatalities or we're talking about potential looting arrest, I'm going to tell you something. The number just continuously fluctuates, and it's because we're still in a very chaotic scenario. And just to give you an idea, and I'm surrounded by a lot of firefighters, and the fire chief will come up and talk next, we're still working in a very fluid and active environment, meaning that there are still spot fires going on in areas, there's gas leaks. So when people are asking us for numbers of fatalities, we want to give them to you, but we have to wait until it's safe for our personnel to be able to go in there and do this right, because to some people, the death toll may just be a number. To us, on our side of the fence and public safety, each one of those numbers is a family member. We're going to have to make notifications with our partners at the coroner's office to let them know that they're not going to see their family members anymore. So just again, it's preliminary and it's absolutely going to change. But as of right now, and we stated this yesterday, we do have confirmed 5 deaths between Palisades and the Eaton fire. But that number again is going to change as more information comes in and when we start to get into the damaged area. The homicide detectives for the LA County Sheriff's Department are trying to get into the locations to process the scenes, but they've been delayed for the dangerous conditions that I just spoke about. But once homicide is able to get in there, they'll do the death investigations, and then we'll have more complete information that a lot of people are asking us for. I also want to mention that our team has been working on a curfew. Our goal is to attempt to implement a curfew within the specific impacted areas in around the two fire areas, both for Palisades and Eaton. As we work through the legal process to get that done, the goal is to try and implement it tonight. If we're not able to do that, that may happen maybe by tomorrow night. That curfew looks like it'll be from 6 p.m. To 6 a.m. Again, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. That will be the goal. We will be enforcing that. I think if most of you heard our press conference earlier today, we had a number of looting arrests throughout the entire county region. That is unacceptable behavior. Having additional resources, having the National Guard with us, which will augment those resources, will help send a stronger message, keep people out of the impacted areas so we don't continuously victimize the people who have already been victimized, who have lost their homes. So we'll continue to work on the evacuation orders as soon as we can. We'll give you more specific information, because a big legal part of that is that we have to notify our community of what it is and how that works. And just to wrap up for us, how that works. We have increased resources for our burglary and looting suppression. Unfortunately, there have been crimes out there that have been reported to us by residents who have evacuated their homes. Our deputies continue to do evacuated their homes. Our deputies continue in missions, and they've had many rescues. And I do want to stress that the majority of the people they are having that chose not to evacuate, not only putting themselves in danger, but putting the first responders in more significant danger. So please, you hear this over and over, when somebody tells you to mandatory evacuate, please evacuate.
Where that's coming from.
Preliminarily, I know we're talking about 20 arrests. Preliminarily, we have about 12 arrests related to looting. And again, that number hasn't been confirmed. We're checking that. We're also getting the number of about 16, and that's at the multiple impact.
What the hell is this? This just all of a sudden started playing over here. Wow. Okay.
National Guard. I've been in communication with the commissioner of the California Highway Patrol. He's offered his assistance, and we've deployed with his partnership or collaboration multiple CHP officers for traffic control around the area. My last item is this. If you have any questions about current evacuation orders or warnings, or the many street closures that we have here in Los Angeles County, please visit lacounty.gov/emergency for updated information. And with that, I am going to now introduce the fire chief for Los Angeles County, best looking fire chief, Tony Maroney.
Thank you, Sheriff Luna and Supervisor Barger, Chair of the Board. So I'm going to limit my comments to an update for the Eaton fire here in Los Angeles County that's affecting the unincorporated community of Altadena, in addition to the cities of Pasadena, Arcadia, and Sierra Madre. We remain in unified command. However, we have added one unified command partner. CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3 has been assigned to the incident to assist with recovery operations. Recovery operations consists of trying to coordinate all of our human remain detection teams that will be going house to house to make sure that we can account for anybody who's been killed in the fire. Also setting up community recovery centers. They're also going to be doing damage inspection coordination for us. So the Eaton fire is now estimated to be 13,690 acres. It's grown since our morning press conference because the fire is making a run towards the historic Mount Wilson area. We are still at 0% containment, but we now have a better estimation of the number of fire personnel assigned to the incident, we're now at 1,527 personnel assigned, and like this morning, additional mutual aid resources to continue to arrive to assist in the firefight. This morning, we did have a firefighter suffer a significant injury in a fall. That firefighter is resting comfortably at an area hospital. He's in stable condition, and he is expected to make a full recovery. We now have a confirmation that we have a potential for over 4,000 to 5,000 structures damaged or destroyed. The definition of a structure could be a single-family residence, a multifamily residence, a commercial occupancy, an outbuilding, or a vehicle. So this morning I reported 1,000. We are now reporting 4,000 to 5,000 of those types of structures. The cause of the fire remains unknown and under investigation by the Sheriff's Department, along with the LA County Fire Department and the U.S. Forest Service. The reason that the sheriff is going to be reporting fatality information, because the cause of the fire is unknown at this time, if it turns out that this was an arson fire, any death that relates from an arson fire is considered a murder, and the LASD investigates those types of crimes. The number of resources assigned to this fire siege has increased significantly, and we are in a much better posture than we were on Tuesday and Wednesday. Out-of-state resources continue to arrive in LA County, and we're appreciative of to all of our firefighters from throughout the western United States for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of need. Regarding the current red flag warning condition, as I stated this morning, it's going to continue for Los Angeles County and much of Ventura County through Friday, but I think we all realize that the winds have significantly diminished after the PDS was canceled 4 p.m. yesterday. So we're hoping that the weather is going to continue to cooperate so we can get some perimeter line in on the fire. I would now like to invite up the Operations Section Chief for California Interagency Incident Management Team 5, Don Fraguglia.
Okay, good day, everybody. Like Chief said, my name is Don Fraguglia. I represent California Team 5. I'm going to give you an operational update on what's going on the fire right now as we speak. And I'm going to talk a little bit to the map behind me, just so you know, and I'm going to use a pointer since it's kind of a small map. Okay, we're going to start over here on the right flank of the fire. This is Santa Anita Canyon. We're currently actively engaged there with several hotshot crews along the road and along the canyon bottom, and we're being successful. Throughout the day today, we've had rotor wing, the opportunity to fly rotor wing and fixed wing aircraft. The winds are still pretty high up there, so it's kind of a hit or miss deal. We get the aircraft up and we get them flying, and then it's just too dangerous for the pilots and they have to come back down. So it's a constantly evaluation, constant use of that aircraft, and we're being successful when we're able to fly them. As we come along the north end of the fire there, Mount Wilson was mentioned recently in this press conference. I want everybody to know the fire has made it to Mount Wilson. We're actively engaged there, and so far no loss to any values at risk at Mount Wilson, and we're feeling good about what we have to do up there tonight to keep that site secure. As we come across the top of this fire over here towards the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, we're making good progress here as well. Values at risk obviously include the JPL among other things out there, so priority for me as an operations is this side of the fire over here is a high priority. We're concerned about the winds that are potentially coming to outflank us in the coming days, so all hands on deck. We're going to work day and night, and we expect to continue. You'll see some containment in the coming days. Thank you.
What about this Calabasas fire though, fire guy?
Thank you from the Operations Section Chief. So next up we'll have the Arcadia Fire Chief, Chen Swin.
Do you know yet? Sir.
Hello, my remarks will be brief. My name is Chen Swin, Fire Chief for the City of Arcadia. I just wanted to express my deepest gratitude and our deepest gratitude to our community, to our public safety partners up here, many who are standing up here just for their work on the East End. I wanted to provide an update, a website for our Arcadia residents and businesses. You can visit www.arcadiaca.gov. /2025 windstorm or visit any of our social media platforms. Thank you.
Now we'll have Pasadena Fire Chief Chad Augustine. Chad?
Good afternoon, Chad Augustine, Pasadena Fire Chief. Thank you so much for being here today. I had the opportunity to fly this fire this morning, and the level of devastation is staggering. We're extremely thankful for all of our partner agencies here, local, state, and federal. We could not get a handle on this fire without them. And for my residents, we're committed to get back to full restoration as long as that takes, and you'll have the continued support of everybody here in order to do that. Thank you.
And then Sierra Madre Fire Chief Brent Bartlett.
Good afternoon, Brent Bartlett with the City of Sierra Madre Fire Chief. Again, as my peers have already mentioned, thank you goes out to our partners in the efforts to managing and getting this under control. As far as for my community as well, future information can be found on the city's website, Sierra Madre, cityofsierramadre.com. And our next move is going to be looking at recovery and repopulation after we are getting a better assessment of the damage within our area. So again, thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to introduce Congresswoman Judy Chu for our next speaker.
Thank you. I'm Congressmember Judy Chu, and I just took a tour of the destroyed areas led by Mayor Victor Gordo, and I could not believe the destruction of Altadena and Pasadena. Mariposa Junction, which had so many thriving small businesses, gone. Institutions like the Altadena Library and the Altadena Community Church, destroyed and gone. The homes that, so many homes that we saw with so many memories, gone. But one thing I have to say is that I have to really appreciate the first responders for making sure that the destruction was not even greater. I also want to say that there is help from Washington, D.C., and President Biden just announced something very, very important, which is our area has already been approved for the fire emergency management grants. It provides reimbursement for 75% of the firefighting costs. He just announced that he will reimburse 100% of the costs over the next 180 days. This is so important. The other thing I want to announce is that FEMA worked overtime to get their website going so that now you can go to disasterassistance.gov, input all your information, and you can see what you are qualified for and can get your place in line for disaster assistance. And then the third thing is that the FEMA administrator, Deanne Criswell, is coming out here from Washington, D.C. She toured the Palisades site, but she will be coming here later today to see what destruction occurred here at Eaton. And this is very important because FEMA has so many resources that individuals, small businesses, but also cities and locations can take advantage of, such as the clearance of roads. So help is on the way, and I know that we will get through this. And now I would like to introduce Mayor Victor Gordo of Pasadena.
Thank you, Congressmember. Let me first just say on behalf of the City of Pasadena and our residents that our thoughts and prayers are with all of those affected in the County of Los Angeles, including our neighbors in the Palisades, and certainly our community of Altadena, which we consider to be very much a part of the City of Pasadena. I'd like to thank all of the first responders with the County of Los Angeles, with the state, and those that are continuing to come to assist us. And it's not just those wearing the badge that are first responders. We have many civilians We have Red Cross workers, volunteers, who we also consider to be first responders. In Pasadena, our police chief and our executive leadership team is considering a curfew, and we'll have more information as it relates to a curfew. But we certainly will welcome the augmented services and additional assistance of the National Guard. And again, thank you to Sheriff Luna, thank you to the supervisor, chief, all chiefs for the work of your departments individually and collectively. We're asking if you are under a mandatory evacuation order. Those orders have not been lifted. And so we're starting to see people go back into those areas. And our message to you is stay out of those areas until you hear officially that the orders have been lifted. And you will hear that official word from the county and in the city of Pasadena from the city of Pasadena. Thank you very much.
And I also want to thank the following individuals who are here with us today showing their support. State Senator Sasha Renee Perez, Assembly Member John Harabedian, Assembly Member Jessica Caloza,
certainly picked up.
Pasadena Police Chief Gene Harris. We truly do greatly appreciate you all being here. I know I've seen you more than I've seen my husband and my dog in the last week. But honestly, this is what it's about. We talk about community. It's also about working together to make sure that we work to make sure that our constituents are served. So with that, I'm going to open it up to questions.
Okay, that'll conclude our speakers for today. We're going to open it up to questions. Pono Barnesby walking around with a microphone. So just state your name, who you want your question to be to, and what media outlet you're from.
Okay, yes. Amy Powell from ABC 7. Question for Sheriff Luna. I know you said the details about the curfew are still being worked out, but can you talk about, would that involve blocking access roads to certain parts of these communities and how that might affect residents?
There's definitely going to be an impact on residents, but we will do whatever we can to brief the deputies and or National Guard members that are out there to be very sensitive to the needs of the residents. They've been through a lot, and we'll try and help them out as much as we can. Obviously, a big part of what we're doing is to protect the properties that are there. So in regard to specific details of road closures, we will be putting those out to what that looks like. We will try and minimize the impact to our community, but we're also trying to maximize the security around there. So we'll try and find a good balance. But I do want to reiterate that as we talk about the National Guard being deployed and or once the curfew comes on board, it's only going to affect the areas that have been heavily impacted by the fires. It is not a county-wide curfew. It will not impact other cities in the county that have not been impacted. What we're looking at as we're drawing up the paperwork, we're looking at the zones that were evacuated, that were mandatory evacuations. That's where our primary focus is, keeping in mind that the wind's still blowing, the fire's still not contained, and we will be flexible enough to adjust to those areas and then take away areas where eventually we will be repopulating certain neighborhoods.
Can the items that President Biden has ordered be undone after January 20th?
That is a very good question, and executive orders can be undone by the next president. But I just hope that President-elect Trump sees that he needs to be a president for all of America, and wildfires don't have a political party. They don't. And if he wants to represent all of America, then he needs to make sure this continues to go through for the next 180 days.
Sheriff Luna, Joe Kwan with Spectrum News 1. This may be a dumb question, but as far as the curfew, is somebody walks in past 6 p.m. in those evacuated areas? How will that work? Just so you know, I've seen a lot of people walking just to see if their homes
some
are okay, their
big-ass
neighborhoods
houses,
are okay,
too.
they're frustrated. How is that going to work? They just cannot walk in there, they'll get arrested. What, you know, just lay that out for us.
Yeah, it's not a dumb question at all. It's a very good question. Our deputy sheriffs, police officers will use very good judgment, common sense. They'll approach people. They'll ask them.
All right, we've been listening to officials giving us the very latest here on the Eaton fire. They're telling us that right now 20 people have been arrested for looting. 400 National Guard members are coming in to help with the law enforcement part of all this. And also Sheriff Robert Luna telling us that they're working on getting a curfew in place for the areas affected by the fire, specifically the Eaton fire, the Palisades fire, that may run from 6 p.m. till 6 a.m.
Yes, and we do want to explain that on the right of your screen is that new fire that we have been talking about. Mike Rogers is getting us the latest on the Kenneth fire, which is not associated at all with the other fires that have been burning.
Yeah, right. And I wanted to, part of the reason we got off
besides the Calabasas one,
you know about evacuations that have been issued in that area. You're looking at live pictures here from the chopper, and you can see the large column of smoke that is being put up. So if we can put my computer in an inset here, because I want to make sure that I can show people where this is happening. This is the community of Oak Park, and at this point, the evacuations are voluntary. So these are voluntary evacuations for the community of Oak Park. We're going to get my computer here in just a second, but I can tell you that anybody that is in the area of Oak Park near Canaan Road and Agora Road, east of Canaan Road to Deer Hill, those are the evacuation orders that are in place. There's my computer. Thank you for that. Here you see anything that is outlined in orange. Let me draw it a little bit more clear for you so you can see. So we're talking about this
new TikTok challenge.
Right here. This is where the voluntary evacuation zone is.
Teenagers
so
doing
it's
it.
this chunk, this western chunk,
14-year-olds.
eastern chunk of
Hey
Oak
man,
Park.
have you done your
This is,
TikTok
I believe,
challenge?
Oak Park High School right here.
Yeah, man,
if
we're
you know where Oak Park
this
High School
month.
is, if you were to the east of Oak Park High School,
Baby
in
Burn,
this
you
box,
give a
that's
shit
where
right, man.
you're being
Hell
asked
yeah.
to voluntarily evacuate. That's all of this area right here.
the
That
newest
is now under this
trend now,
voluntary
to
evacuation
burn
order. So,
fields
for reference, I'll
windy
show you the
days.
fire is burning in this area. So it kind of started
they don't
over in
actually make
here.
TikToks
so
on
this
it.
is the Bell Canyon area up here, right? The fire started basically at the end of this trailhead, or near this trailhead right here, and right now it is burning to the south and to the west. So that is kind of the direction it is taking, and that is why Oak Park is under a voluntary evacuation zone. I can tell you, and I'll show you while you're still looking at live pictures from the chopper, I want to pull this up because I want to show you the intense aerial fight that is going on right here. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 helicopters that have been on this. I've also seen the fixed-wing access. There's another one that's picking up water right here that's coming in, and you've got more of these aircraft that are coming in. So there's a very large aerial fight going on right now for this. So there are a lot of people that are trying to put this out. And again, it started kind of here in this Las Virgenes open space and has been moving to the east. And you can see from the chopper there, even where it's already charred, the blackness there of it, and then it's starting to move. So hopefully they'll be able to get this under control very quickly here. But those are where the voluntary evacuations are right now for the Kenneth fire. And let me see if there's an acreage update on it just yet, but it doesn't look like there is. So that's what they're working on right now. They're getting some more resources in there. I can hear them calling for more. We've got a helicopter that's actually even coming down from Central California right now to help in this. So again, the Kenneth fire now having voluntary evacuations for this new fire that is burning in the, well, technically, I guess the Oak Park area now, more into the, it's on the Ventura County side for sure. And I want to look at that because it looks like it's burning right up against a home there. It doesn't look like that's a home on fire, but it looks like it's certainly burning right up towards the backyard of that home. Let me see if I can get a better look on that.
Can you get a better idea?
Yeah, let me look right now. Look like, let's see, so Farmfield Road, Eden Park Drive, Thousand Oaks Boulevard. So this is actually the community that is even more to the east of Oak Park, I believe, right? This is the, I guess, the Hidden Hills area. Is that what that is? To the north of the 101 freeway right there, off of Las Virgenes Road and Thousand Oaks Boulevard is where we're looking at that. So the fire is much closer to that area. That's on the LA County side, I believe. So I assume there are evacuations there as well, but I will try to look and get that definitively.
It looks like the smoke, though, unfortunately, is heading towards Oak Park area, going in the direction there towards Ventura County. And, you know, we were talking a little earlier about how, you know, we have friends and family across the country that are calling to check on us, and people have been checking on me and my family all day, and I've said, hey, you know, the fire isn't too close. Well, now, you know, the story has changed, and it is close, and my family is being evacuated now in our community.
Right.
So certainly things are changing drastically, and we've been talking to people about making sure that they are doing their due diligence, and when you hear that you need to go, you definitely need to be packing up things and getting ready. Even if it's a voluntary evacuation, you definitely want to be prepared.
And I do want to tell you, and if we can put my computer back in the inset, because there are mandatory evacuations on the LA County side. So Hidden Hills, all of this is under an evacuation order. So that area north of the 101 freeway, basically from Valley Circle all the way over to the Ventura County line and then into Agora High School, those are all now under a mandatory evacuation. So you're seeing them on the red here, all of this Hidden Hills area, this Calabasas area, all of this under a mandatory evacuation because the fire is burning up in this area and then burning, as you mentioned, Amy, to the south and to the west. And that's what we're looking at. So those homes that we just saw from the chopper where it looked like it was getting pretty close to those homes there, that is the Hidden Hills area and the north end of the Calabasas area, north of the 101 freeway where that is burning. And it butts up, and it's really unfortunate because it butts up you know, right against the other evacuations. I mean, there's hardly anywhere in this area that is now not under an evacuation zone because of these fires, either the Palisades fire or now this fire that is burning in the Ventura County area / LA County area. So we've got mandatory evacuations there as well as we look at those live pictures from the helicopter as it burns right up towards these homes here. Very, very large homes, as we can see. You see an LA County fire engine pulling into the cul-de-sac there. You can see the wind blowing around. So while it's not windy everywhere, look at those trees. And I don't know if Marina's around and maybe give us some wind updates there, but you can definitely see the trees blowing still in this area of Calabasas, north of the 101 freeway in the Hidden Hills area.
And Mike, I was just checking the Kenneth fire that we're calling this. Apparently right now it's at 50 acres. Is where it's sitting at right now. Containment absolutely zero as fire crews now head into this area. Marina?
Yeah, it's fluctuating. It's anywhere from about 29 to 32 wind gusts in that exact area right there, which isn't what we were seeing before, but it's still well enough to push that fire along, and that will increase to potentially 45 to 50 as we head into the evening hours and overnight. So unfortunately, it's just going to get worse before it gets better. By 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, things will start to improve, but for now, they will only increase. And like I said, sustained in this Calabasas area, we're talking about anywhere from about 10 to 15, but gusts anywhere from about 29 to 32 over the last 30 minutes. 32 has been the largest wind gust I've seen so far, and then it's going to slowly start to creep up to probably in the next 2 to 3 hours up to 40.
Incredible. And we are expecting those winds, Marina, to pick up tonight into tomorrow, correct?
Correct. And so that's why a lot of the areas are still under a high wind warning until 6 a.m. Friday. And that's because the overnight is going to be critical again, where we're going to be looking at those wind gusts peaking at about 40 to 50, possibly even 60 to 7 in the Inland Empire and Orange County. And then everything starts to die down starting at about 5, 6 o'clock in the morning and get substantially better once we head into the rest of the day. By tomorrow evening, we're looking at winds at 5 to 10 miles per hour. So we just need to make it through the overnight tonight, but that's a lot of hours.
Yeah, and look at the sizes of these homes. Marina, thank you so much. We're, of course, continuing to monitor the situation there at the Kenneth fire. As you can see there, it looks like there's a
man, welcome with your new name.
Door, or at least trying to locate the people who live here just to give them just a warning. And there is fire trucks already in the neighborhood, so that's a good thing. And air resources are heading into that area. But look how close the fire is to these homes right here. A very short distance. And luckily, Amy, there's a lot of brush clearance there. There's not a lot to burn. So hopefully a couple of good targeted water drops and retardant drops will help. And there's also that tennis court there that also
you gotta drop the tards on it.
Hope that's the case here, and the fire doesn't go any further.
So many people in these areas have really been taking care of the brush clearance after the Woolsey fire. We just know how critical it is. We want to get to our Michelle Geely. She is live at Temescal Canyon and PCH. Michelle.
I want to share with you kind of an impromptu situation that it's been developing here in the Pacific Palisades. This is at Temescal Canyon Road and Pacific Coast Highway. You see this group of people behind me here. These are residents. They're wondering whether their homes are still standing. They need medication. They're wondering whether their animals are stranded up in the neighborhoods. They're wondering whether their homes are still standing. So they have shown up here. They have walked for miles, for hours to get here. And they've reached out to the LAPD and the Port Police asking them to please take them up to their neighborhoods and let them see something. That is happening. They are ushering people. They're taking them up in the patrol cars, giving them 5 minutes to go inside if there's anything left. This couple here just came back. This is what they managed to retrieve. Please tell me what this process is, how long you waited here.
Well, we came here with bikes. And we know we couldn't get here through cars. My wife actually was so anxious that she walked here. I encouraged her not to come, but she did. But then we got here and they checked to see if you actually live here with the cops before they let anybody in. And so we got escorted because we happened to be 3 of us in the same street. So they escorted us up there, and to be honest with you, I've never seen anything like that in my life.
You didn't know going in if there would be anything there?
Absolutely not. Not. Well, I see it on TV, but in live is a different reality.
What was there?
My house sticking amongst many houses that were just destroyed. I get goosebumps just talking about it. And as I was saying earlier, I'm not sure the only happiness we have, I think, my love, is to be able to even get our sentimental stuff out of there and some valuables. But everything around us is gone. And like I said, I don't know if I should be extremely happy or guilty feeling that everybody else's stuff is gone.
What did you take out? I see you have 2 bags here.
Well, I photographs, albums, documents, my computer stuff, my hard drive, stuff that are extremely necessary. Yeah.
The last time you saw that house was when? Tuesday?
Well, it was when was the Tuesday? I've lost track of time with all the things. Yeah, Tuesday. Yeah.
In the evening?
Yeah. Well, we left in the afternoon. We left around 12:30, I think it was.
Earlier, 11:30.
And your husband indicated that you were walking. Where did you walk from?
Well, we basically reached with the car to Santa Monica, and then I walked from Santa Monica, and he biked here.
Santa Monica Pier area.
Yeah. So you walked for an hour or so to get here?
Well, she did. I biked. Yeah. I didn't want her to come. She decided to walk here.
And you talked about the guilt, and we've heard a lot about that today. People who are discovering that their houses do exist in the neighborhood, and they say they almost feel guilty talking about it.
Yes.
Because there's so much heartache and so much pain.
You know, we love our neighbors. It's this community was, and I hope it will one day become again a beautiful community. These people are wonderful neighbors. Our heart goes to all of them. All their life, all their heart that they put in their homes, all their memories are gone.
You just said to me, you don't know, even though your house is standing, whether you want to be here, because there isn't a place for you to have coffee anymore,
There's
to
no
go to
place
pray.
There's nothing. It's just destroyed. It's a disaster. It's Armageddon. I've never seen anything like this in my life.
So where are you going now?
Back to my mother's, because she's anxiously waiting to hear from us.
So you're riding your bike back to Beverly Hills?
I'm walking with her because she came with walking, and just walking this back to the bike store to give the bike back and count our blessings.
Did you talk to any of these people here in the group to find out their stories?
No, unfortunately. Really, the minute we came with our neighbor, they called our name, and we didn't get time to even hear their stories, I'll be honest.
So you were up there for what, 5 minutes?
Well, they were 10, 15 minutes because the officers are pushed to come back and pick up other people.
And what do you think about the fact that this is even going on here?
I mean, these people, they're desperate. They need something. They need to know, even if it's a horrible news. They need to know. They need to know. And with that, they can at least be at peace more. So, it's yeah.
You've got a journey now.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for talking. Thank you for sharing your story. So as they go on their way, the others here wait. And as you heard them say, the police officers are checking driver's licenses and verifying that, in fact, the people do live in this area. They're putting their names on a list, and we'll hear those names called out. And they'll then get in the back of the patrol car, as we said, and they'll take them up. There is a woman. She's still waiting there in the pink sweater. That's Susan over there, and Madeline. They are waiting to go up and get much-needed medication. They said that they do not think that their home is there, however, in Pacific Palisades, but they want to go anyway. They need to see what is happening on its North Las Casas Avenue. So really just such a heavy feeling standing here. Again, Temescal Canyon Road and PCH, as these people have just, it's an impromptu gathering. This checkpoint just kind of sprung up, and fortunately, law enforcement is acquiescing and helping. They say it's still too dangerous, of course, for people to go in, and they are helping these people out. They want answers. They're wondering and they're waiting. And in some cases, as you heard, that couple just say they had good news, but they feel very, very guilty about it. So I'll toss it back to you guys.
Yeah, that couple dealing with quite a bit, Michelle. Yep, their home is still standing, but now they're dealing with survivor's guilt. They don't want to be in the area. As you said to them, there are places where they pray, and just go get a cup of coffee is gone.
It is.
Yeah.
Now, thank you, Michelle.
Thanks.
To the right, we are showing you images from SkyCal. This is, I believe we are going to the new fire, not the Palisades fire, but this is the new Kenneth fire that is burning near Woodland Hills and dangerously close to homes.
Let's go to our Mike Rogers on the desk here. Mike, I know you're monitoring the situation here on the fire.
Yeah.
Any new updates?
Yeah, so we do have that the mandatory evacuations that I told you about for the Hidden Hills area and portions of Calabasas north of the 101 freeway. All of this is north of the 101 freeway. The evacuations in Oak Park are still voluntary at this point, and that is for the area that we talked about that is east of the high school there. And again, those are still in the voluntary evacuation area as this fire continues to burn. Right now, it appears that the fire is burning more kind of to the southwest here, and that's why that Hidden Hills community is under that mandatory evacuation, and that's including the area of Las Virgenes Road and Thousand Oaks Boulevard. As you look at the picture from the helicopter here, as you can see, one of those retardant drops, that's the MD-80 that is coming in here to do that work. So as we talked about, it is that low-lying vegetation that they're contending with here, and forgive our picture going in and out there, but this is, and we can pull up my computer if we need to as well. There we go. So there's the mandatory evacuations. That's Ventura County Fire helicopter, obviously doing some water drops right there. So they've got a lot of resources on this, but you can see it's chewing through the land pretty quickly, and that is indicative of that low-lying vegetation. It moves fast, and you can see the smoke. There is wind down there, as Marina was talking about. There is still wind down there, and that is why the smoke is kind of laying down in that direction. And you see how dangerously close it is getting to the backyards of these homes here, these homes in the Hidden Hills area, Shady Grove Place right there, as we look at a LA County Fire Copter 15 getting ready to do a drop and kind of surveying all of the fire and everything like that. And you can see those communities down there that are under that mandatory evacuation. Those streets are empty. Hopefully that is because everybody has gotten out by this point. This fire kind of started pretty quickly and got towards them pretty quickly. There you see the water drop happening right there, kind of right up against those homes. And you can see there's a ravine right there that you can tell is burning in between. So that's always where we get into these really kind of hairy situations here, is when it pushes through those ravines, because then all it's got to do is jump up a hillside to get the backs of these homes. So Hopefully that is not the case. We've got our second chopper that is going to go look on the northwestern corner of this and look at it from the Oak Park side. So we're getting our helicopter over in that position too to be able to bring you those pictures. But for right now, this is what you're looking at here with those LA County Fire helicopters. And there is a ton of helicopters on this, you guys. I'm just going to try to count here, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Wow.
9 helicopters, 2 MD-80 tankers, as well as a CAL FIRE helicopter, or fixed wing doing observations there. So they have got the resources on this right now. So hopefully that will pay off. You know, those winds are still pretty heavy. And again, we're calling this about 50 acres right now, though I would assume that it's probably a little bit more than that at this point. But they are calling it 50 acres right now with those mandatory evacuations in place for the Hidden Hills communities and the Calabasas community north of the 101 freeway. But remember, even south of the 101 freeway, they're under a voluntary evacuation because of the Palisades fire. So this whole area really is now under an evacuation warning and order in certain situations. That's LA City Fire, Fire 1, that is doing some of those drops. And they are immediately over the community of like Kingston Court, Hamilton Court, Wellesley Drive. So if you're in that area, you know that area, that is what you're looking at. And you can see the chopper looking at that as well. And you see some of these very large homes. You got a fire engine in the back of a cul-de-sac there doing some of the drops here. So obviously lots of homes in here, lots to protect. And again, it's in that area. There's that one of those Colson Sea Kings, I believe that's that one. Let me look at that really quick. But yeah, Sikorsky Sea King. So that's the one that's got a ton of water. That's even got more water than some of our local helicopters. That's that partnership one that we see the Chinook come with. So lots of good work that is going on from them as well. So we're going to continue to watch this, you guys. Hopefully, we'll start to see a handle on this soon. But I want to reiterate, there are those mandatory evacuations for the Hidden Hills area, the Calabasas area north of the 101 freeway, and voluntary evacuations in the Oak Park area. If any of those change, if any of those become mandatory, or if they issue any new ones, let me just refresh the screen really quickly here. Yeah, everything is still voluntary on the Ventura County side, but in the LA County side, there are those mandatory evacuations as we watch this water drop from the Sikorsky other helicopter, there we go, that is kind of getting in the area too. So SkyCal is kind of going around, and we're trying to see if we can see it from, like I said, from the north corner of it as he's coming up above. So this is the evacuations that you're looking at on my screen there. There's the ones for LA County are burning right here. And I want to point out, you guys, while I've got this up, look, you know, I mean, we're so close. This is the perimeter of the Palisades fire, right? And it is burning, and now you've got a new fire that's burning into this area. So unfortunately, the people in the Calabasas community have fire now to the north and south of them, which is obviously, I'm sure, very scary for them and concerning. So, you know, hopefully we'll get some good work in here, and they are doing a lot of good work from those airdrops, and hopefully that continues. We have not seen any structures burn at this point, although we have seen them come pretty dangerously close to a few backyards. It's always difficult to kind of see from that smoke. On the left side of your screen is the shot from the other helicopter that is looking directly there in the San Fernando Valley. So they just are crossing over Reseda right now. So that's the direction they're looking at. I'm going to ask Oliver if he can zoom in a little bit and we get a better column, look at that column of smoke there as it's pushing through and starting to then mix with the other fire, the Palisades fire. So if our air quality wasn't bad enough, it's definitely going to get worse with this, guys.
Well, Mike, in just the last minute or so since you were talking, we did see 4 good solid water drops, and we hope that that's exactly what's going to keep happening here within the next hour or so that we can bring these pictures and good news to our viewers that this fire is under control. But even when the heaviest of the fire is put down, of course, there's that fear of hot spots flaring up again. So yet we're pulling even more resources from other fires into other areas to make sure the fires don't spread. And that, of course, is very, very important. This is, again, the Kenneth fire burning near Woodland Hills. Mandatory evacuations for the Hidden Hills area, a very exclusive guard gate community right there. That includes, a lot of celebrities, a lot of NBA players, Lakers players live there. And then again, the Oak Park area, that's under voluntary evacuations. And we hope that it stays that way, that the fire doesn't grow to the point where mandatory evacuations are ordered for those areas. But we already saw some firefighters kind of go door to door in that area, letting people know what's going on. Some people kind of position their cars pointing out, out of the street. It wasn't in their driveway, so they can just kind of jump in and go if they had to. So people are taking all this very seriously. I mean, after the last 72 hours that we've seen so much destruction in the Palisades area, in the Eaton Canyon fire area, the areas of Altadena in Pasadena. This is not a time to take any of these incidents lightly, and we're seeing that exactly today.
Yeah, and it really is a welcome sight to see all of those helicopters up in the air doing those water drops. It is a really good thing. We know that, you know, a couple of days ago when the fires were breaking out, the winds were so strong that they weren't getting that air support that they so desperately needed. So it's wonderful to see that that is available today, and they are definitely really, you know, working hard to get this fire under control. But as you were saying, it is tough to see yet another fire. And as Mike was saying, the folks in Calabasas that have the fire burning in each side of them.
Yeah. And we've got, you know, just to that point, the Super Scooper, one of them is coming in right now, so that's good news. The C-130 from CAL FIRE is coming in. I've got another four-engine fixed wing coming in from Fox Field, and then another one from CAL FIRE coming in from that. So we're getting even more support from these water or these, you know, air resources that are coming in. Now, what you're looking at on the left side, on the right side of your screen, rather, we're looking back at the Palisades fire. So I just want to make sure everybody's clear on what we're looking at. There's so much flame and fire going on around the region. So the right side of your screen is the Palisades fire. The left side of your screen, I want SkyCal, and they're doing a great job for us, to get to the north end of the Kenneth fire and get around the other side, because I want to look at it from the other side of that smoke column. So that's what they're working on for us right now, doing a great job. I believe Dylan, our pilot tonight, Oliver up there doing great work for us to get over there. So, and actually, guys, if we can put my computer back in the inset, because there's new evacuations I need to tell you about now for Agora Hills under a voluntary evacuation order for this as well. So this just popped up here. This is new. These are the voluntary evacuations in the Agora Hills area. Right there, that's Agora High School. So if you are anywhere around Agora High School, you are now under a voluntary evacuation warning for this fire in the Oak Park area and in the Calabasas area. Again, Calabasas, the north end of it on a mandatory evacuation, south end under voluntary evacuation. So these evacuations are expanding. Let me check on the Ventura County side and see if anything has changed. Yeah, so we have new evacuations on the Ventura County side as well. And let me see where that just kicked in here. That is Bell Canyon. So Bell Canyon is now under a voluntary evacuation order for this fire. So that is something that we are keeping an eye on. Both of them are just warnings. No mandatory evacuations at this point. For the Bell Canyon area and for the Oak Park area, now under voluntary evacuations.
So Agora Hills, Mike, when you say voluntary evacuations, should we just play it safe and say all of Agora Hills, or do we know?
Let me go back. It's not all of Agora Hills.
Agora Hills is on both sides of the 101.
Correct.
So
yeah, and it is. Yeah, the evacuations are on both sides of the 101, but not all the way to the west. So the way that they break down the evacuation zones, anybody who is in one knows it. They break it down. You know, you're the first, you know, 3 letters of it starts with the area and the city, right? So you can see the ones that are for Agora Hills are these AGO right here. So you can see that there are a bunch of AGOs that are under these voluntaries, but then you still have a couple of them over here that are still under, that are not under an evacuation. But, you know, like they were saying in Malibu the other night, even if you are close to an evacuation warning, you should just start to be ready, right? You don't necessarily need to leave, but if you are anywhere near this area, you should start to be ready. So what is not under right now, like Thousand Oaks Boulevard and Reyes Adobe Road, is not under any kind of evacuation, but anybody near Agora High School is under voluntary, and then further to the east of that is under a mandatory evacuation, and that is the Calabasas area, Hidden Hills area, that is now under that mandatory evacuation. And still, again, I want to reiterate here on the Ventura County side, Bell Canyon now is under a voluntary evacuation warning. That is right here in this area, and the Oak Park area is under a voluntary evacuation, and that is because the fire is essentially burning on both sides of it. So the fire is burning kind of in this area right now. The most direct threat is right here to the Hidden Hills area and the north end of the Calabasas area. That is the way the fire is burning. And what I was telling you when we were looking at some of the video from the chopper earlier, it's pushing through this ravine. So basically it's splitting these 2 communities, which is obviously of concern when it comes down a ravine like that, because you've got these hillsides right here that it could push right up against to. So that's what we're monitoring right now as we are working on getting our chopper picture back for you, and we are getting SkyCal up to the north end of the fire so they can look at some of the smoke and the flames from that side. And there's our chopper picture back, if we can look at it again. This is Colette Way. Oh, it's in and out. Sorry. Sorry about that, guys. So we'll continue to kind of keep an eye on that. But again, I just wanted to point out those evacuations for the folks that are in that area. And there you are again.
Why did both
anybody in the
chopper
red
images
is under
go down at the
mandatory
same
evacuation.
time?
A lot
That's
has
so
changed
weird.
in such a short amount of time. Mike, I remember when we first noticed the
different
fire here
choppers.
burning, and we thought, okay, it's not a very big fire. It's away
Oh,
from
maybe they
homes.
aren't.
It doesn't look like it's burning too quickly. And all of a sudden, we have
they're using
mandatory
that
and
one.
voluntary evacuations covering a large portion of the area there. So something to keep in mind, something to keep on top of, because you just never know when things are going to change. And again, as Mike was telling us, mandatory evacuations for Hidden Hills, Calabasas, voluntary for Agoura Hills, Bell Canyon, and Oak Park, also voluntary evacuations. And that can change any minute, but as we saw there are lots of resources in the area. Mike counted at least 9 helicopters.
Yeah, and I want to show that to you again, because just from an overall perspective here, I mean, look at the sheer amount of aircraft that are up there. Now, 4 or 5 of those are our TV helicopters, but everything else that you see is firefighting resources, which is really remarkable. I mean, and look, we'll get in close here and you'll see the giant chunk that is working on the Kenneth fire. I mean, all of these guys are all resources for this fire, which is really remarkable here. Let me just get the screen over.
Uh-oh.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
So this is that area right here where they are dealing with that and having to do those
my area.
issues. And that is an evacuation warning that was coming through there.
Yes.
Evacuation order for my area, it says.
Not sure what area that is that is getting that alert, but
we're all getting it.
We'll make sure we get that turned off quickly here. But certainly we are talking about yet another fire, this one being called the Kenneth fire. You're looking at it in the distance. We do know that there are a number of evacuations underway. Some
Why did I get that?
mandatory, others voluntary at this point. Woodland Hills is mandatory, as well as Calabasas. There are voluntary evacuations in Oak Park and Agoura. And really, if you're not being told that this is mandatory for you, it's certainly a good reminder to start getting your things ready. Be prepared. Don't wait until the last minute. We've unfortunately heard some really devastating stories of people throughout the day in the Eaton fire, as well as the Palisades fire, where people just didn't think that the fire was going to get to them. They thought, oh, it's burning up in the hills. It's not going to make it down here.
Did you get one too, Sister
And
T?
it did just that. It made it down to the areas that typically you wouldn't expect a fire to be. And so we just encourage our viewers that are listening to really take these warnings seriously, pay attention, and be prepared.
It's going to be a bomb.
I spoke to a friend of mine, Amy, and I told you this story already. I'd like to share it with viewers. I reached out to a friend who was affected by the Sunset Fire there in the Hollywood area last night, and he said he had his go bag ready. And I asked him, I was curious, what do you have inside your go bag? And he said he had his passport, his birth certificate, all his pills, medications for the next 2 months, some water, a phone charger, an extra charging case for his phone. I'm assuming he had some clothing as well, but that's the type of things you need to remember, the important things. And hopefully, if you have a chance, you know, if you grab an important photo album that you may want to save just in case, and hopefully you will go back to your house. But it's those little things, birth certificates, passports, things that you may need to identify yourself.
Exactly. Exactly. And you want to make sure you have time to do that. I've said so many times that when you are panicking and you are trying to grab what you need, it is hard to think about what you really need. So it's important to do it early. You know, Mike.
Yeah. And you're looking at SkyCal from the north end of the fire. This is the fire, the Kenneth fire that we've been talking about.
Anything. Maybe they messed up.
SkyCal is just coming up over Oak Park. So directly north of Oak Park. And I'm going to ask Oliver to widen his shot out here so we can get a kind of a better bird's eye view of everything that's going on. And you can see the hillside there. And if Oliver, pan to your right, I believe. Look to the south if you don't mind, because I want to look at the Oak Park neighborhood and get an eye on that. So if you can continue to move your camera to the south, and we'll look at that area here. So this is the other side. You know, we had that one chopper perspective. They're looking at it from the east side, and then this is now from the west side of the fire. So obviously we're still contending with a lot of aircraft up there, and you know, making sure that we're keeping our distance so that everybody can do what they need to do there. But you can see right below him on that hillside, I believe, is the Oak Park neighborhood. So Oliver, pan down for me. yeah, and then to the left, I believe that is the Oak Park neighborhood that he is looking at right there. So the fire just on the other side of the mountain there, so you can kind of understand why they are issuing those evacuation orders, and then having some concern about that. So if we look at the other chopper, though, this is the area that they are a little bit more concerned about. Yeah, right here where those houses are. So you can see that that's still the Hidden Hills area and the north end of the Calabasas area. I do have to say, though, looking at kind of both chopper pictures, it does look like things are starting to improve a little bit here. The smoke is definitely starting to thin out, it looks like, and those flame lengths aren't nearly as high as they were, although still very close to some homes right there as we look through kind of that ravine near Collette Way. And that was the concern, as it pushes through the ravine. You don't want it to back up into any of the houses there.
All right, Mike, we're going to keep our eye there on the Kenneth fire, and we're going to get an update for you in just a bit. But right now, let's go to our Ross Palumbo live inside the offices of Emergency Services in downtown LA, where we're expecting a news conference to be happening any moment now. Ross?
Palumbo. Oh, we fucked up.
All right.
Ross, we're going to get back to you in a second. If you can hear us, we didn't hear your microphone, so we'll get back to you in just a second. Continuing to watch here, the Kenneth fire burning. Mike, are those power lines? Do you see those right there in the middle of the shot?
Yeah, those are those high tension power lines that are right there in that area. So this is, again, Chopper is looking, he's basically sitting right over Lindero Canyon Road. So if you know Lindero Canyon, he is right on top of Lindero Canyon, and we are looking at that fire from that location right there. And again, it's difficult for us to get too close because of the flight restrictions as well. And I don't know, Oliver, if you can hear me, if we're able to climb and gain a little altitude a little bit. And I think while we're doing that, I think we want to go back to Ross.
Yeah, let's go back to Ross.
All right, I think we have the audio worked out right now. We wanted to show you, this is the center of the City of Los Angeles operations right now, and most importantly, right there on the center monitor as they look at the West Hills fire is the level 1 activation. That means everyone here now is working 24/7. The most important desk here of all city agencies, of course, is the fire EMS dead center right in front of that big screen. There is going to be a press conference with the mayor. We understand right now that she is being briefed by the FEMA administrator and all agencies within the city to determine exactly what is going on and whether the response is exactly what she wants. The press conference is going to happen here. Senator Adam Schiff will be in there with her, with our local congressmen and women and all the heads of our agencies, Chief Crowley, for example, and the police chief and the county who assists within the city will be there as well. So once again, we wanted to give you a very quick brief view of what is happening here in the nerve center of these operations. On the screen again is that West Hills fire, and Juan, I can tell you that this is the focus at this moment. Any new information we get out of here, we'll get it out to you, but at the very least we'll see you within an hour with the mayor. Back to you.
Yeah, we're seeing they're at the ready, and so are you, Ross. We thank you so much.
And Ross, I don't know if you're able to talk to someone about the alerts that many people just got on their phones.
Well, we haven't been able to talk to them because we can't pull them away from their desk. In fact, it's very unusual that they can let us here on the floor, but they wanted to give us a sense of how critical this area is and how hard these people are working. This is just like us in the media. These people have been working around the clock to bring you the latest information. They've been discussing the alerts here for some time. That's a priority because their first and foremost concern here is the safety of the public and getting information out to them about the evacuation center in the West Hills area. So I can tell you, Amy, that they're working as hard as they can to get the most current information out there. They're human, just like you and I are, and they're doing the best job they can. Of course, we'll have an update on everything about this entire situation within the hour.
And we know so much changes by the hour, by the minute, so we're looking forward to that news conference, and we'll be getting back to you soon, Ross. Thank you.
All right, let's check back in with Mike.
Of course. Yeah, I just wanted to reference something here while Ross is talking about the emergency alerts there, and I know that they're incredibly busy, but we want to be clear with people because we're starting to get a ton of phone calls into the newsroom. I know I have family that's deep into the San Fernando Valley. The city of Santa Monica just tweeted it. That alert went really wide, right? It was, in theory, designed for the Calabasas area and the West Hills area, but people from the South Bay got it. People in North Hollywood got it. So we want to be clear that the evacuation alert that just went out should have been for the communities of Calabasas, the communities of Hidden Hills, and the Agora Hills area that is under that mandatory and voluntary evacuations. So we want to be clear because I just want to hit on some of the places that we've heard from here. There is no evacuation warning for North Hollywood. There is no evacuation warning for the South Bay. The evacuations for the city of Santa Monica have not changed from what they were. So it sounds like that alert may have inadvertently been sent too wide and to too many people and potentially not targeted enough. And again, that is the city of Santa Monica letting us know that all LA County residents just got that. And there are no new evacuations except for the areas that we've been talking about, the Hidden Hills area, the Calabasas area. As you can imagine,
they
everything that's been going on the last 72 hours,
it.
anybody that gets an evacuation alert on their phone, it's going to make them concerned and it's going to make them nervous because fires that are happening in areas we never expected fires to happen. So totally understandable that people would be concerned about getting an evacuation warning like that on their phone. But it does appear that that evacuation warning that people got on their phones went wider than it should have because there is no evacuations in the South Bay. There is no evacuations in North Hollywood or any other part of the San Fernando Valley, except for the ones that we've already been discussing over the last several days.
Yeah, clearly those alerts can be a trigger for a lot of people. A friend of mine texted me just a few moments ago. He is in the Los Feliz area.
Oh, wow.
He has an 818 number, he was telling me, and perhaps that's why he received the alert, but he received it right around 3:57 p.m. And he reached out to me to make sure that, you know, he doesn't have to evacuate from Los Feliz.
Right. Absolutely. We want to get back to our Ross Palumbo. He says that he does now have an answer for why this alert was so widespread, Ross?
Well, you know, Amy and Juan, what they do is they use the cell phone technology and they try to make the alert as compact as they can, but they say, based on where the person registered the phone, what their home address is, where they may be now, it's not precise. They try to narrow it down and make it as precise as possible, but they say at this point, this is really the limit of the technology, that they try to focus on an area, but they'd rather go a little wider, of course, than to go too narrow. So they're trying to reach the most people in the most significant area, but because of where the cell phone towers are, where the phone might be when it's receiving the alert, where they registered the phone, that these are all factors, they say, that are contributing to this issue that our viewers are experiencing. So if you get an alert, like check the area, check where you are, and make sure that you are affected. But the alert is really the quickest way at this point to get it out there. We'll ask the mayor and other public officials whether adjustments need to be made, whether they feel it's accurate enough. But that's the answer right now, coming from the nerve center of the city.
All righty, Ross, thank you so much. That is good to know. And of course, these alerts may go out over the next couple of days to areas that may or may not be affected. So make sure to keep it here on KCAL News, and we'll keep you posted with the very latest.
Yeah, we're watching as helicopters gathering up some water to continue
those buckets
to, you know,
I'd rather have more faith in the programming and know that a person fucked it up rather than think that the program is faulty.
Here in Southern California, in the Hidden Hills area, where there are mandatory evacuations, as well as in parts of Calabasas, along with some voluntary evacuations in Agora Hills and Oak Park. But certainly it seems that they are making really good progress on this fire, which is the best news. Now, as this fire is just getting underway, many people have been dealing with the aftermath of a fire in their area. Their homes have been damaged or destroyed, and some people have been killed.
Very sad to report that, Amy. Let's go back to our Jasmine Veal. She's live in a senior facility in Altadena with the very latest from there. Jas?
Yeah, Juan and Amy, we know at least 5 people were killed in the Eaton fire that just burned through this area, scorching 16 square miles around Altadena and Pasadena. And I've been talking to family members devastated of those they say were killed in this firestorm. And you mentioned these assisted living facilities that were just torched and burned to the ground. One of them behind me, you can still see those stretchers just outside the front door left discarded as dozens of seniors from Two Palms Care Center here. I have the Terraces Park Marina right behind me, also burned burned to the ground. But as dozens of seniors were evacuated, they were taken out of here. But one employee tells me she's afraid some may have died in these buildings. Of course, cadaver dogs have to still go through all of this rubble. With the sheriff's department, homicide investigators still are they have so much more daunting work ahead of them. Again, you have 5 people at least who have died here. And I just spoke to a woman. Let's take a look at this picture. Rita Cook. She showed up here. She's actually a former employee of these senior living facilities, but she said her cousin and his son, who lives up the street on Mariposa, died in this fire. She came here just to look at the devastation, but she's also just devastated, as she says her cousin died staying to protect his son. Take a listen.
Anthony Mitchell and his son passed away in this fire a couple of days ago.
So tell me about Anthony Mitchell, you said, your cousin who died in this fire.
Yes, Anthony was such a great guy, businessman, family man. I mean, you can talk to Anthony about just about anything, and he was such a jewel. So this is going to be a great loss.
He was with his son who was bedridden?
Yes, with his son that was bedridden, and I don't know if they were sleeping. I don't know the full detail because the family's just trying to wrap this all around their heads on what happened. But I know that they lost their home and they lost their loved one in the fire.
A family member called him a hero for staying to protect his
Look
son.
at different photos. Yes, because he's a family man. He believed in that, and the family looks up to Anthony.
And now I also spoke about another man who died to his daughter, Kimiko Nickerson. She says that her father, 82-year-old Rodney Kent Nickerson, died when the Eaton fire swept through his neighborhood on Alta Pine with her 25-year-old son, Chase, who actually escaped. He had lived there with his grandfather. He got out. But again, his grandfather, Rodney Nickerson, died. Chase, her son, said that he left in one car. Rodney refused to leave. He said he wasn't going to and that he would be here when they got back. Sure enough, his home burned with hundreds of others. They said that they found his bones in his bedroom, in his bed, that he had gone to sleep. This man was a Lockheed Martin engineer for 45 years. His grandfather, William Nickerson, was a prominent businessman, the founder of Nickerson Gardens in Watts, the largest public housing development in L.A. His daughter says, his wife, her mom, died 4 years ago. Now she's lost her father, but he leaves behind quite a legacy. Take a listen.
The neighborhood is completely gone. Blocks and blocks and blocks down. And it's just devastating. It's horrible.
Your grandson, 25-year-old Chase, was living with Rodney. Chase said, I'm out of here at 11 p.m. Tell me what happened.
He just kept telling my dad, come on, pack up the car. Papa, come on, let's go. Yeah. And he was like, I'll be right behind you. And he put some stuff in the car that's still there. And Chase was like, Papa, we got to go now. And he says, if I need to go, I'll go. But grandson, I don't need to go right now. Yeah. But I'll be here.
Chase couldn't convince. I mean, it was just Grandpa's going to stay.
Yeah.
You were at work at LAX.
Yes, I work at United Airlines. And my dad has been here continuing on what he's been doing since 1968.
What was the last conversation you had? Was it when he had just told you, I'll be here tomorrow?
I'll be here tomorrow. That was the last thing he verbally said to me was, I'll be here tomorrow.
Back out here live, you're looking at the other assisted living facility
also
right
on
across from
please disregard previous evacuation message. It was sent in error by another agency. No action
Dozens
required.
of seniors lived here, called this home, taken care of. This is, again, the terraces at Palm Marino. Let me get terraces. Yeah, the terraces Park Marino. I'm sorry, the terraces at Park Marino, but just destroyed. And firefighters showed up here trying to put out some of the hot spots. This is how large the property was, stretching all the way down the block here. And again, butted right up to another facility. Just so much destruction. And now these seniors, I saw a man show up with his mom. He had gotten her out of here, but she was in tears trying to find anything she could. She had just moved in 3 days before this fire burned down her home. She's in her 90s and she just showed up here crying. She managed to find a broken lamp maybe from her room. You heard from the sheriff. He said that if the cause of this fire is arson, if it's arson, that they're going to bring in those homicide investigators who already actually are here, but they're going to have to look at this as a murder investigation. So it's going to be slow going. They have cadaver dogs, like I said, just over here, more people showing up just to look at the devastation. But they have a long investigation ahead of them, Amy and Juan, as I send it back to you. Just we've seen this all day here at these facilities, people showing up, disbelief on their faces that this is all gone.
Yeah. What a loss, and so many seniors affected. Jasmine, thank you so much. Rodney Nickerson, a real giant here in the community who leaves behind quite the legacy. Thanks, Jazz.
Yes. We want to continue to monitor the Kenneth fire that is burning near Woodland Hills, dangerously close to homes.
And as you see there, SkyCal is overhead over the scene right here. Very smoky right now. We're expecting the winds that Marina had been telling us about, and our forecasting team here that they're gonna pick up tonight into tomorrow morning. The good thing is that those winds are not going to be as strong, and we have our meteorologist Evelyn Taft. She's also monitoring the current conditions out there near the very latest fire, the Kenneth fire. Evelyn, take it away.
Juan and Amy, of course, we are monitoring conditions and just hoping everybody is getting out safely at the moment, especially under the mandatory evacuations. And as we take a look at wind gusts in the area right now, we've been looking at 17, 18, 19, and even up to 30-mile-per-hour wind gusts at times. So at this point, we are continuing to see windy conditions, and it's more of a classic Santa Ana wind event, if you will. So we are particularly concerned about this area because this is where we're going to see sort of the winds concentrate in the overnight hours. So we've got a couple bullseye. We've got Ventura County as one of our bullseyes, and we also have Orange County in the IE tonight. As we take a look at the wind map, you'll see the orange on your screen indicating just that. So things have let up a little bit for us, which is good news for Eaton Canyon and for Palisades and for Malibu right now. But again, from the Santa Clarita Valley into Simi Valley, and of course now we are taking a much closer look at Woodland Hills, where there is now an evacuation order from Van Owen south to Burbank Boulevard and County Lake Road east to Valley Circle. So that's where the winds are picking up just a little bit. They will continue to pick up. And I want to take you through your wind futurecast because this will really show you what we can expect over the next few hours all across Southern California. But as we really sort of focus in on Ventura County and sort of the Ventura LA County line there, you're seeing orange on your screen, and orange is indicative of 20-mile-per-hour wind speed. So we are looking at another really round of gusty offshore winds tonight. Not nearly as strong as where we've been, but we have to continue to stay vigilant because you'll see right here just a new fire could break out and continue to burn as the winds continue to push this fire across the ridge tops. Now, take a closer look at what's happening by 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. The good news is we're finally getting a little bit of a break as we head into tomorrow afternoon. But again, these are your sort of usual Santa Ana winds, if you will. So Ventura County certainly a big concern for us tonight, parts of LA County, and then as we move into Orange County and San Bernardino County, we're going to continue to keep our eyes there because that's where the winds will be particularly strong. A big concern for us today has been the smoke. For those of you out of the line of fire, it has been smoky for most of us, and you're looking at very unhealthy air quality right there through the San Gabriels, through the 210 corridor especially. And as we get a look at air quality by the numbers, you'll see that unhealthy air quality is considered to be above 150. And we're well above 150, even from Seal Beach.
What the hell? Leave me alone, man.
Universal, downtown, Brentwood. It really just hazy out there. It has been a very hazy day, a smoky day for a lot of us. And really, you're going to see that fine particulate matter just sitting in the atmosphere right now. You could just see it visually and smell it, that's for sure. So here's really what's next. Winds will increase now through 4 a.m. The strongest winds will actually set in this evening. So this is a little bit of a lull ahead of what's maybe set to be a, again, gustier situation tonight. And there's that evacuation order we were just talking about. They actually went back and said disregard the last evacuation order because it was for the Kenneth fire only. A lot of concern over that last order. We were just discussing it because it went down to folks in the South Bay and parts of LA County. that weren't really affected by these evacuations. So the emergency alert system that you may have gotten on your phone and you may have heard on my phone is now corrected itself from earlier. So again, those evacuation warnings will remain south to Burbank Boulevard, Valley Circle Boulevard, east to Woodlake. So we will continue to monitor
rubble.
Conditions, of course.
Earlier, I spoke with a resident. His name is Paul, whose home was somehow spared in all of this, all thanks to his neighbor, who is a firefighter. And he stayed behind and jumped into action, dousing the flames after a shack in his backyard.
I like the chopper view. They are the only people that have
Sunday,
the
which is
chopper view.
great news because it will allow firefighters to get a handle of everything that's going on, hopefully all across Southern California. Well, we're expecting another round of winds, and really a significant round of winds. Not nearly as significant as earlier this week, but I still have to stress
tend to pick up
enough
at night
to cause other fires to break out and existing fires to spread. And this would be Monday night into Tuesday. And we're looking at a dry stretch at least through next week. It's not really until way after next week where we're seeing any long-term forecast showing us any kind of rain. And we need a good soaking rain to really get us out of this. And it's going to be a while before we get there. Amy Wan, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Evelyn. And we want to go to Mike Rogers at the desk. Mike, we heard that sound once again. I know some people got it. Is that a reverse?
Yes. So that's a disregard message.
A disregard message. Okay.
Yeah. We had heard Ross talk about how they try to target as best they can, and all of that. But in this situation, county officials are confirming it was in fact an error. They did not intend to send it countywide. Supervisor Janice Hahn tweeting about it, calling it a technical error on their part. So that is why you now got the second message to say disregard. This was sent in error. And we want to be clear that the intended area for that was the community that is currently being evacuated. That's the Agora Hills area. That is the Mountain View area, the Hidden Hills area. Those are the only places that have the new evacuation areas. We have gotten a ton of calls and emails from people. Somebody
Text
in West
messages
Covina,
too, Mike.
Yeah, somebody in West Covina said that they got the evacuation order. Beverly Hills has just put out a press release about it, and that's why they sent that additional alert to everybody to say, sorry, this was sent countywide. We did not intend to send it countywide. They are calling it an error on their part. So I do want to reiterate, though, because there are mandatory evacuations for people that are near the Kenneth fire up in the Ventura County and LA County area. And you can see, though, as we're looking at it, it is looking significantly better than what it was before. So those evacuations are still in place, though, for the Mountain View communities, the Hidden Hills communities, and the northern end of the Calabasas communities. Agora Hills is under a voluntary evacuation. And then on the Ventura County side, rather, you've still got the voluntary evacuations in Bell Canyon, although the fire is burning pretty well away from Bell Canyon, but they are under
another one's got the white
evacuation.
around the ears.
And then the Oak Park community is also under a voluntary evacuation. So they're getting a good handle on things right now, it looks like, and that is in part because of the just massive amount of aerial resources that they had to deploy on it. We've even got the Chinook up on it right now as well, including all of the assets from LA City, LA County, and Ventura County Fire that are currently working on this fire. So hopefully this will not be a fire we'll be talking about for much longer. It is starting to look a lot better than it was earlier. And again, we want to reiterate for people that are watching and listening, the evacuation orders that went out too far, went out too wide. They went out to the entire county. The LA County Emergency Operations Center now confirming that was accidental. They did not mean to send it that wide. Supervisor Janice Hahn calling it a technical error. What you're looking at right now is all of the aircraft that are fighting that fire up in the Ventura/LA County area.
They screwed up again.
All right, Mike, that is good news. Again, if you got an alert just a little while ago, they just said the disregard, so you should be in good shape. Meantime, keep it right here on KCAL News. We'll keep you up to date on the very latest. All right, meantime, pets are also feeling the effects of the fires, forced to leave their owners during evacuations.
Yeah, but tonight they're getting some help. KCAL's Josh Sanders is in Pasadena showing us how.
We're here at the Pasadena Humane Society and SPCA, and really what's happening right now is a testament to the connection between families and their four-legged family members. Right now, people are coming in, they're bringing in pet food, water, they're bringing in containers for animals, really, because these fires not only have impacted families, well, they've impacted man's best friend, our four-legged friends, cats, dogs. I'm told right now they are housing more than 300 animals, and that's a mix between animals where families were evacuated and they couldn't bring their animals or their pets with them, and so they brought them here. And then you have a mix of strays and animals that were hurt in those fires. They do have a triage unit here. I'm told they have 5 vets and they're providing care there. I'm going to bring in Kevin McManus, though, with the Pasadena Humane Society. Kevin, thank you for being with us. Thank you for what you're doing. Can you describe what the last 24 hours looked like?
Yesterday at this time, we had a line of folks waiting to bring their animals into us. And those were folks, as you mentioned, that were forced to evacuate. Thankfully, they brought their pets with them. And they were just looking for a place, whether the shelter they were going to or wherever they ended up leaving or going to, the pets were not able to come with them. So we provide that service as an emergency boarding place for folks who, in any kind of disaster, that's what they can turn to us for that. This morning, the line has changed to this fantastic outpouring of support from our community, bringing all of these amazing donations to us. And this is only one load. We've already brought a huge load down to our warehouse, where we have folks who, if they need pet food or if they need bedding or if they need a crate for their dog, they can come to us, and we obviously are happy to provide that for them. So it's such a win-win. We're able to help those animals who still need us, and this outpouring of support from the community it brings tears to my eyes. We're all just super touched and super grateful.
Yeah, really, if you can think about the silver lining when it comes to everyone affected by these fires, there's a spirit of connection of people wanting to show up and help out. So how can people help out? What's the need?
Well, our big need right now is financial. The care of the 350 plus animals that hopefully will be going home soon is just kind of the tip of the iceberg. We do expect, and we've already started to receive some stray animals who've sustained serious injuries, burns, smoke inhalation, that kind of thing. So we have our ICU, our animal ICU, staffed and going, working on those animals. But unfortunately, I think that's kind of the next wave, where we're going to see animals whose families couldn't find them or couldn't bring them with us or weren't home when they had to evacuate. And those animals will be coming, trickling in, and they're going to need medical care, which unfortunately costs a lot of money. So certainly financial is the easiest and quickest and best way to help directly. But if you have other goods like you see around us, we're of course going to continue accepting those and continue using them to the best use that we can.
For monetary donations, where would people go?
Our online is easiest. It's PasadenaHumane.org, and right from there we'll have a pop-up, not only for donations, but also kind of our update on what we're doing and the situation here on the ground. That's the best thing. Of course, you can mail us a check or come down and drop us off a check, or bring us lunch.
Yeah, we're hungry too. Your colleague told me that you guys have about 1,600 registered volunteers, and she said, though, that people are showing up that she doesn't recognize. They want to come and help.
Absolutely, and it's again just such a great support. Our trained volunteers, the volunteers who've been with us for forever, we're going to put them to work with directly working with the animals, because that does require a special level of training and some liability that our volunteer, by going through a volunteer program, people are able to take on. So if people are interested in volunteering with us and want to do that long term, you can sign up online. But if you want to, if you have a couple of hours tomorrow or the next day that you want to come in and just help us sort through and help us help the pets who need it, of course, come on down. We're at 361 South Raymond in Pasadena. I don't recognize most of these people too, and it's such an amazing feeling that we have this great caring community willing to jump in.
A resilient community willing to jump in. How long is this going to be going on tonight?
I think people can drop off donations until, we're going to say 5, but realistically, we are staffed at this point nearly 24 hours.
Okay.
So if there is no one here to physically accept your donation, that's okay. We're going to have a bin out in front. We do prefer it now, because then we can kind of triage our donations,
organize it,
and make sure that goes to the right place and to the right the animals that need it the most.
So you also, you're reunifying people, families with pets too, right?
Yeah, super touching. We just had a family who brought their 2 cats into us right after they got evacuated. 2 senior cats, senior couple. And I was so happy I bumped into them on the elevator on the way, and they're like, hey, we're here to get our cats. And I almost cried because just knowing that they were safe and their home was safe, and they wanted nothing more than to come down as soon as they could and get the pets. And they said to me, look, we know that you guys are taking in more, and we want, we can bring our guys home now. So let us do that. And I'm like, let me get you to the front of the line.
Yeah.
Front of the line.
I can see it's emotional. Yeah, there's a special connection between us and our 4-legged family members. Thank you so much for the work that you're doing, that you're going to continue to be doing, and we'll help out as much as we can, guys.
Thank you so much.
Really just a testament to the connection between families and their 4-legged loved ones here. Kevin McManus gave the information if you want to, to either volunteer or drop off donations. Really, a silver lining in a rather tragic couple days is you look at how a community comes together, they're unified. And animals, pets will do that. They'll do that. There's a common ground there, a love for those 4-legged friends, guys. So, we'll keep you updated on what's happening here, and really, again, just a testament to the human spirit and that special relationship with our pets. Josh Sanders, KCAL News.
All right, Josh, it really is wonderful to see neighbors helping neighbors. And as Southern California copes with the devastation caused by the fires, many of you want to know how you can help. KCAL cares, and we are partnering with the Red Cross to assist those in need. Go to kcalnews.com/fire for information on how to donate, how you can volunteer, or how to find shelter.
All the information is there.
Yeah. Well, in Sierra Madre on Hastings Ranch Road, residents are coming back to a lot of devastation.
Outgoing U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Director P.J. Leitner says President Biden absolutely should have acted sooner on tightening restrictions at the U.S. southern border. NBC News reports.
Do you think that Biden should have taken that action earlier?
Yes.
Why?
Yes. Absolutely, yes, he should have. The administration should have taken that action earlier, and I think the career people in DHS would have liked that, and all of us in DHS, quite frankly. I don't know if anybody in DHS wouldn't have wanted that earlier.
U.S. Customs and Border Protection numbers show more than 11 million migrants are known to have crossed the U.S. southern border while President Biden has been in office, with a record number 302,000 encounters along the southern border in December 2023 alone. It wasn't until June 2024 that President Biden took action, signing an executive order barring migrants who cross the southern border unlawfully from receiving asylum. Migrant crossings fell to just over 104,000 in July 2024, 1 month after Biden signed the executive order. Leitner criticized the president's action, saying it's unfortunate because ICE could have done more if Biden had acted sooner.
We could have put more resources to it, either at CBP and for the border itself and with ICE. And we could have went and tried to get more of these individuals who are on the non-detained docket. And we could have detained more people, and we could have removed more people. And I think we could use more resources and support. And we could have done that in the last, 4 years.
Leitner has been with the Department of Homeland Security since its inception in 2003 and says the agency is chronically underfunded. Incoming President-elect Donald Trump is promising mass deportations of undocumented immigrants with a priority on immigrants with criminal records. However, Leitner says he wishes the incoming administration well, but says if the agency can't find more funding and resources, the number of deportations won't increase. It'll be expensive and difficult. Leitner is preparing to leave the job in the coming week as the incoming Trump administration will bring in their own ICE appointee. For Straight Arrow News, I'm Lauren Taylor. For more on this story, download the Straight Arrow News app or visit SA.
There is no greater projection of global power than a nation's Navy. And for decades, the United States Navy was the gold standard. If it wants to keep that designation, though, the U.S. Navy needs to buy more boats, which is going to cost tens of billions of dollars more per year than what the service currently receives in funding. That news is coming from the Congressional Budget Office and its report on the Navy's latest shipbuilding plans. Over the course of the next 3 decades, the Navy wants to grow the size of its current fleet from 296 battle force ships to 381. It would be the largest U.S. naval fleet since 2001, and it won't be cheap to get there. The service currently operates on a yearly budget of $340 billion. The CBO says that number needs to be boosted by at least another $85 billion to make the Navy's shipbuilding plans a reality. Getting to 381 ships by 2054 would also mean the fleet would actually shrink a bit in the near term. By decommissioning some older vessels, the Navy hopes to reallocate money that would be spent on upkeep and maintenance and put it towards the purchase of new vessels. The realities of budget constraints are also forcing the Navy to rethink which ships it's purchasing now, opting for proven vessels over more expensive next-gen models. Under the 2024 shipbuilding plan, for instance, the Navy was slated to buy 34 next-generation attack subs. In the 2025 plan, that number was reduced to 14, while the number of Virginia-class submarines was increased from 10 to 36. Getting to 381 battle force ships would equate to spending at least $903 billion over the next 30 years. And when outfitting and other costs are factored in, the CBO says it's probably closer to just over $1 trillion. Hitting the 381 mark would also mean producing 12 new vessels per year. American shipyards are already at capacity, and the Navy's backlog to make all of its known repairs is sitting at about 20 years. So, needless to say, the CBO is skeptical if the Navy can succeed on its ambitious plan to modernize. But it needs to, at least according to most lawmakers in Washington and pretty much every military person to whom I speak. China is preparing for war. The People's Liberation Army was told numerous times it should be ready to take Taiwan by force in 2027. China's shipbuilding far outpaces current U.S. capacity, and the PLA Navy's aggressive actions in the Indo-Pacific are only growing more hostile. The United States is legally obligated to defend allies in the region as well. So, if those hostilities do erupt into a kinetic conflict, the United States Navy will be vital. For Straight Arrow News, I'm Ryan Robertson. For more of our unbiased, straight fact reporting about the U.S. Navy and tensions in the Indo-Pacific, download the Straight Arrow News app today.
Oh, you can't come on me. Office soon.
The son of the owner, Greg, you have been out here for hours. You've been helping people out. Tell me what this process has been like, what you guys are doing right now.
It's been hectic. Since 7 in the morning, going still. The lines haven't stopped. We're all the way from Crestline down here in Blue Jay and here in Lake Arrowhead. So we're trying to help as many people as possible. We keep hearing different things, so we don't know what's going on exactly.
And so you guys didn't have power yourselves. You guys are running off a generator, right?
Off a generator, yeah. We have a diesel generator in the back. My dad here. We're trying our best to keep everybody level-headed.
Keish, come right in over here. So you and your son have this coordinated effort. I've seen you guys literally working since we got here throughout the hours, just helping people, filling up their gas cans, filling up their tanks. I mean, what have people been telling you? What are their reactions?
Reaction is our service has been good and helping out our local community, kicking in, not standing on the side, make sure we help them in and out so they can go and other people can get their gas also.
Yeah, and as I've said, there's been a huge line of people. Do any idea of when you guys will be getting your power back?
No idea. We haven't been told anything from Edison. We're in the dark just like everybody else. So just trying to play it by ear. Yes, you can. Yep, just
a little chaotic out here. People, trying to coordinate where to go. But yes, as you heard from them, Greg and Keish, his dad, it has been such a challenge for them, working to help other people. Now, like I said, this area, our mountain areas, are still under a high wind and red flag warning. And I can tell you where we are, there's a small pocket where it's not as windy, but it has been extremely windy up here, especially on our drive up here. We felt the jolt on our vehicles. And we did speak to a fire official just a second ago, and he tells us what they've been dealing with up here. Take a listen.
We are upstaffed just like every county in SoCal currently, even with everything going on. We've had a large amount of calls, mostly for oxygen-dependent patients, our medical patients that depend on oxygen at their homes, that require electricity. We've done a lot of education over the phone. We've gone out and troubleshooted generators and also provided transport to the patients that we needed to.
Hey, baby.
All right, and as you heard, they've had some assistance and they've brought in more resources. They also tell me that they have resources to the west that are assisting with fire agencies on that end as well, with the Palisade Fire, the Eaton Fire, and the several other fires burning in that section. Now, before we head out, I do want to come to you, sir. I see you're standing by your truck. You're filling up right here. Are you a mountain resident as well?
Yes, I live in Running Springs, and no one's open up there. So just getting off work and coming and getting gas, having to wait 20 minutes to get gas. So.
And do you have power at your home?
I don't. No.
And what's the plan tonight? I mean, we're in the mountains. It's going to get colder tonight. Are you used to this? Do you know what to do? Do you have a generator?
Yeah, we're going to have a great time tonight, man. We bundle up. I got 2 kiddos at home, my beautiful wife, and we're going to get next to the fire and hang out. Go old school, mountain living,
Yeah. Sounds like you got a plan. You know what to do.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. It is what it is. So.
Okay. Thank you so much. And what was your name?
Zachary.
Zachary. Thank you, Zachary. All right, we'll let you get your gas. Take care. And lastly, we've been in contact with SoCal Edison. They say that, yes, there are public safety power shutoffs in several areas. We were looking down into the valley. DeVore has a public safety power shutoff. Hemet, I think parts of Rialto, Colton, so many areas, and that's because of the fire danger that persists. And then up here in the mountain communities, they actually say a portion of these communities that don't have power, it's not because of a public safety power shutoff, it's because that there is damage to some of their equipment and they're having to make repairs right now. So that's the very latest from Twin Peaks. I'm Shelby Nelson. Guys, I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Shelby, mountain living, as that guy said. Gonna hunker down.
All right. Let's get back up to Gil Lavis in Sky 5. He's over the Kenneth fire, which, there's still some hot spots, but nobody in imminent danger, correct, Gil?
That's right. You're looking at the northern or western flank of the fire that has the most active flame lengths on it. I'll come out wide. We're anticipating a tanker drop on this flank of the fire here in just a moment. We were watching one of the tankers coming around, getting an eye on the line of fire here. But up at the top of the screen here, that's where the fire started. That's where the tanker is. So we'll watch that tanker come in. They've been making multiple drops on this flank of the fire here. You'll see the fire retardant lines as it comes into view there at the bottom of your screen. So he's going to paint another line here somewhere along this western or northern flank of this fire, which is the most active line of fire right now. If I come to the right a little bit, you see the eastern or southern flank is really calmed down quite a bit. There goes the drop there. So he's dropping a little bit west of the fire line, but he's making a nice drop right on that hiking trail, and that's going to prevent fire from expanding to the west there. He's dropping it right in the right spot to prevent that fire from moving any further to the west. So we're seeing active tanker drops. We're seeing helicopters continuing to make their drops over there in the Mountain View community, which is right here in the center of your screen now, and that's looking a whole lot better at this hour here. Yeah, so that's good news for that community. It looks like those homes will definitely be spared. But as I come down and look at that apartment complex at the top of Las Virgenes, that is also looking pretty good at this point. We did see a couple of water dropping helicopters hitting the spots here, and it's looking very, very nice there. And again, that natural fire break, well, it's a fire break nonetheless. That landfill here, it's a large hill that's keeping fire away from the 101 freeway. That's good news as well. So looking like the northern or western flank here is what they're going to focus their attention on in the next hour.
You know, Gil, we just got information that this fire is 791 acres. That happened so quickly because we've only been on this for a little over an hour. So the fire department just did an incredible job, still continuing to do an incredible job of jumping on this fire because there were so many homes affected immediately.
Yeah, it really raced when we first spotted it. It really, I'll actually show you where we first spotted it. It was right in here. It was about that big when we first spotted it. And then within, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes, it had moved from 10 acres to 20 acres. And then, wow, over 700, you're saying. So that's amazing in that short a time.
Yeah, basically 800, 791.
You know, it'll be interesting to see what started that because right where that start, there's like that little parking area.
Yeah.
And that's where people, they'll park and they'll go hike or they'll hike on that road going up there. It's kind of a steep road that you see there.
Yeah.
Oh, so some cat would come eat the rest of the food.
But that's why we always say, you know, please don't flick your cigarettes out of the car. Don't do yard work. The blades on your lawnmower could pop off a spark. There's a lot of things, chains carried on the back of a car. Those things.
I never thought about that.
Sparks.
Lawnmower.
What's so weird is even last night after covering all these fires, I got home and I just wanted to relax and I burned candles.
Don't even drive your car, man.
I don't really want to burn a candle tonight. No. Like it just didn't feel right to burn a candle. I'm not a fan of fire right now.
Don't even.
I don't think anybody is.
Yeah, Samantha Cortese.
Don't even use your heater in your house.
Hi there, Glenn, Luke. Hi. 791 acres, as you all just mentioned. This is now burning in 2 counties,
don't use your oven.
Los Angeles and Ventura. And if you look at the map here, this is an astounding amount of
Are you
people
using your
who've been told to get out
stovetop
of
right
their
now?
homes.
Dude,
what you're seeing at the
it's
bottom
dry
of the right-hand side
outside.
of your
You live in
screen
California, you fucking idiot. You're trying to kill
fire.
everybody?
That's kind of the orange shade. Everything in red is a mandatory evacuation order, and everything in yellow is an evacuation warning. I'm hearing, and I know you all have mentioned this as well, family, friends in the Calabasas area who've started grabbing their things and getting ready to go. They said really they've been waiting in the last 2 days, really 2.5 days, for their time to come.
Did I just hear you using an electric shaver? You know those that make micro sparks, right? Do you realize how dry it is right now? We haven't had any rain in months. Throw it out, motherfucker.
So let me zoom in here and
That's
show
why
you
that guy in Palisades was all fucking
still in place. Oak Park looks like
His
still
wife had
under
him
an
convinced.
evacuation warning, as well as Bell Canyon, still an evacuation warning for the Kenneth fire. And if I just zoom down, you'll see where the evacuation warning has now extended into Agora Hills. That's along the 101 that you see
Don't
there.
even use,
and as I
like,
trace
if you're
down the
Amish,
101,
don't even use one of
south
those
the 101 directly,
mechanical drills.
Evacuation warning, just north, an evacuation order.
Yeah, it's got the-
And
my dad
that's
had one.
Again, coming from a unified
Like
command
a thing
between
on it.
LA
You do
County
this,
Fire,
but it turns it
City
like this.
Fire. This is not a CAL FIRE incident, but they are assisting.
Fucking realize that's just
with
like the
putting
Native
together map
American
information
fire starting
and sharing
tool.
that with the public as this
Idiot.
is now burning.
care how sharp your
Outside
bit
of Hidden
is.
Hills is where we saw this fire initially start in the Mountain Gate community.
It's too dry.
Lou, you were mentioning this just
Yeah,
blew
they're
up.
pretty
I
nice,
have in
huh?
my notes here 20 acres at 2:45 this afternoon. 20 acres, and now it's just
Show
about
off.
800.
You're such a show off.
Initially, there was concern that this would blow toward the Bell
I don't
Canyon
have
area. The winds
real
have
life
shifted as
YouTube.
Kai. By the way, we are getting
Yeah, I'm not-
emails
man.
thanking
I got-
Kai
I got-
Goldberg
what
for
do I
stepping
have?
in more than just a
Manly.
weather capacity today. and thanking you for sharing your personal experience having to deal with the Eaton fire in Pasadena. So as you were saying, Kai, the winds shifted a little bit and then the fire burned south rather than flipping and going toward Bell Canyon and moving north. So,
by the way, we're thanking Kai for being here as well.
Oh no, this is
well, we live here, you know.
We live here.
We're all living this too.
But really remarkable just to look at how many people have been told to get out of their homes and how many people will be returning. Just looking at this one map.
I had a house.
I mean, that's
I definitely would have more tools.
That's from the basically the edge of the San Fernando Valley, and
this is some of the nastiest
it's
ash I bought,
right,
but it's fucking lasting.
Let's go to Malibu. Chris Wolf standing by, and earlier today we saw all those beach houses along PCH completely gone.
It really is gross from start to finish.
They
it's
are
the same day from
completely
yesterday.
Gone. Glenn, Lou,
Hashtag
everybody,
ran.
just
It only costed me like
of destruction out here on PCH in Malibu. I put my mask on because the air quality is still so bad out here.
I used to get stuff that was almost $100.
Wear a mask, protect yourself, protect your lungs. There is
I can
ash in
see
the air and
the difference now
and
for
smoke
sure with
and
this one
chemicals.
again.
It smells putrid out here. It's just heartbreaking and devastating. Look
That tastes
around
like
me.
coconut
Firefighters
horchata.
are rolling up and down PCH. They're dousing hot spots and flare-ups. Much of the terrain still smoldering, as you can see. We just passed miles and miles of lavish and legendary beachfront property, now reduced
if I'm going to do it, it's got to be a
ash
fresh one.
and
This
rubble
end of it
and
is the
steel
worst
or
ever.
concrete beams and posts. Mostly brick
feel like I'm
fireplaces.
smoking- it's not even
and
taste like
chimneys are the
weed.
only structures still
Tastes like
standing.
something smoldering.
The death toll from this continuing disaster will likely
I
rise
don't know
as
about
family
that.
members of those missing and government officials and public safety personnel search the endless sea of burned property throughout Southern California. Sadly, we are learning authorities discovered human remains. Let's go to that location across the street now, Josh. Look over there across PCH against the hillside. We are learning that authorities discovered human remains at this location along PCH near Duke's Restaurant and Las Flores Canyon Road.
Yo, you
apparently
might have
late
killed
last
him.
night.
There
All
might be
that's
a murder
left is
case.
the cinder block retaining wall and brick fireplace and chimney, as you can see, and a couple of burned out cars parked out front. According to reports, a missing persons report led authorities to search that location destroyed by the Palisades fire, and they discovered human remains. The coroner's office will be investigating and, of course, trying to identify the victim officially. Circumstances are anyone's guess right now. Was the victim trapped, incapacitated, unable to evacuate or call for help? Or did that individual simply decide not to leave until it was too late? Whatever the case, the outcome is heartbreaking and devastating for family members and loved ones, a story that sadly and likely will be repeated. The LA County Sheriff's Department released a statement earlier today in response to questions about reports of human remains found in both the Palisades and Eaton fires. The Sheriff's Department says, quote, information is still very preliminary, but there have been multiple deaths in the fire areas. Homicide investigators have not had the chance to process any of the scenes due to the dangerous conditions still at each location, such as spot fires, downed power lines, and leaking gas. Once homicide investigators can assess the scenes, more information will be provided, end quote. Josh, let's swing back down south along PCH, down this way. Fire crews are down there, as you can see.
Oh, I forgot we were
Again,
listening to
jumping
that
out,
dude.
dousing hot spots or flare-ups. Nothing is left of any of these beachfront homes as far as the eye can see. PCH is closed to general traffic, and this is still an evacuation zone. However, we have seen CHP officers allowing some residents access with proper identification to come in and check on their properties. And for many of these people, nothing is left.
Now they're gone.
We did talk to some of them. We'll be hearing from them later on, but now we'll just, I mean, words, you don't need any more words. Just look at what's out here.
Yeah.
Chris, you know, you've lived here for a really long time. We saw these aerial views earlier, about 2 hours ago. We saw a lot of this for the first time, and while we were doing an interview, and we were all just, our jaws dropped. As a reporter driving in and you're right there. You smell the smoke. There's even a little hot spot there. You said you can't put it into words. It's numbing.
It's numbing. I was at home resting up from a brief illness the last couple days. That's why this is my first time out here seeing this in person. And nothing can compare to being out here in person and seeing this destruction. It is heart-wrenching. It leaves you breathless. I was watching the Sky 5 aerials yesterday, the first time we got to see the scope of the destruction throughout the Palisades, right? Now, I think you guys were on air during that time. Maybe it was Cher and Micah, but they broke down. They broke down seeing this, as many people did for the first time, the scope of it. And it didn't even look like neighborhoods to me. It looked like rows of dirt on a farm, like in rows of crops that had just been planted, rows of dirt. You couldn't even make out homes. You couldn't make out neighborhoods. It did not look like Southern California. It did not look like the Palisades. It's mind-numbing. And the sad part is it's going to take years and years of rebuilding. And this is not going to happen overnight. Yeah.
And you know,
Go ahead, Lou.
those stretch of beach houses like the Hollywood sign, Santa Monica Pier, people the rest of the country would think of Los Angeles, those are certain things they think about. And one of them is this iconic row of beach houses on PCH that are right on the beach. And now they're gone.
Well, and that's the whole thing. They're not our homes. You know, we don't have any connection to them, but we that live here in Los Angeles, we love our city, and we love Malibu, and we love Topanga, and we love the Palisades, and we love the ocean, and it's part of our life. It's our thread. So it's really weird.
I was thinking the same thing. This is our home. This is our community. We are all suffering. Just because we don't live here, just because we may not own beachfront property, doesn't mean this is not our Southern California. This is all of ours. This is our home. This is our community. We work here. We come out here. We eat here. We have friends here who we visit here. And this is devastating to each and every one of us. And look at that beautiful sunset. Josh, can you get that? The dichotomy there. That beautiful, breathtaking sunset juxtaposed to all of this destruction.
And I can't tell you the hundreds of times that I've walked that stretch of beach over and over, and it's not the same without looking up at those balconies. And a lot of those residents would look over the balcony and they say good morning or good afternoon, or they let their dog play with my dog. So that part of our lifestyle is now going to take a bit of a pause, because as Chris just mentioned, as you said, Chris, you're right, it's going to take years.
Chris, thank you for the insight and for bringing us that. Thank you.
All right, from Malibu, let's get up to
thank you very much.
Let's get up to Sky 5. Again, checking on the Kenneth fire.
That's right, Glenn and Lou. We're looking at a different perspective of the fire straight down the burn scar. As I zoom in, you'll see where it started
I looked at that green light for too long.
Boulevard, but we were talking about the path of the wind through this area, and as I tilt up away from the burn scar here, you can see in the far distance that's the Newhall Pass. So it looks like that wind just came barreling right through here. When the fire started, it picked it up and it just spread out to the left and to the right to these communities of homes here towards the 101 freeway, and it made its way to that landfill. That there's the 101 freeway on the right-hand side of your screen. But these people are very fortunate that fire didn't take out any of these homes here. We can see some of the hot spots here over here near Las Virgenes. These homes, the fire crept into these little canyon areas right between the homes, and there's some active flame there. But you see the fire trucks that are in that area keeping a eye on that. We'll see that the water helicopter.
And it's funny that it looks and smells good though.
And hit those hot spots. The northern or western flank of the fire is the most active right now, putting up the most smoke. And we'll see if we'll see any more tankers come in before the sun sets at this point. But we'll likely see some more of those helicopters come in and hit it hard on this western or northern flank of the fire. But it's amazing perspective to see how that fire started at this point, spread out, and then it made its way all the way over to the 101 freeway.
And Gil, Micah Ullman here along with Cher Calvin as we pick up coverage at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. You are watching the KTLA 5 News at 5 o'clock. Special coverage of this Southern California fire emergency. Gil has been talking about this newest fire to pop up in the West Hills, Calabasas area. This, known as the Kenneth Fire, has exploded in size in a very short amount of time to roughly 800 acres. But Gil, this was a rapid response by aerial assets. I understand that included assets out of Ventura County that may have made all the difference here, hitting this quickly.
Absolutely. Ventura County, LA City Fire, LA County Fire assisting there, and then they brought in the tankers right away. We were over the Palisades Fire working that fire when my pilot Anton spotted this fire breaking out. We rushed over here real quick. It was about 10 acres and growing, then quickly 20 acres, and now, as you said, almost 800 acres as it started at this point here and worked its way to the south and to the west, all the way towards the 101 freeway and towards the community here on the right-hand side. That's the Mountain View community that we saw homes being threatened, and then the fire just continued to work through that area. Let me zoom into one of the spots that we initially saw, this tennis court here in the backyard of that home. There was a heavy active fire there. Fire crews came in, were evacuating the people there, and were looking at the fire to do some structure protection. That's when one of the helicopters came in and put a strategic drop right on the hot spot there, killing that active fire. At that point, we're seeing another drop here from LA City Fire, putting a drop on here. The part of this fire is going to be that northern or western flank. As I zoom out here, you'll see it that it approached towards the Las Virgenes Road here. That's for the most active fire that's burning at this point. We'll likely see some of those tankers come over, or the water dropping helicopters come over here and make a drop. We did see a tanker just a minute ago coming in. It looks like they're going to make one of the last drops for the night along this fire. But fortunately, no homes that damaged or burned. It looks like the fire crews and especially the aerial assets did a great job of protecting all these homes in this area, hitting it one after the other with multiple helicopters, and of course the fire retardant drop.
Yeah,
aircraft.
Certainly makes a difference when we can have that aerial assault, and thankfully the conditions right now allow for that and can save all of those homes, unlike what happened on Monday night with the other night with the Palisades fire, and we had 100-mile-per-hour winds almost there. So there's some hot spots there that you can see there in the canyons, and they are making their drops, and we understand that there are also some evacuation orders as well for this area. Really is a good idea if you hear the sheriffs or the police go by and telling you to evacuate, that you heed that order and do so just to be safe, and if you're starting to see the smoke in your neighborhood, it's best if you do not have your go bag to get your go bag ready of your documents, of your medications, get the dogs ready and dog food, and try to figure out where you're going to go next. We know how dangerous this can be, and how fast this is growing is still alarming, even though that they are able to attack it from the air. To grow from 50 acres, maybe just an hour, 2 hours ago or so, to now 800 is very terrifying.
It is, but again, it was the quick work of the aerial resources and again the conditions that allowed firefighters to jump on this very, very quickly. Rick Chambers is near this fire, live on the ground. Looks like he's got someone to talk to. Hello, Rick.
Yeah, Micah, we're along Malibu Canyon at Marceau. This is a staging ground for the firefighters. Also, a lot of evacuees coming here. This is Mario and Ben. We appreciate you talking to us. How did you find out you had to get out?
So actually, he lives with my mom down the street. They've been without power for about 2 days. So we evacuated my mom, early to get her over Reseda. And then we were just keeping eyes on the fires, and we started getting calls that there was a fire over the hill from them. And so I kind of rushed back here to get him and the cat and some paperwork. Max.
Okay. Ben, tell me a little bit about it. What was it like when you realized that the smoke and the fire was getting pretty close?
I called my brother and my mother to make sure they're on their way because my car didn't have gas.
and so he picked me up. I couldn't even see like a mile down there because it got that bad and thick.
I can see you dragging a suitcase. What were you able to put together?
Yeah, so we put together a bunch of paperwork about the house, wills and things like that, and then some photographs and some food for the cat. They weren't letting cars in by the time I got here, so we just went on foot and just did what we could.
We appreciate you stopping. I know you're in a hurry to get by us. I'll step out of the way. Again, we're on Malibu Canyon. This is Max the cat, one of many of the animals that we've been seeing people carrying.
And he already had that cage. That's pretty sweet.
But Micah and Cher, on the other hand, we've seen a lot of people that are trying to get into this evacuation area. We've had parents coming by say that they've got kids in there, teenagers. Other people are coming by saying that they've got pets they need to get to. But you can see at Marceau here, the police have blocked off the streets. They're not letting the media through. They're not letting anybody through. They're just allowing residents who are evacuating to come down the hill. On the right side, you can see the fire truck. They're starting to stage here. Some of them have been going up into the canyon, and just above the intersection, you can see the smoke, the dark smoke there. It's gotten dramatically closer since we arrived on the scene about 15 minutes ago. We've seen a number of helicopters and planes coming in to make their drops, but most of we're seeing a lot of ground forces that are moving up Malibu Canyon Road right now. You can smell the smoke. It's sitting heavy in the air right now. We're expecting that smoke is going to start getting a little closer in the next few minutes, but right now the winds are not too bad. They're pretty calm. It's getting a little chilly, but more and more the fire departments are starting to arrive. We'll see what kind of impact they have over the next hour or so. Guys, back to you.
All right, Rick, thank you. We want to continue our coverage to another fire, of course, the Eaton fire, a deadly fire that killed 5 people so far. Carlos Salcedo is there for us live. Carlos?
Cher, we are standing on Beverly Way here in Altadena, where it's just been heartbreaking to see home after home on this block just entirely lost, decimated here. The latest update we got about an hour ago was about 4,000 to 5,000 structures completely lost or damaged, including this one here. It's hard to believe this was once someone's home here. You still see it smoldering at this late hour as the sun is coming down. Just so much rubble, so much devastation here. You only see a chimney that's left standing here, some charred vehicles, and of course officials, they're still trying to assess the damage, so those are still early numbers. As we were coming into town, we saw businesses lost, homes of course destroyed, as well as schools. In all this though, there are some homes that were left standing. Now take a look at video from earlier here. I spoke with a resident, David Slater. He's an 81-year-old Navy vet. His home was thankfully saved, but the flames got to the back of his property on Mendocino Street and took out his back house. He was going through the rubble, showing us what was once a mattress. He lost also 2 boats, gym equipment in the back. Now his front home again was spared, so he is counting his blessings tonight, but it was frightening as he saw what was unfolding Tuesday night.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it was awful. It was like it was like unbelievably awful. See, this one started with the fire on the roof. That's where they start. The embers get down in there, and you can see. I was really happy because I saved my house.
Tonight, a big concern has been looters, the looting going on. Sheriff Robert Luna earlier announcing the arrest of at least 12 people accused of looting in the area. As a result, there will be a curfew in place that goes on in about an hour at 6 p.m. through 6 a.m. Also, the National Guard has been called out. They're on their way to assist, to help first responders. Back here live again, 1,500 fire personnel. They're assisting different agencies from everywhere, from all over Southern California, as well as out of state. We were also told that one firefighter out here was injured. He is said to be in stable condition. He is resting at the moment, so a positive update there. But again, I do want to reiterate just the numbers that have gone up in terms of the structures that were lost. This morning, we were told about 1,600 structures were either destroyed or damaged. Now that's up between 4,000 to 5,000 structures. At this point, containment remains at 0%, and the cause of the fire is still under investigation. We're live in Altadena. Carlos Salcedo, KTLA 5 News.
Carlos, I know the numbers are staggering and even beyond what we were told yesterday. The initial estimates of 1,000 plus. That number has now gone to 4,000 to 5,000. Talk about your drive into the Altadena area. I know what we've seen a lot of is in the neighborhoods, in the home after home, but there are businesses as well along, Altadena Drive and some of the other major thoroughfares through that area. Talk about it, what it was like for you as you drove into the area.
It's a fucking
and
tweaker.
What you saw.
Stutters a lot.
Yeah, well, it's surreal. It's eerie just coming down through Altadena Drive. You're seeing just people, bystanders taking pictures, just realizing, hey, this is real life. This is our new reality. We drove by the high school that I believe MB was reporting on yesterday before it caught fire. The auditorium was just burned down, so of course it's unsafe to even be inside that property. So many people just wondering, hey, when are we going to be able to be let inside? Of course, there's barriers set in place. CHP officers are not letting residents back in at this moment for obvious reasons, but it's just been frightening, scary to see these images and realizing that it's not over. And then once we got to these homes, again, we're on Beverly Way, this entire block, this entire community just wiped out. So it's just been overwhelming as a reporter just to see all this devastation, all this damage.
Carlos, thank you. And the image behind you of the house that's still smoldering with smoke behind you, it makes you realize that perhaps the air quality isn't so good as well. And, when you get the visual of it, you want to take care of yourself and wear a mask in those areas. And a lot of people, Micah, want to go back to their communities and see if their house made it. They're looking at the aerials that we're providing with Sky 5, and they still can't tell if perhaps their house is still standing, and it's understandable, but it's dangerous, and there's a lot of checkpoints to get through to some of these communities, and you're going to have to prove that you live in this community as well. They're trying to avoid the looters, and it's not going to be easy. It's not contained yet, and so it's quite dangerous for residents to try and go in and check in on their homes.
And the unknown, the element of the unknown and where your property stands is a major driver of anxiety in a moment like this. And in this situation, it's being drawn out for days. Carlos, thank you for the images. We'll check back with you. We want to go back live to Sky 5, Gil Davis over the Kenneth fire. Gil, this was an immediate and a very big concern for a whole lot of people when this broke out a short time ago.
Absolutely. It was just after 2:30 this afternoon when it broke out and quickly grew. You're saying almost 800 acres right now. And then we're watching the tankers hitting this line of fire. This is on the western flank of the fire, just at the top of Las Virgenes Road where it dead ends here. As I come down that fire line, that's that apartment complex there at the end of Las Virgenes. They've been keeping an eye on this. In fact, they did do some tanker drops here earlier where the fire was threatening right in this area. They had sent in the helicopters in here, put out some hot spots, but the fire has continued to move towards this area now, and this is the most active part of the fire as we speak. You can see that line of fire. They are really painting that line of fire retardant there before the sun goes down, so those fixed wings are very active right now. And once the fire gets to that area, you'll see the helicopters come in with the water dropping capabilities and knock down the rest of the flames here, but very close to these apartments, very close to the homes that moved very rapidly. Here's another line that moved in between some of the homes and apartments out here in the area. But as I tilt up, the big area that was we were watching earlier in the firefight was the Mountain View community here, where the fire raced right up to the backyards, and fire crews did what they could to prevent the fire from hitting those homes. Fortunately, it looks like no homes were lost here, and that's good news. And also, the fire pretty much has run its course, except for this portion of the fire on the far west, southwest end of the fire itself. So we may see a couple more tanker drops here to paint that line even thicker, but at this point, it's looking pretty good for the majority of the fire.
And I'm looking at the column of smoke, and obviously we're not out of the woods by any stretch when it comes to the weather. But looking at that situation in that specific pocket at this moment, it doesn't look to be as bad as what we've seen, Gil.
Yes, absolutely. It was really raging. It made a quick run through those flashy, grassy fields here. There wasn't a whole lot of thick brush here because this area has burned multiple times in the past. So it was mostly the grassy hillsides that caught fire, but it moved very rapidly with the wind that was blowing through here at the time.
All right. Well, it's good to see that they're getting a handle on it for that area and all the surrounding neighborhoods, of course, that were put on an evacuation alert or order. Many people in Southern California actually got an alert to evacuate, and then maybe perhaps you got a second message that was just for the Kenneth fire. So we believe that some people were able to heed that and get out of harm's way, and looks like that the firefight, they've got a handle on it at this moment.
Yeah, we're going to take you to a scene that is really hard to believe as well. Along PCH, the remnants of the Palisades fire, a stretch of homes along the beach on PCH, 4 miles gone. Chris Wolf is there to show us the pictures. A tough scene, Chris.
Yeah, it really is. It just takes your breath away. It's heartbreaking. Take a look behind me, Micah and Cher. I saw a headline this morning. It said areas like this can no longer be described as landscapes, but rather hellscapes. And sadly, that is all too appropriate. Places like this, PCH through Malibu. We are just south of Duke's Restaurant, if people know that landmark. Las Flores Canyon Road up the street. Just complete and utter devastation. These beachfront homes, miles of beachfront homes, reduced to rubble and steel beams and concrete posts and brick chimneys and fireplaces, all that's left standing. Still smoldering. We've seen a lot of activity, fire crews going up and down PCH, dousing hot spots and flare-ups. We're hearing that winds may be picking up in this area, Las Flores, East Malibu, Tuna Canyon Park. And we have seen a lot of activity with law enforcement and fire engines and vehicles rolling up and down PCH again, jumping out to extinguish, snuff out any hot spots or flare-ups. We do have some sad news to report. We're going to swing the camera around across PCH to that home where you see a fireplace facing the ocean. We have reports that following up on a missing persons report, authorities discovered human remains in that rubble of that home that you're looking at right now here in Malibu. We don't know the circumstances, what may have happened, if that person was incapacitated, had become trapped, could not escape, couldn't flee, couldn't call for help, or if that individual, maybe that homeowner, decided to stay put until it was too late. But nonetheless, the outcome is devastating for family members and loved ones and friends and neighbors. And it's likely and unfortunate that the death toll will most likely rise as officials and family members and government personnel start to go through all of the burned out neighborhoods, looking through the charred property and potentially discovering human remains of people that for whatever reason just could not get out of harm's way. But moving the camera around, the sun just went down, just set here through the horizon of the Pacific Ocean. It was quite a scene, quite a scene.
All right, Chris, thank you for bringing us those pictures. Now, we want to go to a press conference and an update on the situation of all the fires here in Los Angeles County. Let's take a listen in.
I got you here. Chief
I gotta go pick up the plate, man.
Thank you so much, everybody, for coming. My name is Zach Seidel. I'm Deputy Mayor Communications for Mayor Bass. We're going to start with a brief update on the Kenneth fire. We're going to hear from Mayor Bass as well as Chief Crowley of LAFD. Following that, Mayor Bass will come back to the podium and provide remarks. We'll hear from FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell, Senator Adam Schiff, Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, Sheriff Robert Luna, County Fire Chief Deputy John O'Brien, Fire Chief Crowley, PD Chief Jim McDonnell, followed by Superintendent Alberto Carvalho. As always, we appreciate people signing up for notifications at Notify LA. We are also joined by leaders throughout the state and federal government. We're joined by FEMA Regional Administrator Bob Fenton, Congresswoman Luz Rivas, Congressman George Whitesides, Congressman Brad Sherman, Congresswoman Laura Friedman, Congresswoman Judy Chu, Congressman Jimmy Gomez, Congressman Ted Lieu, also Assemblymember Rick Zabur, Assemblymember Mark Gonzalez, Assemblymember Jessica Caloza, Assemblymember Celeste Rodriguez, as well as Assemblymember John Harabian. We're also joined by Mayor of Santa Monica, Lana Negretti. Thank you so much, and Mayor Bass, I'll pass it off to you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and let me just thank all of the leaders that are here with us today. I think it is a perfect example of how we are speaking with one voice. We will unify our city, we will get through this crisis, and we will rebuild a better Los Angeles. First and foremost, of course, my thoughts are with the thousands of Angelenos impacted by these continuing fires. There is a new fire, unfortunately, in West Hills, pushing into Ventura County, and we are expecting this fire to rapidly spread due to high winds. This is a reminder that this is a very dynamic situation that can change quickly. The priority for all Angelenos remains stay safe and please follow directions from the public safety officials. When you are told to evacuate, please evacuate. When you don't evacuate, you compromise the abilities of the first responders, one, to address this crisis. You put yourself in danger and you put others in danger. Again, we know that this is an active situation. LAPD will be assisting with evacuations, and I want to thank the firefighters from all over the state and frankly from many other areas who have come to respond to this unprecedented situation. Now, for an update on this most recent fire, I'd like to call Chief Crowley.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'm Kristen Crowley, Fire Chief of Los Angeles City Fire Department. We are now actively engaged in a new brush fire. We're calling it the Kenneth Fire in the West Hills area of Los Angeles on the border of Ventura County. This fire was over 50 acres upon arrival, with the potential for rapid growth over the next hour. Over 60 fire companies from the Los Angeles City Fire Department, LA County Fire Department, and Ventura County Fire Department were initially dispatched to the specific incident. Additional resources have been requested and are en route. The fire started in the city of Los Angeles and burned rapidly into the county of Ventura. Los Angeles County Fire Department and Ventura County Fire Department are in unified command. The LAFD is now an assisting agency. There are currently immediate evacuation orders in place. South of Van Owen, north of Burbank, east of Valley Circle, and west of County Lane Road. An evacuation warning is in place west of Valley Circle, north of Saticoy, east of Woodlake, and south of Burbank. I will now be providing a quick update on the Palisades fire. Current acreage is 19,978. There are currently 5,316 structures that were damaged or destroyed. And unfortunately, our thoughts and prayers go out to the families. We do have a confirmed 2 fatalities that are now due to this incident. In closing, I want to make sure that we thank the residents of Los Angeles for remaining vigilant, and this new fire shows that we are absolutely not out of this extreme weather event. I personally want to take and show, I should say, my thanks and gratitude to all of our firefighters, our first responders, and for their families for all the sacrifices, their relentless efforts in battling this historic fire. And I should make that plural, historic fires. Next up, we're going to bring back the mayor. Mayor?
Thank you, Chief Crowley, for your leadership, and thank you for that update. We'll have critical updates on the state of this emergency broadly, including resources for Angelenos who have been impacted. Again, the priority of all Angelenos remains to stay safe and to follow directions from public safety officials. I was at the command post for the Palisades fire with Governor Newsom and other federal partners earlier today, and we talked about strategies to provide relief. First, I just got off the phone with President Biden, and right before this press conference, I also spoke to Vice President Harris earlier today. Earlier today, the president announced the federal government would pay for 100% of disaster response costs from the wildfires in this area. This is unprecedented because usually it is not 100%. As the FEMA Administrator Chris Wall will discuss, new resources are also available for impacted Angelenos to recover from this emergency. So thank you, FEMA Administrator, for being here today and for your continued partnership on behalf of the White House. Second, as you heard from the update from the county, at the Eaton Fire Post in coordination with the County of LA, we have requested the National Guard, along with the sheriff, and the county has implemented a curfew in all burn areas. And actually, let me correct that and say that the county is looking at a curfew, but has not implemented it yet. In Los Angeles, we have had evacuation orders in place in the Palisades and in Sylmar. Those evacuation orders have the force of a curfew, meaning you must leave and you cannot come back into the area, period. 24 hours a day. We have to protect the area, especially from those properties that remain. I've joined the sheriff in inviting the National Guard to take on non-emergency roles and provide us with resources to keep the burn area secure so that our frontline firefighters and police officers can focus on saving lives. So let me be clear, there's going to be zero tolerance for anybody that would be, I don't even know how to say this, but that would dare to enter houses or loot property or anything from
you don't know how to say it.
Individuals
You're afraid to
or
hurt
from
somebody's
structures
feelings?
that remain standing. I was with DA Hochman this morning, and he made it very clear that if anybody is involved in looting or any property damage, that he is ready to prosecute to the full extent of the law. So my team is in coordination with the Adjutant General who heads the National Guard, and I've spoken with the governor about the National Guard to take on specifically non-emergency roles to free up our firefighters and officers to do the life-saving work that they do in the city so that we are sure to have enough resources to surge our first responders so that they can focus on the life-saving work. Third, we're already looking ahead to aggressively rebuild. The city of Los Angeles will lead in this effort in the areas that are impacted by the city. We are going to clear the red tape and unnecessary delays and cost and headaches that people experience in ordinary times so that we can rebuild your homes quickly. We're going to clear the way to rapidly rebuild our neighborhood infrastructure, which means roads, sidewalks, street lights, and utilities. We will clear the way to rebuild and open our small businesses and provide assistance to make it through these closures. This is a massive effort, but we will be ready, and we will get the job done by turning away from the usual city system and moving forward in a new direction. LA has to be strong, united. We will reject those who seek, in this emergency, when lives are at stake and lives have been lost, we will reject those who seek to divide us and seek to misinform, because as evidenced by the leadership standing here today, we will be united. We will rebuild our city, and we will do whatever is necessary to get us past this crisis. And we can do that by being united. So let me just introduce our FEMA administrator, and I really want to thank her for coming here from Washington, D.C., obviously on very short notice, Deanne Criswell.
Thank you, Mayor Bass. First, I would just like to start by saying on behalf of President Biden, Vice President Harris, and the entire Biden-Harris administration, Our hearts go out to everybody who has been impacted by this truly tragic event. And I think as you heard Mayor Bass lay out her really aggressive vision for how you're going to rebuild, I just want you to know, Mayor, that we are going to be here with you along the way to help you rebuild in a way that makes you stronger and more resilient. As the firefighters continue to bring in resources and support the suppression efforts for these fires, with the major disaster declaration, we now have the ability to begin having those conversations about recovery, as well as help the individuals who have lost everything on jumpstart their road to recovery. If you live in Los Angeles County and you have been impacted by this disaster, you can register for FEMA assistance. You can go to disasterassistance.gov. That's the best way to get into our system and start that process. You should also contact your insurance company, because we will need that information as well as we start to work with you on your claim. Some of the things that you're going to be eligible for: if you incurred costs for temporary lodging as you evacuated, if you're going to need longer term lodging because you're displaced from your home for a period of time, if you need repairs to your home, we have some financial assistance that can help there. If you lost other things like a vehicle, we have some financial assistance. We know that everybody's situation is going to be different for each person. It's going to be unique to them. We want to be able to work with each of you individually to help you on that road to recovery, help you get to the right resources, whether it's FEMA resources, complementing what your insurance company may provide, or bringing in our nonprofit partners to help make sure that we have a holistic recovery for everybody that's been impacted. But we'll also work with you, Mayor, for things like temporary schools, temporary road repair if you need that, all these temporary measures that are going to be needed to help stabilize the community as you start to rebuild, and especially with the debris removal. And as President Biden announced, we're going to cover that debris removal and all of your emergency protective measures at 100% for 180 days, because we know it's going to take a long time to get that debris removal out. I think what I'll just say in closing here is we know that recovery is complicated, and for something as catastrophic as what I have seen so far here across Los Angeles, we know that this recovery is going to be complicated. But it is doable when we all come together with the city, the state, the federal government, our nonprofit partners. When we work together, as you can see behind us here, anything is possible, and we will help you rebuild in a way that makes you stronger, Mayor.
Let me introduce now. First of all, let me just say that the President Biden and Vice President Harris just could not have been more supportive, and various members of the cabinet. Let me introduce our Senator, Adam Schiff.
Like she's smiling right there. She's so stupid. Nobody should be smiling right now in there.
Bring us all together, and thank you for your leadership. I want to begin also by acknowledging those that have lost their lives and lost their homes. I was on the phone much of the early part of the day talking to people that lost everything, and for so many, because of the nature of these fires, they not only lost their home, they lost their whole neighborhood, they lost their whole community, they lost their school and their place of worship. It's all gone. And I just want to express the heartbreak I know we're all feeling over those massive losses, unprecedented in our state's history. I also want to, as the mayor was alluding to, take this opportunity to thank the Biden administration for what they've done. Senator Padilla and I and the California House delegation, several of my colleagues here today, have worked to try to get a quick declaration of a disaster, to try to get the most we could in terms of federal match, and we could not have asked for more from the administration. The declaration was almost immediate. And as the mayor was saying, you're lucky normally to get 75% of a federal match. We learned today from the president we're getting 100% federal match here. That's extraordinary. I talked to the president and the vice president today about both these issues and more and the needs ahead, and they could not have been more committed to making sure that California and Southern California get the resources and help they need. And I thank our FEMA administrator also for her work on this. Finally, I just want to say candidly, we are not through this by any means. We keep seeing these fires pop up in different places. We may see more before this is over. If you're told to evacuate, then get the hell out. You might think you can outrun a fire. You are not going to outrun these fires. You're just not. The way they are moving, the unpredictability of how they're moving, the swiftness with how they're moving, you are not going to outrun these fires.
Bigger.
If you stay, you're going to die in them, and it's not worth it.
No.
So if you're told to evacuate, get the hell out. Save yourselves. You can rebuild, because we are going to rebuild. We also, I think, have to be mindful of the risks that will follow these fires, and that is when the rains come, and the risk of mudslides. So I say that because we need to know what we're looking forward to ahead. But I want to underscore finally what the mayor was saying also. We're going to get through this.
Armageddon.
We're going to get through this. We're Californians. We will bounce back from this. We will rebuild from this, rebuild our neighborhoods and our schools and our places of worship. We will come back from this. And once again, I thank all of you that are on the front lines of this, all of the first responders who are out there every day putting their lives on the line, doing heroic work. I'm grateful to all the other jurisdictions that are providing personnel and materiel. Just going through some of the fire areas earlier today, you see one truck from this county, another from that county, from all over the state, the country, and indeed other countries as well. So thank you to the first responders. Thank you, Mayor.
Before I bring up our supervisor, let me just acknowledge City Councilman John Lee. He wanted to be here today, but because of the latest fire, he went to that situation. Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our West Hills, Hidden Hills, Calabasas residents are under evacuation order and evacuation warning for the Kenneth fire. As you heard, it just started over 2 hours ago, and at the rate of spread and the density of the communities in this area, it is serious. Please act swiftly, move quickly, evacuate now to protect your life, the lives of your community members, and the lives of our first responders. A shelter has been established at El Camino Real Charter School at 5440 Valley Circle in Woodland Hills. Continue to stay updated at emergency.lacounty.gov to ensure we can protect lives during this critical time. I've been in touch with most of the elected leaders in this area, and we are united in our commitment to keeping people safe. Our independent cities have lived through this before. They are resilient and they are strong, but they must stay informed. Your partnership is critical to our success in keeping you safe. To those impacted by these devastating fires, my heart is with you. The grief that we have witnessed out there is immense as we see homes and neighborhoods changed forever. And as the time goes on, it feels heavier. We are weary, but we will not break. The county is here for you, both in the crisis and on the road ahead. For my 3rd District communities impacted by Palisades, Sunset, and Hearst fires, the Pacific Palisades, due to the President's major disaster declaration, impacted community members can start applying for relief now. As you heard, please visit disasterassistance.gov or call 800-621-FEMA to get started. For my residents in the Topanga Canyon, I've been in contact with Chief Maroney and Captain C2, and Topanga Canyon is the #1 priority for Palisades fire area today for them. Personnel, both aerial and on the ground, are being deployed to protect our Topanga Canyon communities, and we are here for you, and every resource is committed to you and your safety. To our residents in Malibu, be on alert for additional evacuation instructions due to the Kenneth fire. We know you are already suffering so much, and we are fighting even greater devastation. We are here for you. Santa Monica's curfew remains active from sunset to sunrise, and their evacuation orders are unchanged today.
All of Santa Monica's got
Santa
a curfew?
Monica Mayor Lana Negretti is here with us this afternoon, and we stand strong with all Santa Monicans. Hollywood, the Sunset Fire is contained with no structures destroyed. All evacuation orders have been lifted. Please continue to stay alert and move with caution as you return to your homes. Crews are still working, so your safety is their and our priority. I want to especially thank Senator Schiff and FEMA Administrator Criswell for their support. Alongside many present here, I was able to join so many in visiting and learning from our extraordinary firefighters, our law enforcement officials, and first responders at the Palisades Fire Incident Command Post earlier today. They are digging even deeper, despite treacherous conditions and long hours. Help is on the way for them, but we know you will have our back until then. Shortly after that, President Biden called me personally to offer his additional support. His compassion knows no bounds, and his deep understanding of our pain means he has our back too.
He's digging into Trump by giving California a bunch as he's leaving.
About the devastation
he knows Trump's going to have to deal with that somehow.
Mental health supports continue to be available through the county's Department of Mental Health, 800-854-7771. We have sent mental health professionals out to many of the shelter locations to ensure that while people are waiting, they are beginning their healing process and getting the support that they need. The Disaster Distress Helpline is also available for crisis counseling. You can call or text 800-985-5990. Our county is doing everything possible to respond to these fires and to work towards containment. But please continue to follow evacuation orders and stay vigilant. I know it is hard to walk away from everything that you have invested yourself in.
The most protective apartment building in the country.
It puts us all at risk. Please follow these evacuation orders. Take care of yourselves and each other. The only way we get through this is together. We will protect our communities and come through this stronger. And next, I'd like to introduce LA County Fire Chief, Deputy Chief John O'Brien.
Well, Deputy Chief, so the second in command, right?
Good evening, everyone. My name is John O'Brien, Chief Deputy of Emergency Operations for the County of Los Angeles Fire Department. Tonight, I'll start by giving an update on the Eaton fire affecting the communities of Altadena, Pasadena, Sierra Madre, Arcadia, and Monrovia. The Los Angeles County Fire Department remains in unified command with Pasadena Fire, Sierra Madre Fire, Arcadia Fire, the United States Forest Service, and CAL FIRE, as well as the Sheriff's Department and our local law enforcement agencies. The Eaton Fire is now over 13,609 acres and still remains 0% contained. We have 1,527 firefighting personnel assigned and mutual aid resources from across the state and nation arriving to assist with this fire. We have had several firefighter injuries reported and estimate that over 5,000 structures have been destroyed. This is based on aerial imagery that's been provided. We expect those numbers can change, either go up or down based on additional mapping of the fire, as well as when our damage inspection teams get out there and complete their thorough damage assessment of the burn area. We also had one firefighter injured today who sustained injuries battling the fire and is currently at a local area hospital.
Definitely easier to see in the dark.
The cause of the fire is unknown and remains under investigation. As soon as the cause is determined, we'll be sure to get that information out to all. As Supervisor Horvath and Chief Crowley mentioned, the Kenneth Fire started just after 2:30 p.m. today in West Hills and has grown over 800 acres in that short period of time. We have a significant augmentation of ground and air resources assigned, with evacuations currently in the communities of West Hills, Hidden Hills, and Calabasas. Additional information will be provided as this incident develops, but I encourage all to be vigilant and visit lacounty.gov/emergency for the latest incident information. The number of resources assigned to this fire siege event has increased significantly, and we are in a much better position than we were earlier in the week. Out-of-state resources continue to arrive in Los Angeles County, and we are appreciative of our fire partners from throughout the western United States for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of need. Regarding the current red flag warning, the National Weather Service predicts the warning will remain in effect for Los Angeles County and the majority of Ventura County through Friday, with another likely event impacting both counties earlier next week. I encourage all residents and communities to remain vigilant as we weather this fire siege together. And again, visit lacounty.gov/emergency for the latest information on all incidents. And lastly, I want to acknowledge the tireless efforts of my Los Angeles County Fire Department personnel and all the firefighters who are here assisting, both on the lines and those behind the scenes who continue to place themselves in harm's way to protect the residents and property of this great county. Thank you for always being there and continuing to be a safe and take care of yourself, those around you and the people who need us most. Thank you, and with that, I'll now turn it over to Los Angeles Police Chief Jim McDonald.
Good evening. Los Angeles Police Department extends our deepest sympathy to those who've been affected by the devastating fire. Our community is facing significant challenges, and ensuring the safety and well-being of our residents is our #1 priority. The department is fully committed to protecting lives, property, and critical infrastructure during this crisis. I want to also, as you've heard, I don't know that we can thank enough the members of the LAPD, the Sheriff's Department, all of our fire partners, and then others that don't get recognition, the Department of Public Works, Department of Water and Power, so many others that are out there on the front lines and doing the job to try and restore order to everyone. There was a fatality reported earlier today around 10 a.m. Officers were notified of a death investigation in the 15,300 block of Friend Street in the Palisades area. LAPD investigators immediately notified LA Fire Department arson and Los Angeles County Coroner's Office, who responded and determined the death to be fire-related. The LAPD and our law enforcement partners are actively maintaining law and order in areas impacted by the fires. Officers are patrolling these areas to try and deter criminal activity and ensure public safety. Protecting homes and businesses in the evacuated and vulnerable zones is our priority, ensuring no one takes advantage of a difficult situation. As the mayor said earlier, there will be zero tolerance for looting. Looting or exploiting this disaster will not be tolerated. Individuals caught looting or committing crimes in affected areas will be arrested and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. There are no reports of looting at this time tonight. Our people remain vigilant, and patrols in burn areas have been increased to prevent and respond swiftly to such activities. To enhance public safety and allow first responders and recovery teams to work effectively, a countywide hard curfew is in effect or will be in effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. in the affected burn areas. Anyone violating this curfew order or that will be in effect, or the current evacuation order without valid reason may face legal consequences. The measure is essential to protect residents and support recovery efforts. The support of the National Guard is invaluable during this emergency, and we're thankful for that, enabling law enforcement to focus on crime suppression. The National Guard will be assisting in the following areas: traffic control to maintain roadways and ensuring access to affected areas is restricted only to authorized personnel. Critical infrastructure security and checkpoints verifying credentials and restricting unauthorized entry into those protected zones.
While your pocket's
These
full of
measures
watches.
may cause inconvenience to many, but they are necessary for public safety and community recovery. Residents are encouraged to report any suspicious activity to their local law enforcement agency. A united effort is key to ensuring a swift and secure recovery process for all. Law enforcement, the National Guard, and other first responders are here to support the community during this difficult time. The commitment remains steadfast in restoring safety and normalcy as quickly as we can. Cooperation and resilience from the community is greatly appreciated, and we're thankful for the cooperation that we've received to this point. Thank you. Let me now introduce Following me is LA Unified School District Superintendent Alberto Carvalho. I'm sorry, my mistake. Now my partner, Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna. Thank you.
Oh shit!
About me already. Just a quick overview. We have close to 500 sheriff deputies working throughout the county, working on evacuations, working on traffic control, both ingress and egress. And we are also working what we call looter suppression. It's unfortunate that we have to assign people to do that task, but we have, and we have made arrests behind that. In regards to resources, on the way to this press conference, our Northern Command made a request for 100 more deputies, or roughly 100 more deputies. So we are in the process, from a mutual aid perspective, of sending what we have internally and then requesting resources from counties around us as we are working, as you see and hear, many different priorities. Because this event continues and we continue to get new fires, the mayor mentioned it, Chief McDonald mentioned it. I've been working with the state, the Office of Emergency Services, for the last several days in trying to estimate the California National Guard and how they would be utilized. We made the official request earlier today, and I'm happy to report that they have been staged and ready to go. They're going to get deployed to specific missions. The first missions will be at the Palisades fire, at the Eaton fire. They will be supporting the city of Los Angeles as well. Mayor Bass and Chief McDonald made that request to us. There are several other cities that have requested National Guard resources, the city of Santa Monica, the city of Pasadena, the city of Arcadia, and I'm sure as time goes on there will be others. Our Emergency Operations Bureau will distribute not only mutual aid resources throughout the county as needed, and then we may have to redeploy people, whether it is police officers, deputy sheriffs, or National Guardsmen, as we see. And then the state, again, I can't say enough about the Office of Emergency Services and the support of Governor Newsom, who has basically called and said, what do you need? What else can we send you? I also received a call from Commissioner Sean DeRee from the California Highway Patrol. We have been utilizing their resources and using them through a mutual aid response throughout the county. I want to switch gears momentarily. You've heard the word curfew come up a couple of times. We as the county are in the process with our attorneys and our Office of Emergency Management of drafting that curfew paperwork. And as we're doing that, I cannot tell you if the curfew will be enacted tonight. The goal is for it to be enacted tonight, but once we get everything done, we may enact it tomorrow night. That being said, I want to make sure, and we've said it a couple of times, in the areas that have been evacuated, do not go in there unless you have specific business. And right now, the only people who have business in there are firefighters and law enforcement, or some kind of worker that's trying to put utilities back together for us. You will be detained, you will be arrested if you're doing there, you're up to no good.
Understand that.
And as the mayor said, we've all talked to the district attorney, who says that they will prosecute.
Can you imagine locking the
without
person
hesitation.
up for looking for their lost animal? They're sitting there
please
bawling.
make sure everybody understands that. And just going back to the curfew for clarification is not county-wide. The curfew will only take place in the impacted areas, specifically those areas that have had mandated evacuations. So, for example, in the city of Los Angeles, as they're requesting those National Guard resources, you're talking about the Palisades area. For us in Los Angeles County, it is also that Palisades, Malibu, Lost Hills area, and then the Altadena area. Pasadena, self-explanatory. Santa Monica, self-explanatory, and the other cities that are requesting the assistance. As you see, with all of our partners, from a mutual aid perspective, we are second to none anywhere in this country. Whether it is fire resources or it is law enforcement resources, we are able to depend on each other to make sure that we provide the best service we can to our community. Just the very last thing, if anyone has any questions about whether it's evacuations, mandatory, or warnings, or any traffic closures, go to lacounty.gov/emergency for updated information. Thank you very much. And with that, now I will bring up the superintendent. We didn't forget about you.
Thank you very much, Sheriff Luna. Madam Mayor, thank you so much for your leadership. I would like to also thank the city leaders, county, state, and federal entities who have been responsive, who have been supportive and collaborative during very trying times. Today, we closed all schools in Los Angeles Unified School District, and we announced earlier today, because of a detailed examination of scientific data, wind trends, and the continuity of these awful fires, that would be prudent to announce early on the closure of all schools going into tomorrow, January 10th. We made this decision after reviewing, first and foremost, air quality data. Fires may be far away from some communities where we have schools. However, winds are transporting particulate matter, smoke, and ashes across the entire district. And yes, we celebrate when the winds subside, because that allows more effective combating of fires. But when the winds subside, often that cloud of smoke lingers over certain communities. When the winds pick up, obviously the fires explode, creating more smoke. Smoke for us is the enemy, as it compromises the air quality around our schools. We opened 8 feeding centers, grab-and-go food distribution centers across our community. We will increase that to 16 centers
kids are gonna be playing outside in the fucking smoky
We recognize
air.
that when we close schools, there are a lot of parents who depend on our schools not only for nutrition, but also for child supervision.
Their day off of school, they'll be outside
we partner
anyway,
aggressively,
probably.
and I am indebted to the YMCA for opening 30 sites providing child supervision with enrichment activities at no cost to the residents of our community. So tomorrow, our students will continue in a continuity of learning methodology, relying on digital resources available to them. We also recognize that some areas of our community are struggling with power, with electricity, obviously not being able to perhaps have connectivity or electricity for their devices. That is why at our regional centers we have packets of instructional materials for all grade levels and subject areas for those families that may need them. For tomorrow, not only are our schools closed, all extracurricular activities and athletic activities previously scheduled have also been canceled. Reopening the school system is not an easy process, particularly after a crisis like this one. We need to do indoor and outdoor cleaning, the replacement of filters. That's why I want to thank in advance our workforce, particularly SEIU 99, the Teamsters, everyone involved in the replacement of filters and the cleaning process in advance of our students and our staff returning to our schools. We will be examining the data tomorrow and into the weekend before making a decision about conditions as we head into Monday. I don't need to say what has been said. This is a set of unprecedented circumstances. At no point in the history of our community, or perhaps the country, have we had fires simultaneously happening, not one, multiple serious fires simultaneously occurring, wrapped around hurricane-level force winds. I come from a place where hurricanes are a constant, but there's no fire associated. So this is a real threat. I want to thank the first responders that are working tirelessly in our community, and we will be bringing information to our community, which can also be accessed on www.lusd.org. Unas palabras en español. Quiero primeramente agradecer a nuestra alcaldesa, la señora Bass, los líderes locales, estatales y federales que están aquí con nosotros, asistiendo y apoyando a nuestra comunidad. Esos no son días fáciles. Decidimos cerrar todos nuestros planteles escolares hoy debido a las condiciones ambientales en nuestra comunidad, principalmente la calidad del aire en nuestra comunidad. Y es por esa razón que decidimos cerrar todas las escuelas en nuestro condado, en nuestra ciudad, mañana. Quiero agradecer a nuestra fuerza laboral porque decidimos abrir 8 centros de distribución de comida gratis para nuestra comunidad. La mayor parte de nuestros niños son pobres. Ellos dependen en el desayuno y almuerzo gratis todos los días. Mañana vamos a tener desde 6 centros de distribución de comida gratis para nuestros niños.
We're listening to LA County, LA Unified School District head Alberto Carvalho. We just heard him a moment ago speak about the closure of schools again tomorrow. So all LAUSD schools will be closed again tomorrow, primarily, as he described, due to the air quality. It's a very big concern going forward, obviously, for not just the students, but the staff as well. So as we know, the schools were closed today. The entire district, LA Unified, will be closed again tomorrow. And as Alberto Carvalho was explaining, they'll examine the data tomorrow and into the weekend before they make a determination about schools and whether they'll be open on Monday. So as it stands now, the district remains closed tomorrow. And he did also mention that the grab-and-go food distribution centers will remain open tomorrow for food assistance to those who need it. So at least through tomorrow, LA Unified schools are closed.
Yeah, at least till through tomorrow. Also, you might want to check your local YMCA. They have been providing some child supervision there as well. So you might want to check online if you can. And we've been listening to this press conference with Mayor Bass and LAPD chief, as well as the LA County Sheriff's Sheriff Luna, giving us an update really on what's happening with all of the different fires. And you know, it's a staggering numbers. 19,978 acres burned in the Palisades fire, and now 2 deaths to report there as well. The Kenneth fire we are watching very closely. That started today at 2:30 this afternoon, from 50 acres to some 800 acres, affecting the West Hills, Hidden Hills, and Calabasas area.
Now. Why isn't she listening?
You know, this is this fire, this new fire, as they said,
Congress, who are now governors of state, who have offered to send people. So I think we have been rich in support. I don't know if we ever have enough resources, but Chief, let you take it from there.
How are your firefighters holding up? Everyone has been flooding our social media and email and phones saying how wonderful our firefighters are. What more do they need? How exhausted are they?
I would love to start with that. So thank you so much for asking about our first responders and our partners. So take a deep breath, and I think about what our firefighters, first responders have been able to do. You look at the multiple fires, the fires keep coming. Our firefighters are working to the highest efforts. I've never seen this in my 25-year career, and I can tell you, as a chief, I can stand strong. I can tell you that LEFD and the rest of our regional partners, our firefighters, boots on the ground, are absolutely tired, but I tell you, they will never, ever give up. They will continue to work hard. They will continue, and we will continue to work to make sure that we're saving as many lives and saving as many properties as we can.
With everything they've been through, though, the problems that we've been hearing from homeowners with water, with the 3 tanks that DWP supplies in that area running out.
Right.
Is that system fixed? Can you assure residents that those hydrants are again going to be working and that's going to be online? Residents are worried that there's a problem preventing you from stopping this fire. We're still at 0% containment.
Sure. What I can tell you first and foremost, one of the biggest assets right now is our air assets. They're in the air. You can see them. We're watching the news just like you. We're talking with everybody, boots on the ground, and the community members. That is one of the biggest key factors right now, especially with Palisades, is our air resources are running and they're dropping water and retardant, which is a huge asset for us. When it comes to the basic fundamentals of water supply and hydrants, I can tell you our firefighters are trained, and in many brush fires we run out of water and we anticipate that because of the supply demand. There's so many firefighters tapping into a limited supply of water. We're going to anticipate we're going to run out of water. But I tell you, with firefighters, we do train to that fact. We'll figure out a way to either draft waters out of pools, ponds, whatever it may be, and also utilize additional resources out there with water tenders that carry thousands of gallons. So what I can tell you, the firefighters are doing their very, very best. I promise you that. And also the air assets are a huge, huge thing that we're utilizing right now that'll help Palisades.
Is there a problem with the hydrant system? That's what homeowners are wondering.
Right now, we're not utilizing the hydrants.
Okay. And Mayor Bass, if I may just ask one more question. You just got back, and there's some national criticism that you've seen. You say we need to stand together, but there have been calls for your resignation. There's a change.org petition. What do you say to those criticisms coming at you?
Let me say, actually, first of all, let me finish on the firefighters, because everything the chief said, of course, I support. But there was one thing you didn't mention, and that is that while our firefighters are out there fighting fires, they also have had loss as well, whether it's their homes or property. And while they are going through what a lot of people are in these neighborhoods, they're having to fight fires. And let me just say, because I answered some questions like that in the morning, and let me just state now. Number one, these fires are burning now. Our job is to make sure that people stay alive, that we save lives, that we save homes, that we save property. And I also said that when the fires are out, we will do a deep dive. We will look at what worked. We will look at what didn't work, and we will let you know. Until then, my focus is on the TV screens behind you that are showing devastation that has continued. Thank you. Answered it in the morning, answered it now, won't answer it again.
Next question to Dakota.
Oh, sure. In terms of President Trump, when he takes office, can you reverse any of the
Oh, well, let me just say.
We did pick up our press conference, and we left off with Mayor Bass, who was addressing some questions from reporters, and her answer as to why she wasn't, why she has been receiving criticism on these fires. Her answer was, well, that number one, the fires are happening right now, and the job of the city is to ensure that lives and property are saved. We will download, and I'm just paraphrasing, what happened on day one when she wasn't here at a later moment, but right now they're focusing on saving lives and property. Chief Kristen Crowley said that the biggest asset right now are the water dropping assets, those choppers and those fixed wing aircraft who have been making a big difference in fighting these fires. And we do have a new fire that has broken out. That's the Kenneth fire that's burning at over 960 acres right now. But I want to bring in Mike Rogers in particular, because when we talk about those firefighting assets from the air, Mike, we also have seen some problems with other aircraft that have nothing to do with what our firefighters are trying to do.
And the aircraft that you're, excuse me one second, Pat, the aircraft that you're talking about.
Okay.
Sorry
Mike's
about that.
Fixing his, you got your mic?
Yeah, may have needed battery change there. The aircraft that you're talking about, Pat, is a drone, right? There's a drone, which, by the way, is illegal to fly in these fire areas and wildly unnecessary. Your drone is not doing anything to help stop these fires. You want to get some video of it. I understand the scenes are dramatic, but it is wildly unnecessary. And now we are down a firefighting asset because, according to the LA Times, a super scooper hit a drone today. A super scooper carries a tremendous amount amount of water and is so critical to the firefight and is now out of service. And I first noticed this because earlier today when the fire you're looking at right here, the Kenneth fire broke out, one of the super scoopers came up. The super scoopers always fly in pairs. It's always two of them, and they come into this and scoop up the water and then they drop it. And that didn't happen. There was only one, and that was unusual to me, and that was weird because I always see them flying as a pair. Now we know it's because this morning over the Palisades fire, a super scooper hit a small drone, and according to the LA Times, has a hole in the wing now as a result of it. Not only is it offline, that is so wildly dangerous. That could have brought down that aircraft and could have been a whole other calamity and disaster that we would be dealing with, all because somebody wanted to get some video of the destruction area. And that's just so inappropriate and illegal and very expensive if they can find the person who did that.
You know, you just said that, wanting to get pictures of the destruction. You wonder if it was someone who lives in the area and we wanted to check on their home. Okay, but at the same time, and we don't know if that's the case or not, but regardless, it's still illegal to do so. And for those very reasons that you mentioned, we are now down a firefighting asset.
Right. And an important one that, by the way, isn't ours. We borrow those from Canada. They come down to help us out, and now one of them is out of service with a hole in its wing, which is not an easy repair, by the way, because somebody wanted to fly a drone. And, you know, the super scoopers, yes, all the firefighting aircraft, they get relatively low to the ground to be able to drop these things off. But still, the drone had to be a decent distance in the air to be able to make contact with a super scooper, because the super scoopers fly pretty, you know, at a decent height because of their fixed wing aircraft that is really huge. So really unfortunate that that's what we're dealing with right now. And for anybody else that is interested in flying a drone, I just talked to the FAA about this. The FAA can fine you $75,000 for flying a drone in a restricted area. And I can bet you that if they were able to find this person,
like Casey
they most certainly will do that. I mean, look, our aircraft, SkyCal, is obviously much bigger than a drone, but we are outside of the flight restriction zone as well. We want nothing to do with interfering with the firefighting operation. So it's a federal crime punishable by 12 months in prison to interfere with firefighting efforts. And additionally, they can impose a $75,000 civil penalty against you for operating a drone inside of a TFR. And again, we've lost an important firefighting asset because of this now. It'll take a while to fix it if it's got a hole in the wing.
Well, that's. I'm glad that we're talking about this, Mike, because it's a very dire situation, and people should hopefully they're listening and understanding the detriment that this kind of situation brings. You know, no matter why you're trying to find out information, everybody would like to find out information, I'm sure, if they haven't been able to check on their homes. So we don't really know the gist of what this was, but at the same time, it's illegal, it's dangerous, and now we have
still talking about this drone, dude.
Right, very big issue. And again,
they're actually still taking questions.
Do so much tremendous work
from them and going back in time a little bit.
Okay, well, we have to talk about it, and we will remind people throughout the
they
evening
really
of what's
did just
happened there.
cut off everything that was happening.
We do have some pictures, I believe, from our Lauren Posen.
All right, now I'm gonna get Fast Track over here. I can't believe they cut it off like that, man. They really do like cutting off the interviews to these. Where is it? Oh man, I put it in the wrong one. Sorry, I'll fix it.
That we save property, and I also said that when the fires are out, we will do a deep dive. We will look at what worked. We will look at what didn't work, and we will let you know. Until then, my focus is on the
she started getting heated, and then they took it off.
Showing devastation that has continued. Thank you. Answered it in the morning. Answered it now. Won't answer it again.
Next question to Dakota. You answered as many times as we asked it. You are voted in. What the hell are these politicians thinking?
Well, let me just say quickly that some of the staff from FEMA, and I know our administrator will say this too, are not political appointees. So they will continue to be in place, ones that we are working with today.
And I'm just going to ask you to repeat the question because I didn't hear it.
Or Trump reverse things.
Oh, there you are. So this is Yep, so this disaster declaration was already given, just like many declarations that have happened across the country. Last year, we had 179 disaster declarations. So those are all in place. Man. And we have dedicated teams of people that are at our headquarters that are working on making sure that we're providing every flexibility within our authorities. But our regional administrator that's here in Region 9, Bob Fenton, he's a career employee. He has worked through all of these, and he will be working side by side with the state and with the city and the county to help them. We will continue to deliver our programs the way that we are directed to through the Stafford Act.
Next question right here in the black and then to the
Mayor, are you able to address the false emergency alert that went out? Who authorized that, and is that something we should be concerned about moving forward?
Yeah.
I have walking up our Director of Office of Emergency Services for the county. He'll address that.
He actually provided remarks earlier. Did you get that?
We want to know who authorized it and if this is something we should be worried about moving forward as well.
As far as authorization, so when Unified Command determines a location is going to be issued as an evacuation order or an evacuation warning, the incident commanders designate that. That then gets communicated to the Los Angeles County's Office of Emergency Management and the Emergency Operations Center, who actually do the function of, through a technological system, a software system, issuing that. There was an error within that system that went beyond the zone that was designated. So the correct zone was designated as authorized by the incident commanders on what was supposed to be a zone for the Kenneth fire.
Next question.
This is a question for the fire chief. Last month you wrote a memo that was transmitted to the mayor and it was circulated widely on social media over the last 24 hours, where you voiced alarm at a $7 million reduction in
It's like the thing is judging me for trying to look at case of criners.
And in your memo, you said the reduction severely limited the department's capacity to train for and respond.
I'll make these smaller. I like how it's covering stuff like that.
Wildfires.
So big
I'm
again.
wondering how much of that $7 million would have gone to emergency response and preparation, and did it affect operations in this disaster?
Sure. So in regard to the budget cut, that was a $17 million budget cut from our current budget, 25-26. I made some difficult decisions in regard to certain types of duties and responsibilities that our firefighters take on that are non-emergency. We refocused our efforts on utilizing our budget that we had allotted, and we focused back on number one fundamentals in regard to emergency operations and training. We made our adjustments. We're working closely with Mayor Bass. She's supporting us on this. We have an interim budget that will also assist us when it comes to emergency operations. We pre-deployed, so we did everything. I can tell you, working with Mayor Bass, we're working with city leadership in regard to the current budget, and what I do want to focus on is 25-26. I did submit my 25-26 budget with the specific ask in regards to what the LEFD needs to move forward with providing the optimal emergency services care. Thank you.
See where I hit it?
Actually affect, as part of the question, did it affect this emergency? The scenario you described, did it affect this emergency? And were you asked to cut the budget again by 6% in this next budget year? Were you asked by the mayor's staff to make another 6% reduction?
So there was a budget reduction exercise. That was for the remainder of this fiscal year. We were not cut.
But for the next fiscal year, were you asked for that?
No.
But Chief, the mayor said this morning it did not affect this emergency. Did it affect this emergency? Yes or no?
Any other questions?
That's a simple question, isn't it?
Right here in the, this is for Sheriff Luna. Sheriff Luna, can we have a clarification of the location of the decedents? How many from the Palisades fire? How many from the Eaton fire?
We're still in the process of determining that. There are, unfortunately, fatalities at both locations, but please be patient with us. As everybody has stated up here, this is an active, chaotic situation in all the places that we're at. So we'd like to know but we want to give the most specific, accurate information. So we're going to wait until it is safe. And just to paint a picture for you, our firefighters, our deputy sheriffs, our police officers are going into these areas. There are still active fires. There are gas leaks. It is dangerous. When it is safe, we will go in there with the appropriate resources and make sure that we get an appropriate count. I pray it doesn't go beyond what we're hearing now, but I don't want to give false information. We are talking about deaths. There are people hanging on, waiting to hear from family members. This is very serious, and we want to get it right.
I just want to clarify, so if you term total 5 or 6, I know you're still calculating, but I just want to make sure we're accurately reporting what the total, as we know it is, with the new death reporting in the Palisades fire.
Yeah, the last number that we gave was 5. I believe that splits 2 from Palisades and 3 from the Altadena incident. But even as I'm telling you that, it's leaving my lips, I'm nervous about that number. And the obvious question is, do you think it's going to grow? I am praying it doesn't, but based on the devastation that is clear, it looks like a bomb, an atomic bomb dropped in these areas. I don't expect good news. And we're not looking forward to those numbers.
Sheriff, County OES said that that was a glitch, that the evacuation orders went out across the county, and they're not sure exactly how it happened. Are you concerned that that could happen again? There were a lot of people. That reached probably 10 million people, that's the estimate. Are you concerned that that could panic people in the future until we find what the glitch is?
Yes, absolutely. Obviously, under these very stressful scenarios that our entire community's going through, that's the last thing that we want to happen. But in this day and age, we depend on technology, and sometimes technology isn't perfect. I have all the confidence that Kevin, his team will go back and look at with our technology people from the county. We don't want to repeat it. Personally, my daughter called me and said, "Oh my God, I think I have to evacuate." And I said, "Honey, no, you don't have to. I get it. It's not what we wanted to go out, but we're going to try and fix it."
I got one. I almost peed myself.
We're in the middle of a crisis, and communication is very important, and people are tense right now. And that's why we are going out of our way as a team to communicate at least twice a day with all of you so we get the best information out. So
you want to?
We'll fix it.
Easy crying her. She's leaking out of it, looking all juicy, looking all saucy. Nasty baby. Look, I'll see what I'm talking about. You'll see what I'm saying about how nasty it looks.
Can I just ask you? Everyone loves the firefighters. We just want to.
Yeah, and like first and foremost, I appreciate you asking about our people. And
oh, baby. That's not cheese. All juicy inside. Oh, yeah.
Week, which seems so far from now. It's really feels so far, and I know we get fatigue when we get storm after storm or windstorm after windstorm or Santa Ana wind event after wind event, fire after fire, but we could see another couple days of maybe pretty healthy Santa Ana winds even next week. And here's the part we haven't even discussed. Of course, all eyes near Calabasas right now as we're looking at almost 1,000 acres burned in the Kenneth fire. But we are actually looking at a bullseye over the IE in Orange County as far as wind goes tonight. We could start to really see that wind pick up in the overnight hours. So we're going to continue to watch it. We're going to wrap this up right now, but I'll have more updates coming up in a little bit. Pat, back to you.
All right, thanks so much for that, Evelyn. And now we want to go to our Ross Palumbo. He is live with Sheriff Luna at the Emergency Center. Hey.
Hey, you know, we just did that massive press conference, and one of the surprising announcements that we heard the mayor vaguely mention and Sheriff Luna went into more detail about was this curfew that you want to go into effect in these burned out areas. So where are we in the process? I just want to be really clear. It's not in effect right now, is it yet?
No, it is not. But the purpose of the curfew is to make sure that the residents that are being evacuated feel confident that their properties are being protected. It's an extra layer of protection. So a lot of the residents are saying, please do this. So Supervisor Barger has come to us, and we looked at it strategically. We felt it was a right direction to go. Where we're at right now is County Council is preparing the paperwork. I've seen the latest draft. We're going to forward it to the other agencies like the Los Angeles Police Department. We want to do this together so it's more effective. When it takes place, it'll mean that at 6 p.m. at night, no one can enter these specific areas until 6 in the morning.
Are we talking about this could possibly go into effect later tonight, or is this going to be tomorrow and beyond?
I'm hoping we can do it later on tonight, but it's doubtful. I'm probably looking more at tomorrow night. But again, it's for the purposes of keeping people who don't belong in these mandated evacuation areas out of there, because we've arrested people, unfortunately, for burglarizing homes in those areas.
I want to talk about the looting very quickly.
It looks so wild flying into LA at night.
The LAPD chief said that they have not had any incidents. How bad has it been? We haven't personally seen anything. Are we talking of extreme looting already, or how bad has it been so far?
When
we're talking about looting, it's not like sometimes you see on video where you see 50 individuals running into a store to grab things. We're talking about 1, 2, 3, or 4 people who are casing some of these neighborhoods, going in, burglarizing homes, and taking loss. And yes, we've made arrests throughout the county and the affected areas for this, and our deputies have relayed stories of us where they're actually preventing people, they're stopping people who can't tell you why they're there. They definitely don't live there, so we don't want that to occur.
It's a problem already. You're seeing it.
It is an absolute problem, and I'm going to tell just your viewers, if you're thinking about going up there to commit a crime, you're going to get caught. And I talked to the DA earlier today, and he is going to prosecute to the full extent of the law. Do not hurt these people more than they're already hurt.
It's despicable and unimaginable. Before I let you go, let me ask you about your deputies. Everyone is so happy to see them in a crisis like this. They're doing a wonderful job. I've seen them out there. How are they holding up?
You know what? They are amazing people. The work they're doing, the humanitarian work they're doing, we're hearing amazing stories. But like we're working them. Some of them are working 16, 18-hour shifts, but you know what? I haven't heard one complaint from them. They want to be here. They want to help these communities. This is unprecedented, and they're a part of it, and they're doing exactly what they raise their right hand to do, and that's to serve.
Okay, well, we'll wait for more details on the curfew. Possibly tonight, probably tomorrow. We'll have the latest.
Yes, sir.
Sheriff, always
wonderful to talk to you. If I could stick my dick in YouTube, I would.
Thanks for all your service, man. Thank you.
I just love her
Pat,
so
you
much.
just heard it. The curfew could possibly go into effect later tonight. Unlikely, most likely tomorrow. Of course, we'll have all the details on that. And just one more thing, Pat. We talked to the fire chief and the sheriff. They're working so hard out there. If you see a firefighter, if you see a deputy, if you see a police officer, give them a hug too, because it is hard. You've been on these fires just like me, Pat, and you know it is hard work for everyone involved. The loss is extreme, and we're all just trying to get through the crisis.
No question about that, Ross. And I heard mention during the press conference the care for the firefighters themselves, and yes, I'm sure you do. I certainly know personally firefighters who are away from their families trying to make sure that all of us are safe. So yes, we do appreciate that.
Say anything without saying that from now on.
It's kind of humorous right now, but maybe it's needed. Lauren Posen talked to us last night, and she was talking with some firefighters, and they said we appreciate you wanting to help us, and we appreciate the granola bars, but quite frankly, we would like some protein. So you know what? Give them a hug, give them a piece of chicken or a steak, Ross.
How you doing? I'm doing great, Kitty Cam.
That'll all be appreciated, I promise you. Hey, let me just tell you one more thing. After the press conference,
random people, that
Chief
shit would
Crowley
look crazy.
specific about that hydrant problem again, and she says there is no problem that she believes is happening. I asked her also about the staffing for the Palisades fire because there are allegations that those budget cuts deeply impacted it. She said that is not
At the end
what
of the
happened.
stream,
but
I could do
also
like
talked
this
to the
seance.
president of the Firefighters Union, and he contends that it is in fact happening. So we're going to track that down and speak more with him.
Okay.
We need all the firefighters we can have up there, and we'll get back to you.
Certainly. All right. Thanks so much for that, Ross. And we have some important information now from our Lauren Posen. She has just arrived at the Kenneth fire, and we are anxious to hear what you have to tell us about that, Lauren. We appreciate your FaceTime earlier, but since you have arrived, what can you tell us? What do you see?
Yeah, well, Pat, we are here in Calabasas, right down the road from Mountain View Estates on Muro Road. And the fire, it's hard to see from our vantage point, but it's right behind us here. All these people you see here have been evacuated. They cannot go into their homes. We're near Malibu Canyon.
I love you.
This woman that's walking by here, her cat's in her house. She can't go get her cat. People are very anxious. You know, Pat, in talking to people out here, this is bringing back a lot of memories of that Woolsey fire for a lot of people here. And I want to show you over here on Muro Road, right down from Mountain View. Look at all these fire engines here. They are here. The amount of support to fight these fires, it's amazing how many firefighters I've seen. Now I want to show you, I want to talk to these two gentlemen over here.
Evacuate.
This is Eric.
Hi.
And Eric actually has been evacuated, and he has been helping people the last couple days with the Palisades fire, and now he is being impacted. Nico, his house burned down in the Palisades fire. He's also been helping people. Eric, I'm going to start with you. Tell me about the situation here in Calabasas and what you're seeing. And did you see the fire? What did you see?
Here in Calabasas, we saw the fire. We had a high vantage point to watch it. We've been fighting the Palisades fire for the last 3 days. My house burned down in the Woolsey, which is why I'm so adamant about helping people and saving lives. I feel like we're doing God's work. A lot of people need help and needed assistance. They get lost, disoriented, and don't make the right decisions. They're going the wrong direction, and I advise everybody to stay out.
And even if the fire's not coming to you and you can get out, you should get out. This gets into your bronchioles, your alveoli. You want to get out of this as soon as you can. It's not the fire that kills people, it's also the smoke. So don't try to run in and save possessions. Your life is worth way more than your property. That's all I want to let you know. Love, peace, respect.
Yeah.
And Eric, tell me about your situation here. So is it your girlfriend's apartment or apartment you share together?
Yeah, we share. And her cat's still in there, and all of our equipment, and some of my neighbors are telling me, hey, can you go get some of my stuff? Can you check on my animals? And we're completely blocked off. We can't go do anything. They've stopped us. We don't want to get arrested. And we're just doing our best. We're in the back of Las Virgenes, and we got this far, and that's as far as we can go. We just advise everybody to stay as safe as possible. Save your life, not your property.
There's an elderly dude we can help.
All right, thank you, Eric. Okay, they're going to go help them.
They keep emphasizing people not to care about their stuff.
So, Pat, you know, we have good citizens here just trying to help people. Everyone is just really coming together. I did check moments before coming on here. The fire is at about 800 acres.
Probably looters. Seemed like looters to me.
In particular,
I bet it was looters, and they wanted to be on the news and act like they were helping people.
It started in West Hills there, and so
the way they sounded, the way they talked about bumping into them on the streets.
On the plus side, a fire captain told me it's burning on the path of the Woolsey fire. So
house. They had a house up there.
Land's already, been burned. But that doesn't mean we're out of the danger zone because there's so many homes. I got to show you.
Hell to the no.
These are all the people just waiting to get word. You know, it's just moment by moment here because these fires are so unpredictable.
All right, Lauren.
Isn't too bad right now, which is
all
really
right, Lori, stop talking to the looters.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I got it. Okay, I'll send it back to you. But we're going to be out here all night, and I'll have another update for you, Pat, at 7.
Yeah. What happened, Lauren? We just lost your audio for a minute there, and I know that area very well, and you're absolutely right about that. The Woolsey fire. A number of trees that were charred right there on Muro Road, where you are. You could see that for several years after the Woolsey fire. They hadn't grown back yet. The bark was still blackened. So can certainly understand why they are fearful. That whole area there. I think you're butting right next to Hidden Hills. If I'm not mistaken, Mural Road actually is right by the Round Meadow Gate, and it.
Why do they suck so much at
around
this?
to Las Virgenes. Yep. So, and very happy to hear from those young men there that are trying to help people, and we want to give them as much information, and I know you will
leave
too.
the station. They really
and
do
keep us
suck.
posted on what's happening. We did talk to Evelyn about.
Watch over it, but you think about this real estate. We're right along the beach on PCH. I'll step out of the way. I know it's dark, but I mean, this is high value real estate in one of the prettiest parts of the country, if not the world. And right now, I mean, normally you wouldn't be able to see the beach, but we can see the beach and hear the waves, and you can't even tell how many homes were destroyed because there's nothing left. There are, a couple of firefighters in their trucks trying to save that home in the distance. Also, some flames near it, and right now they're watching it closely. But that's just kind of what we're seeing along PCH. It's unrecognizable from what you typically would see. Now, we were up in the Highlands today talking with people about kind of their experience with this fire, and it's been a lot for them. Here's what they had to say.
It's unprecedented. The entire town, everybody I know more people in the Palisades, I've lived here my whole life, that have lost their homes than that still have their homes. Everybody I know, my elementary school is gone, my pharmacy, my market, every single place that I go to every day is gone.
It was a weird feeling. I grew up here for over 2 decades. And at this point, not really grasping it, but just trying to lend a helping hand.
So, I mean, is the house that you grew up in
just gone? Destroyed. The neighbor, one of my best friends growing up, his house gone, the whole street, like the whole neighborhood, like the whole block is just disintegrated.
Were you guys up here when this started?
We were. Family was up here. I was at work personally. Kept a very close eye on the security cameras. There was 3-4 of them. My mom, my dad, my brother, my sister, housekeeper, everybody just with hoses in their hands, just trying to hose it off.
It's so sad. It's so emotional. I find myself losing it every once in a while because it's just, I know there will be a town of Pacific Palisades before January 7th and after January 7th, and it's never going to be the same.
Do you have any questions or frustrations about all of this?
Absolutely. I mean, I think we love our firefighters. There's no doubt about that. I think from a leadership perspective, that's something some people were let down, and the aircraft, I just think it took too long. I mean, we had a perfect view of where it kind of started. It took too long for things to mobilize. I don't know if it's the leadership issue. The firefighters had their worst nightmare by saying they're turning on hydrants and there's no water.
I'm more focused on the mitigation strategies, if there was any way to clear brush or ahead of time. It seems like there's been a discrepancy and it's going to be tough to dive through the politics of it all.
This was a natural disaster. We don't know what caused it. To blame firemen, to blame water being, shut off. It's just, this was a natural disaster and a calamity in the worst way.
5,000 structures, they're saying more than 5,000 damaged or destroyed.
Look, to me, in my opinion, if you drive around most of these areas, Highlands is somewhat of an anomaly, but most of the other areas you drive through, it's kind of a shock if you do see a structure intact still.
There was a small fire right behind this dead end on January 1st at midnight, and I remember I was at a friend's house and I pulled out my Citizen and I said, oh, gosh, there's a fire at the top of the world. Everyone in the Palisades goes to the top of the world. It's a very common thing, for middle and high schoolers to do. So I was like, that was fireworks, and that was 7 days before January 7th. So I'm not saying that is what caused it, but actions kind of speak the truth.
Yeah, a lot of people out here bringing up the fireworks from New Year's Eve, but again, the official cause of this fire remains under investigation. Also, people expressing some frustration with the initial response time from firefighters. Obviously, they had a ton going on. There was the evacuation mess of people getting out of town that gridlocked the traffic. But personally, I know I was up there with photojournalist Sam Dubin, and we were seen homes on fire. We tried calling 911. The lines were jammed, so that was one problem. But we were up there for 2 hours, and we didn't see any firefighters. It was 2 hours before we saw a firefighter. We were going house to house ourselves, trying to find garden hoses outside the homes and trying to help as much as we could, and it was just too little too late. But again, that's where some frustration from homeowners up in that area, that's where it's coming from. It's just, they're going through a lot right now. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
Understandably so. Of course they are. All right, Matthew Seedorf, thank you. That is the Palisades fire, the Eaton fire. That one is still very much, the firefighters are still dealing with that one, with more than 4,000 structures destroyed. One of the evacuation centers is the Pasadena Recreation Center for the Eaton fire, and that's where Fox 11's Gina Silva is tonight. And the other day when we checked in, and there were thousands of people there.
Yes, it is a very busy area right here. There are hundreds of evacuees from the Eaton fire. This is where they're seeking refuge at the Pasadena Convention Center. Currently, there are more than 800 people staying here, supported by Red Cross volunteers. There are so many volunteers. They are distributing essential supplies such as blankets, water, and food. You know, and sometimes under these conditions, what's needed the most are words of encouragement. Many of these evacuees have lost everything. Their neighborhoods decimated, their homes reduced to ashes by the Eaton fire in the Altadena, Pasadena area. 13,690 acres have burned and an estimated 5,000 structures destroyed or damaged. Joining me is Steve Ciprio, and unfortunately he also lost his home, and I understand another family member also lost their house.
Yeah. Where my children live a couple blocks away from me, they lost their home, and they weren't quite ready to move out yet, because we've seen fires before, but not this intense. So I just slept outside of their house in my car facing the mountains and just watched the fire creep over in the mountains. And at one point, the smoke just engulfed our entire street. And then I was like, it's time to go.
And Steve was showing us some video, really dramatic video there. You went back to see how your house was doing.
Yeah, this is where I was born and raised. This is where I grew up. This is everything I know, and I just had to see it one last time, even though, I couldn't see 10 feet in front of me when I was driving in the car. It was just burning everywhere, and it's just basically all rubble now, ashes.
I am so sorry for your loss. How are you coping with all of this devastation?
This community, we're a resilient bunch. We're a resilient people, and we just have to build back brick by brick. We're grateful that most of the people here are safe, and alive, and we're just going to have to stay together, stick together like the Altadena community that we've always been. One of the most diverse places that I've ever been to. It's just a lot of love there, and hopefully that will help us build it back.
And who else in your family lost a home?
My mom and my dad, which they are approaching 80 now, and my kids, my young children. My daughter, 14 years old, her name is Jai. She goes to Maranatha in Pasadena, and my son, Jack.
Insurance has insurance. They'll be able to pay
Rosebud
it.
Academy burned down as well.
All the customers
What are you
have to pay
hoping
for
the
it.
future?
Just
you can
the
do nothing
people
but,
in
keep your
risk
chin up, your
areas.
chest out, and all we know is how to overcome adversity. You can't clamor, you can't. We're going to mourn, but we gotta start thinking about solutions. And pulling from our resources and helping each other.
What do you think about the way it was, the response time and all of that? Have you had time to think about everything?
Well, for one, I love this region. I love everybody here, all the businesses. I appreciate the first responders, but I did not see one water hose aimed at any house. And maybe that's for different reasons that I don't understand, but some people said it was the water pressure. We didn't have enough water. They're blaming it on Gavin Newsom. Maybe it's, I really don't know what it is. I'm not informed. I just know that if I'd have known that nobody was coming to, share the water,
Trump's going to put it on Gavin Newsom.
Turned on my water
People will
hose,
believe leave Trump over California,
kind of
right?
to my house for that, you know. Cold.
It is getting cold here. And what can people do to help? What is it that you would like, that you need?
Well, just tap in, you know. We're down here at the Pasadena Civic Center. This is where all the displaced people are. Thank you to the city of Pasadena, our neighbors, for helping us. We're one and the same, and this, you know, the Rose Parade, the Rose Bowl. We are a pretty, you know, amazing city when we're hitting on all cylinders, and I just know that we'll get back. It'll take some time, but it's my duty. I'm not moving out of state. I'm not moving out of the city. I want my children to see me help build this community back.
Did you have insurance? I've heard so many stories about families who apparently lost their insurance right before the fires.
Yeah.
Did you have any problems like that?
You hear all these kind of conspiracy theories, but I don't understand any of that. You know, I can't delve too deep. I can't worry about things that I don't have much control over. I can just try and pick up the pieces and help who I can, you know.
Yes
Thank you
or
so
no?
much for speaking with us. We certainly wish you the best.
You don't have
and,
insurance.
You need a sweater right now.
I do.
Yes, you
Want
are.
to share?
Yeah, I'll share. I have one in my car.
I got you. I'm going to take you up on it.
All right, sounds good. Thank
All
you,
right.
Steve.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to send it back to you guys again. So many stories like Steve's. I mean, 5,000 structures, approximately 5,000 structures lost in this fire. It was just a horrific fire that just devastated this community.
Yeah, absolutely. And the firefight continues. 0% containment. Hopefully we get some upgraded numbers on that with almost, you know, closer to 13,700 acres burned.
Trying to get a perspective. Is this Skyfox right now is over? What are we? This is. Okay, so we're going back and forth because we've got two choppers up. So right now we're looking at the Palisades. Earlier we were looking at the Kenneth fire, which is out in the near Calabasas.
Right, he like works for the industry.
You know, we've been talking in recent days, and there's been certainly a lot of online
doing the
speculation
Oreo rub.
about arson and whether there's an arsonist or serial arsonist or multiple arsonists who may be setting fires in Los Angeles during all this. And sources tell Fox 11's Gigi Graciette that Kenneth fire is being investigated as arson, and that authorities have detained a suspect that they think may be responsible for it. So again, the Kenneth fire being investigated as arson.
Yeah, and that coming to us from our Gigi Graciette, who's always a great source and dialed in with the law enforcement community. The Kenneth fire, this started just about 3.5 hours ago. The good news to report, and I know it hasn't really gotten to a lot of the people who have been evacuated, but according to LAFD, the evacuation orders, those have been downgraded to warnings, which would mean that those people who were evacuated can go back into their homes, and that the evacuation warnings have been lifted altogether. So much better news.
And some reports that the Victory Trailhead is potentially a crime scene now. So hopefully we're going to send one of our reporters to the Victory Trailhead to take a look at that crime scene investigation, and one person in custody at this point.
Which makes sense because this all started, the ignition point is Victory Boulevard and Valley Circle in the West Hills area. So we'll continue to watch that. In the meantime, I know our chief meteorologist, Adam Kruger, he's watching the winds. And how do we look day to day, and what can we look forward to in the coming 24 hours?
Yeah, so winds do increase tonight, and I'll talk more about that in a moment. Just, you know, a few moments ago, by the way, you know, these aerial shots, it was over the Palisades fire, and it's just wild to see how many areas still have flames. And it was almost like, you know, when we were showing over the Palisades fire a second ago, it was almost like so many hot spots that looked like the city lights as opposed to actual fires burning, right? So now we're going to switch to, we're going to kind of start wide here on a map, just kind of like a reset in terms of the map, in terms of what we're talking about, because there's a lot going on. And you're probably aware of these fires and the names, but just to kind of, again, reset and get you familiar with everything. So we've got the Eden fire off to the east there, north of Pasadena. Obviously, I believe it was thousands of structures and homes there that were burned. And then we had the Palisades fire. You know about that one in the bottom left part of your screen. Kenneth fire is the newest one we've been been watching, and that's the one Alex and Marla were just talking about that is being, I believe, investigated for possible arson. And then we have the Hearst fire and the Lydia fire, which seem to be the less severe of all of them right now in terms of containment on those and areas that they're threatening. So if we can, there's a lot we can do with this map, and this one's interactive. So let's, if we can, come into the Palisades fire first. And I want to show the, I don't know if it'll show up here, but the outline or the footprint of the fire. I know that's one of the layers we can toggle on and off. Okay, there we go. And so what's interesting to see with this, and we know, you know, the winds have been going from north-northeast to south-southwest towards the ocean, essentially. And when you look at the different like layers in here and the orange colors, that's every time we get an update on the perimeter of the fire, we see that expand. And so the latest update is this darker orange up here with the fire and the areas of burning actually creeping northward a little bit, which is against the wind. And that goes to show that fires don't necessarily just always follow where the wind is blowing. Yes, that will fan it more so down in the wind direction, but you know, it's just chewing away at these hillsides essentially. So the fire's still creeping north a little bit. Let's back this out now and show you, let's go over to the Eaton fire. So that would be out here. And and I know there's another layer we can turn on that I think shows, it's called like 3D structures or something like that. Okay, that's the evacuations. It's like 3D homes, 3D structures, something like that. And that's going to add an extra element to visualize what where the structures are within the fire footprint. I'm not sure if we're able to do that right now. But again, just the point I'm making here is you see how widespread this is, how devastating this is. You know all about it. We've been talking all about it. The last one I want to get over to then, if we head over to the Kenneth fire, and you see a pretty interesting scenario on this, different from these last two. And the Kenneth fire, you know, that was the new one where the weather obviously not as big of a concern when this lit up, and therefore we watched it live here, the water drops and the fire retardant drops really doing an effective job, it seems, in protecting homes here. Well, let's come in a little bit closer to like the southern edge of the fire here. So again, originated up near West Hills and then spread through this area. And yes, now this is that layer I was talking about that shows where homes actually are. It makes it real vivid to see in white. And you see how the fire, and I imagine they kind of allowed it to work its way into these areas where there's no structures. But you can see how I think they did a really, really good job of protecting a lot of the homes. And this is what we're used to seeing when we have, I'll call average red flag warning conditions here in our area. We usually see the fire maps look like this, where fires get up close to the edges of neighborhoods. They usually do a pretty good job of protecting that. You know, you go back to the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire, the weather was just so extreme that there was no stopping anything. And it just, as we know, made it right into the heart of some of these communities, and it just went on from there. If this fire broke out, let's say a day and a half ago or 2 days ago, we would have such a major situation on our hands. There would be no stopping it from going through these areas and then continuing down from there, crossing the 101 and all that stuff. So again, the weather situation helping that right now. But we're not out of the woods yet as far as the weather. So now let's switch over to Weather One and get you up to speed on the forecast. And I'm going to start with the alerts here. And this is a little tricky to convey what's going on because different parts of our area have different times of when all these things go into effect. So the yellow is a high wind warning. The tan is a wind advisory. Yellow areas, high wind warnings where the winds are a little more severe. And so now this just started at 6 p.m. We've got these areas north in the mountains in a high wind warning. That's now until 2 p.m. Friday. After that point, the winds start relaxing a little bit. These wind advisories here for the San Gabriel Valley, San Fernando Valley, that's now through 2 p.m. Friday. Then we have this portion of the Santa Monica Mountains. The high wind warning doesn't go into effect there until midnight, and the cutoff is a little sooner at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. And then areas off towards the east, like the Inland Empire down through Orange County, that's in effect now and ends at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Okay, so a lot of different like cutoffs, but the main theme here is tonight the winds ramp up through tomorrow morning and then they start backing off tomorrow afternoon. What will the actual speeds look like? And I'll show you a computer model in a moment, but just to kind of generalize it, the high wind warning areas could see sustained winds 30 to 40 with gusts maybe up around 60 or 70 miles per hour. The wind advisory areas could see sustained winds at 20 to 30 with gusts near 50. And that NNE means winds from the north-northeast, which would be going in the same direction we've been seeing throughout this entire event. Okay, now our future winds, and what to look for here is where there's purple. That's going to really highlight where the strongest winds will be. So as we start now, now and go into midnight tonight. Again, we have these windy areas. Not going to be a blanket of strong winds like we had when we were at the peak of all this, and it was just completely, windy everywhere. Not the same situation. Look at LA down to Long Beach, for example. Winds are kind of light there. Same thing, maybe even around Pasadena. But up into the mountains and some of the valleys, it'll be windy overnight. Here we go into tomorrow morning. Pretty much the same story. Watch what happens tomorrow now. Not only do the wind speeds lower, but then we see the change in the wind direction coming in more so from the west. And so, the ideal wind would be more from the southwest, which would be straight in off the ocean. This is going to add a little higher humidity to the area. It's not perfect, though. It's still coming in from the west. Areas up here will still see more of a dry wind coming in because it's originating from land. So that's a look at Friday. If you're wondering what happens as we go a little later now, another time frame just to kind of keep in mind that might be a little tricky to deal with is Saturday. We're going to find some of the wind-prone areas. So where the 5 and the 15 kind of cut through the mountains here, you can see there's going to be some gusty spots there, and that is an offshore Santa Ana wind. And to take it even farther, the next bigger Santa Ana wind event, I think, might be Monday night into Tuesday, and this one will phrase it as moderate to strong potentially. So not extreme like the last one or the current one that we're in, but you see what's happening here early next week. This will be another time frame we need to watch out for. Short term though, tonight through tomorrow morning, winds do increase around where some of these fires are going right now. I'm seeing winds gusting around 20, manageable. Those winds maybe up towards 30, 40, even above in some of the wind prone areas as we go through tonight. Alex, Marla.
All right. Thank you so much, Adam. We want to let our viewers know, maybe you want to help out too. You can join Fox's support of families impacted by the California wildfires. Your donation, this is what it does. It enables the Red Cross to respond to and help people recover from the disaster. You can visit go.fox/Red Cross to support these efforts, or you can just take your phone right now and you see the QR code on your screen. You can scan that, and then that is where you can make a donation.
And thanks, people want to donate, they want to help, they want to bring stuff. In all of these instances, the best thing that we hear in disaster after disaster that you can do is to donate money. I know not everybody has a lot of money to donate, but if you give money to organizations like the American Red Cross that know how to spend it well, that can be the most helpful in targeting what people actually need. So we are appreciative that our bosses and our the owner of our company, Lachlan Murdoch, is invested in donating and committed as a company to working with the Red Cross, and he's donating, the company is donating, and we hope that you'll consider donating as well. Now to this, in light of the multiple fires, a reminder that schools in Los Angeles County, several districts are going to be remaining closed throughout the rest of the week. LA Unified, the largest school district of all, will remain closed tomorrow. The district also announced will increase the number of meal distribution centers for students. Locations on our website, foxla.com. Other districts, you see it on your screen, that will be closed tomorrow: Pasadena Unified, Burbank Unified, Glendale Unified, La Cañada Unified. All UCLA campus operations and undergraduate classes will be canceled. The graduate courses are moving to remote instruction through Friday. We found out Pepperdine also closed as well.
Well, let's talk about, look at this on your screen. This is the impact. These
I bet
are
a
all
coyote
power
got him.
outages this is per Southern California Edison. And our Stu Medell, he was up and over taking a look, and he has this.
I've seen coyote scat here before.
This is like the first chance that we're actually kind of getting a look at that real devastation when they keep saying over 1,000 homes burned in the Palisades. This is one of those areas, this neighborhood, I would venture to say probably 500, maybe more homes out there. As I just get wider and wider, you can see some of the homes still standing, but so many of them just flattened out here. We can bring the map back up here in just a moment, but this is off of Sunset near Alma Real Drive. That's going to be the general area, and that's also exactly part of the downtown area there as well. But take a look at that. This is when you talk about a brush fire and you say, oh, there's some homes that have been destroyed, I never picture anything like this. This is just blocks after blocks after blocks of that neighborhood out here, and you can just see it just goes and goes and goes. And then sometimes there is, oddly enough, there's like a structure standing or maybe a garage standing. But for the most part, I would say every home in this neighborhood flattened due to the Palisades fire. And I would venture to say also, during one of the press conferences, I did hear them talking, one of the people talking about an entire neighborhood burning, and there was no resources there. This might have been what they were talking about, because it just goes and goes and goes. But also in that same breath could you imagine being a firefighter, even with all the resources that you could possibly have at your fingertips? How do you battle an entire neighborhood burning? This has got to be 500 homes, maybe more. This is something that I personally have never seen, and again, I would venture to say a lot of other folks watching have never seen, especially here in the Southern California area.
I mean, it is crazy when you see those images. Obviously, it's dramatic at night, but really during the day, you get a sense of what that is. And if you happen to be working during the day and are just getting home and turning on the TV and haven't seen those images yet, they really are stunning to see.
Well, and we've heard that sentiment over and over. People who've been in the industry, the firefighting industry for decades, they haven't seen this. We had on retired LA County Fire Chief Daryl Osby. He joined our coverage earlier today. He's been in this for many years. He hasn't seen this, and he's talking about the fact that we have 6+ fires that we are reporting on in one single county. Yes, we are a very large county, but nonetheless, our resources can only go so far, which is why we thank all of the fire crews that have come from out of state, from Northern California. It has been such a huge help. And then, of course, the National Guard has been activated. We heard from from Senator Alex Padilla earlier today, and he said that 400 National Guard members could be in our area helping fight these firefights tonight. If not tonight, then hopefully tomorrow.
Right, and so they're going to be doing, they're not necessarily firefighters, but what they do is all of the other logistics stuff that allows a lot of our first responders to focus on first responding. So you'll see some of those National Guard members helping with traffic. They'll help make sure that the communities are safe. Just the presence of them sort of is a good deterrent for a lot of people when it comes to looting. They'll be able to help with other logistical operations and, frankly, give a break to some of our first responder crews who have been going around the clock for multiple days now as well.
So these are live pictures from Skyfox, and let's get some clarity on which fire. That's so sad to have to say. Which fire we're looking at live right now? This is the Palisades fire. The numbers that we got this afternoon, not great to hear, but close to 20,000 acres have burned, more than 19,900 acres, and more than 5,000 structures, 5,300 structures have been destroyed, totally destroyed. And a structure is defined as, a home, a commercial property, an outbuilding, a trailer, you name it. So more than 5,300 structures have been destroyed. Let's go back to the Kenneth fire. This one erupted at 3:15 this afternoon. LAFD, the lead agency there, they made significant progress in so much that those evacuation orders have been downgraded to warnings. And Laura, we just got word from our Gigi Graciette that there has been a suspect who has been detained for arson. Laura, I know you were with some evacuees earlier. What's your status now?
Well, we're still waiting for them to be given the all clear to go back inside. But as you just mentioned, Marla and Alex, of course, the big news, and Gigi Graciette, our colleague, having sources within the LAPD saying that a person of interest has been questioned, is being questioned at this hour. We were told that it's a homeless person in his 30s and that the investigation was focusing at the Victory Trailhead. Now, we have not seen any indication indication of that here. As I told you a little bit earlier, we've continued to stand out on the street corner along with the other evacuees. So people were anxious to be able to go back inside, but as of a couple of minutes ago when I walked over here, they still had not been given the all clear to go back inside. So this most significant piece of information would have been that that person is being questioned at this hour. We watched as they did an aerial attack and seemed to be quite successful in putting out those flames over our shoulder. We watched earlier this afternoon. But for right now, it seems to be in standby mode, and a lot of people hoping that they can get back into their homes as soon as possible. I'm reporting live here from Calabasas, sending it back to the studio.
So some new information there from Laura Diaz that the person is a homeless individual in his 30s. Laura Diaz, thank you for that. It is now the top of the hour. Usually this is the time.
Dude, they were just talking about it being a homeless person that started the first one,
Marla
baby.
Tejas and myself, Alex Michelson, welcome you back to our continuous live coverage here on Fox 11 of the deadly firestorm across Southern California.
We want to get you caught.
The wind changed on a dime, and next thing we know, we had to scramble to really get out of there. It was a lot of chaos. It was crazy. You'll get through it one day at a time, you know? Excuse me.
We welcome you. Again, I'm Marla Tejas alongside Alex Michelson. Thank you so much for leaning on us during these times of crisis. We want to show you the latest from CAL FIRE, this map, so that you get a sense of, all of the fires that we're covering. The Palisades fire, of course, that one has burned almost 20,000 acres. The Eaton fire scorched more than 13,600 acres in Altadena near Pasadena. Crews have contained 60% of the Lydia fire. That one's in Acton, but evacuation orders do remain there. Other fires that we're following, like the Kenneth and the Hearst fire, they are still spreading, but better news on both of those fronts. The evacuation orders for the Hearst fire have been lifted. The Kenneth fire, the orders have been downgraded. Red flag warnings are in effect through Friday night.
Let's go to Gina Silva. She is following the Eaton fire, and she's got some evacuees.
Shit, what am I doing?
Yes, that's right. I'm here with Zaire and Philip. They both lost their homes. I'm so terribly sorry for your loss. Please describe what it was like when you were there and how long you stayed there.
Yes. It was horrific. Like being there, it felt like you were in a scene of a volcano movie. You saw embers flying everywhere.
Hey, volcano movie.
Wind gushing at 90 miles per hour, going left and right. Just trying to get your bearings. He comes by, Philip comes by, flashing a flashlight, telling me, "Oh, we gotta go, we need to get out of here." And then I had to race to get my wife and the baby, to get her. And I'm like, we have to go next door, get our grandmother, my mother, and go next door, get her out. We're racing to the car, stuff going everywhere. It was the most chaotic scene that you could possibly live in. It was like a horror movie. You just couldn't reenact what's going on. It was like fire bombs everywhere, and it was just exploding and burning. So
you packed up the family and you left, and then what happened after that?
So packed up the family, left. When we were leaving, I noticed that my sister's car was still in front of the house. Everybody was getting alerts to leave and get out. So the next day, I come back. Her car is still sitting there, so I had to go back to figure out if she was still there, basically. So my cousin, EJ, brave as he is, said, I'll go and see what's going on. And he took a shovel, climbed over the debris, and started moving stuff around. And from there, he saw like a hip bone, and just that's when he knew that she was there.
I'm so terribly sorry for your loss.
Holy shit. I wasn't expecting that one.
I just want to say rest in peace to Evelyn McClendon. I love you. I know we didn't always get along, and this is not even those happy oldies. This is the greatest sister in the world. It wasn't, you were loved, you were cared about, and I'm just sorry that she's no longer with us.
Do you know if she stayed behind or what happened?
I don't know if it was just she thought she had time. I know the way the alerts were coming in, the emergency alerts. I don't know if she thought, I mean, we're from the community, so we've been in Altadena and Pasadena forever. So she may have thought, you know, just like we all thought, our houses and stuff were still going to be there. And when we left, we thought it was still going to be there. So it was like, you're not really packing up. You're literally just grabbing a few things just so you can come back. So maybe she thought that it wasn't going to get as bad as it did, even after the alerts. So that's the only, and she was a devout Christian who believed in the Lord and Jesus Christ, and she believed that, you know, that for protection and all that. I do know that about her, so maybe she just thought that, you know, she could be okay.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for your loss. Is there anything that people can do or viewers can do to help out?
I do have a program called Extreme Athletics that focuses on type 2 diabetes and inner city youth and just youth and development, and just to help out, to be able to give to the program, to, you know, give awareness on life and fitness and goals and living, you know, that, yeah, that'd be the most.
We'll put that up on our website, I promise you that. Thank you. Philip, describe your experience.
Same thing as Zaire, just horrific, just a traumatic experience. Our whole community is suffering from it. We lost everything, childhood memories. The town, the beautiful city that we grew up in has been traumatized. As far as in my experience firsthand, watching it go from Eden Canyon to Echo Mountain to Los Flores, the street that we grew up on, in the matter of an hour and a half or so. The wind's blowing at 80 miles per hour. No first responders in the area. Power lines coming down. Smoke everywhere. I'm trying to grab a few things out of the house for what I can. Like he said, thinking that we would have an opportunity to come back. As soon as I saw it was full of smoke, I'm running down the street, knocking on doors, ringing doorbells, because people said, like, hey, we're going to stay here. And I know that he has my little cousin who just turned 1, Grandma Rashida right next door, elderly, can't really function too well. She moves very slow. So, I mean, it was just chaotic at that point. And luckily, we were able to get everybody in. My cousin Evelyn, rest in peace to her. I know that hurt because we had just already suffered a loss in the family earlier. Rest in peace to Nunu. So we were already going through something, and then for us to lose everything just a few days later from what they called hell winds, and for us to actually be going through hell and seeing hell firsthand, yeah, it hurt.
You've both lost so much, you know. We certainly wish you the best, and anything that we can help, please let us know.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you to everybody. Thank you to the first responders. Thank you to the city of Pasadena and anybody out here helping. We appreciate it, truly.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
Heartbreaking all the way around, all these personal stories that we're hearing from people out there. We're so sorry for all of their losses.
Tom Bakar from our sister station KTVU has joined us here in Southern California to help out in our coverage. He's live at the scene of the Palisades fire. Tom.
This is pretty amazing. We're at the 16,000 block of Sunset near Northfield. A building down beyond where these police cars are that was lit up just until a few minutes ago nobody's allowed to go down there. Media, other police, anything. And the reason is that this is a building, a multi-story building, condo, apartment, something like that. But what one very knowledgeable source told me is we're not letting anybody down there because this building, which has been burning for hours and hours, and they've been spreading a lot of water on, they now fear that it is in imminent position of collapse. I don't know the building. We just found this out. And as I say, the source is reliable, and the police are not letting people there, including other police, because they do have a significant concern that this could be the situation. And the large hook and ladder fire truck that was spraying it down has left the premises around there. So I don't know if this is an imminent thing, but we do know that what's going on here is pretty serious, and the police are allowing no one, and I mean no one, to go down there. So that is the situation here. We're going to stick around for another hour or so, see what else we can find. He said, this is dangerous enough that we could seriously have a collapse here, so nobody can go down there, media or anybody else. Back to you.
Maybe we can, you can coordinate with our desk, and maybe we can see if we can get our chopper to go there and get an aerial view if people aren't allowed to go there, and see if we'll even be able to see it at night.
Yeah, it was lit up just until a few minutes ago because they were looking at it, and I think that's why they were examining it. And there was, as I say, this ladder up above it, and every time it would have a flare-up, they would spray it. But as we sadly learned from the World Trade Towers, that if you heat a building enough and you heat it in the right places enough, that it can possibly collapse. And I'm not saying that this is anything on that scale, but what I'm saying is there's an analogy here to something like that where you just bake something long enough that something structurally is likely to fail, and I think that this is a candidate for that. Whether or not it actually is will depend on engineers, but the fact that they're not letting anybody back there is to suggest, of course, that they're not taking any chances. So I thought that was very much worth reporting, and as I say, the source is reliable, and as a result, we report that.
We're glad you did. All right, Tom Bakar from our sister station up in the Bay Area. He's here in the Palisades fire. He works for KTVU, the same company that we work for. All right, this is the live look here. And we're seeing another chopper in our live picture up and over.
I think this is the Palisades fire. Yeah.
Okay. The Palisades fire, and almost 20,000 acres burned.
Look at that at night, though. I mean, it's just so dramatic.
Made the list.
And to see them do the best they can with that water drop right there. But this fire, and this fire, think about it, Marla. We're now on Thursday evening. This thing started burning on Tuesday morning
at 10:30 a.m.
Yeah.
And what we didn't get to see on Tuesday night was that water drop.
Right.
So it is
anything from the air. We weren't able to shoot it either. So it's yeah, man, it's something else.
All right, let's go to Matthew Seedorf. He's in Malibu with more of that destruction from the Palisades fire. Matthew?
Yeah, so much has changed since Tuesday.
And how long is this fucking
just thinking back to what we were doing at this moment with those flames just barreling towards the ocean right now. We're standing in the ocean. At the time, we didn't know all the devastation that would take place over these 2 days. And now we're standing on the PCH right now looking out the water. You can hear the waves and all of these homes that are now gone. I have noticed tonight that it seems like the wind has shifted direction, now coming from the coast, blowing inland. So that is interesting. But I do want to step out of the way. Maybe you can see, I know it's dark, but this is where all these homes were, this very high-value real estate. It's just all crumbled and burned to the ground. Even these power lines, you might be able to see some hot spots still out there. But we did speak with some residents today in the Highlands about several topics, and here's what they have to say.
It's unprecedented. The entire town, everybody I know more people in the Palisades, I've lived here my whole life, that have lost their homes than that still have their homes. Everybody I know, my elementary school is gone, my pharmacy, my market, every single place that I go to every day is gone.
It was a weird feeling. Grew up here for over.
Come over, man. Came over, they're repeating the news, man. Thank you, Miss Bungle. Hope you have a good night. Friday, have a good night. Hey. There's actually a bowl. No, there's a bowl of water right there. Can't quite see it. Later, Mark. Later, Bill. Later, Sister Steve. Later, Miss Bungle. Later, Ted Thomas. Later, Gators. Brody YYC. Mary Morgan. Wendy H. Northwest Media. Who else was it? Anybody else? Everybody else. And everybody else. Hope to see you again tomorrow. Where looks like Mama has taken over the plate again. I know.
Meow, 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 meow. Another one. Meow. Thank you.